Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with along with Mapes this morning. No Dell this week. All week long for you Twitch people. This is your week, okay? No Dell. I don't know why they hate Dell so much. I don't know. I don't get it. I mean, he's
because
lovable.
he doesn't.
He's lovable.
Suck up to them.
Well, that is
RJ
true.
kind of sucked up and will play the music they wanted and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Dell basically came in and, he was just Dell.
Yeah.
He doesn't even play the music
No,
we
he
want.
wasn't.
So, Sean, I'm going to request some music during breaks. Could you play some stuff that I like every once in a while instead of Dell just acting like I'm going to push a button, shut up, leave me alone?
See,
I know why Twitch doesn't like
Dell
it.
thinks he's being a puppeteer. When in fact it's just
He's
a
just being a
request line.
producer.
Yeah. Well, it's a request line.
Yeah.
And will you accept the requests?
I'll do my best, Lance.
Okay,
I'll
there
do
you
my
go.
best.
At least
See?
you're- at least
There's
you're-
someone trying now.
Yeah, or at least you tell us you're going to try.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
And you don't have
Give
to.
us the illusion of trying.
Yeah.
Right. You don't have to.
What a weekend of sports. I haven't seen the fury in my house when the Colts lost to the Texans by my son Sebastian. Then Mason taunting him because Mason is a Texans fan. Really, he's just an anti-Sebastian fan.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever Sebastian likes, he's against.
Right. Again. Right.
And then,
that's what happens in households.
And then my wife, I haven't seen her that giddy with them beating. Like, she was so obnoxious. Running around the house. She's got something for her physical therapist today who are all Aggies.
Yeah.
She's working on her knee to get ready for the tour. She goes, I can't wait to see those Aggies today.
Oh, I thought
She
were
had her
say something else.
burnt orange blouse on for church yesterday. She's running around the house yelling at the Aggies, pointing at them. I mean, and Mapes, you're a Longhorn. So my house had a lot of emotion running through it regarding football this week.
You had
for
listen.
sure.
Listen, that's exactly what they should have been doing all season long, though. Run Arch.
Yeah. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Right.
He was a dual threat quarterback. It was obvious from last year.
He is Andrew Luck without throwing it as well as Andrew Luck.
Yeah.
He's a big, strong kid that can run the football, and holy crap, that was just I hated it for the Ags because it's kind of marred the best season that they've had in forever.
But Ohio State won a national.
Well, I get it.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, they're still in it.
I'm not
Texas
sure
is
that
not
they're
gonna be in it.
Ohio State. I was on the Marcel Reed Heisman train, and he just doesn't throw the ball well enough.
No, he doesn't.
He just is.
He's got
just
great
gotta be
weapons,
better.
but
yeah. And
South
by the
Car-
way, get it to 7 and get it to 1 as much as you can. As much as you can.
He did not. He was terrible in the first half against South Carolina. Was bad for much of the game against the Longhorns.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're right. Texas. I mean, to me, that's really on Sark. Sark's. He didn't adapt quickly enough to who and what Arch was, and because of that, I think that's why they lost against Florida. The defense wasn't great, but you can't tell me that one of those losses wouldn't have been. You probably weren't beating Georgia. Who was the other one? Ohio State. Who knows what happens against Ohio State if you run Arch more. But I think Florida you could have beaten. By then you should know. All right, I got to change my offense. Arch isn't a very good passer, at least at that stage.
At that stage, he wasn't.
Yeah, for sure.
That's where the last name comes into effect, I think.
Pardon
That's
me?
where the Manning part comes into effect. I think if he was Arch Smith, he's Arch Ellinger. That's what he is.
Yeah.
That's their game plan is just
because
run
he's
him
a
up the
Manning.
middle.
But you know who he is? He's Archie Manning.
Yeah.
Who was a runner also, but
He's a
Sark's probably
receiver.
too young to know that. I mean, I barely remember watching
Yeah.
Archie Manning, but I know he was a scrambler and a runner.
Yep.
Wasn't a great passer.
I don't know he's got the scrambling abilities that Archie did, but he is Archie was just incredible. He and Fran Tarkenton were unbelievable.
But this
scrambling.
dude's 230.
And,
I mean, he's
they
big
weren't.
and can
They
run.
were smaller and quicker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but he
Yeah.
can run and he's 230. That's what I'm saying. He's big enough that you could. I mean, he should have 10 carries a game.
Yeah.
I would give him minimum 7 called runs a game.
Well, enough about that because
Yeah, let's get to. Well, we'll have a lot of time to talk about that, but
Talk about a team making the playoffs.
yeah.
yeah, let's talk about teams making playoffs because it ain't gonna be Longhorns.
And it's for all the other shows that didn't have faith when they were down like we did.
We always have faith.
We always
Texas.
said This team is a playoff team. We know it is. We know it. The defense, it's
Faithful.
going to come around. You know, you're just going to have to score 20 points. That's all you have to do.
Yeah.
And sure enough, that's what they did.
There you go.
And there they do. And we never wavered. Never, ever wavered here. So
Unwaverable.
this is the place where you get the true commentary on what's going on over there in Kirby. And here's the deal, is that defense is what this is true. This is absolutely
This
true.
part is true.
This part, not the last part I just said. This defense this is a championship level defense. Period. It's a championship level defense. It ain't the 85 Bears, it ain't the 2000 Ravens, maybe not even the 2002 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's close to that though.
It's close to the Bucs.
It's close to the Bucs. It's close to the Bucs. I mean, but now you did have a career year out of he was 22-6, their quarterback for the Bucs.
Oh, Brad Johnson.
Brad Johnson.
Yeah.
You had a career year out of him. And
We've got Brad Mills.
well, he's not really that, but he is. Brad Mills was the Astros manager.
Well, that's an actual.
Right.
I was trying to do a Davis
I
Mills.
know,
Brad
I get
Johnson,
that, I
but
get
yeah,
that.
there was an actual Brad
Right.
Mills.
But anybody who was on the Davis Mills bandwagon saw what yesterday should have convinced you. I know he had no touchdowns.
But
Oh my gosh, he was great.
he was terrific.
He was terrific.
Ballard texted. I talked with him just a little bit. Well, we texted, and one of the things he just said, unprovoked, was I thought CJ played really well,
But he played great.
and that's what he said. And I said, yeah, he did. He was on time. He got the ball out. He threw in rhythm, and he was accurate.
Yeah.
I thought he was really accurate yesterday, and I thought Nick Caley had a good game. You know, people jumped up. What about now? Oh, give me an update now after those two quarterback the tush pushes. But those were good. That's exactly what you should do.
Yeah.
I don't want slow developing running plays, and I don't want him throwing on 3rd and 1. I would take a tight end tush. He did something new. He has gone to something that has had a high success rate across the league, has worked for the Texans actually previously in the game. I actually thought Nick Caley called a good game. I
did
thought
too.
he was not predictable. I thought the play action stuff was good. I felt like there was rhythms developed. There was good play action stuff look how often wide receivers were open.
Yeah, they had over 380 yards of offense. I mean, 200. CJ passed for 276. They ran for over 100. I mean, I don't know. Again, the red zone problems it's a problem.
Yeah,
it's a problem.
It is.
And they need to punch stuff in, which they don't, which made the game close, which made the referees play a huge role. Look, that interference call was it defensive holding? I think it was.
No, it was interference.
Was it interference or holding?
Oh.
I don't know.
I don't know. It's an automatic first down on what would have been a
Automatic
fourth down.
first down. And that was one of the.
It's as bad as you're going to see.
Wow. And
Wasn't
I hated how honest JJ was. JJ goes, wow, they're having a bad series here. They're having a really bad series, the referees. It was, holy crap, that was a huge call in that football game.
This is one of the few times I remember thinking, ooh, the Texans are getting a ton of breaks.
Yeah, which they don't normally.
Not usually, but that one really changed the complexion of the game because Texans would have kicked a field goal from there, and then instead it became a touchdown, and then it felt like they missed the extra point call too.
They didn't. I don't believe they did because by the time you saw the ball, and I think it was.
Okay, but
I think it was
here's
good.
what did you
The
hear?
angle was bad. First of all,
the angle wasn't great, but did you hear what?
Yes, it's got to be the ball has to be totally inside.
And he didn't think it was.
Yeah, he didn't think it was, but that angle is a terrible angle, and you don't see it actually goes over, and it looks like it's bad almost when it hits the net. So that ball is curving. I thought, you know what? I could see where it's a tough call. It's a really tough
I would have
call.
called it based on the way we saw it, and we see every kick from that angle basically, except on NBC where you see it from behind. It looks like not good. I mean, based on that, and if you look at the replay, I was sent the replay. The ref barely even looks up. It's kind of crazy. Like I'm not sure how, with all the technology they have and the ability to create, with 6 inches, they missed the first down by 6, all this Hawkeye technology.
Right.
How do you not have something
Put some lasers in the.
Well, like in tennis, we know exactly within seconds if a ball's out or not.
Here's the deal, though, is that the tennis has lines everywhere. The lines end at the top of the goalpost.
But you can be lasers, but you
That's
can
what I'm
create
saying.
verticality.
That's what I'm saying. Put lasers.
Yeah,
up there.
I mean,
if it touches the lasers, it's no good.
It's no good, and I think probably that wasn't. But I don't know. It's up for debate because the angle was tough to see.
Well,
it was hooking, like you said, which made it more likely that it was a miss, in my opinion. But regardless, it was the pass interference penalty. But the Colts had their chance. They went down the field, and the Texans got a huge stop on a second down run where they created a loss of 5 where Jonathan Taylor tried to bounce it out, and that was kind of the big difference in the game because the Colts ended up kicking a field goal, and then they weren't able to, instead of going down and scoring a touchdown and matching the Texans. So all I know is the Texans did what they had to do.
Yep.
And once again, here's another game where teams can't get over 17 points. I mean, we can say it when we went, Alex Pierce is getting it. Alex, they give up this. We always find things that we're not crazy about the Texans, and then we look up at the scoreboard, and it's like, well, they just didn't really give up a lot of points.
Again, every game. They'd be 10-2. 10-2 if they scored 21 points a game. If they scored 21 points every game, they would be 10-2. That's how good this defense would be.
They only had 1 sack yesterday?
Yeah, I didn't even hear Danielle Hunter's name.
Danielle Hunter didn't do a whole lot, but Will Anderson.
Anderson early on, but then after that, you didn't really hear much from him. I mean, that defense.
Well, that one where he ran right down the middle on.
Rankins had the sack. Al-Shaair went down and he came back. AJ Speed came in and had a penalty right away.
Only Rankins had their only sack.
Yeah.
But there was pressure, and I don't know, man. I just it was just a solid game from the Texans, and I think the Colts got away from their running game. They kind of just got away from it a little bit early. Taylor did have 21 carries, but to me, you have to keep running at the Texans because if you don't and you get behind the sticks, they're just they're too hard to deal with. They're built to rush the passer. That's how they're built. They're built to rush the passer from outside to inside across the front.
Well, listen, they had a balanced attack: 27 passes and 23 runs. The Texans ran 19 more plays than they did. Texans had 35 passes and 34 runs. The Texans possessed the football. The Texans, grinded it out. They moved the ball. They could, but they were going from 20 to 20 again. But the Texans, when you only have 50 plays in a football game, I mean, it's hard to give them more than 23, 24.
You're right.
Yeah.
10-minute difference in time of possession, 7 more first downs. Third down conversions, Texans were 6 of 13. Colts were 3 of 10. Both teams were 0 for 2 on fourth down conversions, but Texans got 20 more plays. They had 83 more yards. I mean, they and it was admitted to me, they won in all phases.
Yep.
I mean, the Texans, Colts missed a big extra point. This is a completely
that was huge.
This is crazy. It changed everything.
Yep.
But this is pretty crazy because you now have the Colts and Jags sitting at 8-4, and they play twice down the stretch. The Texans are 7-5 and already have a W over the Colts. I mean, if you look at the Colts record, the Colts have Seattle coming up, I think the 49ers, right, and the Jags twice, and the Texans once. Is that right? Yeah. Texans once, Jaguars twice, and I think they have the 49ers and Seahawks left. That's a tough schedule for them. They got all winning teams.
This week, the Jags, at the Jags, then at the Seahawks, then the 49ers, then the Jags, and then at the Texans. Yeah. I mean,
they may not make the playoffs.
Yeah, no.
They may not make the playoffs.
As good as they started.
As good as they started, or, and this is crazy, you could end up having potentially, there's a chance you could have 3 teams. I don't think it's going to happen where you have 3 but the Texans have a head-to-head over the Bills.
Mm-hmm. No, there's absolutely a chance. The Jaguars are actually the ones in the playoffs. They're leading the division right now.
Yeah.
And the Colts are still in it, and the Texans are just our first team out. So, yes, absolutely. Listen, this Chiefs games, I hated that they lost to the Cowboys. Hated that the Chiefs lost to the Cowboys. Because, man, this is going to be, how.
No, you hated that the Chiefs, that they lost to the
Cowboys. Yeah, because, it's good for the Texans. Don't get me wrong. But this is a team that's now fully on the brink of not making the playoffs, and they're just too good to be there.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't know that there's anything they can do about it. Like, this is not the same Travis Kelce he was in his prime. Rashee Rice is really good. They don't have a great running game. They've got a pretty good defense. I mean, I'm not sure Pat. I'm not sure Pat Mahomes is going to love it against the Texans. I'm not sure that offensive line is going to love it.
Oh no,
because their offensive line's got some holes. They're kind of leaky. This is not the same Colts team.
And
I'm sorry, this is not the same Chiefs team.
by the way, it's a nationally televised night game. It's and the Texans now are 1-0 in their last nationally televised night game.
Yeah,
so
they're 1-1 in their last two.
But they're 1-0.
They're 1-0 in their last
They're
one.
undefeated in their last one.
Yeah, that's true.
So
as a numbers guy, I can confirm that.
Right. Yep. Absolutely. All right. 7:15 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number.
Hey, come in.
Yeah. Let's go. Hey, we got. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Mapes, you ready for that? Right. You're ready for that. We got that going on. We got all your call. Listen, the Texans are they're playing as good as anybody. They won 7 of their last 9. This team is playing balls to the walls. Let's go. 713-780-3776. Right now I'm talking about the Golden Nugget. What a great way to spend time with the family. You get a couple hours down the road, right? Just 2 hours down the road. You got anybody coming to town. It's a great way to entertain. I mean, you can go there for the day. You don't even have to get a hotel room. But if you want to just stay one night, that's so easy, okay? It's affordable. It is okay. So if you want to go to Vegas, let's all go to Vegas. Okay. Well, how many plane flights do we need? How many hours 5 hours, 6 hours before you get to your hotel room? No, 2 hours down I-10. Boom, you're at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. A Vegas-style casino, a beautiful hotel, all the amenities. I'm not sure you're using the pool right now, but you can use the golf course if it stops raining. You got the poker room. You've got all of the restaurants. You've got a nightclub. I mean, there's nothing Vegas has that you don't have at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. We love it. We've got a big College Bowl Pick'em that's going to go on that the Golden Nugget Lake Charles is sponsoring. We'll tell you all about in the next few weeks. So you're looking for the best way to have some fun. I love it. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
Hey, let's talk about green light offer. And your green light offer is an offer from greenlightoffer.com. And Sean is the main man over there. He's the one you hear on the spots. I'll make you an offer today. You got to pay. Your tenants won't pay the rent houses. And there's some thinly veiled threats in there that he'll come out there and just clean it up if somebody's in your house and they're not supposed to be. But, I mean, it is what it is. And if you want Greenlight Offer to come in there and get the house ready to go to, so you're done with leasing the house out or renting the house out, you say, look, I'm done with this rental property. Just give me my money for this. I don't want to fix it up. I don't want to do anything. Sean's going to be there with a fair offer for you. If you have a divorce and you need dissolution of property, you gotta get something sold quickly, he can do that for you as well. He'll come in there, give you cash for your house, and you're set to go. A lot of people use him, as a matter of fact, for inheritance. You inherit a house that you don't want. You don't want the hassle of having that house, and you don't want to have to dress it up, put money into it to sell it with the showing and all that. That's great because Greenlight Offer will give you money for it. You can turn it into money right away. Their closings a lot of times happen within 7 to 10 days. So Greenlight Offer is absolutely for you. And if you're somebody who wants to get money for your home and you don't want to have to do the hassle of showing the home and getting it ready to go with all the repairs that need to be done, greenlightoffer.com is the website. It's greenlightoffer.com. That's greenlightoffer.com.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
It's so funny. We were talking about Will Anderson. We didn't hear much from him in that game early on. He blitzed from the middle linebacker
rolled
position.
Tanner Bertolini.
Yeah.
Basically, and JJ's pretty good at giving you some intel. He said they had a 5 on. They had I can't remember what he called it. It's basically where you put one lineman on each, a defensive rusher on each lineman, singled up, where there's no doubt where they're coming, so that they don't have any slide protections. They have to go one-on-one. So basically, Matt Burke schemed it up, and D'Amico maybe, I don't know. They schemed it up so that the center, who they believe is the weak link, would have to take on Will Anderson, and you saw what happened.
He just killed him.
Freight train.
Killed him. That was not a good look. That's not one of his highlights. So, and we didn't hear from Daniil Hunter. How does this defense, Aziz Al-Shair was all over the field. He was making plays. Love Bullock. Holy crap. He had a couple of hits that were fantastic. Derek Stingley had one pass defense the whole game. The last play of the game.
They weren't throwing to him.
I know. Not what.
He must
you
have
didn't
been
hear his name the whole game.
He was on Pittman. Did you hear Pittman's name the whole game? Yeah. Exactly.
No.
Exactly.
No, I know. He's on my fantasy team.
Yeah, you had Pierce on, and I wasn't even sure that they would have Lassiter on Pierce because Lassiter doesn't run well enough to stay with Pierce deep. And
he did.
He
for
did,
the most part.
For the most part, he got beat for a touchdown. He could have got beat for another long throw, but it was just a little bit long. But I mean, they basically took, and Tyler Warren wasn't a huge factor yesterday either.
That was a beautiful play though on the touchdown. The way they set that up.
Yeah.
He came out of the backfield,
and then you had the safety
went right up the seam.
Miles Bryant rather bit down on it.
Yep.
Screwed it up, but
that was a really nice looking play. But yeah, the Texans really benefited, and there's no question that interference call was a terrible call. But the Texans got the call. He just slipped down. He just basically fell down, and without being touched, and got the interference call. Holy crap, that was just huge. We'll take it. How many bad calls do the Texans get? All the time.
Yeah.
About time. Indianapolis is just a smaller market, so that's why the NFL went on to make sure that the bigger market gets in there. And now the bigger market is getting in there. So that's why that's why we never beat New York. That's why we can't beat New York or L.A. is because you're not getting those big calls. So the Texans now 7-5. They're the first team on the outside looking in, and they're a team. I mean, I keep hearing it over and over and over again. But you know what? There aren't many teams you would rather face. I mean, not face than the Texans right now. That defense. I don't know that there's a quarterback in the league that wants to face this, because this defense is as good as it gets against any quarterback in football. It is really, really fun to watch this. You know what? As much as high-flying, high-scoring football is fun, so is wild dog mad defense.
It is. If you have one, there's something fun about knowing that on any given series, your guys can take the will from the other team. And the whole swarm thing, I know Dale also known as Dell, likes to make fun of it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because he just says it doesn't. The acronym doesn't actually come out to swarm, more swarm. But it's a mentality that he brought over intentionally with intent. D'Amico Ryans brought that with intent because he wanted that all to the ball mentality at all times. And I don't know that I've seen a game where they haven't played that way. It's all gas, no brakes for the defense all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And that mentality is I think it feeds other players. So when you come in, Caden Bullock, who's kind of a little bit of a finesse player, this is the way we do things. Now, he had great ball skills. Kamari Lassiter is absolutely a swarm mentality player. He was at Georgia. That's why he was D'Amico's favorite player in the whole draft, basically. Will Anderson, obviously that player. I think Aziz Al-Shaair has some weaknesses, but there's no doubt that he fits the mentality of what D'Amico wants. To'o it fits that mentality.
Petrie.
Like Petrie. Oh, Petrie for sure. There's a mentality of if they can get the offense to get on an identity and play with any level of consistency, they got a chance to compete for an AFC championship. I don't know if it's going to be this year, but I can tell you this. I feel it's funny how you feel after the Jacksonville comeback. Imagine what happens if Davis Mills doesn't pull that game out of his ass. We were done.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we were in the first three quarters. We were done with the whole season. It was over. If he doesn't pull that out, even if you beat Tennessee, whatever, you had lost that game. Look where they are now, 7-5. You beat Buffalo. So you weren't expecting to beat Buffalo at that time. You're getting beat by Jacksonville. You're getting smoked by Jacksonville at home. Then we got Titans. We'll beat the Titans, but big deal. That'll be win number 4. Who cares? Then the Bills are going to beat us. Then we got to go to the Colts. That's an easy win for them. Man, you pull the Jags out.
Yep.
You beat the Bills. You beat the Colts, and you outplayed those teams.
And now you got the Chiefs. And you know what? And we talk about the next game is the most important. This actually isn't. It's kind of a big deal because it's the Chiefs, and they're trailing you. They're a game behind you. But, you've got 4 after that are much more winnable. You could even lose this game and end up 11-6. So, this is going to be a tough one though. This one, I don't know. Like you said, I don't think that they're great. I don't think that they're not what the Chiefs have been in the past, but they certainly are going to be, their backs are against the wall. They are going to be clawing and scratching.
I think you're going to have to win 3. You have to go 3-2. You have to get to 10.
I think you might even have to get to 11.
You may have to get to 11. You have to get to 10.
You have to. You got one loss in you though. You still got one loss.
Yeah. You still got a little bit of leeway, and you may have 2 losses, but Arizona's got to be a win. Raiders have to be a win. So
at the Chargers,
you get to 9, and then the Chargers. It's not going to be a great home field for the
but
Chargers. And Justin
I
Herbert,
think we saw last year they're not a good matchup for the Texans.
What do you mean?
The Texans kicked their ass.
Yeah, okay. I was about to say. And Justin Herbert.
I mean, the Chargers are a great matchup for the Texans. That's what I meant.
Herbert's undergoing a procedure today to address an injury where he has a broken bone in his non-throwing hand. And he doesn't know whether Herbert will have to miss time or not. But what I am going to tell you is that he's having a procedure on his non-throwing hand. That's never ideal for a quarterback.
No.
It's not the throwing hand, and that's a team that has, by the way, sucky-ass tackles. They can't protect very well. And this just in, the Texans seem to be pretty good at the defensive end.
I was shocked, though, that they were able to keep the Raiders in check yesterday. They actually were able to do everything they wanted to do with those tackles, and the Raiders have good defensive ends. I didn't get it. I thought the Raiders were going to have a nice day against the Chargers, and they kicked their ass.
Yeah.
I didn't understand that at all. 713. There's a lot of NFL stuff
and
college football stuff that we need to talk about.
Look at this. No, we're 30 minutes in. Not one positive phone call about the Texans.
You know what? You people. I mean,
still don't believe?
I hate to say you people about people, but you people are really, really bothering me. We also have, in 15 minutes, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? What did you learn this weekend in one sentence coming your way? And for those of you out west, that you're getting a little scratchy on 97.5, download the app or go to 97.9 HD2 because that's the best signal you're going to find in the city of Houston. 97.9 HD2.
You can also play the audio off YouTube or X.
Yeah.
Like if you got that
on
in
your
phone. And you could do that on your phone, although the app's the best way.
The app's the best way. All right, time for you to talk right now about Zadig Jewelers.
Let's talk about Zadig. They got a big watch event coming up this Friday and Saturday where they're going to have some of the coolest watches in the country are going to be available at Zadig. Go to Zadig.com and you can check out some of those watches right now. But they've got an entire holiday section at Zadig where gifts that quote unquote make the moment. And they've got different holiday events. You can find a complete listing of their holiday events. I'll give you an example. The Ultimate Watch event is December 5th, as I mentioned. The Mickey Moto Austin Trunk Show. So that's if you're going to be in Austin. That's December 4th. They've got the Den Van Houston Trunk Show is going to be available on the 5th, as well as Piranesi. And so all these unbelievable designers that she'll know about, even if you don't. They've got a piercing party in oh wow, that's in Austin because my daughter's looking to get her ears pierced, but that's going to be in Austin. I'm not driving to Austin to get her ears pierced. I'll just wait till they have one at Zadig the next time. But just know this: they've got an entire list of events that are going to be going on through the holiday season. So it's a great time to go in and shop for something that you absolutely love. If you want to get your wife or your girlfriend, whatever the case may be, a luxury watch, December 5th, December 4th, anytime is a great time to go to 1801 Post Oak Boulevard for the very best names, the very best prices, and an unbelievable selection at Zadig Jewelers.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, since last we talked, the Rockets have won 3 games. The Rockets now 13-4 overall with an ass whooping yesterday against Utah. They had no chance with Kevin Durant coming back. The Rockets took care of business without Durant in those 2 games.
Can I ask you if you saw, speaking of the Rockets, did you see what Kendrick Perkins had to say about Shedeur Sanders?
Yes, we did. We talked. We.
Okay. So what he said, can you reiterate?
Well, no. We had a couple.
Do you have the
segments on it.
audio? Oh, you had a couple segments on it.
Segments on it.
I can find the audio. Yeah.
He said that Shedeur Sanders is the most important black man since 2009.
Most powerful, too.
Powerful.
He called him the most powerful black man since Barack Obama. Skipped over LeBron, who's got literally Spring Hill Entertainment.
Wait a minute. He called him most powerful. In politics, in business,
in everything.
Are you kidding me? Shedeur Sanders
is the most powerful. You heard Perk.
Well, that is an insult to the black community like I've never heard before.
I would be so. If I were black, I'd be really mad with
Really
Kendrick Perkins.
pissed.
Like, get him off the. But he said he's the most powerful. He misspoke. I know what he's saying. He's galvanized people or whatever. But he called him the most powerful since Barack Obama. You know, who was the president, leader of the free world. I bring that up because I wanted to say, is it time to acknowledge that maybe Reed Sheppard is the most powerful white guy since George W. Bush?
Well, Trump is.
I think Reed's bigger than Trump.
You think he's bigger than Trump?
I think he's more
now.
powerful.
I think I get that. I get it. I don't want.
Is Reed representing white America right now? He basically, Kendrick Perkins said, Shedeur is representing black America.
Right.
All of black America's on the edge of their seat.
Well,
for
Stephen
Shedeur
A. might have something to say about that.
Yeah,
too.
that's true. But I'm just going off of what Perk said. I'm asking you, is all of white America on the edge of our seats for Reed Sheppard games? I am. I want to see what Reed Sheppard does every game in and game out.
I just hate that we are separating athletes by their race.
Well, Gary had his own
I thought
black.
we didn't do that anymore.
Gary had his own black quarterback. He told you directly, I only care about black quarterbacks. I'll just tell you that right now. That's what he said. I'm just asking the hard questions.
Right.
Is Reed Sheppard, are white people on the edges of their seat every time Reed Sheppard goes to the basket and has to throw one real high off the backboard, or every time he shoots a pull-up three?
Now, I will say this. He went to Phoenix, he went to Golden State. Did the whiteness of Utah kind of offset Reed's
I think so. He's just another guy there.
Yeah, right.
Like at Golden State, I mean, holy crap. That's the Reed Sheppard game. 31 points. Reed won the game. Thank you for your service, Reed Sheppard.
Yeah.
At Utah, he's just another white guy. Big deal. Oh, Reed Sheppard. We've had a million Reed Sheppards here.
I mean, Jeff.
Hornacek was.
I mean, all of them.
When he shoots his free throw, we've seen all of that.
Yeah, we see. No, listen, it was just like, oh, another white guy's coming in, another great white player coming in here.
White guy.
Yeah, right. So you think that Reed Sheppard is the most powerful white man? And okay, I'm
asking questions.
I understand that. I understand your question.
Just based on what I had heard from Kendrick, it made me reassess, and I'm like, maybe Reed is a lot bigger than I think he is. I've just been happy that we finally have a 3-point shooter for the Rockets. But I'm like, am I shooting too low here?
I want to
with Kendrick and Shedeur Sanders. I'm like, and by the way, I had a friend of mine who put so much money on the 49ers yesterday. He said all of this hype for the Shedeur game. Now, he did expect the number to be lower. He said, I don't love laying 5.5 against the Cleveland defense. He goes, but this is 100% a bet against Shedeur Sanders in game 2 with a good defense he's facing. And Sanders wasn't terrible. They ran it a ton. But Cleveland, I don't want to wait. This is Cleveland, San Francisco. Who cares? But he
But they
unloaded.
did put up an 8.
They did put an 8 up there.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what he'd do against the Texans?
No.
2? A 3?
Well,
they could get after us too now. That's probably a 12-3 game.
That's it is a shame that that Shador, the most powerful black man since 2009, was able to put up only an 8 spot against San Francisco.
But
yesterday.
if you look at Reed Shepard's game at Utah, similar fate for him.
Well, no, they
Rockets
won.
Put
up 129.
But how much did
something.
Reed score?
9 of the 129.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Shador scored 8.
The white Shador. Reed Shepard, the white Shador.
Reed
Shepard
is the white Shador.
I don't want that to be the
Shador
case.
Shepard?
No matter what, this will be the social media video for today. So be as inflammatory as possible.
Reed Sanders sounds like a baseball player that went to Ole Miss and was drafted in the 3rd round, a middle infielder.
And he's angrily tweeting about Lane Kiffin right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa. Speaking of which,
call him a hoe.
Big ups to LSU, able to get their man. I mean, just throw bajillions at him. Yeah.
Make him the highest paid
Great job.
coach in college football.
Yeah.
Looky there.
I mean, you can get him.
So it's funny.
Wow. By the way, all these, I'm hearing people talking about 2, 3 now. He has really done not much in college, in the grand scheme of college football.
I like it.
This hire is like the most important hire. It's Lane Kiffin. He'll be there a year and a half and leave.
They truly did turn it into the decision. Marty Smith. I'm Marty Smith here, Coach. First of all, the Egg Bowl. Let's talk about the Egg Bowl. And I knew, Marty's got his fancy pink suit on, and he's getting ready to ask him about where he's going to go. And Lane loves it. He was playing into it. Listen, Lane was gone to Florida. I was told this 7 weeks ago. He was telling it that his coaches knew this. His running back. Watch his running back. I'll bet you he goes to LSU. I'll bet you any amount of money that Lacey is in the portal to LSU. I'll bet it's a done deal. And I bet that's some of what negotiations were going on behind the scenes. I don't know that for a fact, but I'll bet you. I'm willing to bet good money that Lacey leaves and goes to LSU. And here's why. There was talk that Lacey would be gone to Florida and that Lane was gone to Florida because he wanted to be by the water. He loves the water. He wanted to be by the water. His biggest regret was leaving USC. Well, guess what? LSU comes in with chicken money, which is Canes, because I guess the Canes guy is one of their big boosters.
Oh, it's a land. No, he's not a land. He went to LSU. Yeah, he started it right on campus.
I know.
Yeah,
I know. So they come in with that chicken money and that cane sauce money and those crinkle cut fries, and before you know it, Lane's. I do like the crinkle cut fries.
How do you not like all of it?
I like it. I mean, I know some of you are going to hate on it. I'm fine.
How
with
could
it.
you not love that?
But
chicken? Dell's not a Canes guy.
No,
he doesn't know anything about chicken though.
But I'm just telling you now, when that money's, I think for Lane Kiffin, if you said, listen, you want to live by the water, your quality of life, and your wife loves it there and all that stuff, or would you like to have a pretty good chance to compete for a national championship? You can't say it's not, because it's already happened with 3 coaches. And then number 2, we'll make you the highest. We'll stroke your ego with the money, because the money's going to be great wherever he went. The thing that I didn't like is he was punking Ole Miss from the beginning. Like, that Ole Miss ever thought they had a shot. They never had a shot, and nor would I have ever let him coach that team. Never let him coach that team.
What do you
You'd
mean?
have to
in
the playoffs
until it's. Oh no!
No, not in the playoffs.
You can't serve 2
Egg
masters.
Bowl's fine, even though
It
you knew
says
he was
it in the
gone.
Bible. You can't serve 2 masters.
Says that.
That's what. And Ole Miss was going by the Bible. At 7:43, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? I don't know. I mean, are we on? Is this hello? Is this on? Because we have the Texans winning. We got the Rockets winning 3. We got a great weekend of college football. Longhorn Scott didn't even call in, of all people.
What the hell's going on
What is
here?
going on?
Where are
Do
the
phones
Longhorn
work? See if
fans?
the phones work. Pick up the phone and see.
Oh, we had someone call in earlier
There it is.
for what they learned this weekend. I told them, you're 30 minutes early.
Yeah,
so.
right. You're a little early.
So
it's
I know the phones work.
Okay, so the phones work.
Yeah, it's
right
picking
now.
up.
713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend? You got one sentence to tell us. Next, right here on ESPN. Give a call in now. 713-780-3776. But right now, Lance, you got a little taquerias.
Let's talk about taquerias arandas. This is your chance to have a delicious, and I mean delicious, lunch today. Yeah, you can go in for breakfast if you want. Grab some breakfast tacos. They've got the big, bold breakfast. There was a lot of people there, and we were broadcasting from there the other day in Cyprus. A lot of people coming in for breakfast because they want to get their day started. We're on the radio early, so we're not used to that. But, man, for those of you who have time to go grab a breakfast, highly recommend the breakfast from Taqueria Sarandas. But the same thing can be said for their lunch. I love the taquitos. It's a simple lunch. Five small tacos, corn tortillas. I like to get al pastor with the chopped white onions, the cilantro, lime juice. It's simple, but that's the street taco style. But they've got many, many more dishes than that. Tortas, which are delicious Mexican breads, and you can have your sandwich on a pressed torta, is awesome. And, of course, your standard authentic Mexican fare as well. Great rice and beans. Always a sign of a good Mexican restaurant is how their rice and beans come out. Just make sure that you head into one of the Taquerias Arandas locations and enjoy breakfast, lunch, or dinner, or watch your favorite sporting events like tonight's game at a Taquerias Arandas location. Taquerias Arandas, that's taqueriasarandas.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Soon as somebody gets off, you get in. Okay? Soon as somebody gets off. I can't see the third one. So we got a full board. Soon as somebody gets out, you get in. Keith is first up. I
gotta give
you
it
know
up
what?
to Keith.
Big ups to
I
Keith.
learned that Keith does his homework in the offseason.
Yeah, he does, and he knew Vanderbilt was going to be great. Keith, what'd you learn this weekend?
I learned that Vanderbilt football with stadium renovations, a quarterback who is a stud, a coach with an extension, they go into Tennessee and win by 21. 10-2, baby.
All right.
Let's go.
That's all. One sentence. You get one sentence. and you had a run-on.
I don't know. If you just started listening last week, you wouldn't know this because you would know if you ever listen to the show. Keith has been touting Vanderbilt
10-2
from before the season. He said they were going to be 10-2, and he hit it.
He hit it. I mean,
and they dominated the second half against Tennessee.
I hope he put a lot of money on that team.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope.
I mean, he called it. There's nothing else to say.
He got the exact record.
He got the exact record. He went through the
say
schedule.
like more than 6.5.
No, Keith knows ball a little bit.
He went full. They're going to be 10-2.
10-2.
Do they deserve a spot? Well, that's another question. Do they deserve a
Not
spot ahead of Texas?
No, Texas beat them.
Well,
Texas beat 3 teams in the top 10.
I know.
I mean, honestly, Texas deserves to be in the top 12. If it was just top 12 teams, for sure.
It's not. But
this is where they get got.
Let's get Ocho in here. Ocho, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Yeah, I learned that Bryce Young already has 11 game-winning drives in just 3 seasons.
Wow. 11 games. And guess what? Bryce Young is getting it done this year.
Yeah.
They're 7-5 and tied for the division lead. Holy crap. Bryce Young might have been the guy we should have taken. Okay.
He's played better.
No. Hey, thanks.
Man.
Oh, thanks to Davis Mills. We don't have Bryce
Before
Young.
Before you know it, they're going to have to give him at least $46 million a year.
That's right.
I wonder how that's going to taste. And I'm putting him on the low end.
It's probably going to be more than that. Who's next? Pena, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned this weekend that Alabama has to have the worst drivers ever. Thank you. Have a great day.
They have to have the worst drivers ever.
My Alabama son was in town, and he's pretty sure Houston's worse.
Why was there some kind of accident?
Maybe he was there. Maybe he.
Oh,
was
did
there.
he? Was he? Did he go? He went to the Alabama.
I learned that Kalen DeBoer's got balls the size of.
Oh, what?
Of
4th and 2?
Of bowlings.
4th and 2.
He's throwing it.
Like throwing the ball when he could have taken the 3-point lead.
And instead, he got the win.
Gigantic stones. Yeah. Donovan, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
What up, fellas? I learned that the Texans are back, folks. Let's go, baby. Take us to the playoffs.
That's it.
Texans are back.
And
Texans are back, folks.
That's right. The Texans are back, folks.
Texas is back, folks.
Texans is back.
I know, but you.
No, it sounded like Texans.
It does sound.
Play it
like
again.
Let's hear it again.
Texans is back, folks.
You did say it. It's better like
Texans
that.
is actually.
Texans is back.
That
folks.
was poor grammar. Texans is back, folks.
Mm-hmm.
That's how the kids are saying it, though.
That's poor grammar.
Texans is back.
Houston is back. Texans are back. See,
Texans
that's
is
poor
back,
grammar.
folks.
Who's next? Chris, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hello, it's Tongue Dart Chris. I learned that Texas A&M almost had an undefeated season, and Texas is still your daddy.
This is what happens in these games.
That's terrible. That is awful to hear. And we're the station. You know we're the station for the Ags, right?
Mm-hmm.
And your wife was ugly about the Ags.
You heard what she had to say.
I heard what she had to say. She called them an ugly name.
Mm-hmm.
Travis, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I just learned a couple minutes ago I'm taking away your man card for playing Alanis Morissette on your show. Play some Metallica and AC/DC or something like that. Alanis Morissette? Come on, guys.
Come on. Do you not know the whole deal?
You don't know.
Welcome to the show. I see that you've been listening for exactly 2 days.
Never.
This is the song. It's what's this song called?
You Learn.
You Learn. This song is called You Learn. It's not about Alanis Morissette. It's the theme of the song, which is what did you learn this week in one sentence? This is not, we don't just regularly play Alanis Morissette. Dell would like to.
I know.
But it's a theme for a segment that we do each week called What Did You Learn This Week?
What did you
in One
learn?
Sentence?
You learned. That's the name of the song. Oh, my gosh. You have, I mean, come on. You have no creative ability. None whatsoever. Gary, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I watched the A&M and UT game on Friday night, and Mike Elko is fat.
That's what you learned?
Wait a minute.
What, babes? What did you want to add?
I will say I was watching the game with my extended family who aren't tapped in with the Aggies. And when Mike Elko turned sideways, my grandmother literally gasped. And then she said he looked pregnant. That's what she said.
My dad.
That's what my grandmother said.
My dad made a comment like 3 weeks ago. He needs to lose some weight.
Honestly, for his own sake, he needs to learn.
Yeah.
To
Well, every head coach gains weight.
Yeah.
They live. It's more stressful.
Well,
the
not
hours
Lane
are crazy,
Kiffin.
and they eat a little bit better.
Not my Lane Kiffin.
No, Lane's going to
But he's
keep
going to
it.
go to LSU. And
Lane and Nick Saban keep it.
Yeah.
Curb used to be a safety. Has some head coaching weight, I bet.
Yeah.
Curb's also just kind of a portly, jolly fellow.
He's got that fat face.
Yeah,
There's nothing he can do about it.
It's like Lance Berkman
Yeah.
coaching the Dogs. What are you going to have this week, Coach? We're looking for aggression. We're going hunting today.
Daniel, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Yeah, I learned this weekend that after beating the two teams that was in the Super Bowl in the span of 4 days, we're still them boys.
I'd hate to say it. Dallas is the most dangerous team in the NFC East. It ain't the Eagles. It's damn sure not Washington. It's not the Giants. The Eagles do not look like they're as good as the Cowboys.
They're bad offensively.
The Cowboys added Quentin Williams. You know, for all the talk about they got rid of – guess what? They added Quentin Williams. They got rid of one pass rusher. They tightened up their interior defense. And then they added who else they added? They added somebody else on defense.
A corner.
Yeah. Who was their other addition?
Somebody else. Anyway, the Cowboys do look dangerous, man. Well, beating the Eagles and then beating the Chiefs back to back. That ain't too bad, especially when they were trailing it. That Philly game was ridiculous. Who's next? Homero. ¿Qué aprendiste este fin de semana, Homero?
Hey, I learned that the Cowboys, if they win out, they have a 95% chance to make the playoffs. Go Cowboys!
God dang it. When did this become? What did the Cowboy fans learn this weekend? The Texans fans literally haven't learned anything.
Are you kidding, Texans fans?
Not one Texan fan has learned anything.
Kidding? You're
and
letting
two
the Cowboys
fans
come in here?
Have taken over your show like
punking you? Okay? Well, you're sitting in the corner.
That's terrible.
Texan cuck. Okay? Come on, Texans fans. Are you kidding me?
Do better.
Watching the Cowboys on this show? Or hearing them? Whatever. I guess you could watch them too. El Gordo. ¿Qué pasó, El Gordo? ¿Qué aprendiste este fin de semana?
Hey, what up, Juan G? What up, Lance? What
What's
up, Shawnee? Hey, gentlemen, good morning. I want to give a shout out to SJ.
That's not your
Why
name
did you say
now.
you're El Gordo? You can't rebrand. Why did you rebrand?
I'm about to let you know why. That's what are you learning this weekend.
Oh, okay.
All right. But hold on. Let me give a shout out to SJ. F her effing boyfriend. Whatever you did to her, you're still an A-hole. And so this is what I learned. I learned that the Texans are 4-0 with J.J. Watt announcing. And according to John Granado and Raheel Rosanali, my new name is Senor Couscous from Honduras.
No, I didn't. First of all, I was offended that Raheel kept calling him fatty. It was bad.
On purpose?
On purpose, yeah.
Why was he doing that?
Well, he said he's trying to save a life. And so
Like-
Dell was playing Save a Life.
Like the Elko? No, he was
Yes,
not.
it was. I mean, and then Irv calls in, and I thought it was, Raheel was ugly. Was ugly.
Honestly, that's
and I felt bad for my buddy, Irv.
unnecessary.
And then here he is now rebranded El Gordo.
Yeah, it's terrible. I feel bad that he had to rebrand.
Who's next? Brian, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, yeah, guys, despite Keith, I learned that the University of Tennessee had a legitimate shot of going undefeated this year if they didn't have the worst second-half coach in SEC history.
It's bad. Wow. I mean, Georgia game, the loss against Georgia after they looked so good in the first half.
Vanderbilt.
And I mean, Vanderbilt, but they weren't stopping Vanderbilt on any drives almost. Vanderbilt had to turn it over is the only way Tennessee got stops.
Yeah.
You can blame it on the coach second half all you want, but also, how about the fact your defense couldn't stop? They almost had 600 yards of offense on you. They almost put up 600 on Tennessee.
Crazy. I mean, I was watching.
You weren't beating Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's better than you.
Vanderbilt is better than you. All those Tennessee fans crying about losing to Vanderbilt. That's like Kentucky losing to Princeton. We care so much about basketball, and you beat us at it.
Yeah,
you beat us at this.
The fact that Vandy was a 2.5-point dog, so it's like Tennessee just regularly smashed Vanderbilt for years and years and years, and now all of a sudden it's become a fist fight.
Yep.
And that's not going to play well for Josh Heupel.
And Lee signed an extension. He's staying.
Because he's a true Blue Vandy guy. From there, graduated there. He doesn't want to leave. He's staying there.
No, that's it. And that's
good for him. That's cool in college football that somebody stays at a Vandy.
He's the anti-Lane Kiffin.
Yeah. Summerall from Tulane, I get it. You have to make that move from Tulane to Florida.
Is it Sumnall, I think?
Is it Sumnall?
I don't think it's Summerall.
It's not Summerall?
I don't think so. But we'll know as soon as he gets to a place bigger in Tulane.
Well, many people are coming. No, it's Summerall.
Summerall. Okay.
Yeah, many people are calling him Summerall.
Okay. He's going to be Summerall.
He gets $7.5 million a year. You know how much Lane Kiffin would have cost him? At least 12 and a half.
Yeah.
So that buyout's going to be a lot easier on him.
Anyway, we're done. You won't let anybody else in? That's it. That's it. Mapes is
at 8:01.
Well,
I know that we don't like to go over 10.
The people wanted in on this, okay?
You can still call in. You can still call in.
You got to be quicker then. You got to be better, okay, to get in.
You have to be in the first 15 calls that we take.
It's the game show sweeping the nation. What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence? Great job, people. I didn't think we'd get – I mean, if the phone lines have been dead. Now you could call in and talk about your Rockets or talk about your Texans or talk about Texas or talk about A&M or talk about anything you want. How about the Cougs win? How about that win? How great was that? That was a good game. They let Baylor back. Holy crap! What was going on? And the Cougs ended up winning and a 9-3 season. What a great job! What a great job he did this year. So you got a chance to get in now. 713-780-3776, and Lance has got a chance to talk about Underdog.
Yeah, Underdog Fantasy. This is your opportunity to really stand out with the fantasy market is what we're talking about here. And so Monday Night Football, what are you going to do tonight? You going to higher or are you going lower on the statistics? You going higher on catches, higher on rushing yardage, higher on interceptions, lower on touchdown passes? There's all these stats available, sacks, tackles. You can't believe it. And they've got statistics for halves. They've got them for entire games. And what you can do is the more picks you make on the higher or lower, let's say you put 3 of them together, that's going to pay a certain amount. You go one more, it's going to pay an even higher amount. You start to pick some that are quote unquote underdogs that are more difficult to hit. All it does is increase your payouts. So before you know it, your payouts are skyrocketing with the more picks you make. And if you want to hit big, that's how you play it. Let's go 5 and try to hit all 5. Or you can play flex option, which you just have to win 4 of the 5, for example, and you win a little smaller payout, but you're still winning big money even if you take a loss. That's how Underdog rolls. Download the app. Use promo code Lance. You're going to get $100 in bonus funds when you play your first $5 fantasy entry. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You know, Gerard, this is interesting. Gerard wants to talk Texas Tech. Texas Tech is a good-looking team. Rodriguez is not the Heisman Trophy. Maybe he gets to New York, though. I don't know. I mean, there's so much. They're putting so much out there, but I mean, he's got a lot of stats and he does a lot of stuff. But New York, I don't know. We'll see. So let's get Gerard in here. He wants to talk about Texas Tech. Hey, Gerard.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Yeah, that's just my question. I've heard you touch on a lot of the other Texas teams, and I was just curious what you think of Texas Tech's realistic possibility of a bye in the first round are, and if they do make it to the national championship, what shot do you give them?
Well, I mean, TCU made it to the national championship game a couple of years ago. This is a different format. I think it's going to be a little bit tougher. There's going to be not just one game. TCU got by Michigan, if I remember correctly, in that one game, and they got to the championship game, and then they got their ass handed to them. I could certainly see Texas Tech have it given big problems. Okay, how would you reseed them right now?
Well, what do you mean?
Who are the 4 buys right now?
Well, we got to see the SEC championship game.
Well, it's going to change,
SEC
obviously.
champ.
Right now, I'm saying. Ohio State's 1, Indiana's 2, Georgia's 3. Who you got, Oregon or Texas Tech 4?
Texas Tech.
You have Texas Tech 4.
I think they're better.
Okay.
I think Texas Tech is for real.
They are real.
They got a really good rusher, good linebacker. Their quarterback's pretty good. I think they're well coached. I think Texas Tech is for real. Now, Dan Lanning is a great coach. The offensive line is really good at Oregon. But Dante Moore hasn't played great over the second half of the season. And I would make Texas Tech 4.
Okay. Oregon 5 or Ole Miss 5?
Oregon 5. I hate to say this. You know, there was a threat, the Lane Kiffin, and this could still be an issue. Take some of those coaches.
Yes. No. Lane, do you hear what he did?
I heard that he was
He said
threatening
either
that, right?
you get on the plane now or you ain't got a job.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. If they lose a bunch of their coaching staff, you could make the football argument that you need to just leave Ole Miss out because you're not even going to be able to coach this team, and this is going to be a sham because look what you had. But you can't do that to the players.
No,
you can't do it to the players. But how many coaches left?
I don't know. What was the anybody?
I saw a list that was like 4 or 5 of them.
That's a lot.
You know,
yeah.
and
a lot in the offense too, which is understandable because they promoted the defensive guy, Pete Golding, to the permanent head coach.
Well, no wonder Ole Miss is so pissed at him.
Yeah,
I mean, you're really killing their chances. But if you're Lane Kiffin, you could say, guys, I'm going to go. I'm going to take,
the 2 offense. I mean, honestly, the 2 offensive guys, you have Charlie Weiss Jr. is gone. Lane Kiffin is obviously gone. You've got a total of 9 staffers, 5 coaches and 9 staffers are gone.
Just awful.
You could make the argument that Ole Miss, it's not exactly Florida State losing a quarterback, but it could be like Kenyon Martin out for Cincinnati when you lost there.
But they only dropped to
who's going to be better? Texas right now? I'm just saying, just based on football, Texas now or Ole Miss now? I would argue, based on this season, Ole Miss for sure. Based on what I expect to happen moving forward, I'd say Texas.
It's awful. Of all the things, I mean, he can leave and all of that, but don't take everybody with you. After their magical season is over, then you go, now guys, you can come. But him telling those guys, if you don't get on the plane with me now, you don't have a job. That's awful.
Both offensive coordinators,
That's awful.
Charlie Weiss Jr. and Joe Cox, the offense coordinator, co-offensive coordinator, and tight ends coach, they're both gone. The wide receivers coach is gone. The strength coach is gone, and their general manager, Billy Glasscock, is gone. So now those are the 4 coaches that I had right here. So you got inside receivers coach Sawyer Jordan is gone. Chris Kiffin, who's an analyst and linebackers coach. Well, that's his son.
Why'd he leave?
No one cares about that.
What?
I don't get it.
He got Chris Kiffin to come with him?
Yeah, I know.
What?
He's a hell of a recruiter, that guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ole Miss is going to get in, though. I mean, you cannot do that to those kids.
Yeah.
All that is being done to those kids right now, you can't. Maybe you drop them, but there's no way that they can't be in this thing.
Do they get a home game?
I would not give them. No, I would not give them a home game.
So they go to 9, basically.
Yep, I would put them to 9, and I mean, based on, look, I'm trying to get the most competitive. To me, Florida State showed you have to do what's best in the interest of putting together the best playoffs. And I think that without an offensive coaching staff who design game plans, and 3 of them are gone, do you know how much extra work you're taking? 4 coaches out of this. But the 3 primary game installers, you're taking all 3 of them. Who fills those roles? I don't think a lot of people understand. You don't just take coaches away. The amount of workload that every coach has. Now you got to find coaches to somehow do something they haven't done all year. I mean, are they going to bring in coaches who weren't on the staff?
Yeah, but you can't take it away from these kids. What they did this year, I get it. Whoever gets Ole Miss is getting a. I mean, and listen, maybe they shouldn't go to. Well, they got to go to 8 or 9. They've got to go to 8 or 9 because you can't give them to. You can't be 7 and get the 10 seed gets it easy. No, they got to go to 8 or 9, and then they get after that they get the 1 seed. Yeah. They get the 1 seed
because the fact is that's a lot. You're taking away the brain trust of the offense, and what made that team good is that offense.
I can't. You know what? That is the worst thing that Lane Kiffin has done. Forget all the other schools that he's left but taking away these coaches right now from this team that's going to the playoffs
because they would have
is a D move.
It is because Ole Miss would have let those coaches coach.
Yes,
because it's in their best interest.
Yes, right. Well, not only their best interest, they haven't taken a job with him yet.
Yeah,
he accepted a job,
but even if they knew they were going,
yes,
they'd say, "We're not having him. We'll let you coach because we still want to win these games."
That's
Charlie
right.
Weiss Jr. They would have let him take over. Well, Pete Golding would have taken over as head coach, but they would have let Charlie Weiss Jr. stay as play caller without question. Why would you not? There's more money in it if you win.
What do? You go hire somebody that's
not on the – you might – you know what? Chip Kelly.
Well, what? I mean –
Bobby Slowick.
I mean, somebody.
No, honestly, I would I might try to – but then you've got to – but then you're talking about new terminology.
They got 3-4 weeks to do it.
Oh my God! Yeah. The terminology you have to keep the terminology.
You got to do it right now so that somebody can get in there and.
I don't know how they're going to do it.
I don't have no idea. Nice. This is awful. This is why hiring coaches right after the season is awful.
But let me tell you, think about what Lane Kiffin has done at each stop. For people who don't know, let me tell you. So it started when he was at Jacksonville. He was a quality control guy or something, and I was told by someone in the league that he got very quietly let go because he was not professional. And he was young guy, whatever. So then moved along. His dad is Monty Kiffin. People kind of forget that. Now, Monty Kiffin was great NFL defense coordinator, great defense coordinator for Tampa, multiple years. One of the fathers of the Tampa 2. Yeah. And all that stuff.
Won the Super Bowl.
Won a Super Bowl. Monty Kiffin, great coach. Surly, too. I've been around Monty Kiffin before, and it's kind of funny. Lane Kiffin, let's see. You had him at USC, right? USC. He leaves USC and goes to Tennessee, and USC is furious with that.
He's the...
I feel like I'm missing one.
He's the SC offensive coordinator. He becomes the Raiders coach.
Oh, yeah. He went from there to Raiders.
Yeah.
Al Davis called him a con man and said, I've never been conned more by a single person in my entire life. This is embarrassing. He leaves there after clearly wasn't ready for that job. So he goes back to USC, right?
No, I think then he goes to Tennessee.
Then he was Tennessee.
Yeah.
And then he left Tennessee for USC?
After 1 year.
After 1 year, and the Tennessee fans were ready. They kicked him. They told him he couldn't even fly back, right?
That's he basically had to run out of town.
They
kicked him out on the tarmac. They wouldn't even let him get on the plane.
Right.
The fans were ready to hurt him.
Yeah.
Right.
They were ready to hurt him and anyone associated with him. So then he went to USC, and then he left USC and pissed them off.
Well, he gets fired on the tarmac.
That's where he got fired on the
Wait,
tarmac.
USC was a tarmac?
Yeah.
And Tennessee was just pissed off.
Yeah, Tennessee was just they literally ran him out of town.
Yeah.
Name a spot where it hasn't gone terribly at the end.
It's very Petrino-ish.
It's a messy breakup.
He and Petrino are two. Remember Petrino left the Falcons in the middle of the season?
Yeah.
I mean, there's
Didn't he leave note cards?
I mean, that's why this whole gotta have Lane Kiffin at LSU. I'm like, let's slow down for a minute. We're talking about winning multiple national championships. He hasn't done anything. He literally has done nothing.
He's never made the playoff.
I would argue that there's better coach. I think Lane's a good coach. I think he's a good offensive coach. I think he's good. Is he great? I don't know. I think there's other great coaches out there. Now, maybe they weren't available to you. And like Ryan Silverfield, he is a pretty good coach.
Yeah.
Arkansas, their fans are up in arms because he's not a big enough name. I think Sumrall from Tulane is a really good coach.
Yep.
But see, I thought Willie Fritz was too, and Willie Fritz has done a great job.
Great job. So the moral of the story is Texas A&M is probably your 6th seed right now. That's the moral of the story.
Yeah, I'd put them ahead of Ole Miss.
Yeah. Ahead of Ole Miss, and they
I
got
put
to be
them
ahead
ahead
of Notre Dame.
honestly,
They beat Notre Dame.
Yep,
They got one loss.
See, I would almost have them ahead of Oregon.
I was going to say, I think the discussions, are they 5 or 6?
I would put them 5.
There's a chance. Yeah.
Losing to Texas is not the worst thing in the world.
But listen, their schedule, I think, was pretty much exposed the other night. They hadn't played any. There were 7 top 20 teams in the SEC, and they had played none of them.
You could just draw a line on the SEC standings halfway through, and they played all the teams below it.
You beat a Notre Dame team at the end of the game with a freshman quarterback who was only in his 2nd game. I mean, now, with that said, I think Texas A&M's offense is terrific and all that. And the defense, they got a great pass rusher. I still would have them ahead of Oregon. I think they're a better team than Oregon. I don't care who wins in the Big Ten. To me, Ohio State and Indiana both have to be in the top 4. I think whoever wins the SEC championship game has a really good chance of being in the top 4.
Unless Indiana gets blown out, then they might not. Then they might fall further.
Maybe not, but I don't think that happens.
I don't think that happens either, but we'll see.
Aaron,
all right, we got a break. We are way past where we should be, but that's okay. 713-780-3776. When you want to get in here, you're more than welcome. We're taking your call as soon as we get back, Zach, so don't you go anywhere. 713-780-3776. I'm talking about Pro Dunk right now. I'm talking about my man Keith Tate, who he and his son have been the providers of the best product, the best basketball product that you can possibly have. I went by my buddy's house, and he's got a cul-de-sac, and he put up a goal. And how great is that for the kids in that cul-de-sac, right? He's got the Pro Dunk goal, which you can raise and lower. Now it's just a push of a button. Used to be a crank. Now it's just the push of a button. And you can raise and lower the goal, and it doesn't get any better for the kids because there's little kids in that cul-de-sac, and none of them are playing on a 10-foot goal. That thing would just have cobwebs on it because nobody's playing on that. But when they can lower it, especially if you've got younger kids, but the older kids love it too. And here's the thing, moms love it because it's the best goal that you could possibly get. It ain't one that's going to, it's got curb appeal. That's kind of a big deal. When you have a nice house, you certainly want a goal that is going to represent that as well. So don't get one of these. I mean, honestly, you can make your house look shingad just from the purchase of a basketball goal. Make the Pro Dunk goal it's the gold standard. It is without a doubt the gold standard in goals. You're looking for the best goal. ProDunk.com, ProDunk.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show.
On ESPN 97.5.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, it is 8:24, 713-780-3776. Zach has been waiting. Let's get him in here. He wants to talk about the Longhorns. Hey, Zach.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I just wanted to ask, do y'all think the Longhorns should be in the playoffs?
I think yes, based on how good they are relative to their teams. Based on the way that this is constructed, probably not. I mean, I think they are for sure one of the 12 best teams. Now, who would I kick out of there?
I'm forgetting their early season. They were bad. Now they've turned into one of the better teams.
And it's
in the
where
country.
they are now.
It's where they are now, right? And by the way, if they didn't, they got a point. If he doesn't play Ohio State, he's in. He's in.
I know, and that's game one.
Yeah.
Since that, the only inexcusable loss is Florida, and it was at Florida. But you lost to the number one team. You lost to, where's Kirby right? Where's Georgia? Number 4?
3. Well, they're going to be 3.
Yeah, they're going to be 3. So the number one team, the number 3 team, you beat the number 3 team. You beat at the time, the number 9 team, and Vanderbilt's going to still be up there pretty high. And Vanderbilt's not going to make it either. And then you beat Oklahoma, who was the number 8 team.
Yeah. Oklahoma's 8 right now.
Honestly, to me, Texas is better than Oklahoma.
Yeah. Oh, I think they proved that on the field.
Yeah, they played.
Yeah.
they beat them on the field. Yeah.
Oklahoma might not like it. I would have no problem them having Texas in based on strength of wins and win over Oklahoma and having Oklahoma out. Oklahoma lost to Ole Miss. Oklahoma lost to Texas. Those are the only 2, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I just think that 3 losses is just so.
It is, but the loss is the number one. Okay, you lost.
It's the 1-3.
You lost to Texas.
Whatever.
Texas lost to Florida. You lost to Georgia. You lost to Ole Miss. Texas lost to Georgia.
Yeah.
Relative. Texas loss at Florida is worse than their loss to Texas. But then you've got the Ohio State game 1. Yeah, this is why coaches a lot of times don't like playing. And usually, it wouldn't hurt you, but you just couldn't lose that Florida game. And in Texas, you could make the argument. Kentucky, wasn't great. Mississippi State took a miracle.
Well, I think they would have a better case if they had smoked Mississippi State and Kentucky.
Yeah,
like if they had won by like 14 instead of overtime, I would actually be arguing for them. I'm not really arguing for it, even as a Longhorn fan.
And one of the knocks against this was, well, these regular season games don't mean anything. Well, Florida meant something.
Yeah.
Florida actually meant something. And maybe the style points with Mississippi State and Kentucky, that meant something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even
you can't have it both ways. This doesn't mean now when none of the games mean anything. And when you lose, you lost.
Yeah.
Now, it's a killer for week 1 big games, though. Because if I'm a coach, I'm like, listen, somebody told me when somebody was coaching the Ags, he told me, I said, Coach, look at your preseason schedule. That's embarrassing. And he would be like, okay, let me ask you a question. Hey, come here. What was his
Jake Spavital?
He's still his ops guy. Anyway, he goes, come here. Let me ask you a question. If we win in the SEC, are we going to go to the playoffs? Yeah, Coach, you're going to go to the playoffs. Then why would I play anybody in the preseason? Okay, that's right, and he's right. He's right. You win in the SEC, and you're going to get there.
But it's great for college football that Texas played Ohio State.
It's great for college football, but coaches ain't going to care anymore. They're going to go, look what happened to Texas. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. You're telling me that playing a big game so everybody can be happy about college football, when my millions, and if I get into the playoff, it means millions and millions of dollars to me. So, sorry, I ain't playing that game. And I'm going to tell my athletic director, do not schedule those games.
Yeah, but it does come. Look, it's a double-edged sword, though. You got a harder schedule. You got beat by Florida. Flip side is you get the benefit of the doubt.
But you would have had that leeway if you didn't play Ohio State.
You're right.
Losing to Florida and Georgia would have been, oh well.
Because you your schedule also gives you the benefit of the doubt.
They would be 10-2 with wins over 10-2 Oklahoma and 10-2 Vanderbilt. Like they'd be securely in, even with the worst loss of that bunch.
Absolutely, they would be absolutely.
They should have
in.
played Miami, Ohio. Maybe Chris Del Conte, or they, as they call him, CDC. Maybe he screwed up. It's like, I thought it was Miami, Ohio, not Ohio State.
Ohio Bobcats?
I thought so. Ohio Bobcats.
U.
I thought we were playing Big Green.
Yeah.
I thought we had the Bobcats. I didn't know we were playing the Buckeyes.
Did he schedule that?
That's what he said.
Oh yeah.
That's what.
Yeah, we're getting close to when he would have scheduled things, like because it's so far in advance. But he's been there for a while now.
Yeah, he's been there for a little bit.
Yeah,
he's been there for a minute. All right, 713-780-3776, the number to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I can't see the name up on the top.
It's on there now, right?
Oh, David. David, get in here. What do you say, David?
I'm a Bama homer, and this will be their sixth ranked team that they will play this year. They've beat 4 out of 5 already, with their only loss coming to Oklahoma. Now, what if they lose to Georgia in the SEC championship? Do you still think with a 3-loss record they will be considered?
I don't believe that you should be punished for the championship game just because you made it. You made it. You were better than the other teams in your conference. I don't feel like it should have. Now, they'll have 3 losses. Texas will have 3 losses. Vanderbilt will have 2 losses. And those 2 won't get in, and Alabama will with 3 losses. But I don't believe that because you were good enough to make your championship game that you should be punished for it.
Alabama beat Vandy. Alabama beat Ole Miss? No, they didn't play Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Did they play Ole Miss?
Yeah, they beat Ole Miss. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
No, Ole Miss played Georgia, and Georgia came from behind against them. But they do have a win against Georgia. I'm trying to remember. Golly, that Alabama lost to Oklahoma 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
2 years in a row, bad losses to Oklahoma. But no, I don't think they'll be punished for an SEC championship game. I mean, if they got beat 35, who knows? That would be really, really interesting. But if it is even within 10, I think it sets a bad precedent where coaches won't want to get to their championship games.
Yeah.
Like it might behoove them to lose the week before. To rest
like
players.
the Aggies did. That's what the Aggies said.
I've seen Aggie fans are like, I'm actually glad we lost because now we get to rest. And no, you're not glad you lost to Texas. There's not a world where you're glad you lost to Texas. That's not true.
So they beat the Florida State loss was huge for them for Alabama to start the season.
It's worse than Ohio State.
They beat Georgia. They beat Vanderbilt. They beat Missouri. They beat Tennessee. They beat South Carolina. They beat LSU. Lost to Oklahoma.
Okay, LSU wasn't okay. Was LSU ranked? No, they lost to Oklahoma. The Missouri, they beat Missouri before Missouri. Was that after the Missouri? No, the quarter. They still had the quarterback.
Missouri
right?
was 14th then.
That was with their starting quarterback.
That was with starting quarterback.
Yeah, that was with.
That was at
Pribula.
Missouri too.
Pribula, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's a good win.
Yeah, that's a really good
Solid.
win.
Yeah.
Vanderbilt was a really good win. Georgia was a really good win. Auburn was a.
It's a win.
What a game! Holy crap!
Can't believe it came.
Almost
became
losing that game.
I can't believe. I just don't know.
I don't know that they're
like what. How do Auburn fans how'd they wake up every morning this football season?
You know,
and watch
you know they have
team?
a bunch of pro players, right? Like a friend of mine who used to be the assistant. He was the assistant GM to the Jets, Rex Hogan. He works as a consultant right now, and they gave him some title so he couldn't work anywhere else. But anyway, I told Rex, I'm watching the 2 guards. They're both going to get drafted. One for sure, Jeremiah Wright will. They've got 2 wide receivers for sure that are going to get drafted. They've got defensive players that are going to – they got pros on that team. And I said, how in the world was Auburn's offense so bad? How did he – and Rex said, I've never seen a team do less with more than Hugh Freeze did. He goes, this team should win 7 games minimum because of the talent. He goes, he just offensively, and their offense got a lot better once they got rid of him.
Well,
it got a lot better. Daniels, they made a quarterback swap.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-3776.
Can we get back to the Texans?
We got, not one Texans call.
Can we get back to the Texans?
Not
get back
one
on
Texans
track.
call today. Not one. We got. You want to call M&J Electric?
Yeah. I mean, well, listen, I don't have a big company where I need a bunch of electric put into a building or into a large location. But if you're looking for electrical parts and if you need them right now, for over 30 years, M&J has sold and delivered new and reconditioned electrical equipment to Houston and nationwide. And they do it very, very quickly. They really cut down on your downtime so that your lead time, as they call it, so that you're making money. You're doing it faster. You don't want those jobs to last forever. And so the circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. If you are a contractor or an electrical contractor right now, you may have already heard of M&J. If you haven't, let me also tell you, and this is a big one, they also will pay you top dollar for your old electrical parts and equipment. Don't scrap it. They pay way more than scrap. Make sure you call M&J Electrical Supply at 713-699-5055. They will buy those same features I told you about before. If you've got a property you're working on, a large property, and you're going to redo the electrical, they'll buy all the old stuff from you, recondition it, and they can sell it. They will pay you more than scrap. So do not sell to scrap. Call M&J first at 713-699-5055.
John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. 8:39 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, I mean, the Texans, are you people? I don't understand you people. I like to say you people a lot, though, or those people.
Hey,
Okay.
who did Oklahoma? Just real quick, because Troy makes a point here. Texas finished 5th in the SEC ahead of OU, whom they beat. So why is OU a lock for the playoffs? Is it because they beat Bama? Who did they play out of conference? Because Texas beat them, and they beat OU and Texas A&M and Vanderbilt.
Oklahoma played Michigan. They beat Michigan.
Who did Oklahoma beat?
Michigan.
Pretty good win.
Yeah.
They beat at home.
Nothing to turn your nose up.
That's their out of conference.
Yeah. They went out and scheduled a real team, and they beat them.
So, yeah, they beat Michigan, Auburn, lost to Texas, beat South Carolina, lost to Ole Miss, beat Tennessee, beat Alabama, beat Missouri, beat LSU.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good resume.
Yeah, it is. It is.
But they got their ass handed to them by Texas. Does Texas belong in there before Oklahoma?
Well, I mean, I think you can have that argument, that discussion. You start getting into, was Michigan really a great win? And you could say whatever you want, but I mean, Oklahoma beating Alabama was a monster win for them. And
Okay,
it really
so
killed Texas. It really killed Texas.
Paul Feinbaum says Texas belongs in. Who do you take out? Who should be out?
It's either Alabama or Oklahoma.
Tulane and whoever wins the ACC. That's who I take out. No, I know you can't. Yeah, I mean that's the discussion. Is
it
Miami
Notre Dame?
fans are going to say Notre Dame and that Miami should be in.
It's Alabama, Notre Dame, or Oklahoma because
everyone
Alabama,
else is
Notre
automatic.
Dame, Oklahoma. Yeah.
Well, if here's a monkey wrench. If BYU beats Texas Tech,
You don't have to take the Big 12.
No, they would. They would. They would definitely.
No, BYU's in.
Oh,
They're the champs.
Yeah.
Oh, but Tech would fall out.
No,
Tech would.
Do you think Tech
no,
would fall
it would be a
out?
bid stealer situation.
Probably not.
They would steal.
Well,
a
hang
bid.
on. So they're automatic. Are they all automatic qualifiers? Even
Yes.
if they, well, no. The group of 5. That's
the top
one.
5.
The group of 5 is not automatic.
Yeah, but it's gonna get in.
It's the top 5 champions. So it'll be the 4 major conferences. Well, maybe the ACC. We'll see.
You have to be ranked to be in.
Yeah.
And Tulane is going to be ranked.
What if Tulane? Who do they play?
They're 20.
They play North
Tulane
Texas.
is 21st.
Who do
right
they
now.
play?
Doesn't matter. They're 21st right now. They'll be ranked.
Oh, but they don't have a championship game.
Yeah.
They do. They play North Texas.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
So if they lose to North Texas, why do you think two?
Well, and
North
then
Texas will
there's
just get
Navy as well. North Texas is 20th.
Oh.
One of them's going to be ranked.
The real one is
James Madison.
Yeah, if Duke wins the ACC, it's 7-5.
But they can't. They're out.
They play in the ACC title game.
No, they're in because they play in the ACC title game.
Oh, they're playing. What?
they can beat Virginia and play.
Yeah.
Now I think they might take James Madison over 7-5 Duke.
That is.
They should.
Yeah, if Duke were to upset,
Duke's not ranked. Yeah.
If Duke were to upset,
I thought Duke when they lost the other day they were out. They're not.
No, because I think they lost to UConn, didn't they?
Oh my God.
yeah.
So it's
can you imagine having them in ahead?
Well, you know what? Then you're showing them. You don't have a ranked team that won your championship. You're out.
Yeah, and James
Yeah,
Madison's
and that's
in.
the way it goes. It's meritocracy. Sorry.
Yeah.
Miami played like butt the end of the season. Georgia Tech was trash. No, I'm sorry. You don't get a team in the. Congratulations, Duke. You did a great job. Good luck in basketball. You don't. ACC doesn't get into the big dance.
Well, but here's the deal: is Miami is ahead. Vanderbilt is ahead of Texas. Miami's. I don't know anymore. Well, we'll see if they're still ahead of Texas.
Yeah, that's the thing. Will the Aggie or the win over A&M will that?
It should lead.
It didn't vault them in the AP.
Yeah. They only moved
but
up
I think
one,
the
right?
selection
1 or
committee is
2.
going to be.
They
different.
moved up 2.
Yeah.
First of all, the selection committee, if they don't make it, they'll have them 13. They'll have Texas. Boy, they were right there on the edge. It was a lot of difficult. Hunter Yurachek. Well, it was a difficult discussion.
I mean, like we're talking about with the ACC and the whether it's James Madison, Tulane, whoever. Basically, you have to be 10th to be in as an at-large. because they're going to take two teams that aren't in the top 12.
Well, and again, BYU could throw a huge monkey wrench in this whole thing.
Yeah, that would be like a college basketball style bid stealer on conference championship weekend.
Would Tech with 2 losses fall out?
No. I think that falls into the you can't punish a team for playing in the
championship game, right?
Yeah. And they're what, 4th right now?
They're 5th.
5th, but they'll likely bump up. Yeah, you can't.
I don't know.
You can't drop them to 11th.
Do you move Oregon ahead of them? I don't know.
Yeah, I think they go on the road probably for the first round if Tech loses.
I don't really see a way Texas gets in. If you want to know the truth,
no,
they should be there, but they can't.
That's why I'm not
because Miami was ahead of them.
Yeah,
Vanderbilt was ahead of them.
Yeah,
I mean you can't move them down. You can't move Vanderbilt down after beating Tennessee like that. Miami has looked actually since their second loss. They've looked pretty damn good
against who?
Well, I mean they play who they play. I mean you can say the same thing about Tech.
Yeah, but
same
Tech
thing about
is
BYU.
slaughtering. Now that win over Pitt was a pretty impressive. That's a pretty impressive win. Well, relatively speaking, it's not bad.
I wonder if they would put if Duke wins, if they would put Miami in.
Yeah, I guess Miami has. Yeah, you're right. I mean, they didn't play. SMU beat them. I mean, they lost 2 in 3 weeks.
Yeah,
they got beat by SMU. They got beat by Louisville. They did smash Stanford. They beat Florida State by 6, which now looks a little yucky. They have slaughtered. They've been lamb killers. They killed Syracuse. They killed North Carolina State. They beat Virginia handily, and then they swamped. Yeah, I guess they played a little better down the stretch. I'd written them off after the SMU. I'm like, well, they're done. They're out.
No, they actually been pretty good. It'll be interesting to see if Duke wins. Would they put Miami in just so they have an ACC representative?
If we did selection committee for NFL, would the Texans be in? You have a broken fibula. You have a fractured fibula for Daniel Jones. The committee would have to consider that.
Yeah, but
Trevor Lawrence is the head coach of as a starting quarterback at Jacksonville. You have to consider that a negative.
I think they get dinged for the helmet. Yeah, like the big brand bias. How we're talking about Texas Tech. Like, do they fall out if they lose? But if Alabama loses, they're definitely in.
Chargers.
I think the Jags and the Chargers are the NFL equivalent of like the Group of 5, where they're
or the Texans ahead of the Chargers. Can you
they're
make
ahead of the Bills? They beat the Bills.
Yeah, you can make a case that the Texans' quality wins would have them chosen by the selection committee into the NFL playoffs,
and so they should be in.
They should do that. The NFL should do this.
Oh, are the Steelers?
Out. Gone.
No, the Ravens. How bad do the Ravens look?
Lamar looked like booty cakes.
Oh my God,
he was terrible.
He couldn't.
He's been terrible the whole. He didn't have a touchdown in the month of November. Go look. Lamar Jackson has not scored a touchdown in November.
Wow.
Not through the air and not on the ground. No touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
Wow.
He has been atrocious since he's come back.
Booty
cakes.
He is Josh. He is Lamar Booty. He's one of the Booty brothers. Actually, the only 2 obvious deserve are Denver and New England.
If we're doing the selection committee. Yeah.
Denver and New England. And who's in the NFC? Who's in the 1 seed?
The Bears.
The
Bears are currently the 1 seed.
The 1 seed.
The committee is not respecting that resume. The NFL playoff committee
committee might not even give them a home game.
They would not respect that resume.
They've had 5 games where they've had to come from behind in the last 2 minutes.
They're pulling up game control metrics.
True. It's tied an NFL record.
All right. HRP is what I'm talking about right now. I love what HRP does for us. And look, this is a great time for you to consider the way that you're doing business, because you've got over a month to go before the new year. And the new year is a great time to switch over to when you're talking about payroll. Oh, the taxes and everything else, it just goes so smoothly. So this is a great time for you to have HRP come in, analyze your business, look at exactly what you're doing. They've got all the data from this year on how much you're spending on your payroll, how much you're spending on your HR, how much you're spending on your 401k, your benefits packages, your insurance packages. They've got all that information now that they can put in, and they can show you before the new year how much money they can save you. You may not think, oh, Well, if you haven't looked at it for a while, especially if you have an admin company and that, the prices keep going up, or even if they don't keep going up, you're probably spending more than you have to. Well, but our payroll is less than what HR&P charges. Yeah, guess what? They're killing you with your insurance and your 401k. Okay? I'm guaranteeing you, I can't guarantee this, but I'm telling you there's a really good chance that HR&P will do it more economically than your admin company is doing it now. Find out. You might as well find out. It doesn't cost you anything. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're listening to John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, we got peeps want to talk a little NFL, a little college football. Come on. What a weekend. I don't know if I've ever watched as much football as I watched. We had the, Thanksgiving, and then it was so awesome. Awesome. My wife was here, and yet she was with her sister having fun, and my son was here, and it couldn't have been a better holiday. Did you have a good holiday?
Yeah, I was responsible for beef. I did set one of my grills on fire accidentally because of grease, but I did 2 beef ribs and 2 racks of beef ribs and the dino ribs, and then what's it called? The rib roast. So I did that for family. So I was spending a lot of time doing that. And the week before, I cooked for my mother-in-law's 80th birthday. So I did a lot of grilling and barbecuing, but yeah, I had a good
fun.
time. Watched
That's
a
fun.
lot of football, and like you
I
said,
don't know that I've watched as much football as I watched over the last 4 or 5 days.
I've been Rockets basketball's been can't miss for me. I had to miss it yesterday, a lot of it because of the timing of everything. But
Yeah, that was a bad 2:00 in the afternoon.
That's a weird
an NFL football.
It's a weird time.
Yeah, but it was the Jets. Here's the thing.
Yeah, no, I knew
if it's
it
game to
wasn't
miss,
like it was Oklahoma City. Yeah, it was the Jets.
And luckily,
who didn't know they were going to win by 29?
Okay, so did we ever find out what the family emergency or whatever was for Kevin Durant that kept him out against the two fan bases
I don't
that
care.
he
It's his personal life, and he had to take off. Bye.
But he made it back for Utah.
He made it back, and and the Rockets won both because they got the most powerful white guy in
Reed Shepherd.
Since you think since Bush?
I think since probably 2001. Since
so
that war
longer
started,
than Shador's been most
Yeah.
powerful black guy.
Yeah, back when Shador's dad was the most powerful black guy.
Well, okay. Well,
Deion
he
played.
meant,
Did,
I think
I'm
he
sorry. Did
meant
Deion win a
Obama.
World Series?
I thought he meant Obama. But
He did, but even
But before Obama,
before Obama, Deion.
He precedes that.
Not Martin Luther. Okay.
Must Be the Money. So let's talk about Deion for a second. He did Must Be the Money, which was a rap hit in some circles. He also did. He also won a World Series.
Yep.
So did Obama win a World Series?
No, I don't.
Did
remember
Shador
that.
has Reed Shepherd or George Bush won a World Series?
Yeah.
No. Let's see. What else did he do? He was a
football
Pro
player.
Bowl. He
Yeah.
played in a He played in a football and baseball game on the same day. On the same day. One of them was a playoff game. He's got into a slap fight with Andre Rison, which you also can't say about Obama or Reed Shepherd.
No.
Or Bush. He was a lockdown corner, took away half the side of the field. He won a World Series and a Super Bowl.
More powerful
Now,
than Shador?
Shador
No.
did have a
Does he have a statue?
well, has his number been retired? Probably his number's been retired a few times.
Yeah, but does he have a statue?
Does Shador have a statue?
Yeah, they built a statue in Colorado. They're putting one up, erecting one of him and the other guy that was there, the Heisman guy, whoever.
No one cares anymore.
No,
he's not Shador.
It's just
Who
a
cares?
Shador thing.
Yeah.
So Shador got his jersey retired, a statue. He did have a touchdown yesterday.
He did have a touchdown. 8 points. Scored 8. Put up an 8.
Got an 8 spot going.
Yeah. I mean.
And I can't see ESPN in here because we got rid of our YouTube TV. Ironically, when they go back on YouTube TV, we no longer subscribe. But I can only imagine they're doing a lot of Shador talk and not so much CJ Stroud talk. And one of our callers, Jason, one of our guys who was on Twitter, he's like, "What about? Have y'all talked about how bad CJ's zero or what about CJ's 0 touchdown and 1 interception? His interception was a bad interception. I don't care about the no touchdown because I still think he played pretty well.
Yeah. Now, I wish that he could throw touchdown passes. Yes.
In the red
I wish
zone.
they
That would be cool.
Score touchdowns and score more than 20 points. That'd be great.
It'd be awesome.
That'd be awesome. But they won the game, and CJ threw for 276, bro. 276. That's in today's NFL, in today's economy.
In today's economy. And then go look at what Jaden Higgins has done lately. His targets,
How
9
about the
targets, 7
sideline
targets. Great job.
toe
He's
tap?
been targeted 5, 7, 7, and 9 in his last 4. Dalton Schultz is on pace to have his best season as a Houston Texan, not from a touchdown standpoint, nobody is, but from receptions
What about
and a yardage.
Oh, what about the Jalen Noel?
So he had no targets. So he had no target. I intentionally looked at Jay. I know we look at Jalen Noel as a direct relationship of how good the Texans were.
Right.
And I think some of you who do the weekly Jalen Noel watch.
Yep.
It's also there's a Venn diagram where it's close. There's not much space between the we hate Nick Caley and the Jalen Noel must play people.
Right.
There's a lot of overlap there. And he had 0 targets yesterday, and they still managed to win. He did.
No,
he did
won?
He did get punt returns and kick returns though.
Yeah. No, he looks actually really good.
They went big lineup with maybe by design because the Colts have. Well, they lost Sauce Gardner in the middle of the game. Charvarius Ward has been bad 2 weeks in a row. He came back. He's been out for a long time. And the Texans ate him up some. He got eaten up the week before. And then they got Kenny Moore, who's really good corner, but he's also small. So Texas kind of went big
He
on them.
also had the penalty, which cost his team the game, the interference.
that costly pass interference or defensive holding penalty.
Can't be doing that.
Who was it? Fell down?
Hey, that's not him.
Was it
Higgins
Hutchinson?
fell down? Or no, was it Hutchinson?
I can't tell the difference between Higgins and Hutchinson.
No, they're the same guy.
Yeah.
They're the same. Let's get Elliot in here. He wants to talk about NFL. What do you say, Elliot?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hope you had a happy Thanksgiving. Good
Great
to hear you this
Thanksgiving.
morning. Just wanted to, no problem. Wanted to call and piggyback on what I had reached out about. I think it was a week or two ago about Tomlin getting fired. I don't know if y'all saw the chants, the videos of the fire Tomlin chants. It's starting to really crumble into shambles, and I wanted to see if you guys still think he's safe, or now the tide is starting to turn a little bit.
Tide may be turning,
might
but
see a
it's
change of scenery.
purely a Rooney decision. It's not going to be something Omar Khan does. And I just think the Rooneys will look at this as here's the problem. Any way you look at it, you're still going to have an issue with quarterback next year. So it's most teams would say, let's just reset quarterback and head coach at the same time. And I don't think the Rooneys will. I think the Rooneys will probably go Aaron Rodgers for another year. I think Mike Tomlin will get another year. I don't think it's going to change. I think they'll be true to Mike Tomlin. I don't know how much longer he has on his contract, but I'll have to see. But I don't think it's going to change. I think the Rooneys will give him another year.
You think Rodgers is also getting another year?
Well, here's the problem. Daniel Jones is setting himself up to make some good money in the offseason. Now, good money is a relative term, $38 million plus. Who are the other ones that fit that mold? Honestly, poor man's Baker Mayfield might be Davis Mills. Well, no, Davis is under contract, so they can't go anywhere. Now, if somebody, you and I have talked about this, if somebody offered you a third, I know Larry and Stafford must have heard us talking about that. I personally wouldn't take a third for Davis. Not with CJ missing the time that he's missed. And Davis Mills is the only reason that
value.
you are in the playoff contention right now. He's the only reason. Most backups would not have been able to win. And I know some of his play was he didn't play well for 3 quarters against Jacksonville. He didn't play all that great against Tennessee. But wins are wins.
Against Buffalo. Second half against Buffalo wasn't great.
Second half against Buffalo, he was great. Fourth quarter against Jacksonville, he was great. You don't get those wins more than likely with other backups. I wouldn't take a third round pick for Davis Mills. You want to offer a second, Davis has got to go. We'll figure it out.
Yep. 901. Gary, we'll get you in first thing, other side, right here, ESPN. 97.
Mike Tomlin, 3-year contract extension runs through 2027.
I don't know
so there's still 2. So I think they'll let him coach one more year.
I don't know that
sure.
matters to you.
$16 million a year. I don't think they're going to eat $32 million. I don't. The Steelers are not a. They're not a throw money around. This isn't a college team where you can just the Aggies can just give somebody $90 million to go away.
Some shade. That's what they do. That's what the Steelers do. Hey, oh my God, so cool what's going on in the Texas Card House. They have holiday tournaments going on that last for 4 days, 5 days. Like it starts on the 3rd, starts on Wednesday, and goes all the way through the 7th. And there's $100,000 at stake, and it's just a $200 buy-in. I mean, people, it does not get any better than that. When there's $100,000 on the line, and you only have to spend $200 to get in. That is awesome. But they got nightly tournaments. They've got cash games. It's 24/7. Beautiful locations, both on Westheimer and Greenridge and Spring Cypress and 45. Beautiful. Clean, wonderful, safe. There's always security on hand. There's big open parking lots where you feel safe walking out. That's kind of a big deal. I've walked out of some shady places before. Which you're like, oh my goodness, I'm not sure, but you feel safe. And by the way, at 24/7, they don't close the bar till 2. You got a place to go till 2 every night because it's always open. It is Texas Card House. It is the premier location in the city of Houston. You want to play at home because you can't get out. Maybe you got young kids. Maybe you got family over. You play hijack poker. You can deposit and withdraw the money at either location, or you can do it online. Look, there's one way to play in the city of Houston, and that's Texas Card House. TexasCardHouse.com. TexasCardHouse.com. All right, 906, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We said we'd get Gary in right away. He's been waiting. Anybody else wants in, 713-780-3776. What's up, Gary?
Hey, what's up, guys? I am a Texas guy, and I'm not necessarily clamoring for them to get in. I think we kind of messed it up when we lost to Florida. But how about Notre Dame? Like, why is it just a given that they're in? They lost to the two best teams that they played, and they beat USC, which is the best win on their schedule. They played nobody else for the remainder of the year. They don't have any top 10 wins, and Texas has 3. Like, I think them scheduling like the bottom half of Power 4 leagues, so I guess it seems like they have a good schedule. Like, Notre Dame, like, realistically should not be in any consideration. Like, you played 3 games that you possibly could lose, and you lost 2. And then you beat USC, which is not all that great. I think they're, like, ranked 17th. Why should they be in over Texas? Because of the gold helmet or what?
Well, I mean,
a serious question.
Yeah, the gold helmet it's dumb, but the gold helmet helps. I think no conference affiliation helps. The more than hurts them, it helps them. But you know what, John? Think about this. It is true. Why are we so enamored with records when you consider the vast difference in quality of conferences? If you look at a schedule and you give point, if you say, okay, we're going to build points based on your wins, and we'll base it on how you win and who you win against. And then we will take away points for losses against teams. And like an Ohio State would subtract only 1 point from Texas because it's, an unbelievable team. A loss to Florida would subtract, 5 points from. A loss to Georgia is a minus. At Georgia is another -1. You're not getting dinged for that. Not really. Then you build points. Win over Vanderbilt is a +7. Win over Oklahoma is a +6. Win over who is the other? Oh, Texas A&M is going to be a +8 or 9. If you go through a schedule and you assign some type of points for based on who you played and how you played, Texas for sure is better than Miami. They're better than and I'm saying
Notre Dame.
Better than Notre Dame, and I'm saying Texas, but you could make the same argument for Vanderbilt if you wanted to. It just so happens that Vanderbilt has losses to, some of the teams that we're discussing.
Here's the deal is, and I agree, Desmond Howard said this weekend, I would love to see no names on the schedule. You put the record of the team that they beat, okay, on there. Not the record when you played them, the record now. Yeah. What's the team? Who did they beat? Who did they lose to? If you do that with Notre Dame, they have by far the worst resume.
Really? But see, I would disagree with Gary. Watching Notre Dame, I think Notre Dame is one of the I think Notre Dame deserves to be in. They've got a monster. They got a young, up-and-coming freshman quarterback. They got a decent offensive line. They've got 2 unbelievable running backs, 2 terrific running backs. They got a really good wide receiver. The defense is a little suspect. I will give you that. But I think Notre Dame is better than Oklahoma. See, Oklahoma bothers me. Oklahoma has their offense just isn't very good. They have a good defense.
Was bad the other day. Ooh.
I know they have a good defense, but Mateer hasn't played well since he got back from injury. I don't trust Oklahoma to be all that competitive in a postseason.
LSU should have beat them. LSU should have.
Yeah,
they really should have.
Yeah, and that LSU team has opened up a can of offensive quit.
Yeah.
I mean, they're awful.
I don't know if they quit or they're just not good.
Yeah,
Van Buren is.
Well, didn't they score because isn't their only offensive? Wasn't their only score a pick 6 against Mateer? How did they score?
Was it that or a kick return? Was it a pick 6? It might have been.
I think it was.
I forget. I watched so much football.
Okay,
so Notre Dame lost the beginning of the season to Miami, who's a top 12 team now. Lost to Texas A&M
at the end.
At the very end.
And those are the first 2 games.
Okay, then beat Purdue.
Purdue
terrible.
Stinks.
At Arkansas, terrible.
Yeah.
Boise,
no.
NC State beat USC.
Good win at the time. Still a pretty good
17th
win.
in
was
the
that
country
at
now.
USC?
They're 17th right now.
Was that at USC?
It was at Notre Dame.
Okay.
Boston College, terrible. Navy's a decent team.
Not in their category.
No. Pitt, who got their ass handed to them by Miami this week and fell out of the top 25. Syracuse and Stanford.
Yeah.
I mean,
Ooh, that is not good.
Nothing.
Woo.
They've got no.
I still think that they're pretty good though. And look how much they won by. Look what they did to Pitt.
Yeah, 37-15. Yeah.
No, not Pitt. Who was it last week that they beat?
They beat Boston College 25-10. Boston College has one win.
That's not good.
No.
Yeah, but you throw away the records when Catholic teams
play. They beat Arkansas bad.
You throw the records away when Catholics play each other.
That's true. That's true.
That's what they should. They should start talking like SEC coaches. It was like these Catholic school teams. Man, no weeks off when you're playing a Catholic school.
Well, the Catholic. Maybe they should have a Catholic League representative.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Because you got Group of 5. You got the Power 4.
Who are the Catholic schools? The only ones I know of is Boston College is kind of considered one, right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
How about just the religious?
I think University of San Diego.
We'll throw TCU in there. That's a Christian.
This is how we juice the
Ravens.
Ravens.
That's how you do it. Religious.
Yeah. SMU.
BYU, Utah. Well, no, because Utah's kind of.
Yeah, they're a public school.
That's
secular.
That ain't.
Just because they call it a holy war doesn't mean one side gets to drink and do things with women.
The other side.
Well, I don't know that they love it.
You don't get kicked out of school for
doing that. Yeah. You're like, hey, don't ask, don't tell Utah.
Yeah, maybe we should just have a
I like that.
Yeah, the Christians.
But not private. Like SMU, you're out.
Right.
You're agnostics. You're not in.
Yeah, well, I don't think we should just call it religious, not Christians, because what if
religious.
like North New York Muslim school wants to get in. Right?
Well, you got
I was
Mormons.
wondering.
Right.
You got
Right,
Mormons.
I was wondering
Yeah,
if
no,
that was
it's
going
just
to
a
be a real
religion.
school.
Well, yeah, you're right. It's just a religious.
Religious.
It's just religious. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got Boston College is in that one. So Bill O'Brien might have a better record if it was there, I guess. So
pretty tough
BC's
conference.
in there, TCU's in there, Baylor.
Baylor.
Is Baylor in there?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Baylor's
Baptist.
a Baptist school. Yeah. Baylor's in there.
No, Rice isn't. Rice isn't.
I'm just scrolling through the top 25.
Okay.
It's not that helpful.
Nope. I'm not. Does A&M count? They're a cult. No. That's not what we're talking. Just cut it out. Stop it. Stop it. Enough of you.
No. Why are we doing that to A&M when they're down?
Because somebody,
that was a
somebody
low blow.
sent that in, and I'm not going to say that.
I mean, might have been the best thing that happened to A&M if you want to.
Yeah, I'm done on BYU, obviously, and then I'm done on the. You're not going to find a religious school out west.
Okay.
So yeah, that's kind of a small conference.
Yeah, it's 8-team conference.
And the service academies. We'll
They're
fill
not-
it out. Notre Dame, and we'll throw service academies
Throw 'em in
because they do stuff for and the well, yeah, I mean, one nation under God. They give that.
Indivisible.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
that's service
Right,
academies.
right. It's
are in
under
there.
God.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so service academies are in
Right.
on the technicality.
All right. 914 ESPN 90. Let's get Will. This is Will. Did he bring Gilbert?
I don't know if it's
Is
the
this
same
that Will? Will,
Might be.
get in here, Will. What's up?
Hey guys, it's Will. Okay, so I did the thing again. I'm like, bring Gilbert a steak if the Texans win. They beat the Titans. I brought him a steak, and then they beat the Bills, beat the Colts, beat two playoff teams. I'm psyched. The Gilbert mojo is flowing.
Oh my
The
God!
Texans win this weekend. I'm going to bring him a steak again.
For Sunday night. Yeah.
Well, wait. You haven't brought him a steak every week, though, right?
Twice.
No, it's
No,
just
that one
after
time.
that Titans win.
But it carried over to
Oh.
multiple wins.
Okay.
It apparently did.
Holy crap. That is so awesome, Will. Are you going to bring him one this week?
Well, you're in town. Why don't
Yeah,
you
I
go
might
on
as
by?
well.
I'm not. I'm leaving today.
Do you have time to get by before you go
No,
to the
I gotta
airport?
get right to the airport. Yeah.
So I just wanted you guys to know. I'm sure he'll call in eventually.
I mean,
but,
thank you for your
Gilbert
service.
Mojo's flowing.
Nah, you and Reed
Yeah.
Shepard, thank you for
Okay.
your all service.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. Hey, Will, thank you. Absolutely.
Yeah, no problem.
You're getting our team wins. Okay, with stakes to Gilbert.
Swarm.
Holy crap, that is so awesome. That is so awesome. All right,
He's
way to go,
doing
Will.
his part.
Huh?
He's doing his part.
He is doing
If
his
you
part.
know that there's a superstition that always hits when you do your part, then you do it. You keep doing it.
Yeah. Oh man. You know what? I have not kept up. I haven't. You know our listener fantasy football league. I just probably should start some guys that are actually playing.
Oh, I need
Have
to
you
look.
even looked at that?
I every week I try to on Thursday make sure I'm
I
not
didn't-
really picking
I
guys
didn't
up.
play
as much.
Jamar Chase this week. That was probably a mistake.
I would have played him. I would have played.
I would have definitely played Jamar Chase.
Yeah, I probably should look at that thing.
Pretty much most weeks I'd probably play Jamar Chase.
That's
I
the
think.
reason I'm 5-7. I just probably should look at that every once in a while.
Yeah.
All right, 917 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What a great show. What a great weekend to talk about. Man, this is just fun. And we are this month we are going to be at Republic Boot Company. This is the month that you get your. Now listen. This Christmas you can make someone's rodeo. Okay? Does that make sense? Because the rodeo is coming up. You can get somebody that hat. You can get somebody those boots. You can get somebody that belt, that vest, that briefcase, that carry bag, tote bag. What is the thing where your bathroom, you put your stuff for your toiletry? Your toiletry bag.
Yeah.
Toiletry bag, whatever it is. You can get that, all of that, at Republic Boot Company this holiday season. You still got time to maybe make a reservation to get your holiday party there. I don't know that you're going to have enough. You're not going to have enough time to get your logo.
You know what? I'm actually going to do that for. We got friends that we're thinking of. What gifts are we going to get them?
That's a great time.
And It's actually a perfect gift. I
Yeah.
just need to go by there today, make sure they can get it done by this week.
You can get your logo burned into it. You
Uh-huh.
can't get it. I don't know about the stitching part, whether or not you can do that, but you can get it burned in still. You gotta hurry though, because they can customize whatever it is that you buy at Republic Boot Company to your business, or maybe you love somebody and you want to tell them you love
Hat
them.
fitting, they've got, you want to get your new hat, you want hat fittings, you want custom fitting for the 1836 boots. You want to have custom made boots. It takes a long time, but it is well worth it with so many different skins to choose from. It's all Republic Boot Company. Thursday Night Football, it's one of the first places they went, and they did a whole video shoot from there. It's renowned across the country for having the finest boot maker right there in the shop. It's republicbootcompany.com.
You're listening to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
922 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's play some sound. We haven't. I mean, isn't that what shows do? Don't they play like post game sound and stuff?
Sean and I were talking about this. Well, we need to play Texan sound, but also at some point the league was just full of snitches yesterday.
I know.
Post game snitching is what
Cam
we had.
Hayward.
Cam Hayward, that kid Chestnut, the running back, snitched on a punter because a punter bullied him.
Shelby Harris.
Shelby Harris
was
three,
It was more
three
than
snitching.
snitching. It was
But
more
what? Let's get some Texans.
Okay, so CJ, here is which one? Which one's better on how dangerous they are or his own performance? CJ likes to if he gets time. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Signed CJ. He said that multiple times.
He got sacked twice yesterday.
Yeah.
One of them he ran backwards into about a 14-yard sack, and they still made the field goal. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, I remember.
I was
that.
like, hey,
there was a few times when
we're not
he
doing
just
this
kept
again, are we?
Backing up and then saying step forward. Hey, listen, hard to criticize. Other than the no touchdowns,
I thought he played well. I'm
Played
fine
well.
with it. I'm fine with it.
played really well.
Managed the game.
Like 276. That was 2 Davis Mills games.
Yeah. And he managed. Now, Davis would have had like 3 touchdowns. Nico Collins would have had 160 yards receiving and
That's true.
21 targets.
And Davis Mills would have had 171 total yards. But 276. And hey, he included Nico.
Yeah, no, Nico had some. Yeah,
he had a nice game.
He had a good game.
Yeah, Nico had a nice game. So here is CJ.
Hey, his last 2 games. Remember, San Francisco's a terrific game.
Yeah.
CJ has managed the games well. I mean, when he's not in concussion protocol.
Well, and here we go on Sunday night against the Chiefs at the Chiefs. So we'll see if he can do it.
It's going to be
again.
cold, by the way.
But first, here is CJ on his performance.
Early on, I was a little rusty. I thought, they really didn't give me big plays. Like they were taking a lot of that stuff away. So I thought I was very disciplined. Check downs and getting the ball to where it had to go. And then of course the interception sucked. I got to just take care of the ball and put Hutch in a better spot and just flatten him out. But other than that, I thought I played really good. I thought every opportunity I had, with the ball, I thought I made the right decision. A couple plays I went back. But I thought, I did a really good job of, taking what the defense was giving me. I think the type of team we have, I don't have to be Superman all the time. And, I got to just do my job each and every play. And I'm not going to be perfect. I'm never going to be perfect. And I trust myself. I know my teammates trust me. And that's all that really matters.
Good quote. That's nice. You know what? He's pretty honest. I mean, listen, you'll never play a game that you ever. Tom Brady never played a game that he didn't have something he wouldn't like to take back. There's never a perfect game, and the interception was bad, and he took a sack that he shouldn't have. He really shouldn't have. But he made a lot of good decisions. When you throw for 276 now in today's economy, that is a bunch. I mean, honestly, you look at the it's in the 220s. I bet what's the average game right now?
It is.
I'll bet you passing average game is around 225.
I'm going to ask ChatGPT. What is the average yards passing per game in the NFL this year? Okay, let's see how quick this supercomputer can think. I'm thinking. I'm just going to guess 228. No, 231 maybe. Good question. I tried to find a reliable average passing yards per game across the NFL number, but there's no public up-to-date source. Yes, there is. And this is why you have to tell these stupid AIs, literally just go look at ESPN, you stupid-ass computer.
How about this? I just looked up the team leaders, or, the passing yards per game from teams in the NFL. So not players,
right?
Just entire teams. And I'm just going to say number 16 is the Chicago Bears with 220 passing yards per game.
That's the midpoint, probably.
And
there's the median.
Is that median?
That is the median, yes. And then right after them is the Texans at 219.
Well, but here's the deal. You go all the way up to the Bills. The Bills are only averaging 225.3.
Yeah.
And they're 1, 2, 3,
the average
4,
team,
5, 6,
according to publicly
7,
reported
8,
stat
9,
summary,
10, 11,
227.7 yards a game.
227. So ballpark.
227. Yeah. That's what I said, 225. Yeah. I mean, so 276? Are you kidding me? Hall of Fame.
276 every game, you're the league leader in passing.
Okay, who's greater, him? Now, does he take over for Shador as most powerful black man?
Wait, who?
CJ. He threw for 276.
No, he's not taking over for Shador. This, first of all, it's not your You're out of this.
This is
number one.
It is.
The three of us
our
cannot.
intern.
Don't ask Sean. He doesn't get a vote. He's an intern.
Sean was disappointed he didn't hear the Kendrick Perkins
Well,
quote.
number one,
he was very disappointed in Kendrick.
I can understand that. Kendrick Perkins is the one who made the comment that Shador is the most powerful black man since Obama. I found it to be
okay.
I found it to be puzzling.
Sean is upset, right? I can see he's got his arms folded. Okay, Sean, more powerful now. CJ threw for 276. Is he more powerful than Shador? I can't say, but you can.
No. This is an insult. This is an insult to the entirety of the black community. Like, Shador, more powerful than Barack Obama? Look,
since Barack Obama.
That's what Kendrick said. Kendrick Perkins said this. Let the record reflect. We never made this comment.
Look, regardless, as a member of the black community,
Correct.
I speak for everyone when I say we are all insulted by this.
Do you not speak for Kendrick Perkins?
Okay. No, you're speaking for everyone but Kendrick Perkins.
Yes.
Because I don't know that anyone agreed with him, but okay.
Most powerful was a strong. Josina Anderson might agree, but most powerful was a really strong phrasing there.
Yeah, and there's some people
galvanizing. Maybe
I
he
don't
could have
think Rex
said.
Ryan would agree.
First of all, Lamar Jackson was much more galvanizing and popular than Shador. Much more.
Yeah. But I mean, I love it. But now
it's funny radio content. I can't get around that.
Every day, I thank God he said it. Like I love that he said it. It's provided a lot of content.
Allowed me to think at my house like I feel that way about Reed Sheppard when I see him play now.
Listen,
and so Bills, does that make him the most powerful?
The Bills are 10th in the league, and they're at 225 a game. That's 10th in the league. At the bottom, the Jets throw for 148. The Browns 159. The Titans 165.
159. Shador threw for under 150 yesterday.
The Ravens 180. I mean,
180 for Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Well, he missed some of those games though.
Right.
He's gone under.
Passing yards per game. Who leads the league in passing yards per game? Well, you
Cowboys.
you got it right there in front of you. But the highest number is 271. The lowest number is 146.8, and that would be the Jets.
The Jets.
But if we go back, and let's just go back to 2023, before the two-high shell was ever invented.
Right.
It's been around for a while. The average yards passing a game, I'm glad you asked, John. That would be the Dallas Cowboys at 300 and no, that's postseason. That's postseason. I was about to say, wait a minute. Regular season. Here we go. Highest number. Well, you know what? That's interesting. The highest average was 265.
Wow.
But it was 265, but there were, let's see.
Yeah, what's the median?
2, 4. Well, the median would be, they don't have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 would be 225.5.
So a little bit higher.
A little bit higher, yeah.
All right. 931 ESPN. Oh, wait a minute. Let's get Phillip in here because I need to know about deviled eggs on Thanksgiving. If you have a problem with deviled eggs on Thanksgiving, Phillip, you and I have a problem.
Hey, John Lance. Hey, no, I was just wondering because I'm from Houston. I live up here in PA now, and we went to a Thanksgiving dinner and they didn't have deviled eggs, and I was like, "Well, where's the deviled eggs at?"
Wait. Yeah. Thanksgiving is deviled eggs.
Deviled
for
eggs.
Sure?
You have to have deviled eggs.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
And another thing, y'all were talking about giving, Shador or Reed Sheppard props. What about that quarterback for Vanderbilt, Pancho Villa or something?
No, Diego Pavia.
Not Pancho Villa. That's not the same.
Well, you got an Aguilar now in
the SEC.
Is the Hispanic community taking over the quarterback position? I think that's a pretty good question.
Discussion has to be had.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have a Mendoza who's going to be the first pick of the draft, who's going to win the Heisman. We've got
Aguilar at Tennessee
and a Pavia. Well,
what?
Is Pavia?
Is Diego? I mean, we got to give it to him.
It is Diego. I'm not sure what the background is.
I mean, if
Diego
the Hispanic community is drafting him in the racial draft.
Ethnicity
I mean, he went to school in New Mexico. This is all
Pavia.
circumstantial evidence.
Well, okay. So New Mexico is like its own thing. Johnny Tapia and our third baseman,
Alex Bregman.
and Alex Bregman, they might as well be the same race.
Yeah.
If you're from New Mexico, if you're from Albuquerque, your race is New Mexican, and it's a whole different thing. You've got dirt under your fingernails. You got a lot of edge and grit to you. You've probably seen some things if you're from Albuquerque.
Oh no,
for
you've seen
sure.
a lot of things. Yeah.
Diego Pavia's ethnicity is Latino or Hispanic. He was named the National Latino Player of the Week.
Thank you. Over Mendoza?
Probably a few times.
Oh, well, this week, yeah.
At some point.
Oh, okay.
Pavia's roots run deep with a proud Hispanic heritage from
Wait a
his
minute,
parents.
there's a
Roel
Hispanic player
Pavia,
of the week now?
Roel Pavia
Wait a
and
minute.
Antoinette
What
Padilla.
about the Italian player of the week? Who was that?
Don't have any
Who was the
anymore.
German player of the week? What is this song? You got a
German
song?
Player of the Week?
Yes. The German player of the week.
Is there a Schmidt that plays in the league? Or?
Is there no lineman?
Dalton Schultz.
Dalton Schultz.
Schultz.
Yeah, but not in college.
Every week he'd win it.
He'd be a big favorite. I got to dig around on that one. Diego Pavia. Yeah, his mom is Padilla and his dad is Pavia.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And he's Diego. That gave it away for me. All right. See, I didn't have to even look it up. I knew Diego.
He's double
Pavia
Hispanic. He's got it going more than my kids do.
And Fernando Mendoza, I guess he's going to be.
Joey Aguilar?
Yeah.
Hey, give me some of that salchicha.
Yeah. See?
It's not.
That's the player of the week.
Not the player.
You know
of the
who's the player of the white player of the week is Billy Brown now. Okay.
He's the Brown player of the week. Ooh, boy, I bet do you think he gets more busy after thanks? Well, I mean, he is. He's
Well,
Brown,
I've talked about
Billy Brown, and
Yeah.
I bet Thanksgiving gets really busy for him.
Brown. No, that Brown won't go down. No,
terrible.
when your family comes over and you feed them all that food and then they stuff your toilets, I'm sure you got a problem right now. Okay? Oh, by the way, how cold is it right now? And what if it gets really cold and your pipes break? What? Have you checked out your pipes? Have you looked to see if your house is old and you haven't repiped? There's a good chance one of them's going to break this season, this winter, and you're going to be in a bit. And you know what? How much it's going to cost you? A ton. But Billy says, listen, I'll repipe and I'll give you a free water heater. How about that?
That's pretty good. And even if you don't need one, take it.
Yeah.
You just stick it in your garage. I don't care. He's giving you a free water heater with installation. Or just take your old one out and put the new one in, and that way you don't have to worry about it going. You don't have to worry about it going wrong. Yeah. So all of the frozen pipes, that's going to be a thing here in a little bit. But I can tell you right now, if you are worried that you have leaky pipes, they can do a hydrostatic test for you right now and find out if you do. And if you do, you could end up saving yourself thousands because you want to address it as quickly as possible. Big jobs, small jobs, it doesn't matter. They come out there, they diagnose it for no money up front. They don't charge you to come out there, and they come out quickly, and they'll let you know. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, we just got – so, Sean, this is our penultimate segment. So, what did we miss? That's what, Dell always informs us.
Well, we missed we got a few options. All the NFL players snitching in the post-game availability or Lane Kiffin song commemorating his time at Ole Miss.
Well, and who put that together?
Departure.
Who put that together? The
Lane Kiffin song?
Yeah.
It's unclear. The artist is unclear.
They're happy with Lane. They love Lane.
It's a different tone.
Let's listen.
Different tone.
Okay.
Maybe they're happy with them.
Maybe let's see if they're.
Let's see if they're happy with them.
Okay.
Lane Kiffin is a bitch. Lane Kiffin is a hoe. Okay. Quit on his team, then slipped out the door. Lane Kiffin is a bitch. Lane Kiffin is a hoe. Okay. He talked all that talk, but all them words was a joke. Look out what this man say, he changed. Lying through his teeth, he a motherfucking snake. Quit on his team on the verge of the playoffs. Sending cryptic tweets cause the bitch love chaos. Gone, bruh, we gon' be just fine. Toxic ass coach playing games all the time. Lane Kiffin is a bitch, Lane Kiffin is a hoe. Quit on his team, then slipped out the door. Lane Kiffin is a bitch, Lane Kiffin is a hoe. He talked all that talk, but all the words was a joke.
That doesn't seem like he's happy with Lane Kiffin. That's a happy Lane.
I think we got time to see the snitches too now. So,
yeah, we got time to hear some snitch. I like the Juwan Jennings one. Okay, Juwan Jennings. Juwan Jennings.
Players usually handle stuff behind the scenes, and yesterday they were telling anybody who would listen. They were telling anybody who would listen on another player. They were telling on players yesterday. So who's the first one here? What's the one John was talking about?
First one, Shelby Harris. Talking about Juwan Jennings.
Ooh, man, he's none too pleased because Malik Collins got hurt during the game and he was carted off. And listen to what Shelby Harris had to say about Juwan Jennings.
He's a hoe, and I want that known. Like, I see why he got punched in the nuts, because that's some, like, he says some things that you should not say to another man ever. But, like, I don't respect it because you say that, then run behind your O-line. That's some real soft shit, and I want that known. I see exactly why they punched the nuts. I'm surprised nobody punched him in the jaw yet.
The end is my favorite part.
So last week he got punched in the nuts.
Yes, by the Panthers DB.
Yeah.
And Shelby Harris, after playing Juwan Jennings, is like,
I'm
you know what?
I'm not surprised. That doesn't surprise me at all.
I can see it. I can see why.
Wow. And then Cam Hayward was none too pleased with Josh Allen.
Right.
Now, I didn't know Josh had a little of this in him.
He's a competitor.
Yeah, he's a competitor.
He'll get gritty.
But here's Cam Hayward.
I've never known him to be dirty.
No. But
most quarterbacks aren't dirty.
But Cam Hayward said he is, and here's why.
With Josh Allen, I seen a little bit of frustration early on.
That sounds like
That's
Mapes.
a report.
That sounds like Mapes.
Being need in my stomach, and then
search it back. Tell me if this sounds like Sean Mapes. Did you just put yourself in asking a question so you could give a context?
No, I didn't.
Okay, listen to this.
Sound like
okay?
Mapes?
Listen.
With Josh Allen, I seen a little bit of frustration early on. Can you talk about it or?
Sounds more like
being need in my stomach, and then just drawing back and forth, and then ticked off the entire game because as a quarterback they're protected, but I'm not. It just pisses me off.
You're saying he needs you or
yes,
someone else?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Did you cross the line throughout the game, or was it that one incident?
That was that one incident.
Was that on purpose by him?
Yes. He even said after, I had to do something to get you off of me.
So he need Cam Hayward in the stomach on purpose
to get him off.
him.
Mm-hmm.
And Cam Hayward wanted to let everyone know.
Yeah. What? I don't know. I don't know. So how he's on the ground and he need him? He's on
getting
top
up, I
of him?
guess.
Yeah, I imagine. Yeah, it's as they're getting up after the play.
Yeah.
He just throw your knee up
Yes,
there?
that's exactly what I'm saying. It's 2 tattletales. Now,
Well, and I saw a video afterwards of Cam Hayward actually punching Joe Flacco after he was tackled. He was on the ground, and he actually punched him in the head.
Trust me.
As he was getting up.
That's what's so funny about this is these guys, I can see D linemen talking about being pissed off at a wide receiver. Like that. Like my dad and I were talking this week. He goes, you know what? The old saying in football is the further away from the football you get, the bigger the divas. That's why they're all at wide receiver and cornerback. And he said, generally speaking, very few people on the team like those guys. Only the guys in their position group typically like them. And I thought that makes sense now.
Yeah.
Juwan Jennings, and although he's kind of a tight end wide.
No, Juwan
No,
Jennings.
Juwan is the wide receiver. Yeah, I'm
Number
thinking of the
16.
one for Juwan
Johnson.
Juwan
the
Johnson.
Saints,
Yeah, from Saints, yeah. Okay, and the final tattletale. This one is Chestnut. What's his name? He's a running back who's a special teams player.
Julius Chestnut.
Julius Chestnut. I actually wrote him up. Julius Chestnut. This is one you don't hear much. This time he tattletales on a punter. Usually you don't want to tell the public that you got bullied by a punter, but apparently he felt like just in case he needed to bring this one to light.
I don't really know why the punter did that. You know, honestly, I was just trying to play hard, and he came up to me, said he was going to kill me. You know, so I don't know what made him do that.
Yeah, I mean, just things kind of tempers flared from that moment. You thought? I mean, just how did the frustrations of the game kind of boil into that moment? You think?
I don't think it was any frustration. I think it was just us playing hard, and me and the other guy was just playing hard, and I think he just wanted something to say. Honestly, I have no idea.
You didn't get any kind of explanation as to what he took exception to. I mean, for him to kind of come toward you on the play after that.
No, I have no idea. I was just playing hard. And he came with me. You know, I don't know what made him do that. Might have been a couple plays before, and I made a block on him. Maybe I don't know what made him want to do that.
Probably what it was. Knocked
That
into the
was
ground.
surprising to me. I never seen nothing like that before.
This punter's 6'5", 230.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this punter's big. This punter also went to Mississippi State, so you know he might have a gun rack in the back of a truck. Oh, it's just if I'm being fully
He might.
if I'm fully fleshing out this stereotype, 6'5", 230-pound punter from Mississippi State. I'm just saying, put it on record just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just put it on the record just in case any shenanigans go down.
Mm.
But there's a lot of telling in the NFL. A lot of telling on other players.
Should the punter get fined for threatening his life?
I don't feel like punters or kickers should ever be fined for that.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're getting bullied by a punter, then I think maybe he should be fined.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's his name?
Julius Chestnut.
Julius Chestnut.
Mhm.
I don't think we'll be
He
hearing
went to a
much from Julius Chestnut.
He went to a really small school, if I remember.
I mean,
correctly, too.
that's a little embarrassing for the entire program.
Julius Chestnut played college football at where did he play his college ball? I mean, it's somewhere not big, if I remember correctly. Sacred Heart. I could see where he'd be a little intimidated by a 6'5", 230-pound SEC punter.
Yeah.
I mean, he went to Sacred Heart.
Is he Australian
That's a
too?
tackle. No, look at that. If he's Australian, you have to take that seriously.
Yeah, I think and it's a high bar for me to say this. I think authorities should probably get involved. If an Australian punter
he's
who
an
went to
Aussie
Mississippi
who's
State
threatening people's
says
lives?
that he's going to kill you, I believe him.
I believe him. I believe.
Let me see. Where is he from? Or if he's just from Mississippi.
That's true.
Like
too.
either one.
That is
He
true.
went to. He's from Mississippi. He's from Darben, Mississippi.
Oof, Darben, Mississippi.
Let me see where he played in high school. What he was. He played wide receiver and defensive back as well. So
And
yeah.
sounds like your dad was proven right there.
Yeah, I'm not taking
Far away
any-
from the ball, is he?
Yeah, he's far away from the ball.
This punter has the DB
got a little-
receiver mindset.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm probably not going to mess with him either.
All right, we got a break.
I'm going to put Logan Cook hobbies. I guarantee hunting is in there.
Oh, yeah. All right. Why don't you, while you're doing that, maybe John Daspit can sue him.
Oh, Cook is an avid hunter, it tells me, and fisherman, and has a company that specializes in turkey calls. He has been training in MMA and kickboxing for 9 years and holds a blue belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
He will.
Absolutely contact the authorities, Julius. You did the right thing. I'm sorry we made fun of you on this segment. Or, if he does hurt you, call John Daspit. I mean, he's a personal injury lawyer. I don't know how that works. If that's but I'm just saying, if there is somebody who is going to win you a big settlement, it's John Daspit. He wins big settlements all the time. He does for people who have been injured. I'm watching Landman right now. Boy, John Daspit, I hope he had a place up near Midland, an office, because he would have made so many settlements for so many people out on the oil rigs. And, he actually does handle stuff like that. He handles offshore. He handles refinery blasts. Those are very dangerous jobs, and he's there to help take care of the families who incur, heavy hospital bills, sometimes loss of life, loss of limb. Who are you going to have fighting for you? I watched an episode and had the girl who they didn't know what they were doing, and they were getting swindled by the offers. When you have a lawyer like John Daspit, that's over. They know the fun and games is over. They're not going to be able to take advantage of you. They have to go through John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, and they know a big settlement's coming because that's what he's going to do for you. 713-CALL NOW. The only phone number you need to know if you're involved in an accident, 713-CALL NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
Now, I don't think this falls under the real weird category. Actually, that's actually what I kind of expected. Did you see this Kim Kardashian story? She learned she has low brain activity after getting a scan. And she said, that can't be. And I said, I can see it. I don't know.
Brain activity.
Low brain activity in Kim Kardashian.
Ooh.
And you know what? I don't even really care. If you want to know the truth.
I knew you didn't.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't even.
You didn't think.
I didn't think she had.
It wasn't.
Any.
It would have been more shocking if the doctor was like, "Oh my God,
you are."
It's off the charts.
That would have been news of the weird. Okay. That would have been news of the weird. Kim Kardashian, really smart.
You broke the scale. We're not used to this kind of intelligence.
France's far-right leader, I don't know that everybody loves him. He was hit by an egg days after he was hit by flour. Are they trying to make some kind of cake out of France?
Boy, if they throw butter on him next, if they throw butter and then somebody hits him with 2 cups of sugar and an extract vanilla, chocolate chips, oatmeal, bam, cookies.
They should do this.
An LA man is charged with stopping freeway traffic to film a music video. Should this man
prison.
be, should he be executed? Yeah. Have you driven in LA?
What time did he do this?
He did it. This happened in 2023.
Oh, he's just
going to court now, I guess.
And what did he do? He stopped traffic to film a video?
He was charged on Wednesday in a 2023.
Have you ever seen those guys? I don't know if they still do it. Those guys in Houston that stop traffic and they, like, I've seen them get a little mini goal out, plastic mini goal, and one guy dunks on another one. Yeah. And I would, you can't do that in an open carry state. You can't do stuff like that.
No.
California, you can get away with it, but John, he's probably not getting executed in California.
Probably not. But if I was the judge,
yeah. Well, I want to get it dismissed from your court.
Yes, death sentence. We need a change of venue. Campbell's has fired its executive who was recorded saying the company's products are for poor people. Is he lying? I mean,
Campbell's soup?
When was the last time, that, this chicken and stars is delicious? No, that doesn't happen.
It's not Grey Poupon.
It's
what you're
not.
saying? Yeah.
I don't think Campbell's. I don't think that's what you want to.
Split piece of that.
Hold on.
Your
Do you
finest
really want to
chunky.
say though that let's go ahead and eliminate everyone from our marketing?
Well, but he was just making a comment.
Where did he make it?
He was recorded, so I kind of feel like this is.
He's going to lose his NBA team.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, he should.
He said,
you be recorded?
Our soup is for poor people. Did he say that?
He was
like Mortimer and Randolph having to bet on Billy Joe or whatever.
We're just servicing the poors here. That's what we're doing. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. Do you ever?
Stop bringing those soup eaters around to my building. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no. I don't think he was denigrating. He was just saying, hey, we made products for.
Let's be honest.
Listen, 10-cent toothbrushes. Who you making them for? You're making them for the poors, right? Campbell's soup. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not a big soup person, so I don't know the hierarchy. But is there like a higher level canned soup that I don't know about?
Chunky.
Well.
Oh, no, Campbell's is chunky, right? That's an offshoot.
Campbell's chunky.
Donovan McNabb was poor?
No, but.
No, I mean, but they're selling it to the poor people.
Yeah.
They're like, hey,
I think he's talking about.
There's the soups in a bottle.
Fans, like
the soups in a bottle that have bone broth in it.
Mm-hmm.
What's
rich
that
people
store,
soup?
Bieber's wife, Haley Bieber's wife.
Where everything's super expensive?
Now that's for the rich people.
Well,
okay.
Everything they have.
Yes, everything they have. What is it called? Haley? Oh my God, this store
I mean,
is ridiculous. It's
Really?
always crowded. Always crowded. It is the dumbest store
Haley Bieber smoothie.
ever.
It's at Erewhon.
Erewhon.
Yeah.
Dude, I've never seen more dumb people in my life. Just a regular smoothie is like $30.
$20 for a strawberry glazed skin smoothie.
There's more expensive than that.
Are there?
Oh, I mean, it's the stupidest
A
store ever.
$20
and that's
smoothie.
for rich people. And they have soups there too.
Well, that's before I put my.
That's for the rich.
That's before I customize
that's soup
it.
for rich people.
That's for the rich people, not Campbell's. I'm sorry. I think the guy he's got a lawsuit against Campbell's. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. If I was his lawyer, hey, you just got fired for telling the truth. Okay. Now, if you were at Erewhon, that's a different story. That's not for the poor.
I wonder if the Erewhon guy's like, honestly, our stuff's for rich people.
That's yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, right. We don't want the poors in here.
Yeah,
you can't afford us.
Donovan McNabb's not going to be in our commercial.
You can't afford us. Okay. All right, we are done.
14.
Will Kunkel is next, and he's like, "Hey, you a-holes are taking."
Oh
my
yeah,
time.
we're already on to Will's time.
Right. This
We're
is
used
Will's
to
time.
we're used to taking
Get
Bill's time.
out. Stop talking about stupid crap and let me talk about the Texans and stupid referees crap. That's next. Hey, I've been talking about Blue Bonnet Glass Company for about a month now, and if you haven't heard about them, it's a company that's been in business since 1951. They're awesome. They have been they've been outside of town, and now they're in the Houston area, right? And they are it's really great. Any kind of glass that you have, and Ian texted me this morning and he said, the tornadoes last week, if anybody had any damage, he's going to give 20% off to replace their glass. Now, what kind of glass? It doesn't matter what kind of glass. Store windows, or if you have separated for conference room windows, shower glass, whatever kind of glass that you have, they can make, and they're so dependable. And here's the thing for you builders and you guys that are your contractors, they're on time. Okay, you don't stay in business since 1951 if you're not on time. They have been doing this forever, and now they are in the Houston area. So if you're looking for the best way to get whatever glass it is that you need, they are here for you. Blue Bonnet Glass Company. I'm telling you, I know Ian. He is awesome. They're in the greater Houston area now, and they are going to service any glass need that you have. 832-508-0911. 832-508-0911 or bluebonnetglass.com. 20% off if you had any tornado damage last week.
Del is not in today. Will Kunkel filling in for Del here on ESPN Radio on a Victory Monday. Houston, let's go. Let's rock. The Rockets win. The Texans win. Are the Texans the most dangerous team in the NFL right now? Sounds like a crazy question for a team that's 7-5, not even winning the division, but I can guarantee you there's not a team in the NFL that is looking at this Texans team, the way they're playing, the way they've won 4 games in a row. They've won 5 out of their last 6. There is no way any team in the NFL right now wants to play the Houston Texans. They have the best defense in the NFL. They have an offense that is figuring it out in the right spots at the right time. Yesterday, they did some things when they needed to do them most. We're going to dive into that. So I ask you, are your Houston Texans the most dangerous team in the NFL? Here's what your quarterback said coming off of a concussion. Hadn't played in a month. He's back. He throws for 276. C.J. Stroud says what?
In one-score games were a problem for this team. What's changed now with 4 straight?
You cut yourself a couple of times. You start to heal, and you start to learn how not to cut yourself anymore. So I thought, we did a great job, man. All glory goes to God. And I'm just grateful for this team, for, our offense and our defense, our special teams playing together. So, man, it's a big-time win for us. We're going to keep it rolling.
You were on the sideline for basically a month. What was it like being back out on the field in this type of environment?
Yeah, I was a little rusty, at first, that early interception off of a turnover, got cleaned that up. But other than that, I feel like I distributed the ball well, was accurate, put our guys in position. But it's not me without our protection, our ability to run the ball, and our receivers running routes and tight ends. So, man, it's a collective group. And, man, I think I've knocked off some rust and be back rolling.
Some people will say the season really starts after Thanksgiving. You guys have won 4 straight. How dangerous is this Texans team?
Man, we're super dangerous. Like you said, man, we've lost some close games against some really good teams. And, if we find a way to win some close games going past Thanksgiving, we'll be able to put ourselves in position, to do whatever we want. So, it's a great coach team, and we're going to see them again. But, it's a grind every week, and it's hard to win the league. But, if you can get it done, man, it's a blessing.
Good to have you back, bud.
Thank you, man. Good to see you.
Man, is it not great to have C.J. Stroud back? Is there anybody out there in Houston that wants to call in, text the show, get dialed in for their Davis Mills? You can call in, text in 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. Are you still on the Davis Mills train? This is not me knocking Davis Mills. Davis Mills threw for 150 some odd yards against the Bills. That offense went for 36 net yards in the entire second half against the Bills. In this first possession back, the Texans offense nearly doubled up those 36 yards. In the first drive of the game, the Houston Texans offense had 13 plays, 64 yards, 4 first downs, which is twice the amount that the Texans had in the second half of that Bills game, but then again stumbled in the red zone and kicked a field goal. The red zone woes continued. They were up and down, which, honestly, I'll take the red zone being up and down versus strictly down as it has been most of the season. They were 2 of 5 yesterday. That's 40%. But the third down numbers, that's where I look and I see the greatest improvement with this team so far. And I think it's a bit of a building block. You go 6 of 13, 46% against the Colts. That's the kind of stuff you want to see. That's what I've been clamoring for from this Houston Texans offense all year long. I'm not asking you to average 28 points. I'm not asking you to average 25 points. I'm asking you, I said in the 4 games coming out of the bye week, 18.5 points would have been enough for you to be 4-0. Unfortunately, the offense wasn't nearly good enough. The offense was dog doo-doo. They did not get the wins against good teams like the Seahawks and the Broncos. They did bounce back and get some good wins against the Jaguars, against the Titans, and then the Bills. They're starting to play their best football against the best teams that they have played all season long. I always throw away kind of the first quarter of the season, though, because, the Rams game, yes, that's probably the best team you've played this season, but the first week of the year, get a win, but it's impossible to take anything away from it. No one knows their offensive playbook. No one knows how to tackle. The first quarter of the NFL season is a damn joke. The Buccaneers, a pretty good team. They lose to them. And then, of course, they go to the Jaguars and lose. So the first quarter of the season you throw away if you're the Houston Texans anyway. And now we're in that world where the Texans are playing their biggest game of the season every week. So last week it was the Bills. This week it was the Colts. Next week it's the Chiefs. And I know it's a cliche, and I know that every week it's the biggest game of the season, but this year it's actually true because when you put yourself in a hole 0-3, you have to climb out of the hole. And while you're climbing, you're getting wins. And then you get wins against teams like the Ravens and Titans. The Ravens were so banged up. No Lamar Jackson. Half of their defense was hurt. You put up 70 points in those two games. So, can you really take anything away from those two wins? Not really. So you're still climbing. You're stacking wins. Okay, you take them because you have to get them anyway. You don't apologize for wins in the NFL. And then you go to the bye week and you're thinking, all right, let's find out who these Texans are. Let's see what they're made of. So they come out of the bye week and they lay an egg on national television, Monday Night Football, a late kick against the Seahawks, get absolutely mashed in that game. You come home, you take on the 49ers, a good win against an okay team, certainly banged up, but again, apologize for nothing. And then the Broncos, the defense looks good. The offense, dog doo-doo one more time. And then out goes C.J. Stroud with the Jaguars, Titans, Bills, but you get all wins, and now the Colts. And this is finally a measuring stick win. I've been talking about this all year as well. Where is your best win? Who are you beating on the road? You can't get any good wins on the road against good teams. The last good road win the Texans had was going back to 2023 when Matt Amendola hit a game-winning field goal against Joe Burrow and the Bengals. That was the last time the Texans had a good road win. Well, now it's yesterday. This is as legit of a win as you're going to have. And I think it lined up well. I went into this game kind of with the same mentality I went into the Bills game. I thought the Bills were a good matchup for the Texans. One, it's Thursday night football. You're at home. That defense completely swarms and overwhelms almost anybody when you're in NRG Stadium with that crowd behind them. The crowd is the defense is a step faster than the offense because the offensive line can't hear fertilizer when that crowd is actually loud and they show up and they make some noise, which Houston does extremely well, better than anybody in the NFL on a primetime game. Now, noon kickoffs on a Sunday, God wins. Everyone's at church. Or tailgating, which God's not winning there, but nonetheless, a little quieter for kickoff at noon. Maybe we can change that for the Cardinals game. But then you go on the road against the Colts, the best team in the AFC South, one of the best teams in the NFL, the best scoring offense in the NFL. They have never been shut down. They've never been held under 20 points in the entire NFL season. Jonathan Taylor does what he wants. Daniel Jones does what he wants. But I like the matchup for two reasons. No DeForest Buckner. He's got a neck injury. He might return this season. But not having to face him, that is a huge help for the Houston Texans. Because we've seen them struggle against lesser teams like the Jaguars and Titans because they have a formidable front. The Colts don't have that without Buckner. The Bills don't have a pass rush either. So while the Jaguars and Titans certainly aren't as good as the Bills and Colts, the Texans looked better against the Bills and Colts than they did the Jaguars and Titans. And they obviously didn't look very good against the Broncos, who have the most sacks in the NFL. Couldn't cover last night, those sons of a guns. They had that game covered twice. They were on the field celebrating the cover. And then they had the nerve to celebrate by winning by 1 in overtime. The spread was 6, guys. Celebrate the cover. Of course, I joke. By the way, the Houston Texans, I believe going into Sunday in Indianapolis, were plus 750 to win the division. They are now plus 310. They have as good of a shot as anybody in that division. The Jaguars, Colts, and Texans are fighting over the crown for the AFC South. They have a chance to actually win this, which is wild. After the way the offense looked, after the way they started this season 0-3. But now here we go again. Biggest game of the season coming up. And I don't like this one as much as I like the Bills and Colts. because this one reminds me of the Bills coming into Houston the same way that Houston's got to go into Kansas City. Sunday night football against the Chiefs in Arrowhead while they're fighting for their playoff lives. Certainly a less than ideal situation. Maybe so when do we got to take a break here? What time's our first break?
We can take one right now.
All right, let's take a break now. I want to dive a little bit more into this Colts game, more kind of with some more details, how C.J. Stroud played, how the defense played, how the offense played, and the fact that the officials are getting a lot more credit than they deserve. They were bad. They weren't great, but I think the worst call actually went against the Texans in this game. And the call that everyone thinks is so bad wasn't actually wrong. I think we just had bad camera angles. This is the Dale Show here on ESPN Radio 97.5, 92.5. Lock in, dial in, chime in, call in, 713-780-3776. Will Kunkel filling in. We'll be right back.
This is the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
Del Olalea out. Will Kunkel in. What up, Houston? What a victory Monday again for the fourth straight week. The Texans win a game. They are 4-1 in the month of November. Your quarterback, number 7, back. C.J. Stroud goes 22 of 35, 276 yards, an interception. Didn't score any touchdowns. Had some opportunities. Definitely left some things out on the field. I think that's a bit of a combination between Nick Caley, the play calling, the execution, and C.J. a little bit being rusty. My biggest complaint of CJ in this game was early on not stepping up in the pocket, floating out of the backside, leaking out to the right side on back-to-back plays in one possession in particular early on in the game. I thought he got better. I think he's certainly the better quarterback compared to Davis Mills. How do you think he played? Let us know. Chime in, call in, text in. Here's what CJ thought about his play.
Early on, I was a little rusty. I thought, they really didn't give me big plays. Like they were taking a lot of that stuff away. So I thought I was very disciplined. Check downs and getting the ball to where it had to go. And then of course the interception sucked. I got to just take care of the ball and put Hutch in a better spot and just flatten him out. But other than that, I thought I played really good. I thought every opportunity I had, with the ball, I thought I made the right decision. A couple plays I went back. But I thought, I did a really good job of, taking what the defense was giving me. I think the type of team we have, I don't have to be Superman all the time. And, I got to just do my job each and every play. And I'm not going to be perfect. I'm never going to be perfect. And I trust myself. I know my teammates trust me. And that's all that really matters.
Yeah, man, I like what C.J. Stroud said there. He doesn't have to be Superman. And I think that's more not because of the weapons that they have on the offensive side of the ball and how good they are offensively, because I don't think they are that great offensively, and I don't think they have that many weapons. Obviously, they have some. Nico Collins in particular, who, by the way, set a nice record going over 4,000 yards in his career. And he joins a pretty nice group of Texans to have accomplished that. I'm trying to find that list right now real quickly. He had 5 catches on 10 targets, 98 yards in this game. And he joins Andre Johnson, DeAndre Hopkins, Kevin Walter, shout out, and Owen Daniels to go over 4,000 career receiving yards. He's just the 5th Texans player to accomplish that in franchise history. So shout out to Nico, certainly their best player. And he seems to play well all the time when he goes to Indianapolis, whether it's that 4th down conversion on the out route on the sideline a few years ago, whether it was the opening play. Was it 2 years ago, week 18, where he streaked down the middle of the field on the opening drive for the touchdown when they were playing for their playoff lives? So Nico Collins, bona fide Colt killer. Some other incredible stats for D'Amico Ryans. They are now 13-4, which is a 765 win percentage in divisional games since 2023. 13-4. That's a 765 win percentage since 2023. That is best in the NFL. He is the best. He has the best win-loss record by a coach in divisional games in NFL history with a minimum of 15 games coached. Now, granted, the guy that's in second place has done it for 58 games. John Madden is number 2 on that list. He was 40, 13, and 5 in divisional games in his career. D'Amico Ryans better with the win percentage at 765, but of course just 17 games. Does this mean anything to you, Mapes? Are you impressed by D'Amico Ryans being the winningest coach in NFL history in division games?
I am I'm less impressed that it's the most in NFL history because, like you pointed out, he's been coaching for 2 years and 10 games, 12 games. So yeah, that part isn't as impressive, but the number in itself, the 13-4, that's very impressive to me. And I think it's the reason why definitely they're still alive this year to win the division. I think it's a big reason, obviously in 2023, winning that game in Indy that you mentioned earlier. Like, this is how they win the division every year that they're coached by D'Amico Ryans, and why they're in it this year is because he whoops up on the divisional opponents, and those wins matter so much. I mean, just think about the outlook of today's show if they don't win this game. Like it goes from this team is very dangerous and is a team no one wants to play to, oh my God, did they kind of blow it in Indy? So I think it's a big win, and I think you kind of saw all the good parts of having a D'Amico Ryans coach team on display yesterday in Indianapolis.
Yeah, I think their defense. This is a defensive-led team, and this is how you want to go about your goals in the NFL. The goals in the NFL, yeah, obviously you want to make the playoffs, however, but the goal is to really win your division every single year. And yes, before everybody drives off the road is freaking out, yes, the division has been down of late. The Jaguars have not been very good. The Colts were not very good in years past when they had their train hitched to Anthony Richardson, that sad sack of a quarterback. And then the Tennessee Titans, they just absolutely stink. Already eliminated from the NFL playoffs at 1-11. The Titans, Raiders, Giants, Saints, Cardinals, all officially eliminated already from the NFL playoffs going into this next week. So,
and Texans play 2 of those teams, right?
Yeah. The Raiders, 3 of them.
Raiders.
Oh, no, they already played the Titans. Raiders and Cardinals.
And Cardinals, yeah.
Yep. Looking at the schedule, by the way, it's very interesting. The Colts do not have a favorable schedule.
No, they play basically all playoff teams or playoff hopefuls.
They play, going forward, the Colts have the Jaguars twice. So you assume you kind of split there because of the familiarity. The Jaguars are going to be playing for a lot. Their Jaguars certainly are not a bad team. I think we need to get over this notion that the Jaguars are a bad football team. I mean, they're 8-4. They're better than the Texans. They're not playing better than the Texans. Although they smashed yesterday. They took care of business yesterday in a convincing fashion as well. And the games that they were winning, they're putting up points. They've scored more points than the Texans have. And anyone else say, oh, it's the Titans. Well, look, did you see what the Texans did against the Titans?
Yeah, they outside the fourth quarter back in, what was that, week 4?
Yeah.
There's not a big difference between the Texans and Titans on the scoreboard, at least.
Not even a little bit. They won 25-3 yesterday. If the Texans won 25-3, it would have been beautiful. But the Jaguars are not a bad football team. The Colts have a very difficult – hold on, I got the Jaguars schedule up first, so we'll take a look at them. They play the Colts twice. Then they got the Jets playing better football, not a good football team. Yeah. That seems dangerous to me, though. I don't know why. It's just one of those games you're like, ooh.
It's more dangerous than it was a month ago. It's like the Jets there's signs of life there.
And then they're at the Broncos. I don't think the Jaguars win that game. And then they host the Titans. That game is TBD. A lot of games right now are to be determined about when they're going to be played because the AFC South is going to be fun. I think the NFL set up the schedule actually pretty dang well for the AFC South to make some good national television down the stretch. The Colts have the Jaguars twice, one coming up this week, and then they go to Seattle. Good luck there. Then they host the 49ers, who, by the way, the 49ers are a much better team going forward than they were when they came here to Houston. They're getting a little healthier. They're getting a little bit better. Then they got the Jaguars again at their place in Indianapolis, and then the Colts end the season here in Houston. The fact that the Houston Texans go on the road and serve against the Colts in their first game while trying to chase them is so big. It's one thing to hold serve, like, all right, good win. And then you look at the schedule like, dang, now we got to go to their place to end the season. Dude, it's such an easier game having the Colts have to come here to play in NRG. The Texans are a far better team at home than they are on the road. A far better team. And that's a shout out to the city of Houston for the environment that they create. But if they make that a noon kickoff, maybe not. City of Houston better show up for these games, by the way. So the Colts have a very difficult schedule going forward. The Texans' schedule is better than the Jaguars, tougher than the Jaguars, not quite as hard as the Colts. They have the Chiefs. Do you think the Chiefs are formidable? Like, I don't think they're a good team. But I do think that this is not the situation you want to catch them in.
That's what it is.
The Chiefs, I don't want to see them Sunday Night Football with their lives on the line in Arrowhead.
After a loss, 3 days extra rest or whatever it is. But it's mostly it's a cornered animal situation.
And it's a mischievous badger, too. That sucker is angry.
Yes, this team, the actual Chiefs team that they put on the field is not intimidating. at all, really, especially for the Texans, because I feel like the Texans just like, position by position, like I can see how they match up. It is just the situation of like I don't think the Chiefs are going to go out that sad with back-to-back losses and completely follow the playoff picture. So this is the worst time, I think, to catch the
Not only
Chiefs.
that, I think I'm still in the boat that the Chiefs are not, like, their demise is being a little bit over-exaggerated.
It's a lot of close game
Yes.
luck balancing out.
Look who it's against, by the way. Yes, they're losses, so their record is not what we think. Where they are in the playoff picture, quote, in the hunt, is nowhere that we've seen them in recent memory. I get all that. So, yes, there is a difference. But their losses, they've lost 3 of their last 4 games, and that's why everyone is freaking out. Okay, fine, fair enough. But they've also lost at the Bills by a score. They've lost at the Broncos by a score. They won at home against the Colts by a score. They lost in Dallas by a score. They have lost their combined 3 games by 13 points. This team is not getting blown out. They're not a bad football team. Just because the Chiefs aren't what we remember them as when they were winning all their Super Bowls and they were world beaters and they couldn't lose, that doesn't mean they're not a good football team or that they can't win a game. If anything, what they can do is win in prime time on Sunday night with their backs against the wall with a good team coming in, because that's what they've done. And it's not because that's what they've done as much as it is they're not getting their ass handed to them every single week.
Yeah, no, they've lost 5 games by a field goal.
That's crazy. Now, this is kind of where I said there will be some regression in their record coming into the year, because last year they won games that they had no business winning with that Chiefs magic.
It was the 100% like best outcome possible every single time.
Now this year it's the opposite.
It's the opposite. So
and yet they're still around.
Yeah.
But to be fair, they can't afford this loss. It's not a must win. It's not a must win. I'm just saying they're going to have to charge this to the credit card, this loss, and pay it off later and get some wins. Like, they can still afford it, but they shouldn't really be taking it. You know what I'm saying? Like, just because it's Black Friday or Cyber Monday doesn't mean you should be buying that TV that you can't buy.
It's not a big enough sale.
Like,
it's
do you
not
really
a big
need
enough
to put it
sale.
on layaway? Come on. Is that the right financial decision? I just realized we didn't get into the Colts game at all this segment.
No,
we talked about it a little
I mean,
bit.
big picture, though, I do feel pretty good about the Texans.
Yeah, like this team
going through the schedules, like that, and it's not quite, because the Jags schedule is easier. It's not quite you control your own destiny, but you definitely control your own destiny when it comes to the Colts.
Talk about. Okay, must win and control your own destiny are 2 of my pet peeves. Actually, I have 3 of them. 1, it's champing at the bit. It's not chomping.
Oh yeah.
2, you do not control your destiny. Destiny is uncontrollable. You control your destination. The Texans control their destination, although they don't, because the Jaguars, one of them controls the tiebreaker right now. But nonetheless,
they control their own fate.
I think fate is on you. You can't control fate.
Okay. I'm thinking of synonyms.
You control your destination.
Yeah.
You can't control your destiny.
Your
destiny is uncontrollable.
Your postseason hopes.
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
But can you? Yeah, you can control your hopes, but you control your destination. The third one was must win.
Must win.
It's just not a must win.
I'm kind of with you on must win.
It's just not right, especially because what if the Colts lose? What if the Jaguars, although they can't both lose this weekend, one of them's going to lose. So you're going to stay within a game with the loss no matter what. All right, after this break, we're going to be right back here on the Del Olalea Show on 97.5, 92.5 ESPN. I want to hear from y'all. I want to know what you guys thought about this Colts game. I promise we're going to get to the Colts game in and of itself. We've been talking a lot of big picture. Text or call. The number is 713-780-3776. Will Kunkel filling in for Dell. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube or if you're listening on the radio, find my show, Kicking It with Kunkel, on YouTube. I went live last night. Had a lot of fun with some viewers. Chimed in, gave away some Socorro, did the whole 9 yards. All right, we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
What up, Houston? Dell is out. He's on vacation this week. Well-earned and well-deserved. Will Kunkel filling in. Host of Kicking It with Kunkel on YouTube. Do me a solid. Do me a favor. Go subscribe to my channel. Help me out, all right? Let's get into this Texans-Colts game. A little bit more the game itself. The defense proved, I think, one thing in particular in this game. So we know that the Texans have a very good defense, and we think it's elite. It's probably the best in the NFL. But they did it against the number one offense on the road. They proved that they can travel. They proved that they can win games without racking up an inordinate amount of sacks. I think this defense wins games so many different ways. They prove that they have what it takes, and that's why maybe this Chiefs game isn't as scary, but it's still Patrick Mahomes, but they don't have Jonathan Taylor. The Colts have some weapons on the outside that people don't give them credit for. And in this game, they were neutralized outside of third downs. That is one thing. There are a couple things. Let's talk about some of the negatives here that I don't want to gloss over just because they won. They've got to get better on third downs defensively. They need to be better on third and longs in particular. Overall, they were good on the game, allowing a 30% conversion rate, 3 of 10 against the Colts. But on one drive in particular, and I don't want to make too much out of one drive, but we have certainly seen this as a bit of a narrative throughout the season and giving up third down conversions, in particular, again, long ones throughout the year. I'm trying to find the exact stats. I know they gave up a 3rd and 9. Yeah, here it is. At this point, they had allowed 4 of 9 conversions on third down. Not a good stat. They were much better. They finished up fine. But on one drive alone, it was that touchdown drive. They gave up a 3rd and 11 conversion, a 3rd and 9 conversion. They gave up a 3rd and 9 conversion again, but that was negated by holding by the Colts, offensive holding. So they had to do it again. That turned into 3rd and 19, which then turned into defensive pass interference. So another conversion, albeit by a penalty, which, by the way, my ass, dude. How in the world is that defensive pass interference when the ball sails 10 yards out of bounds? That was the worst call of the game. In a game where there were some skeptical calls. The extra point, I think, was good. I don't think it wasn't good. I think the view that we had was bad. When you look at the all-22 view, the ball's inside the uprights, albeit higher than the uprights. So you never got a really good view. So, of course, that drama creeped in. It was a bad defensive pass interference call against the Colts as well on Xavier Hutchinson that allowed the Texans to score. So those kind of offset. The officials had some squirrely calls. I think by far the worst call of the game went against the Texans. Show this to a Colts fan and they'll lose their mind because they're ridiculous on social media this morning and last night. But that should never have been a defensive pass interference call. Derek Stingley is someone I want to talk about because he had a slow start to the year. He was not as dominant. I'm not saying he wasn't good, but he was not as dominant as he was as an all-pro last season. Yesterday, the dude was nails. He didn't allow a single reception in the game on his only target. He allowed 1 target. That's why some of these guys don't get the interception numbers you think that elite corner should have. 7, 8, 9 interceptions. Like, this guy has 1. Derek Stingley only has 1 or 2. It's because no one throws his way. He's on absolute lockdown throughout the entire game. He was on 28 coverage snaps against the Colts. He was targeted 1 time and did not allow the ball to be caught. He allowed 0 receptions on 1 target in 28 coverage snaps. It's the 5th game that he has allowed fewer than 10 yards in coverage. That is the definition of taking away a side of the field or taking away a player if he's going to follow him on the field. Derek Stingley is so freaking good. To be able to do that is impressive. Now, Kamara Lassiter got beat for a touchdown. Kalen Bullock faded on 1 touchdown. He wasn't really in coverage. He's kind of like that guy that gets dunked on but was coming over to help. It wasn't really his fault. Kamari Lassiter actually had some good coverage on that play, and it still kind of got beat. Just good defense. What can you do? Better catch, better throw. But this defense, man, they look good. They show that they are the best defense in the NFL. Getting Jalen Petrie back was a huge addition for them. One of the other things Jalen Petrie, dude, I love that you are wearing the Guardian cap. Take care of your head, take care of your brain, take care of your future. I don't think it even looks silly. Do you even think about the Guardian cap? And you're like, bro, what are you wearing? Do you think it's a fashion faux pas anymore?
No, I think it's kind of like, a lot of credit goes to the guys 2-3 years ago when they started wearing those during games, because 2 or 3 years ago it was like a huge
it was like a one-off.
What's up with that guy?
Do you remember there was a guy with the 49ers back in the 90s that had like a double helmet situation? He had like a hard cover on top of his helmet, and he had a history of brain situation or whatever. And back then it was like, oh, that's weird. Okay, whatever. These Guardian caps actually look squirrelier.
Yeah, I think I don't know. Maybe it's me getting used to it. Maybe it is something where it feels like they got better at like shaping it. Like it doesn't look like basically a sock on top of a helmet, anymore. It looks like an actual helmet, or at least Petrie's did.
I have the picture of the guy in the 49ers. I don't have the name of the guy, but he exists. I typed in on Google 49ers player wearing double helmet, which, by the way, got me.
I put Niners extra padding helmet, and it's all
Steve
Guardian
Wallace
caps.
was his name.
Steve Wallace?
Did it. Steve Wallace helmet. Let's see. Yeah. So he had like a double helmet on. It was kind of weird. I wonder I wonder if that provided much cover, protection compared to the Guardian helmets, because obviously technology has advanced significantly. But nonetheless, like, good for Jalen Petrie to wear that. I think more players should wear it. Football is such a violent friggin' game. It is so bad for your head. It's so bad for your brain. It scares the hell out of me if I have a son, because I want him to play football if he wants to. I think football is amazing. I think it teaches some incredible life lessons. I think sports do in general. It doesn't teach character, it reveals character. I think all of that stuff is true. But, man, you can't hide the fact that what you do to your brain is bad. Like, it is just not good for your head. And the way that we teach kids to tackle and the way players tackle using their head and their helmets as a weapon is all bad. Anyway, good for Jalen Petrie. What the hell was Nick Caley doing going into halftime? Everyone's saying everybody knows that you want to score before half when you get the ball at halftime. After halftime, yeah, obviously. And I think his goal was to do that. I think he knows that. I don't think he was trying to be conservative and not trying to score. I just don't think he knew how to go about it. And they did it well initially. And also, Jaden Higgins, when you get the ball, get your ass upfield, get the first down. Don't run east to west in that situation. Cut upfield, get the first down.
I thought the Higgins one got overlooked because everyone was freaking out about the lack of, I guess, hustle or whatever. It felt like they were too conservative. To me, that I was shocked that Higgins ran the way he did.
Just not aware of this. Not aware. He's actually had, and I like Jaden Higgins. I think he's going to be good, and I think he had himself a pretty decent game in this game. What were his numbers? He had 5 catches, 65 yards, long and 19. I think he's going to be good, okay? Yeah. Everyone stop freaking out. His field awareness is not really there.
I would have liked to cut upfield there.
Cut upfield, get the first down.
He was like 2 yards short, 3 yards short.
The Bills game had a couple plays where he needs to get his feet down. That's what good receivers do. I'm not telling you it's easy. I'm not telling you I could do it. Probably could. But he needs to. I asked him about it in the locker room afterwards after the Bills game, because he laughed after one catch he got his feet down, because he was like, damn, finally, I actually did it. And he admitted that after he couldn't get his feet down, some of the guys on the sidelines were like, bro, can't get your feet down? Like, CJ gave him some grief, all in fun. But his field awareness needs to get a little bit better, and situational awareness needs to get a little bit better.
Yeah.
So he just needs to get the ball upfield. But Nick Caley, the play calling, the lack of urgency, the lack of situational awareness, I just don't understand how you are in that situation when you had a minute 40-something. I'm pulling up the play-by-play right now.
It felt like they were scared to give the ball back to the Colts. It felt like they were coaching out of our number one objective is to be the last team to touch the ball this half.
It didn't feel that. Yes, it felt like it
was
felt
a weird
like
middle
he was
part.
overwhelmed by the situation again.
Well, to me, it was a weird middle part where they weren't just running it up the middle and running out the clock. It was let's make an effort for it, but also let's not give these guys the ball back with a minute left. I do think that it was overall just I just needed it to be a little bit faster. I'm actually okay with
Be purposeful with what you're doing.
Yeah.
Have intent behind what you are doing versus
there's a lot of looking around.
Hoping you're just going to end up in field goal range. That's not the way it works. So the 2-minute warning hit. The Colts punt the ball to the Texans. The Texans get the ball back with 1:51. It starts off well. They hit Dalton Schultz for 11 yards, first down. Then C.J. Stroud to Woody Marks for 3 yards. They're starting to move the ball. 1:10 left. Now 45 seconds left. C.J. Stroud to Nico Collins, 11 yards, first down, timeout. That's number 2. So you still have 1 timeout to go, 39 seconds on the clock. Then you go deep to Nico, incomplete, 31 seconds left. You go short, incomplete pass, 31 seconds left. You now gain nothing. You have a timeout. You have a whole bunch of time. You have 1 timeout, and you're at midfield. You need to just start chopping away at yards, and then he finds Jaden Higgins, who doesn't do the job, but it shouldn't have come down to 3rd and 10 in that situation. And this is what I've been talking about all year long. I think the coaching was good in this game, so I don't want this to be the narrative of the Colts game because I don't think it is. This was not poor coaching in this game. They didn't overcome poor coaching to get their best win of the season. I think Nick Caley called a good game. I think the offensive line played well. I think the offense is trending in the right direction. They played good enough. But too many times there are moments in big situations where the coaching fails. The coaching does not put the players in the best situation. And that was this moment. It could have cost them. It didn't cost them. So naturally, it's not going to harp on it a lot. There probably will be a question or two this week to Nick about it, and maybe even D'Amico today when he meets with the media. But that can't go unnoticed.
Yeah.
Because good basketball teams close out halves. Good football teams close out halves. You run a good 2-minute offense, especially when you have all the time. Nothing was working against you. You were almost at midfield with 39 seconds to go and a timeout. There's no reason you shouldn't have ended up closer to field goal range. I'm not telling you have to be successful. It just
give yourself the option to be successful.
Give yourself the option of, hey, we should want to be successful.
I mean, it's really that first play. They run the first play with 1:51 left. They get a first down, which is always the thing when you're running hurry up. It's get that first down.
This is the BS that they tried against was it the Broncos? Who'd they go to overtime? Was it the Broncos game that went to overtime where they had no success offensively? No, was it when they tried to score late in the game instead of going to overtime, and it was complete.
I think it was the Broncos.
It was the dumbest decision of they had the worst offensive game they've had maybe in franchise history.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they thought, hey, let's go for. They threw 2 incomplete passes.
Yeah, it was the Broncos. With Mills because
they were trying to all of a sudden get that first down and see if they could get things moving.
Yeah.
When they haven't done it all game long, and then the way they did it, they didn't run the ball on 3rd down to keep the clock moving. It's those type of situations those coaching decisions that make no damn sense. A lack of awareness of the situation and how do you put your players in the best situation to succeed and win. That's what happened against the Broncos. Thankfully, this was the first half. It wasn't the second half. So it wasn't hey, if this fails, we're going to lose. They put the Broncos in a situation to win the game because they didn't run the ball on 3rd down.
Mm-hmm.
And they were trying to all of a sudden, fine, you want to see if you can get something going on the first play? Okay. It failed, incomplete. You tried again, let's not, but okay. It failed, stop the clock. Again, the Broncos had 1 timeout. They didn't run the ball. And now they do it again. It's the coaching decisions that are consistently in question every game, even in a biggest win of the season. And that's what sucks. Can we get over that type of stuff? It's stuff that X is hardly right on anything. Social media is hardly right on everything or anything. They're right on a couple things. 1, the coaching has not been great in crunch situations. 2, where the hell is Woody Marks in the receiving game? 3, finally, Jalen Knoll is on the field in special teams. That's where X and social media Texans fans actually get it right.
Yeah, the Knoll thing, especially as a punt returner, was
Finally
crazy.
they rectified
It was
that
crazy how long
Yeah.
that went on. But yeah, I mean that to me is the Nick Haley warts. Like that's part of it.
And it's D'Amico too. Like D'Amico's the head
Yeah,
coach.
he deserves
You
some of it.
oversee
He
all of it. You
yes.
have to take extreme accountability. He has to.
I'm saying I'm
Right.
putting it on Haley
I
because he's the
agree.
offensive coordinator.
I agree. I just think when it happens that often, it's bigger picture even more
sure.
than just Nick Haley, and that's the only reason I say that.
Especially because it's reoccurring. It's not like a one-off. Like it doesn't look like they've learned from it.
This is not a negative day for the Texans. This is a huge win. This is the best win of the season for them. But also, what are your thoughts? What's everyone's thoughts out there on that 4th down call? Call in, text in. We're going to talk about that on the other side of the break. 713-780-3776. It was the tush push, back-to-back plays, 3rd down and 4th down. Did you like going for it? Did you like the call? What would you have called? What were your thoughts? Will Kunkel filling in for Dell. Find me on YouTube, Kicking It with Kunkel's my show. Subscribe to the channel. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Who is this?
I believe this is a Donald Glover song.
Who's that?
Childish Gambino.
I've heard that. Is that a group?
No, it's a man, an artist.
So wait, why did you say it's someone else if it's Childish Gambino?
Well, because he goes by Donald Glover.
That's his
real name.
Hold on. Why does he go by?
Because he's an actor slash.
So his stage name is Childish Gambino.
Yeah.
His real name
is
his
Donald
government
Glover.
name.
And I thought you'd maybe know him as Donald Glover.
Don't. I know who Childish Gambino.
Okay.
I've heard the name. I don't know any of his music, but that's it.
This is one of them.
Okay. This is not Dell, by the way, everybody.
Dell knows this song. He picked it.
Yeah, the intro. I like the song. It's catchy.
Yeah, it's a great song.
Yeah, no problem with the jam. Just no idea who the hell it is. This is Will Kunkel, though, filling in for Dell, listening to Donald Glover, a.k.a. Childish Gambino. You can find me on YouTube. Kicking It with Kunkel is my show. Please go give me a subscribe, follow along. I talked about Derek Stingley Jr. I want to get to him very quickly, and then we're going to get to that fourth down conversion. Do you guys like the decision to go for it on fourth down? Or do you like the call that they made on fourth down? Or would you have done something completely different? The NFL's tight. That's all I got to say. We're going to get to that second. Here's Derek Stingley Jr. Here's his numbers in a 4-game win streak that they're on right now. He has been targeted 10 targets. 10 times he's been targeted in 4 games. He's allowed 3 catches in those 4 games on those 10 targets. He's allowed 20 receiving yards in 4 games on 3 catches out of 10 targets. He's allowed 0 touchdowns. He has 1 interception. The opponent passer rating against him in those 4 games, 0.0. The opponent EPA against him, negative 8.4. Defensive player of the year conversation for sure, right? He ain't gonna get it. It just doesn't work that way.
I think Myles Garrett's gonna run away with this thing.
I get it, but
All-Pro.
This is
First
the one
team
thing.
All-Pro
It's like
without
the MVP is always a quarterback. The Heisman's always a quarterback. The best defensive player always has to have sacks and interceptions. God forbid they take away everything on an entire half of the field. Heavens forbid they do it in winning football. I mean, come on. I don't know that he should win it, but to think that he shouldn't be in the conversation, what Sting is doing right now is extremely, extremely impressive. Not impressive, the play call on fourth down from Nick Caley, the tush push. I don't have a problem with the tush push the times that they did it, and I don't have a problem with it on third down. I need to be convinced that going forward on fourth down is the right decision in general on a team that has not had success in short yardage situations. It's not a goal line situation necessarily, but conceptually it is in regards to it being a short yardage situation. The playbook can be hypothetically opened because you can still go deep. You're not dealing with the back end of the end zone, making it a smaller field. But you haven't been very good in these situations. My thought is, I don't hate them going for it on fourth down. I do hate the play call. You haven't had success getting push up the middle all season long. We saw that against the Broncos in real time. We've seen it multiple times. You just haven't. You've had more success than recently than you have all year, but still not great. So I don't mind going for it. I don't like the play call, but I also need to be convinced that going for it was even right. Because if the decision to go for it is that the negative side is that, hey, we can trust our defense up 4, okay. But can't you also trust your defense up 7? Forcing the Colts offense to have to score a touchdown, and then if they do, the worst case scenario is you're going to overtime? Don't you want to put your players in that position more so than being put in a position that if they score a touchdown, you lose this game? Like, okay, let's go to overtime. That's the worst case scenario. Again, I don't hate going for it, but I don't think it's the right call. I think the right call, and I don't know what the analytics say, so some nerds can get after me. I don't think the analytics are always right because I don't think you know every team and every situation, what they've been good at, what they haven't been good at, and also what the play call is going to be. Going back-to-back tushy-pushy is not the right call for sure. Again, I don't hate going for it. I like being aggressive. But in that situation, I think the right call is kicking the field goal, going up by 7, and you can still trust your defense. You can still say, hey, the defense is on the field with a chance to win the game. And the safety net is overtime. Not there is no safety net. If they score a touchdown, game over, Colts win. I don't understand why you put that on the field. Why do you make that an opportunity? Why do you make losing an option? Just kick the field goal. What do you think, Mapes?
I agree. I was surprised that they went for it. I'm not sure if I was surprised or just disappointed that I was just back-to-back tush pushes.
I think I was disappointed.
Just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think Nick had a good game. I think Haley had a good game.
Yeah.
That call, the way they ended the first half, is just kind of, yeah, man.
They make it be a B, not an A. You know, it's that kind of thing where it's like,
it's spelling errors on a test. You know, you write an essay, you make a great argument, the 5 paragraphs are knocked out, you hit your 1,000-word count, but you misspell your own dumbass name at the top of the paper and the subject's name, and all of a sudden the teacher's got to dock you because you're an idiot. And it's stuff you can control.
Yeah, because going for it, in my mind, it's you go for it because you think you can, A, get a touchdown and actually in the game, B, just run more clock. But the thing is, you're at the 17-yard line. So you can only really get one more first down and run, that time off. So
and by the way, hold on, pause, just to interrupt and to be rude. Who says that they even run the ball unlike what they did against the Broncos? Who says they even approach that situation properly unlike they did going to first half?
Very good point.
So, yeah, okay, but do we even know that was the intent? Do we even know that they would have handled that well? Because they didn't handle that moment well, let alone the impending futuristic moment wasn't handled well.
Yes, and like you said, the difference between 4 and 7, to me, I mean, the Colts are going to go for a touchdown anyway. So the difference is just protecting yourself from that touchdown being scored. So
you protect yourself from a loss.
Yeah.
They have to get a touchdown. They're in 4-down territory no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
So why not give yourself the potential of overtime versus, now we got to go down and score and whatever the time would have been.
Yeah, because in a weird way, 3 versus 7 is almost better.
Because then you're not in 4-down territory.
Yeah, you stop them in the red zone, they kick a field goal, you're still alive. So 4 and 7 to me is very little difference. And like you said, it is just opening the door that you lose when you don't pick up this 4th down. So yeah, I would have kicked it. I'm sure someone tweeted out whatever the AWS analytics of go for it or not is.
But that doesn't take in situations.
Yeah,
it doesn't take in players and moments and play calling and things like that.
I think the Texans are a very specific type of team where the big umbrella analytics is actually not that useful for them because they are such a lopsided team.
They're a niche team.
Yeah.
They do certain things really, really, really well, on defense, and then on offense, good luck getting a grasp at what they do well and when it's going to happen. They do certain things well. I just don't know what it is and when it's going to happen.
Exactly. And just give them the ball, first and 10 from the 16. If you just take a picture of that and hey, Sean, do you think they're going to score a touchdown here?
No.
Not really.
Hard no.
I think of it, or I think they have a smaller chance than I would give the average NFL team. If you just say NFL
they're
team
the worst
A,
red zone team in the NFL.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that actually holds up today because their numbers were okay, 40%, I believe, this game. So they may have
shuffled around a little.
But they're in the bottom of the barrel. They're the bottom 3 in the NFL in the red zone.
So to me, I'm just take the field goal, let your defense win this game for you.
That's your calling card. That's your identity is the defense.
And it's definitely not short yardage. Whatever the opposite of it. Beyond red zone.
And I don't.
4th and 1 is not their strong
going
suit.
for it on 4th down. I am a pro 4th down goer guyer on certain situations, even for the Texans. But this one's not it. I just think this is the situation that you kick the field goal, put it in your defense's hands, as you were doing when you went for it. If you didn't get it, you were putting your defense's hands. But you just give them the safety net. That's all.
Yeah.
You give them a better safety net.
Going from their last drive to their first drive, what'd you think of the field goal, 4th and goal from the 4 to start the game? Essentially to start the game.
I think you take the points.
Yeah. I think with the Texans, and D'Amico does do this a lot, where you err on the side of being more conservative and more.
Sometimes. So, okay.
Except for the
Titans game.
Offensive play.
So remember the Titans game.
Remember the Titans game.
Remember the Titans. They will not gain another yard. The field goal is missed by Matthew Wright. Dumb penalty by the Titans gives them second life. They have an opportunity to kick the field goal again on 4th down. They don't take it. They go for it on 4th down. They're sacked for 11 yards with Davis Mills, and they don't get any points. So, to be fair, again, situational driven. I think in the Titans game, you kick that field goal 100% of the time. You struggle in the red zone. You struggle to get in the red zone, take the points. You're playing a bad offensive team in the Titans. You have an elite defense. The points mean the world to you in that game. You take the points in that situation every time. Now, in this game against the Colts, I like that they got the points. I will say that if they went for it, I wouldn't be as angry in this situation simply because you are playing the best offense in the NFL, that maybe you will need touchdowns to win, and that if you don't get it, 96 yards to go, still difficult to accomplish if you're the Colts with a Daniel Jones with a broken fibula, which, by the way, dude, can we put some respect on his name?
Yeah. I
Holy
mean,
crap. And he didn't look bad.
He did not look bad at all. I mean, he just didn't move very much, which understandable.
Yeah,
broken leg. But yeah, I was really impressed. I was super impressed.
Yeah, just to be fair, I don't think you broad brush every 4th down on the 4-yard line on the first drive.
Yeah.
You would think, okay, opening drive, 4-yard line. If you would kick it here, why wouldn't you kick it in this situation? Well, that's why. In the Titans game, you're going up against a very bad offense. You are not very good offensively. Just take the damn points.
Yeah, you can just sit on that.
Yeah. Against the Colts, you're on the road. I know you were on the road in Titans. Against the number 1 offense in the NFL, maybe you'll need the touchdowns because this is a game where you need touchdowns to win. Field goals won't get the job done. It didn't end up being that way. You got the points, so you just kind of wash your hands and move on. You get the points. I wouldn't have had a problem, though, if they go for it on 4th down. But again, the 4th down with the double tush push, horrible call on the second tush push. I'm adamant about that. I don't hate going for it on 4th down, but I don't really like it in that situation. I think you can still count on your defense late in the game to get the win and give yourself a safety net.
Yeah, and no safety net needed. They did. It is funny though that this Texans team is like this defense, like they were on the field when they've lost games before, like that has happened.
It's true, but it's been so lopsided from a stand. Like the Texans weren't scoring; they were giving so many 3-and-outs. The defense was more tired, and that's not a defense because if you want to be elite, you better win when it's last possession game time.
Like the Bucs game, like you gotta win that one.
Yeah, but you look at that game, you're like, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
You're wiped.
Yeah, and they need to score 19 or 20 to beat you. Like it was a culmination of very poor offense, and the defense just so happened to be like, catching the last end of that. But it is something where, even the Titans game, the second Titans game, where Cam Ward drives him down the field, and it was a phenomenal throw, and a throw that, like, I'm not sure how many guys could make that again. I'm not sure Cam Ward could make that throw again. Right. And he eventually scores the touchdown, or they eventually score the touchdown. You get the field goal to win it. So this is a team that, like, has been leaky, or, hasn't been, shutting, the best closer. They haven't been Mariano Rivera out there.
The complaint about the defense right now is that they haven't been perfect.
Yeah, they're being asked to be perfect, and they haven't done that.
And now, if the offense is trending in the right direction, which they are,
yeah,
they don't have to be perfect, but they can still be very, very good because they're still going to be playing with some very tight margins. It's the NFL. And someone on my TikTok right now chimed in and said, why can kickers hit 70-yarders but miss extra points? And I said, well, to be fair, I think there's probably 170-yarder attempted a year. There's probably 2 or 3 60-plus yard field goals attempted a year, and their success rate's going to be very small. But when you hit it, you talk about it, and you're wowed.
Yeah.
There's probably 6, 7, 8 extra points kicked per game. When you miss one, you're wowed. And it's felt because in the NFL, you're playing with such thin margins, especially when you're battling for a division. When you're battling first, second place, those games are going to be tight. Look at these Texans games. They have not been blowout games. The win against Jacksonville, 7-point win. Win against the Titans, 3-point win. Win against the Bills, 4 points. Win against the Colts, 4 points. Like, they're all one-possession games. And when you take away that extra point that the Colts missed, that's huge.
It was a huge miss.
Dude, like, that's the difference in the game right there.
Yeah, we're probably talking about an overtime game.
They kicked the
make
field goal for sure. And you think he makes it.
Yeah.
You know, whatever.
I'm giving
the
him a
odds
make,
are he
but
makes it. And the extra point that Kaimi Fairbairn hit, he hit. It went inside the uprights, albeit above it. The other angle shows that it was good.
Yeah.
The broadcast didn't do the refs any favors.
No. And JJ Watt was, you'd think he was a Texans homer calling it a Texans game.
I thought he was good on the call.
He was great. And he was letting the refs hear it on the basically every call on that one drive that the Texans had.
He needs to settle in a little bit. He'll get a little bit better. He's not extremely comfortable quite yet in his delivery, JJ Watt, but I thought he was certainly fair. He was balanced. He brought some good information and insight to the broadcast. I think he's going to be good. I just think sometimes his delivery and the way he chimes in and the way he works with, I think Ian Eagle is his partner. Yeah. The way that they kind of interact, it'll be needs to get a little bit smoother. There was something I wanted to touch on after the break, and it's with the Texans offense. There is something I just don't get. I don't understand why Nick Cayley refuses to use one of his best weapons in a particular way. I don't get it. But today's a Victory Monday. Texans win their best win of the season. They're finally chasing first place in the AFC South. This is the Dell Show on ESPN Radio 97.5, 92.5. I'm Will Kunkel filling in. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
It's the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
Dell out. Will Kunkel in, off the bench, in relief, filling in for Dell as he's on vacation. Well earned, well deserved. D'Amico Ryan's at the podium right now, says that he does not think that safety Jalen Reed's arm is season ending. So that injury could be just a really bad situation for the Texans. Does not think that Jalen Reed's arm injury is going to be season ending. Well, I guess we'll find out. He also said that he was aggressive in the fourth quarter towards the end of the game on fourth down, and he would do it again. He doesn't have any regrets over it. If that's your mindset, I don't hate the aggressive mindset. I really don't. But I don't think it was the right decision, but I don't think it was like egregious.
I don't think it was so bad that he needs to like retract or reflect on it the next day and be like, kind of wish I had that one back. Like, to me, either way, it's a pretty close decision to make, and I can understand him going for it. It's just I personally would have kicked it, and you would have too.
Yes. So Cody Stutes tweets, D'Amico Ryan said he was aggressive and thought that the failure of the fourth down Stover shove won't deter him from being aggressive, which, good. He felt the push on third down was good, and he told them to do it again. Do we have to slam our head into the brick wall repeatedly? Do we have to do that? It's the definition of insanity, for gosh sakes. Stop! It didn't work. You don't get pushed in the middle. That's not what the Texans have done all year.
Yeah, and I would like to see the analytical breakdown of when a team does back-to-back tush pushes. Like, how often is the second one successful when the first one isn't?
Unless you're the Eagles.
Take the Eagles out of it. They're different when it comes to this.
Yeah.
But when a team gets stuffed on the tush push and then runs it again, I feel like they never get it the second time. Whatever you could have done to get it, you would have done it the first time, not the second time you run it. So while the Stover thing, like, it's a nice wrinkle, I guess, to help with some of the short yardage things, you can't be running it back to back. You have to have a different play.
Everyone knows, and they're getting off the ball well. It's loud in there. They
just proved they could stop it. They just proved they could do it.
I don't love it. If it works, maybe we're singing a different tune. But here's I want to be intellectually honest and consistent that I love a team that will run the ball on 4th and 1, 3rd and 1, 2nd, whatever it is on the goal line repeatedly, because that's the way you're a good football team. That's the way you want to, you want to impose your will. I also understand that by week 10, 11, 12, if you don't do it well, you need to not do it all the time. I understand you want to be that team. I get that. Every team wants to be that team. Not every team is that team. Not every team can be that team. So when you learn you're not the team, don't try to be a team you're not, especially with your interior linemen. That's been your biggest struggle all season long, is getting pushed on the interior line. You've been fine running the ball outside the tackles in the red zone. That's how you've scored most of your touchdowns. So stop trying to do it when you're not near the red zone and it's just 4th down. Just because you're not in the red zone doesn't mean that statistically you have a better chance of doing it. You still got the same players that can't create that push. That's all. Jeremy Branham tweeted.
This could go a lot of different ways.
Yeah, you know what's funny is Jeremy and I kind of agree on almost everything. And oddly enough, I think we will end up agreeing here. Having a conversation on X is like shooting yourself in the face, and we're doing it again, by the way. So he says, D'Amico Ryan says they wanted to get there but didn't get there on the final drive of the first half, which is kind of what we said. Like, for the people that are saying they should have tried to score because they were getting the ball in the second half, you always try to double them up. Yeah, I agree. So does D'Amico. That was the goal. I said the way that they tried to achieve the goal is what kind of makes it scary, because it was dog poo. I don't think they did it well. And Jeremy said, I mean, they probably get points if Higgins has any situational awareness, which we mentioned exactly. You got to get up the field. But I also said it shouldn't have been 3rd and 10 on that. And he said they threw the ball on 1st and 2nd down. Was it a bad plan or bad execution? I think going deep to Nico Collins was the bad idea. Just start moving the ball, run the ball, chop away yards at a time. Like, you still can run the ball. You had plenty of time, and you had a timeout. Anyway, I'm not reading our entire conversation, Jeremy, on X so that you can get attention, okay?
Yeah, you will have your time later in the day.
Go away. Golly, social media. Okay, this is what I touched on before the break. The Texans' offense is looking better, and I think we're starting to now get into territory where we're going to notice not having Joe Mixon. Early on in the season, we noticed not having Joe Mixon in the sense of Darian Wale fumbling the ball. I don't think the offense was good enough to where Joe was going to make a massive difference. I do think that maybe you win a game out of those first three if you have Joe. They were tightly contested games. The glaring fumble by Dare. Joe doesn't fumble that, probably. But my point is, the offense isn't all of a sudden scoring 25, 30 points in those games with Joe. Like, the issues were more foundational with Nick Caley, the game plan in the offensive line, the lack of protection, the lack of push. There were 100 reasons that the offense was bad to start the season, and Joe in the running back situation was none of them. But I do think we're starting to get to that point that the better the offense gets, you start to feel the margins a little bit more. And that's where we're going because the offense is getting better. And this is not a knock on Woody Marks at all, by the way. He's just not Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon is a very good NFL running back, and I think he had a little bit more left in the tank. I think Woody Marks probably has a higher ceiling going forward. He's a lot younger, but he's also a really good receiving running back. I'm trying to find his college stats now. Of course, that ruined my momentum. Dumbass. I should have pulled this up in the break. Instead of being on TikTok, talking to people on there, my dumbass is...
I mean, I do know that was like part of his game at USC.
Yeah,
and obviously at USC, if you're a running back, you're gonna have to catch the passes in the
or at
Lincoln
Mississippi
Riley.
State, for that matter, where he played 4 years. So in his career in college, he had 261 catches, 1,500 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Per game, he averaged 27 yards receiving per game. His best year receiving was his second year at Mississippi State, 83 catches, 500 yards, 6 yards per reception, 38 yards a game, 3 touchdowns. This season, he has 18 catches for 188 yards. Am I missing something here? Why are we not throwing the ball intentionally to Woody Marks? Not dump offs, not like escape routes, not emergency, get rid of the ball, try to make something out of it. Like, why are we not designing more plays for Woody Marks?
Yeah, I feel like there could be a one screen pass minimum to Woody Marks per game, like one running back screen just to get things moving.
A wheel route.
Yeah, get him matched up against the
route
linebacker.
Through the middle, off give him. He's a good receiving running back. He is.
And you're a team that has so few weapons that you can like hang your hat on of like, just get this guy the ball and watch what happens. Like, it really is Nico Collins, and that's kind of it. So yeah, I mean, you need an easy button. That feels like a pretty easy button to press, is the Woody Marks quick pass game.
So Woody Marks has 18 catches on 27 targets this year. Nick Chubb has 12 catches on 19 targets this year. This is a dude who receiving in his career has a season high of 27 catches in an entire season.
And he was like a bell cow back. Like, he was an every down back.
He was over 1,000 yards 4 years straight before the injuries hit.
Yeah.
So like, he was a stud running back. Like, Nick Chubb was elite, but not a receiving running back.
No, never a guy out of the backfield.
Why is he on par with Woody Marks in regards to catching the ball? And but to be fair, like, if Nick Chubb has the ability to catch the ball, throw him the ball just because he hasn't done it in his career. Now, my point is, a guy that hasn't done it in his career is on par with a guy that can do it in his career that should have more. Like, the numbers need to be higher for Woody, not lower for Nick.
And it feels like the workload is moving in Woody Marks' favor,
but not the catching. Yes.
Yeah, just total. The total
touches,
workload. Sure. Total touches is moving in Woody's favor. And you would think that the first thing that happens when Woody Marks is on the field instead Chubb more is that you're throwing the ball. But they're still treating them like they're interchangeable almost.
Well,
and
Nick,
they have
Nick
different
came
skill
in
sets.
Because Woody got hurt. Woody left. I think he even went to the locker room at that point.
Yeah. Yesterday in the first quarter, Woody Marks.
So I think this is the third straight game, by the way, that there's been an injury scare with Woody Marks. Certainly the second.
Yeah.
I think the third. And we always say escaped. I mean, if you're not hurt, you're not hurt. I don't know that you escape injury. I mean, you either get hurt or you don't get hurt.
Yeah, I think he just got like taped up. Like he just got his ankle retaped, right?
To your point about touches, though, game 1 of the season, 3 touches for 3 yards. The Buccaneers game, 3 carries, 14 yards.
Okay.
You think? Do you win? You win one of these games, right? If Woody
5 yards
Marks
per
is
carry.
more part of the game plan.
Yeah.
Now, maybe I always am skeptical of my criticism of playing time because I don't know what they know of the playbook, and the coaches know that. They know what they're ready for.
Especially for a rookie.
Exactly. 100%.
Rookie in September.
And then the Jaguars game, 6 carries, 27 yards. And then all of a sudden the Titans game, 17 carries, 69 yards. Like, oh, hell yeah. But then against the Ravens, which I'm not going to nitpick the Ravens because they put up 44 points against that crap defense, 7 carries, 24 yards. So back down to single digits. And then ever since that Ravens game, coming out of the bye week into week 7, he's had double-digit carries, 10, 11, 10, 14, 18, 16, 19 against the Colts. So he's now running back 1, as it should be. I just don't think they're tapping into all the potential. It's like if you have an oil well, as we sit here in Texas, and you drill down to 10 feet, and you're getting a little dribble, like, okay, you think maybe we can go down to 3,000 for gosh sakes and see what the hell's really down there, see if we can become a millionaire, see if we can strike gold?
Yeah.
Like, why are we not tapping into the real potential of what Woody Marks is? And this isn't like, hey, let's see if he can catch the ball. Let's see if he can be a good wide receiver out of the backfield. He's done it. He did it to the tune of 1,500 yards in 5 years in college, 261 catches. He went over 500 yards his second year at Mississippi State. His following year at USC last year, he had 47 catches, 321 yards, 27 yards per game. I'm just saying. That, again, goes to my criticism. My biggest criticism of this season is the coaching staff not putting the offensive guys in position to have success, not utilizing their talents the most, which ironically during OTAs and minicamp was the biggest praise from all the players about Nick Caley is that he, not Bobby Slowick, Nick Caley, was going to put them in position to have success. Some guys, yeah, for sure. Dalton Schultz, we're seeing the most, which credit to him to play through all these injuries. All right, we're going to talk about the Rockets coming out of the break because we need to talk about our NBA team. They had an unbelievable month of November. Still was not the best team in the NBA, but are the Rockets the best team in the NBA? Will Kunkel filling in for Dell here on ESPN Radio. Find me on YouTube, Kicking It with Kunkel's my show. Chime in on the show, text or call 713-780-3776. I'll be with you for another 20 minutes before we go national. We'll be right back.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
Will Kunkel filling in for Dell as he is out nude sunbathing. Weird weather to do it in. Shout out to you, Dell. Enjoy it, my brother. Find me on YouTube. Kicking It with Kunkel is my show. We got about 20 minutes left here. We've talked a whole lot about your Houston Texans, and rightfully so. They played probably their best game of the season because of the competition, because it was on the road, because of what was on the line. I know they looked better against the Ravens offensively, but let's be honest, that wasn't the Ravens. It wasn't really even an NFL team. It was the G League, if you will. This was their best game of the year, I think. Offensively, defensively, they held the Colts to 16 points. It's the first time the Colts have been held below 20 points all season long. So, great victory Monday for the Texans. They take on the Chiefs Sunday Night Football next week. But I would be remiss if we did not talk about your Houston Rockets. Are they not the best team in the NBA? Probably not, but not because they're not good. They just went 11-2 in the month of November. Their 2 losses coming to San Antonio on the road and Denver here at home. They just waxed Utah 129-101, who they play again tonight at 8 o'clock in Utah before they're finally back home on Wednesday against the Kings, and then again Friday at home against Phoenix. I believe they have 4 games in 5 days. Crazy stretch right now. But if you look at the NBA standings, those defending champs, man, are they good. The Pistons good as well, 16-4 on the year. The Rockets 13-4. The Oklahoma City Thunder 20-1.
Pretty good.
20-1. And it's an interesting conversation with the Thunder because last year when they won the title, everyone said, yeah, they're champions. But I don't know that they are historically a good basketball team. There's certain teams you see when they have big names, you say, oh, hell yeah, one of the best teams we've seen. That was an honor to watch. But we didn't do that with the Thunder because they probably play in Oklahoma City Thunder and they play in Oklahoma City as the Thunder. And because they don't have that massive star power, but if you're an NBA fan, you sure as hell know those names and you know they're a damn good team. And so, interestingly, I wonder if they heard some of that slight. Not that they're playing with a chip on their shoulder significantly, as if they need that and they're not good. But it's almost like they're playing on a prove-it revenge tour. Like last year wasn't a fluke. We are this good.
I mean, what it reminds me of is the second Warriors year, where
Yes.
they win the title the first year, then they go 73-9. That's what this, I mean, you start 20-1, like you immediately get in 70 win talks of this is a team that can do it. And yeah, I mean, they haven't had Jalen Williams until the last 2 games. So like they're doing this shorthanded too. They're running through the league like this. Yeah, the OKC, I think you're right. I think this is like a statement kind of.
An FU.
Yeah.
We just accomplished the NBA title against a team that y'all thought was no good in the Pacers, who ended up being really good. Tyrese Halliburton is an absolute superstar. Just because they play in Indianapolis, why is it that in the NBA, it's this small market narrative is such a thing, but in the NFL, it's not? Why is that?
Yeah.
Why is it the Pacers are small market, but not the Colts? I'm pretty sure they play across the street from each other.
Yeah, they're in the same complex.
Yeah. Why are the Colts viewed as a regular ass NFL powerhouse, best offense in the NFL team? Meanwhile, the Pacers last year were viewed as, what a great story. A small market team can have success.
Yeah, and like the Kansas City Chiefs are like the definitive, team of the 2020s. And if the NBA tomorrow said that they're making a team in Kansas City, people are like, what the hell are they doing?
Kansas City?
Like, are you kidding me?
You think they can have any success in that small little town in
Yeah.
Missouri?
No,
Us coast to people. Oh my gosh.
It's crazy. It is crazy the way that NBA, I don't know, discourse gets shaped where
It
it's
is,
like,
and I think I know why. Now, obviously, just for everyone that's thinking MLB, like that's different because of the salary cap. So that small market team is actually real, and it's not even small market necessarily. It's just small
Unwillingness.
payroll.
Yeah.
It's just you don't spend your money. Like Pittsburgh's not a small market.
It's a dog fertilizer franchise because you don't spend anything.
That's another one where it's like, well, they play in the same city as the Steelers.
Yeah.
Like one of the
and the Penguins.
A+ brands. Yeah, and the Penguins. The A+ brands of their sport.
100%. That's so wild to me that the NFL has been able to not overcome, but not even allow the small market conversation to ever. Green Bay!
Yeah.
Bro, Green Bay is a town. It's damn near a village.
Yeah. It's smaller than some of these college towns.
And they have maybe the best fan base in the NFL. They certainly have the friendliest and the most fun game atmosphere in the NFL, inside and outside of that stadium. It's my favorite place in the world to go see a football game. They're the best fans. They welcome you. The parties are awesome. They give you brats. They give you beer. You wearing the opposing team's colors is the best thing you can possibly do in Green Bay because they will go out of their way to welcome you to their tailgate to have fun and invite you into their home. I promise you. Do that in another town, see what happens. Like, it's not fun. It's not a badge of honor for you towns that think that's cool. It's not. It makes it such a crappy experience. Yeah. But anyway.
Rockets. What a season.
Holy smokes. Are we going to look back? There's a lot of basketball to be played this season, and I do not think the Thunder are going to regress naturally. Now, if an injury happens, that'd be sad for them. That'd be unfortunate. Yeah. But, boy, between the Thunder, the Lakers are playing good. I'm holding my breath on the Lakers because I don't – who knows what's going to happen with LeBron and Luka going forward in their injury situation. But are we going to look back and be like, man, of course the Rockets get KD this year. Of course the Rockets are good, and the Thunder are just crazy good.
Yeah, it's the year that the Thunder, take the leap into, with how they're playing right now, they will be a all-time team. How they weren't remembered last year as one of the great teams. If they finish this off, they will be remembered as one of the great teams. So, yeah, to me, it is a big, the Rockets were the team that was going toe-to-toe with the Warriors at the peak of the Warriors, and they have to rebuild. Just the competitive cycle had run its course. And then by the time they're good again, it's like, oh, another one of these teams is ready to go. Never mind that dude in San Antonio who, the second they put a good team around him is going to be a pain for years to come. So, yeah, there is a little bit of man, they can't sneak a title in.
But
they can't sneak
fair,
a being the best team of the league in.
I don't care what sport you play at the highest level. You're never going to be given a championship.
Yeah.
Nothing's ever going to come easy. You're going to have to beat somebody good in order to win it all. This Western Conference, though, is shaping up to be a really fun Western Conference.
Do they have to be this good? That's my question.
Yeah,
Do they have
right?
to be this good?
You have to be that. It's like
okay, they'll
it's
be
like,
good.
all right, if you're Reggie Miller and you're Karl Malone, you're John Stockton, you're like, oh, hell yeah, I'm a Hall of Fame player. We got really good teams. Wait, who? Number 23? Every year I got to see that dude?
Yeah. Thank God he left. Oh, he's back? Yeah.
Pacers and then the Knicks had some really good teams. They couldn't get past the Bulls. The Bulls were just that team with Mike that was like, damn, I got to play in this era out of my whole life, all of eternity.
There's how many, you've named most of the guys where it's like they don't get introduced as NBA champion so-and-so. NBA champion Charles Barkley. Yeah, that one guy did that.
Isn't that crazy, man?
Yeah.
That's kind of how the NBA goes. But Rockets having an unbelievable year. They're averaging 122 points a game. It's second best, 121.6 technically, second best to the Thunder at 122.2. So not even a full point behind them.
That to me is one of the biggest parts of their seasons. That we thought they would be improved on offense.
Yeah,
didn't think they'd be this good.
Of course, we look at the Kevin Durant ad, but Reed Shepherd ad. That was a free agent pickup for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, and Min Thompson, but really
expanding his game.
Şengün taking the leap. They got an all NBA player with Alperen Şengün.
To Rafael Stone's credit, when we talked to him at the end of the season, he said, there might be some changes, but, we're keeping our guys. There were too many guys to keep all of them. We obviously saw that they ended up getting rid of Jalen Green, which I think they had to do. Jalen was not the guy to be the guy. What he did against the Warriors was embarrassing. It just, dude, go out there and miss every shot, but take 30 of them.
Yeah.
Don't take 6 of them and completely disappear. Have a bad game, fine. Don't have 6 bad games. Don't disappear for 6 games. Go out there and lay it on the line. Let it hang out. But fail, fine. I don't have a problem with the failure aspect. I have a problem with not being bold and aggressive as the guy that you needed to be. So they go out and get Kevin Durant. And then all their young guys that they said they were going to keep and Rafael Stone wants to build around have gotten better. Alperen Şengün gets better. Jabari Smith Jr. improved dramatically. Amen Thompson getting better on the offensive side of the ball. And they lost Fred VanVleet. Reed Shepherd, it took a little bit of time to get going because he didn't have a whole lot of minutes, so I think it was really fair. Firstly, he's never going to replace Fred. Very different players. A significantly better scorer offensively than Fred, but not the leader, point guard, general that Fred was. Certainly doesn't have the championship pedigree that Fred does. Losing Fred, I hope it doesn't come back and really rear its ugly head, but we're not going to know that for the regular season.
Yeah.
The Rockets are going to be fine during the regular season. They're going to score a whole bunch of points. They changed their entire identity with a couple moves. They get rid of Jalen, who was a good scorer in the regular season. Now they have a dog and a prime time playoff scorer who can also obviously do it in the regular season, and Kevin Durant. But they also get rid of Dillon Brooks. So getting rid of Dillon Brooks, that changes the identity of their team and the way they play. So they're now more of an offensive team. And I asked Ime Udoka, I think 2 weeks ago, you've built your identity. You've built this team on defense. How do you not lose that mindset when you're scoring? Because in the NBA, man, when you're scoring, like all you want to do is score. All you want to do is run and play that D'Antoni style offense and play no damn defense. But under Ime, you can't get away with that. You want to be a team that does both. And when you reach teams like the Lakers and the Thunder, you're going to want to play some damn defense, and they do play defense. And so credit to him to having done that. They're allowing 110 points a game. That's 5 points. 5 points better than the Lakers and 3 points worse than the Thunder. So the Thunder do it all. They're certainly the best team in the NBA. I don't think there's any negotiating about that. That's at least in the West. In the West, the East is a little bit weaker. But yeah, man, I think that they are a very well-rounded team. They can play defense. They're a better offensive team that they have been in the past, and they haven't, abandoned that defense. So shout out to the Rockets and what they're doing. They're on the road tonight in Utah for another game, a back-to-back. They won last night in convincing fashion. I wonder what the spread is tonight because that's tough going back-to-back. They won by 20-some-odd last night. They're 12.5-point favorite. They won by 28 last night. They're 12.5-point favorites tonight. Not saying they won't cover, but back-to-back nights, same team on the road, not easy. It's like trying to win a doubleheader in baseball.
I wonder if Durant will play. Probably not, right?
I hope not. I hate
Just maintenance.
load management.
Yeah.
I hate it. I think it's stupid. If you can play. At the same time, when you have an older gentleman chasing a championship, you really do want to set yourself up for success as much as you can down the stretch. And I don't know that December 1st on the second game against the Jazz is where you want to risk anything. And then they come home on Wednesday and Friday against the Kings, and Jalen Green makes his triumphant return to the Suns. Tribute video?
Maybe.
Well, for sure that.
The bar's
I definitely agree, maybe.
The bar's low for
Sean
tribute
Mapes,
video.
everybody.
Yeah, I think he maybe gets one.
Well,
but I could
God
also see
forbid
him not
you go out on a limb. Sean.
I can see him getting one. I can see him not getting. No, I think he'll get.
God, dude.
I'm trying to picture like what they would.
What would be on? So that's good.
That's what I'm
doing it right
struggling
now.
with.
What's on the video?
Because it would just be cool highlights.
Yeah.
There's not like a definitive game 2 of the first round of the playoffs.
Here's
this
my
year.
prediction. You ready? Yeah, they're gonna show only shots from game 2. And then they're going to show him just chilling.
And then
game 1, 3, 5, 6, and 7.
And then in the post game, which was a funny quote in the moment, and then immediately aged poorly, where he goes, "Yeah, in game 1, I think the lights were just a little too bright for me."
Play that audio.
And then he just follows it up with stinker after stinker after saying that.
The worst part was I loved him saying that because I thought it was
honesty.
It was open. It was honest. It was vulnerable. And then he followed it up with 20-some-odd points and was like, hell yeah, now I'm here. But then he was like, oh, my God, it's game 3, game 4, game 5, game 6, game 7. He crumbled. He wilted.
Yeah.
Here's my prediction. No tribute video, but a moment to honor his return.
Showed on the Jumbotron.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all. We going to break?
No, we're done.
That's it for the show?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, Lane Kiffin. We'll talk to you, or we'll talk about you.
Oh, man. I've got a Lane Kiffin take on my channel on YouTube, Kicking It with Kunkel. College football is a mess. It is an absolute joke. It is embarrassing. Lane Kiffin doesn't have a whole bunch of integrity, but it sure as hell ain't his fault, the position that he was put in. Filling in for Dell, this is Will Kunkel. Dell, thanks, man. I'll be back with you guys tomorrow, 10 to noon. Again, give me the sub on YouTube. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 to noon. Victory Monday. See ya, Houston.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
In today's trend watching, it should be an interesting week for economic data with respect to employment. Since the October employment report was been canceled, the government shut down, preventing the Bureau of Labor Statistics from collecting data during that month. And so we have no official numbers on unemployment at the end of this week as we typically would, but we do have ADP reporting its tally of how many private sector jobs were created in the last month. We'll have jobless claims out on Thursday as well, so we may get some picture of how the labor market is doing. We're going to get some inflation data as well throughout the middle of the week, which could inform the Federal Reserve, which is still split as to whether or not this month it's going to lower interest rates. The bets are, of course, that the Fed will, and we've seen that reflected in stock market behavior over the last several days. Today notwithstanding, today appears to be reacting to overseas weakness in Japan, weakness in manufacturing in China, and a down day in Europe as well, not to mention concerns about whether or not the U.S. will launch any military action against Venezuela. All of that hitting the market early this morning.
Hey, Lance Erline here. You know I don't play around when it comes to burgers. And Burger Chan is the real deal. And now they're giving us more chances to enjoy it because they're open for dinner Wednesday through Saturday. Plus, they're open for lunch now on Mondays. And to celebrate football season and their new hours, they got a deal. Walk in there the day after a hometown football win, mention ESPN Radio or say Go Texan, and you score a free side order with your entree. That's Victory Mondays at Burger Chan. It's BurgerChanHTX.com.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Bavona Law is responsible for the content of this ad. Hey folks, I'm Drew Bavona, Houston injury attorney and the voice for kids. As a Navy veteran and foster parent, I place service to my community first, and have always felt that our kids needed a greater voice for justice. Did you know that injured kids have similar rights to injury claims as grown-ups do? I know it, and fighting for kids when they need me is my mission. When Bavona Law finds that a community park, daycare, or activity center, to name a few, failed to keep your child safe, we will hold them accountable, give our clients attention, and seek compensation for your child's injuries. I don't cost a dime unless I win your case. Talk to me. It's free. Call 800-880-5757. That's 800-880-5757. Se habla español. Call 800-880-5757.
Last year, we bought over 54,000 cars from your friends and neighbors. Why did they sell us their cars? Because we pay more at GiveMeTheVin.com. And why do we pay more? Because you and I both know that your car is worth more than others will offer you. And your time is worth more, too. I'm John Clay Wolf, and I created GiveMeTheVin.com. Sell me your car faster and hassle-free because you're worth more.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
The Houston Hoops Showdown brings college basketball's best to the Toyota Center Saturday, December 6th. It's the national runner-up Houston Cougars versus the Florida State Seminoles, a marquee event you don't want to miss. Get your tickets now at ToyotaCenter.com.
This is Chance McClain from YourHeritageFilm.com. We make adult films. Wait, no, I mean, we film adults, but not like adult films. Who actually went to those nasty adult film movie theaters? That is so gross. I guess Pee Wee Herman did. That didn't turn out so good. Speaking of Pee Wee, there's an absolutely excellent doc on his life. But that's not as good as the one we would make for your family. Man, I am all over the place. YourHeritageFilm.com.
This Christmas, give your family the gift that keeps them active, together, and having fun for years. Branham here. Pro Dunk basketball goals are built to last with heavy-duty steel construction, rust-resistant powder coating, and professional-grade tempered glass backboards that deliver pro performance right in your driveway. With easy height adjustment from youth to regulation, Pro Dunk grows with your family, whether it's a game of horse or perfecting that jump shot. Visit ProDunk.com today and score big this holiday season. That's ProDunk.com.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
This is ESPN 97.5, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Hell yeah.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
My voice is raising an octave. It's so crazy.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Talked to God and he told me it's time to take a new step. It's a new chapter.
The Rich Eisen Show. Coming up on today's show. College football roundup. Monday Night Football preview. Plus your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
All right, everybody, welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show on the first day of December 2025. Hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving weekend. We say hello to everybody watching us on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, or potentially listening to us on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Also listening to us on Sirius XM Channel 80. There's also our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show, which is the way that I've been communicating with you throughout the Thanksgiving weekend, where I'm dropping some videos after some games, except for the one where Ohio State beat my alma mater like a drum. We'll talk about that later on in this 3-hour edition of the Rich Eisen Show, and you can call us and we'll have a conversation, because we're guestless like we are on many of these Mondays, because there's so much to talk about. Want to have time to chat with you. 844-204-RICH being the number to dial. Good to see you over there, Chris Brockman. How are you?
Hey, Rich. I'm excellent. How are you?
DJ Mikey D is in D's Nuts. How are you, Mike Del Tufo? Good to see your smiling face, since you're so happy to be with all of us. And I'll explain what I mean by all of that dripping with sarcasm. Good to see you over there, TJ Jefferson. How are you, sir?
I'm sensational.
Yeah, you are, man. Your Dallas Cowboys are one of the best teams in the National Football League, playing like it over the last month. That is for sure.
Listen,
good to see you.
We're on to Detroit.
You sure are. And that's Detroit. By the way, after tonight's Monday Night Football game between the New England Patriots trying to become the first in the 11-win column in the 2025 National Football League season against the Giants, who are starting Jackson Dart once again. After that, the Cowboys visiting the Lions to kick off a dynamite Week 14 NFL schedule. That's the next game after that. So stay tuned for all of this. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. My opinion of the Lane Kiffin decision to leave Ole Miss for LSU. Stay tuned for that. And again, as I mentioned, 844-204-RICH being the number to dial. We start with the game that the entire country, or most of them, saw on CBS late window before the spectacularly entertaining, out of nowhere, Denver-Washington Sunday night football game, which we'll also discuss over the next 3 hours, that we saw on our friends at ANBC. Let's talk Bills and Steelers. I mean, the Pittsburgh Steelers are at a crossroads right now, just like the Kansas City Chiefs now, having lost the Dallas Cowboys in the middle game of Thanksgiving weekend, sitting at 6-6. Unfortunately, the Chiefs are not in the AFC North, where 6-6 is good enough to have a piece of first place. So we should, once again, as always, I always like to counsel how not everything happens in a week-to-week vacuum in the National Football League. But the way that teams play, you can take a look at how things might play out down the road over the final 5 games of the NFL campaign. Everybody has 5 games to go, with the exception of the 4 teams on a Week 14 bye, and that includes the Patriots. But the Steelers at 6-6 right now don't look like they have anything in the tank, which is not the way I'm sure Aaron Rodgers thought his season would go in Pittsburgh. But right now, I think his body is the embodiment of the Steelers to this point and their chances of moving forward. Rodgers emerging from this 26-7 home beatdown at the hands of a Bills team that one week looks great and the next week does not. Kind of like Brett Saberhagen's Cy Young seasons back in the 80s. One week looking great, next week looking not, and they looked like a 26-7 victor on Sunday. Rodgers with a cast on his left hand and a Band-Aid across the bridge of his nose, looking like he's trying to break into Kevin's home for Home Alone 3. And him getting knocked out of the game by Joey Bosa for a series in a sack, force, fumble return for a touchdown that completely flipped this game from a tight one-score contest into a washout. Wondering if the Steelers' season is anything but that. He's the embodiment of it. And that's the issue here, is what do the Steelers have, if not a stout defense that can stop the run? And instead, they gave up the most runs anybody who's been in that stadium, Heinz Field turned into Acrisure, have ever seen an opponent get. Ever. 249 rush yards. Were most by a road team at Pittsburgh since Week 2 of 1975, when the Bills came in.
Whoa.
With OJ and everybody else in the old stadium at the Confluence. And right now, there's a confluence of the Steelers, and it does not look like they are ready to even beat a Ravens team that hasn't gotten a touchdown pass from their quarterback in a month. Certainly when Tony Romo's talking about the Steelers' best offensive weapon being a 310-pound tight end. That's also a problem. So if you can't stop the run, you can't run it, and you also aren't threatening down the field, and your Hall of Fame, future Hall of Fame quarterback in his early 40s has a cast on his hand and a Band-Aid across his nose, how are you going to go anywhere from here? And Rodgers was asked about the offense not clicking again. And the instance being the moment that CBS's cameras caught him being distressed with tight end Jonnu Smith, one of the acquisitions that the Steelers made that was supposed to give another weapon to Aaron Rodgers to be better than 6-6 entering December. He goes one way. I mean, it's like that painting from Goodfellas. One receiver goes one way, the quarterback goes the other way, and the fans are saying, "What do you want from me?" We're booing. And Rodgers had this to say about that moment.
When there's film sessions, everybody shows up. And when I check to a route, you do the right route, you know? Like, John and I just weren't on the same page. I checked to his in breaker, and he ran an out breaker. John is a true professional, so I'm sure he's sick about that. But, I threw a ball I thought was going to get hit by the wind, and it was 4 yards over Roman. So that's a throw. I got to make that throw. But, we have our meetings every week. We have other opportunities outside of the facility, and look forward to seeing all the boys there.
So that's, a somewhat cryptic response there, whereas he's calling out Jonnu Smith, but then he doesn't call out Jonnu Smith, and if it's not Jonnu, then who else is it there? And then he raises his hand saying, "I'm not perfect either," which does push back on the narrative that he's a selfish guy and throws people under the bus.
After throwing someone under the bus.
Well, and again, it's
always somebody else's fault.
Except he did say I overshot Roman Wilson. If you recall, Roman Wilson, the receiver, was open on the right side, and he airmailed it. And then that's the issue here is if the quarterback and the receivers they do have are not on the same page, and DK Metcalf is on the side of a football milk carton right now, and that isn't working out. And George Pickens, who they sent away because they couldn't countenance whatever he was meaning for the team in the locker room, is now one of the best receivers in the NFL, showing how it can be done with him successfully. This is definitely not the way the Steelers thought they'd be entering December. And then, of course, there's that now third rail subject matter about the coach. Fire Tomlin chants all over the place. And Tomlin was asked about that after the game.
What goes through your mind when there's a crowd chanting to fire you in your home stadium?
Man, I share their frustration tonight, man. We didn't do enough. And that's just the reality of it.
That is the reality of it. Rodgers was even asked a question that he knew where the answer would go, or at least where he thought the media was trying to get him. Hit it.
Do you see the flatness within the game and in practice as something that's not being done right from a coaching aspect or preparation aspect that's kind of bringing you guys in the wrong way?
I know what you're trying to ask, and I'm not going to go down that road at all. I believe in the coaching staff. I believe in Mike Tomlin. That's why I came here. And players need to take accountability, myself included, and I will continue to. I got to play better. But there's 11 stars on offense, 11 on defense, plus with the personnel groupings that we run. And we got to have a Monday to Saturday that we can be really proud of, our best Monday to Saturday, and go out and play our best game and take control of the division.
Great answer, by the way. I have to give it up there. Problem is the Wilson that he's got is not named Garrett. He's not walking through the door, and Devontae Adams is catching touchdown passes for Matthew Stafford. We'll talk about the Rams losing in Carolina later on. That's the problem is who's walking through the door. Honestly, if I told you before the season Steelers would be 6-6 going into December and Tony Romo would be talking about their difference maker is Darnell Washington, and they need to work him in more. And the defense would be giving up the most yards a Steelers team has given up to an opponent since Gerald Ford was president. I'm telling you, and I hear from Steelers fans, I hear it, and they have 5 games to turn it around. That's the problem. Who's going to help turn it around? They do have both games against the Ravens left. If they can steel themselves, pun intended, and win those games and sweep them. They can win the division and go in with some momentum, but then what happens? Chargers come into town. Colts come into town. Texans come into town. Can you win that? Can you go on a run? And that's what the Steelers want to see. It's what fans want to see from the Steelers. And I don't want to care about 500 anymore. We want to go into the playoffs. We want to win. And this doesn't look like a team that can do that right now. I got to shoot you straight up. I always do. And if it doesn't happen over the next 5 weeks, I am wondering if everybody goes back to their separate corners and decides that's where we're going to stay, in separate corners, and that the Steelers and the Tomlin administration are over. And I'm not laying this on the coach because I think the coach is as dynamite as they come, and I'm just wondering if he's sitting around thinking, this isn't working anymore for me. And who's going to be the quarterback here moving forward? And I saw what my counterpart across the state in Philadelphia, once upon a time synonymous with that team from Pennsylvania, what he's done in his 2.0. Let me go somewhere else and find me another quarterback in another situation and prove my worth and self, and I don't need to be here anymore either. You got to wonder if that's creeping into his head with a loss like this where they can't stop the run, they can't run it, they can't throw it. Their cold-blooded serial killer kicker, he doesn't even get a shot to do anything either. And nothing's working. And that's the way it was been looking on the road, like in SoFi against the Chargers a couple of Sunday nights ago. After they beat the Colts, at home is where they've been not supposedly, you just look at the stats doing better. You got to wonder if this is, in fact, the end of the road. But there's 5 games left. There are some winnable games left. The Ravens aren't beating the world. The problem for them is Joe Burrow's back. Good news for them, though, is the Joe that they took on was Flacco. Unfortunately for them is they split against him. So they couldn't even make hay against a Bengals team that didn't have Burrow. And the good news for the Steelers is the Joe they faced that they couldn't beat was Flacco. The Joe that the Ravens have to face twice, including on Thanksgiving night, is Burrow. So they don't have the Bengals. You know, they do have the Browns again. You know, so that there's that. There's some winnable games. They can turn it around. Just doesn't look like they have the arsenal for it. As for the Bills, they proved what the Steelers couldn't do, which is win in different ways. The Steelers are struggling to find the way to win right now, consistently. The Bills are inconsistent, where 1 week Josh Allen is accounting for 6 touchdowns, and the next week he's being sacked 8 times, which is how they came into this game against the Steelers, having lost to the Texans after beating the Bucs, after losing to the Dolphins, after beating the Chiefs. Who is this team? The issue is that, but the guy on the screen and the other 53, as Rodgers is pointing out, they got to pull together for the other team that lost, though. This team can pull it together from their 53 over. I mean, I thought with both tackles down going into Pittsburgh with T.J. Watt and the rest of that defensive front, they were going to get overran after being sacked 8 times. And instead, you know how many times Allen was sacked yesterday? 0. Do you know how many times James Cook kept running, ripping one off on him, and then Ray Davis, and then Ty Johnson, and then Josh Allen? You know? Let's go get Brandon Cooks and start using him. Let's get Gabe Davis and start using him. I mean, it's unbelievable how they pull it together.
The idea in the offseason that they did not want to pay James Cook seems so stupid now. He is only 54 yards behind Jonathan Taylor as the league leader in the NFL. We need to start talking about James Cook on this level.
Well, they did pay him at the end of the day. They did. And thank goodness they did do that. But defensively, and 1 week, Josh Allen will take it all on his shoulders. The next week, James Cook will take it on his shoulders. The next week, another guy on defense can make some plays. Joey Bosa turned the game. So the Bills are doing it in a way that the Steelers could not, and that's why they're an 8-win team, rooting for the Giants tonight to keep this division alive. Next up for them is Joe Burrow and the Bengals. Oh, my God. What a Week 14 game that is for both teams, because, yes, the Bengals are still in it. We'll talk about that later on. But I have – the Bills are now a new shrug emoji team. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
They go home. They take care of business against the Bengals, or maybe they don't. That's the next one where they'll dip. And then they show up to New England. And if they lose that, the division that they've been roosting on for half a decade, that's a wrap. And then they have 2 winnable games against Cleveland and home for the Jets. And then one against the Philadelphia Eagles, who are the shrug emoji team right now at 8-4 themselves in the NFC. But they're still in it, unlike what feels like the Steelers. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Love seeing all the phone lines lit. When we come back, I'm going to start doing something that I stopped doing around 1 o'clock Eastern time on Saturday. That's follow college football again.
No,
I'll talk about it.
I mean, Rich, you know you're my man, right?
I don't like the setup. That's like a different version of with all due respect.
Yeah,
Like I could say something disrespectful.
This is a great setup. You know what? I worded it wrong. You said you're my man, so
I know that already. You don't have to say that.
They were roasting you a little bit yesterday on
game day morning
with the tweets.
You mean over 4 hours with the tweets? I mean, Mariucci was nonstop.
Well, you have that coming to you from him because let's be honest.
Oh, I'm fine, but I took it.
It was pretty funny.
I'm just saying the tweets, though. I was like,
you
okay,
were pretty defensive.
Yeah, you were.
Well, I mean, after a while, though, it's like 4 straight hours. But I gave it out. I'm fine with it.
Okay.
I'm fine with it. I just want higher registers, which means I'm not so fine with it.
I was talking about the tweets.
Okay.
You know, I mean, after a while,
as you know, I'm not on Twitter anymore, so I did not see those.
Well, the ones that popped up on the show.
Well, that was at the end of the show. After 3 hours and 50 minutes of getting it with every barrel.
Hour 1, I was cool with it. By hour 4, I was like, yo, leave my man alone.
I like the injury updates where they were all Ohio State players.
You know what? I didn't like those. No, I don't like you.
Hey.
All right, no, I'm just kidding. I'll talk all about that later on. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. But the Lane Kiffin situation, as we say in the sports world, the situation. Don't mean the Jersey Shore. Coming up.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition product.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, sports fans, Nick of Nick's Place here. Are you looking for a place to watch your sports, eat like a boss, and chill with your friends? Well, since 1993, Nick's Place has been that place. Yeah, I know we're kind of a dive bar, but you won't find any other place like it. We have every sports package and a menu that's to die for. Cheap beer, craft cocktails, and with 27 different bottles of wine, this is not your typical dive bar. Come check us out. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge in Westheimer, it's Nick's Place.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713. Call now. That's 713. Call now.
Okay, Texas, pop quiz. True or false? Walmart has more than 500 million items online. True. Find a huge selection online that you can't find in stores. True or false? Groceries always cost more when they're delivered. False. Walmart's grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. Last one. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. True, y'all. Use Express Delivery to get eligible items to your doorstep before the pool party starts. Walmart. Who knew? Subject to availability. Fees and restrictions apply.
John Granato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Hey, it's John Granato. You know how good it feels when a project turns out just right and on time? That's what happens when you call Blue Bonnet Glass. They work with builders, designers, and commercial clients to create everything from beautiful shower doors and stair railings to storefront glass, mirrors, windows, and custom installations. They're local folks who care about quality service and doing it on time. Check out their work and get a free quote at BlueBonnetGlass.com. Blue Bonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
I asked the D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone looking to save up on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. D&M has over 50,000 active clients who know that leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com and get no payments until 2026.
We make leasing easy at D&M. Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it at Underdog Fantasy right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today and use promo code LANCE to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 play. That's promo code LANCE to get your $100 in bonus entries. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_HTML for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
About the other details. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show on our ESPN radio stream and feed and
Forget about Jake.
Our simulcast on the air. ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. The storyline in college football outside of the games. The story that's going on right now with Lane Kiffin has to start on November 29th, not of this weekend, not of this calendar year, but 2021. It was on November 29th of 2021 that Notre Dame head coach Brian Kelly was in the home of a recruit in Vancouver, Washington, named Tobias Merriweather. Now, as the story goes, Tobias's dad told, after Brian Kelly left, that Brian Kelly was in their living room and got a phone call and had to excuse himself for 15 minutes. Stuck around for another 90 after that with his coaching staff, helped himself to some more of Tobias's family's burnt ends.
Oof, that sounds good, TJ.
Apparently 2 or 3 helpings before he hit the road. And once Brian Kelly hit the road, according to Tobias's dad, he began receiving texts from a lot of people saying, hey, news is popping that Brian Kelly's leaving Notre Dame for LSU. And according to Tobias's dad, he texted some of the assistants who had just helped themselves to some burnt ends with the head coach this news. And they said, we just asked Coach Kelly, and he said it was BS. Used a different version of that. Well, guess what? Later on that day, it was in fact confirmed. Within less than a day of helping himself to the Merriweather family's burnt ends, he was in a 7 a.m. the next day meeting with Notre Dame players to say in an 11-minute conversation, he was in fact gone to LSU, and here's your new head coach, Marcus Freeman. That was on November 30th, 2021. Smash cut 4 years to the day. Lane Kiffin is at an FBO in Oxford, Mississippi, with a man who I think he might need a restraining order from, Marty Smith of ESPN, telling Marty before he got on the private plane what was going down. He was, in fact, leaving Oxford, Mississippi after a long, drawn-out saga for weeks. And like Brian Kelly before him, leaving a team that has a chance to win a national championship to go to LSU instead, where he thought he had a better chance of getting a national championship. Unless it was this year for Lane Kiffin. And word has it, again, I want to comment on Lane's thought processes or the type of person that he is, because he has every right to take whatever job he wants because contractually he can. And the way things are set up in the NCAA, there are buyout clauses, and there are insanely rich people across the United States who have the finances to just rip off millions of dollars and hand it to their alma mater or favorite football program and say, here, use this to buy out the coach you want. Kiffin has every right to do that.
Opening up the walls.
It's definitely not Velcro, Mike.
No.
And so Kiffin has every right to do that. But just like Brian Kelly before him, when Kelly left Notre Dame for LSU, they had no idea how the conference championship games were going to play out of that subsequent weekend. Notre Dame had a chance to make the college football playoffs, and he left without playing that out. And to Kelly's credit, he said, I'm going to a spot where I think I got a better chance to win. Which, as you know, as a Michigan guy, I had a field day with that, saying basically Notre Dame's a stepping stone job. You remember I had a field day with that one.
You made meals off of that.
Oh, did I ever? And Lane, though, hasn't said that yet. I mean, he's only been in the boot for less than 24 hours, Instagramming out pictures and stuff like that from his new office. But in the same way he had every right to leave, Ole Miss had every right to do what it did, which is tell him, get out. Now, Kiffin, in his statement leaving, he said, I wanted to stay. I was hoping to complete a historic 6-season run by leading Ole Miss through the playoffs, capitalizing on the team's incredible success and their commitment to finish strong and investing everything into a playoff run with guardrails in place to protect the program in any areas of concern. My request to do so is denied by Keith Carter, the athletic director, despite the team also asking him to allow me to keep coaching them so they could better maintain their high level of performance. Unfortunately, that means Friday's Egg Bowl was my last game coaching the Rebels. And to that I say, cry me a river. Susie and I tell our children all the time that their choices and their actions have consequences. And Lane Kiffin's actions and consequences of leaving for LSU is you do not get to coach Ole Miss anymore. And don't give me any other examples. Well, this coach was allowed to stay to finish his time and go to his next job. So Ole Miss is now doing the players a disservice by not allowing Lane to finish. Oh, so Ole Miss should sit here and go, okay, Lane, here's what we're going to do. You just had a great season. You know, you did well here. We did well by you. You did well by us too. You know, forget about the fact that your name was synonymous and has been turned into a verb of what teams do to coaches if they don't let them fly back with a team anymore. You know, forget about all of that. You did well by us. So here's what we're going to do. You're right. You're best for us to win this championship this year. So you stay around and have unfettered access to our players before transfer portal window opens up on January 2nd. Just talk to whoever you want. Hang out with them. And then also show to any other people that might hop in the portal for a school that we compete with, who we despise in our same conference. Show those kids, oh, look what I'm doing with Ole Miss. Why wouldn't you come hang with me at LSU when I leave here? And what if you get one and done in the playoffs? Now what? Oh, see you later. Take whoever you want. Really? Ole Miss should do that? To a guy who's basically saying, I'm out? And then on top of it, if you believe all reports at the same time, while he's seeking guidance on what to do, he's also basically telling the offensive staff, there's a beautiful private jet being sent to us from Baton Rouge. You're either on it or you're not. And at the same time, I'll threaten the school. If you don't let me stay, I'll take the players. And instead, you know what Ole Miss did? What Notre Dame did. Get out. And as a matter of fact, we're going to turn the program over to a defensive assistant who's never done it before and see how the kids handle that. If you remember, Marcus Freeman walked in, they went nuts.
Right.
Yeah. And who's going to the college football playoff, or deserves to, this year? Again, while Brian Kelly's hiring attorneys at law to try and get his money. Who's on the unemployment line after he flopped at LSU? And who's moving on? Why can't Pete Golding be the next Marcus Freeman? See how that works. I think Ole Miss had every right to do what they did and tell the kids, this is your new coach. And all the other offensive assistants and defensive assistants, that's a very nice plane in LSU. How's it been for you here in Oxford? Why not? And as far as, the way it's working in college football just stinks.
I think that's the bigger story.
What is more of a metaphor for the state of college football in America in 2025 than fans of a team livid at losing their coach, showing up at a private FBO to boo the coach as he's heading off on a private jet provided by his new institution of football learning? What is more, honestly, what sums up the state of college football more than that? Nothing. Who's the adult in a college football room going to be to say, listen, if we are professionalizing this thing slowly but surely, inching our way, moment by moment, portal by portal, NIL by NIL, college football playoff committee by college football playoff committee, inch by inch, who's going to be the one to basically say contracts where there isn't a buyout? Could you imagine the New York Giants? I think Florio made this analogy, and he was spot on. What if the Giants could call up Ben Johnson's agent who also, by the way, represents Dayball, which is the similar situation here. Jimmy Sexton represents the free world. Feinbaum keeps calling him out as the guy who runs college football right now. Yeah. And so what if the Giants could call up Ben Johnson's agent and say, what's your buyout with the Bears? $50 million, $60 million? Done. Right before the Bears go to the playoffs, you just got to come now because free agency opens up right now. Could you imagine? How stupid does this sound? Because this is what's happening in college football.
I guess it would be good for content.
Yeah.
Good for
Great
us.
for that. Great for that.
Contracts for everybody. And, all of this stuff. Who's the adult in the room to figure this out? Transfer portal windows and all this business and signing periods happening during seasons that are happening now. It's insane. Insane. Honestly, call up that video one more time of the fans at Ole Miss showing up, barking at a coach as he gets on a private jet provided by the school that is buying him out.
Right?
Who cares if it's predictable? It should not happen. This should not be college sports today.
No.
I don't think I'm in any way, shape, or form an old man screaming at kids on the front lawn. This is stupid. And it helps no one. Nobody. But, hey, for Lane, though, he makes more money. If he thinks he's got a better chance to win, good luck. It didn't work out for Brian Kelly.
No, but history has proven that you go to LSU, you win a national championship.
Except until now, where maybe you're in a different world where playing fields are much more level and Ole Miss is going, LSU isn't. And Indiana can win it all, and everybody thought that was stupid and crazy. You can win from almost anywhere now.
Yeah.
And so, listen, if you want to continue following this playbook, which LSU has done now 2 hires in a row, the next home game for LSU basketball is this weekend against Texas Tech. So Lane has 5 more days to rent the water boy to work on his accent when he gets introduced to everybody who's now hailing his arrival.
At least Lane has been in the South the last decade.
You know what? At least, again, Brian Kelly said, I'm leaving because I got a better chance to go. And he did show up for 11 minutes. And instead, Lane saying, well, the athletic director won't let me speak to the kids and he won't let me coach here. And the whole thing stinks to the highest of heavens.
I get that people don't like Lane, but from 1963 to 2020, LSU had Ole Miss had 3 10-win seasons.
And he did it in 3 in a row.
He's done 4 out of the last 5 years.
The
guy can coach. I think he kind of had to do this, and I think he is going to win championships there.
I am not saying he's a bad coach. I am not saying any of that. I'm saying he had every right to do it. Come out and explain why you did it, just straight up. Don't say Pete Carroll told me Dad said he'd be fine with it. You know what I mean? Like, just come out. They're paying me more money. I think I can win better there. I'm sorry I'm leaving you here. Or, you know what?
That would have smoothed things over, I think, a little bit more.
But even outside of that, who's the adult in the room to fix this? Where no longer...
He's sitting on the college game day set.
Maybe it is, because Lane even said he should be the next commissioner. Or is it Sankey? Is it Petiti? Or it could be any of the television executives who basically also run the sport.
Yeah.
Somebody get together and come up with a way where these decisions cannot be made until the season is over. And that's why it synced up for Jim going to the Chargers, because the NFL has a situation where you could finish the season as the Michigan coach and then go get your job in the NFL. Figure it out, man, and save these people the trouble of like, I'm going to go to the FBO. I'm going to go in front of that barbed wire fence and yell at him as he gets on his... Well, what was that? Mike, you're our Rich Eisen Show private... Okay, there we go.
It's like a hawker.
Ooh. You know what I mean? Whole thing stinks, man.
7 years, $91 million.
For who?
For Lane.
That's less than. Well, whatever. Good for
80% buyout with no offset clause. If he wins a natty, he becomes the highest paid coach in the country.
Oof, good for him. There should be no more buyout clauses. No more buyouts. You can't show up with some tech bro scratching a check, you know, and then the governor saying, I'll be in charge of this. The whole thing sucked from jump.
Yeah.
Let's take a break. 844-204-RICH. Number to dial.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Rich Eisen here, and we're brought to you by Sonos. The holidays are all about connection, and Sonos speakers make every moment sound amazing. Imagine your favorite playlist flowing from room to room, movie nights that feel like the theater, or the big game filling your living room with stadium-quality sound. Whether it's a gift for someone you love or a little to-me, from-me moment, Sonos is the perfect gift that brings high-quality sound to every room. Sonos' Black Friday sale is on now through December 1st, 2025 at Sonos.com. Discover how easy it is to bring every room to life with Sonos.
A stiff chair makes you sit. An X chair lets you float. Upgrade to an X chair, engineered for better posture and focus. The secret? Patented lumbar support that adjusts instantly. SiFloat Infinite Recline that moves effortlessly with you. X chair is next level ergonomic seating that truly floats. Right now, you can save up to 50% with the X Chair holiday sale. Supplies are limited, so visit xchair.com today for up to 50% off. That's xchair.com.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Bluebonnet Glass for homeowners, builders, and contractors. BluebonnetGlass.com.
Make your holiday party unforgettable with Dessert Gallery, the go-to for Houston's sweetest celebrations. From dessert trays and scratch-made sheet cakes to photo and logo cookies and seasonal delights, we make hosting easy and delicious. Need client or employee gifts? Forget the fruit basket. Our dessert gifts are the kind they'll actually savor. With 2 locations, Kirby and the Woodlands, plus late hours all week, celebrating sweetly has never been easier. Visit DessertGallery.com to place your order today. That's DessertGallery.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Hey guys, it's B-Mac, and I'm excited to tell you about Burger Chan and their great new promotion to celebrate football season. Every Monday after the Houston Pro Team wins, Burger Chan will be giving out a free side with your entree. Just tell them B-Mac sent you, mention ESPN 97.5, or say Go Texans and it's yours. And they've expanded their hours with dinner service until 9, Wednesday through Saturday, so more time to try their curly fries, tots, and the best burger in town made any way you want it. Burger Chan's got you covered on every Victory Monday. Check out their full menu at BurgerChanHTX.com.
Think you know college football? Then prove it by joining ESPN 97.5's College Bowl Pick'em contest presented by Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Make your picks, rack up points, and you could score the ultimate getaway to the Golden Nugget. Contest opens December 8th. Get ready.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. I think commercials suck for the most part, so I want to make sure that this commercial is awesome. We make documentary films like you see on Netflix, but for sort of regular folks like your dad or maybe you for your kids. Now, I know that bats and ancient Rome and like penguins are all cool documentary subjects, but one on your mom would be way better. YourHeritageFilm.com.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
And prior to the game in Philadelphia, the Chicago Bears get a little message from the Wiener Circle that if they win on Friday and Ben Johnson takes his shirt off, free hot dogs for Chicago once again. The Bears go into Philadelphia.
They need to stop doing this.
They run it right down the throats of the Philadelphia Eagles.
It was so glorious.
Boy, did the Pennsylvania teams give up a lot of yards on the ground at home this week, huh?
Yeah.
And Ben Johnson had this to say in the locker room afterwards.
I know you guys are hungry for more, right? Mention. Let me tell you something. The city of Chicago's hungry, too.
Such a psycho.
Good, better, bad. Never let it rest. Good gets better. It better get better. Bears on 3, 1, 2, 3.
Man, they love this dude.
And that was Simone Biles' husband that he gave his hat to just randomly.
He's nuts.
He's a good kind of nuts, just like the guy that employed him in Detroit. You know, Lions fans were watching the Lions struggle a bit, like maybe he's the one who brought the crazy. It's like they forgot Dan Campbell's first 4 years in his press conference and whatever, but hey, man, it is 100% working for the Chicago Bears, who are in love with their team again. And I said a couple weeks ago I needed to see them do the damn thing, if you will, on somebody in their house, or at least their own house, for 4 quarters. And they took care of business in week number 12 at home against Pittsburgh after coming back on opponents, Minnesota, the Giants, the Bengals. Okay, they took the Steelers and said, we're winning this game today, up in the fourth quarter, holding on to it. And then they went to Philadelphia, and they spanked the Eagles and put the Eagles on the griddle in front of their home fans, who happily, for whatever reason, forgetting that they won the Super Bowl last year, turned up the heat with each misfire, miscue. And even when Caleb did get picked off on a screen pass after the Eagles scored and the Eagles marched down the field, the Bears not only stop a tush push, they rip the ball out of the hands of Jalen Hurts and then march down the field 12 plays, 9 of them runs, and then to cap it off, Caleb uncorks vintage USC comparison of Mahomes. This is why he's first overall drafted quarterback type of throw to his left against the grain, flipping it in the air to Cole Kmet, making everybody in Philadelphia and then watching him on Prime Video going, holy you know what. And now they're the 1 seed entering December in the NFC. Something not even those who were the most optimistic Bears fans about Ben Johnson's arrival in Chicago could even imagine. But there they are. And tied with the Rams, but they're in first because they have a much better conference record. They're 6-2 in conference. Rams are 4-3. And, of course, they've got that tiebreak over the Eagles. The Bears can absolutely win the 1 seed. They got to win their division first, taking on the Packers 2 out of the next 3 weeks, including this week in Green Bay. Holy cow, with Bears fans feeling great about themselves. and maybe a little bit bloated from their free hot dogs. Apparently, the Wiener Circle. Tuesday's the day, Chicago fans, and this is what Caleb had to say afterwards.
We haven't hit our pinnacle yet in the sense of a team and execution on offense, and we're still winning these games, and so that's really important, and that's why I'm extremely excited. But you go watch the film and you see all these explosive plays, you see all these small details that show up that are awesome to learn from after the game. But in the moment, you want to hit those, you want to have these moments and just hit on all cylinders. And so that's coming, and we're going to show our best ball here soon.
Oh boy, Caleb, confident Caleb. Expecting this, Caleb. I'll tell you what, Bears run it, they take it away, and they don't give it away. You know what works in December in cold weather? That. Take it away, run the ball, don't give it away.
281 rushing yards.
Dude. Damn. Chicago Bears. I said I want to see it. Guess what they've done? They have shown it.
They've shown it, man.
Woo. They're 7-1 since I made my prediction that they were going to go on a run. Only loss being to a Lamar Jackson-less Ravens. I still can't.
Man,
that's a weird loss, right?
I bet you couldn't even have thought it was a run, though, like this. 9 of 10. 9 of 10. Man, oh, man. They started 0-2 in division.
Yep.
Well done. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Insurance offers 24/7 protection when you bundle home, auto, and motorcycle. Learn more at progressive.com. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Overreaction Monday podcast is there for everybody who wants to listen or watch on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. Cut down version coming up on ESPN2 later today at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
On the job, every minute counts. That's why Lowe's now has ProBlock Quick Dry Primer, expertly manufactured by Sherwin-Williams. Engineered for pros to dry fast and go on smooth for virtually flawless results that keep your job moving. It's available in oil and water-based, and getting it is easy. Order online by 2 p.m. and get free same-day delivery right to your job site. Lowe's, we help, you save. Orders placed after 2 p.m. will be delivered next day. Valid in select zip codes. Subject to driver availability. More terms apply.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
The Houston Hoops Showdown brings college basketball's best to the Toyota Center Saturday, December 6th. It's the national runner-up Houston Cougars versus the Florida State Seminoles, a marquee event you don't want to miss. Get your tickets now at toyotacenter.com.
Jeremy Branham here. If you're looking for a cozy winter escape, Two Creeks Crossing Resort has you covered. From November through February, you'll get 40% off all cabin rentals and 20% off nightly RV stays. That's the 40-20 discount. Perfect for relaxing by the fire or exploring the beautiful outdoors. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com and make your winter getaway one to remember. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Born in Austin, Texas, Rambler's Sparkling Water's signature limestone mineral blend and crisp carbonation creates a unique flavor for a premium sparkling water without the sodium. Available in original lemon, lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and wild cherry. Grab a case today at your local grocery store. To find a retailer near you, check out the store finder at ramblersparklingwater.com. Get ramblin', Houston.
Monument Chevrolet. For new and used cars, fleet sales and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena, right off 225 and Beltway 8 at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it at Underdog Fantasy right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today and use promo code LANCE to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 play. That's promo code LANCE to get your $100 in bonus entries. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play-and-get-terms_DFS_HTML for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Whether it's morning routines or weekends on the sideline, when the temperature drops, America brings the heat with Hot Hands. Hot Hands are America's favorite hand, toe, neck, even body warmers to help you stay warm and cozy from head to toe. Hot Hands are fast-acting, long-lasting, and made right here in the USA. Look for the Hot Hands logo on the bright orange packages at your favorite store or online. Keep doing what you love out there with Hot Hands, warming up America coast to coast.
Honey, look. 4 calling birds.
Do they have cell phones?
Well, yeah. They're called calling birds because they have 4 lines of Cricket 5G.
How do they pay?
Oh, easy. Each line is only $25 a month.
Who are they calling?
Beats me. One sec, gotta take this.
Join Cricket Nation and get 4 lines for $25 per month each. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. New lines only. All lines must be selected. Unlimited plan fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. Hell yeah. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
My voice is raising an octave. It's so crazy.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Talked to God and he told me it's time to take a new step. It's a new chapter.
The Rich Eisen Show. Coming up on today's show. College football roundup. Monday Night Football preview. Plus your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We'll be taking your phone calls throughout the final 2 hours of this show. We already chopped up Lane Kiffin. His situation, not him personally.
Well, you kind of chopped him up a little.
No, I didn't. He has every right to do what he wants to do, man. He has every right. It's just, and I thought Ole Miss was 100% right for saying, no, you're not staying here.
Absolutely.
You're not staying here. Pete Golding's the guy that can actually take this ship from here. And if not, guess what? He's going to take the ship here from here. We're going to name him permanently, and that's the end of that. Because, you know, if any indication from the previous hire at LSU, if that passed as prologue, worked out for Marcus Freeman, who'd never done it before, and the defensive mindset, certainly the rest of the team was into it. Sounds like the rest of the team's into this, too. So let's go. Makes sense. Instead of saying, oh, okay, sure, you stay here before you leave us for one of our arch rivals. By the way, Lane visits both Oxford and Tennessee. Oxford and Knoxville, where his name, Lane, is in fact a 4-letter word of a different variety. So,
like Bucky Dent?
And his first games against Clemson, I mean, it's going to be on. But he's incredibly talented, and he did win everywhere he's been, right? Or at least recently.
Yes, one.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the show. I think the biggest surprise of Week 13 out of all that we saw or heard from Week 13 is it's Mariota, not Mariota.
That was jarring.
I didn't know it was Mariota.
For 3 hours, that was jarring.
Who knew? At one point, I think Tirico did slip back into the Mariota.
Yeah, but then Tirico was calling it Mariota. It was like,
well, it's because that's what we've been calling him for a while. But
how about we call him Marcus?
Well, how about the fact that he said it in his open? That as soon as I kept hearing them say Mariota all the time, I thought, well, you basically told him that's how I pronounce my name. Is that how you'd like it to be pronounced? And maybe he basically said, yeah. But outside of that, the surprise was the Commanders at 3-8 on their losing streak for 6 games gave the Denver Broncos quite the ride.
And
quite the ride.
And he was open on the 2-point play. If Nick Benito doesn't get his arm on it, they upset Denver.
But I think that is also
fun game.
I think that is also a microcosm of the entire Broncos season, which is offense struggles. But when it comes time for rubber meeting the road, offense gets it done. And the defense is making some plays, more than not. Going to sack you, going to put the pressure on you. And at the end of the day, they're going to make the winning play. And in tandem with a quarterback who has the ability to matriculate the ball when you need to. And also, in the same way, we were talking about how the Bears don't turn it over. Bo Nix doesn't take losses of yardage, doesn't take sacks. And he did make one dreadful mistake throwing it right at a first ballot Hall of Famer. Like, oh, by the way, that's Bobby Wagner.
54, he should not throw it to him.
But when it all comes down to it, Bo Nix, his 6th game-winning drive of the season, which is what this was in overtime. By the way, did you hear how I said it? That's the Mariota way of saying overtime.
Yeah.
Or the Spiro Dietis way of saying overtime.
Overtime. Game
on
time.
the line. R.J. Harvey crossed the goal line. In overtime.
Coop was celebrating.
And, yes, he might be off the guillotine because of that. And it's the 6th game-winning drive of his season. It ties Elway for the most in the season in Denver history in 1985 Elway. 85 Elway. I mean, we're not talking helicopter. This one's for John Elway.
That's peak John.
You know what I mean? Makes it a tough combination to beat. Now, you could say, again, the Broncos on their now 9-game win streak snapped a 5-game overtime loss streak. Did you know that? They'd lost 5 straight overtime games. And if it wasn't for Nick Benito, it would have been a 6th. And they now are currently the 1 seed in the AFC, rooting for the Giants tonight. As the Broncos know, the Giants with Jackson Dart can give you a scare. You just got to maybe come back from 90 million points down to win. And the last time the Broncos finished as the 1 seed was when the Super Bowl was in Santa Clara, Super Bowl 50, and they went on to win it with a defensive MVP, which is what probably the Broncos would have if they win this conference and go to the Super Bowl. 51 sacks for the Broncos now, 4th team in the last 40 seasons with more than 50 sacks in their first 12 games of a season. Last team to do it was the 2000 Saints. How about that? When they had 55 sacks. So, Sean Payton, kudos to him. It's his 11th season with 10 or more wins as a head coach. That's 5th most in NFL history. Tom Landry has 16. And we'll tell you who's 4th on that list in a second. But here's Bo Nix after the win.
Was told a long time ago by one of my many offensive coaches that, pressure is a privilege, and not many people get to be in that opportunity. So if it's going to be me who gets this opportunity, I'm going to make the best of it. And it doesn't always go your way. fortunately for us, it's gone our way in these games. But last year, we were on the opposite end of these close ones. And so I understand what it's like to be on the other side of things. But you just got to keep moving on, and you got to have a belief that you're just going to find a way. And, didn't look great there for a minute, but we just found a way to make the next best play. And, at the end of the day, score one more point than they did. And that's the difference in the game in this league. It's every game comes down to the last possession pretty much. And so you just have to, kind of accept the fact and just put yourself in that moment and don't change anything. Just go out and execute.
Do you think when he was going on the platitude of Palooza there, he did realize it was just a 1-point win for them? Or that's just a phrase he's probably heard over and over again, just be 1 point
probably
better?
Just a phrase.
Because that's all they were, was just 1 point better, which is all that matters.
They have 10 wins, 8 are one scores. This team is kind of Chiefsian to me of the last couple years.
They have bodies switched.
It kind of feels like it, don't? No?
Well, certainly since they were getting some calls at the end there, too, right? I didn't think that was a false start. And Terry McAuley was saying that's not
right
intentional grounding either. That brought a 3rd and 25 about that, by the way, Mariota overcame to force overtime. It's going to take some getting used to. But the Broncos bandwagon that was so full over the summer that by the opening of the season, they were trying to get people off the bandwagon by selling seats to future bandwagons. I don't think any of those Broncos bandwagon jumpers or even diehard Orange Crushers, okay, could have even dreamt of the scenario where they enter December as the 1 seed. That could be fleeting. We'll see what happens on Monday night with the Patriots. But even if the Patriots get their 11th win tonight, they're on a bye next week, and then Denver takes on Vegas in Denver, which means they win that game, and they do enter the final 4 games of the season as the 1 seed. They're at Vegas, pardon me, before they welcome in Green Bay in what could be, entering Week 15, the national setup of Super Bowl preview. I don't think that scenario, along with the fact that they entered December 4 games. Let me repeat that. 4 games better than the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't think anybody on that bandwagon or diehards in the Rocky Mountains and the surrounding areas could have even dreamt that is possible. But that is, in fact, the case. The Broncos are perfectly positioned to win this conference and certainly the division. 2 games better than the Chargers, who now do look like they're going to have a shadow at worst and an injured version at best of Justin Herbert the rest of the way. Look at that left, like almost, what does that look like? An oven mitt? Well, it's not that bad. It kind of looked like a superhero's glove, right? I don't know whatever kept his left hand together because he needs surgery to repair
He's
a broken bone
today.
Maybe as we speak. Justin Herbert is going to finish the season with a freshly surgically repaired non-throwing hand.
Jeez. It's like a Nintendo Power Glove.
Oh, yeah. Remember those things?
That's it. Okay. Well, hopefully there's some Infinity Stone
that type too
additions that they can put in there because listen, it doesn't sound great, and it's the last thing. Like, it's no big deal that our quarterback needs hand surgery before the Week 14 Monday night finale on ESPN against the Eagles without our tackles. But good news for the Chargers is they are 2 games behind the Broncos, and they've already beaten Denver. As a matter of fact, they're the last team to beat Denver back in Week 3. Remember, Denver started the season 1-2 without having trailed in a single one of the games at all. Well, since that 1-2 start, they've won 9 in a row. Take a 10-win record into December, and the Chargers now have a vicious stretch. Out of all the teams left in this AFC West race, home for Philly, at Kansas City, at Dallas, home for Houston, at Denver. That is a brutal Final Five. You could put that up against anyone else's Final Five, and that might be the toughest one. And they're going to go into this stretch without their tackles, hopefully for them getting Omari and Hampton back, and then somehow, some way, their quarterback not missing time or a healthy left hand. You know what I mean? It's not optimum, but Jim Harbaugh, as you know, can create belief where there's a lot of disbelief. And a lot of Chargers fans looking for a trapdoor opening up, despite the Chargers being the 5 seed right now at 8-4.
Yeah, I'd be tough pressed to see them make the playoffs with that schedule.
We shall see, sir.
Especially with the way Houston's coming on.
It's still better, as we just described to you, the conundrum for the Broncos. It's still better than what the Chiefs are dealing with right now. I mentioned moments ago talking about Sean Payton becoming entering the top 5 all time of coaches with double-digit victory seasons, with 10 wins for this Broncos team. That's his 11th season as a head coach in the NFL, with his team reaching at least 10 wins. On the list in front of him is Tom Landry with 16. Third all time with 19 is Andy Reid. And I will tell you, I am now, as somebody that is firmly in the world of media types, I just call myself a media type, talking heads, whatever you want to call me. I have been firmly in the camp of, I'll believe it when I see it, with the Kansas City Chiefs now making the playoffs. And they're now 6-6, which is a record Mahomes has never had as a professional player. As I told you last week, the stat that I keep being blown away by, or at least the nugget, the fact that I keep being blown away by, is the earliest a Chiefs season has ever ended with Mahomes as their starting quarterback is overtime in the AFC Championship game. First season as a starter, lost in overtime to Tom Brady in the AFC Championship game, then won a Super Bowl, then lost one, then lost in overtime in the AFC Championship game to Joe Burrow, then made the Super Bowl ever since. Win or lose. Well, this year, we might see an earlier exit. And I'm finally believing it, because the mistakes that they are making are costing them in one-score games. They only have one, they didn't lose a single one-score game last year. This year, they have only one win in such games, and that was the overtime win against Indianapolis that they pulled out of their 20-9 deficit orifice at home a couple weeks ago in the fourth quarter to force overtime and win it. And then they just do un-Chiefs-like things. 10 penalties for 119 yards against the Cowboys on Thanksgiving Day. They did take the lead. And it looked like, okay, they're going to show up and they're going to boat race the Cowboys, and that's the end of that. Then the defense just couldn't stop a cold. Well, it's tough to stop George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb and Javonte Williams when, wait for it, they all score, right?
True that.
And I just want to be accurate here on that front. Pickens did not score, but he almost did after he pirouetted out of a surefire tackle and jumped over somebody. And Dak went off again. But the Chiefs also had the ability to score right before halftime and right after halftime, and they came away with no points. That didn't happen. The final drive that the Cowboys put a nail, one of the nails in the coffin that Mahomes tried to pry open at the end by finding Xavier Worthy wide open over the middle after he was escaped a sack twice, right?
It was just like what?
It's just like, but that's why I'm always in the camp of I'll see it when I believe it.
Yeah.
Because that play was over, and then the game was not over until it was. But the reason why they won it is because they went up by 2 scores after Rashee Rice dropped one that hit him right in the hands on the 50-yard line. And this is a guy that had 2 scores. It just works, and then it doesn't. So un-Chiefs-like things are happening to the Chiefs, who are now 6-6, and Mahomes was asked what the ceiling for this team is.
Our ceiling is playing in the Super Bowl. We got all the same guys. We've added players, but at the end of the day, you got to go out and do it on every single week, a week-in, week-out basis. And we can beat anybody, but, I mean, we've shown that we can lose to anybody. And so we got to be more consistent. It starts with me being consistent throughout the entire game, not in just big moments. And that's something that we have to do throughout an entire game and week to week. It's not just one time. And we obviously see the last week we have a big win, and then you come here and play another good football team, and you don't come to play. And so the ceiling can be what it is, but until you put it on the football field, you won't be able to go out there and win football games.
What an honest assessment, I think. And I don't like talking in absolutes, okay? I just don't. But I think the ceiling for the Chiefs, the realistic ceiling for the Chiefs in the regular season now is to make it as a wild card. I think the ship has sailed on winning the division for a 10th straight time. I can't believe I'm saying
You
that.
okay? You feel all right? Maybe to get you like a cold press or something?
No, I might need a moment. Okay. But dead air doesn't work on a simulcast.
Oh, man, Eric's not going to call you back now.
That's all right. I think he understands what time it is as well. Because you look at the situation. They are 4 back of the Broncos. They would have to, obviously, win on. They have to. If they win out, they would beat the Broncos on Christmas Day as well. If they win out, they're 11-6. I don't know what the other tiebreakers are, but it doesn't matter because I think the Broncos win at least twice the rest of the way. You look at the Broncos' remaining schedule. I have it here right in front of me. They're at Vegas. They're home for Green Bay and Jacksonville, and they're at Kansas City and the Chargers. I kind of feel like there's 2 wins there, including their next one. What do you think? They're going to go 1-4 the rest of the way, have only 11 wins, and the Chiefs win out. And it's for the Chiefs the rest of the way. Sunday night home against a Houston team that's won 4 in a row and defensively is getting after the world. Home for the Chargers at Tennessee. There's that Denver game on Christmas on Netflix, and then at Vegas. They can win out and have Denver go 1-4 and the rest of the tie breaks work in their favor, and thus that's the way they win their 10th straight division. And the problem is if they don't win the division, their best path, the way that I see it right now, is they wind up tied. They wind up tied with either the Colts or Houston. And Jacksonville, they're rooting for Jacksonville to win the AFC South. Because, as you know, they've already lost to Jacksonville. I've been saying for weeks, the problem for the Chiefs is if they're a wild card team, they've lost to every single occupant of the wild card department currently open for business in the AFC standings, if we can see those. Jacksonville has now removed itself from the wild card equation after the Texans beat the Colts and the Jacksonville Jaguars beat the Titans. Their 8-4 record is good enough for 3rd in the conference. They're in first place right now, taking on the Colts next week. And for the first of 2 times, they currently hold other tiebreakers on the Colts to put them in that position. The Chiefs have beaten the Colts, and if they beat the Texans, if either of those 2 teams wind up not winning the division in the AFC South and wind up being a wild card team, then all the Chiefs have to do is tie the Texans or the Colts. So if the Jaguars beat the Colts next week, and the Colts are now 8-5, and the Chiefs beat the Texans, they'll leapfrog the Texans, and then they're only 1 behind the Colts, who they would hope would then lose some of these games in division. That's all they have to do is hope the Jaguars win. They don't have to see them in a tiebreak situation. And don't even have to worry about the Bills and Chargers. Just focus on the AFC South, hope those results break for you, which they can, and win as many games as you possibly can. And then you could talk about the Super Bowl being your ceiling. That's the way I'm seeing the Chiefs right now entering December.
Yeah, ESPN Analytics has them at 42% to make the playoffs.
Ooh. All right. It's
3% division.
It's better than a Dumb and Dumber chance.
Sure.
3%. It's we're getting towards milk here.
Yeah.
And so it sure looks like their reign atop the division is over with 6 wins and 6 losses. 844-204-RICH, number to dial here on the Rich Eisen Show. Mea culpas. I've been writing checks verbally. And that check was returned to sender and the Big House on Saturday.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
Get into the Hyundai Getaway sales event and get away with a deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Because right now, you can get a great deal on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe and Santa Fe Hybrid models. There's also our bold and stylish Elantra, packed with all the latest tech. Or go all-electric with the Ioniq 5 and Ioniq 6. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with an awesome deal only during the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
Del Olale here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you were thinking it's all that obligatory travel to see your family, you'd be dead wrong. The scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw a traditional water heater in for free. Call him today at 281-488-6238 or visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
The Houston Hoops Showdown brings college basketball's best to the Toyota Center Saturday, December 6th. It's the national runner-up Houston Cougars versus the Florida State Seminoles, a marquee event you don't want to miss. Get your tickets now at toyotacenter.com.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Let's do a thank you to our listeners.
Oh my gosh, you guys have the best listeners. You guys have the listener appreciation parties. They give us so much love and we love them.
HoustonPowderCoaters.com or call 281-676-3888.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Last year, we bought over 54,000 cars from your friends and neighbors at GiveMeTheVin.com. Why did they sell us their cars? It's because you're worth more, and your car's worth more. I know that, and you know that. That's why I created GiveMeTheVin.com. It's the fastest and easiest way for you to sell your car for more money when it's time to sell. I'm sitting here waiting on the other end of GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com.
So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Texas Card House is Houston's premier poker facility, open 24/7. The bar's open till 2 every single night. You can always find a game. You're looking for cash games or tournaments. They got great tournaments at both locations. Seniors on Friday at Westheimer, and at 2 o'clock, $140 buy-in. You could win $15,000. They've also got online poker with Hijack Poker. You're looking for poker in the city of Houston, there's one place to go. That's TexasCardHouse.com, TexasCardHouse.com.
Make your holiday party unforgettable with Dessert Gallery, the go-to for Houston's sweetest celebrations. From dessert trays and scratch-made sheet cakes to photo and logo cookies and seasonal delights, we make hosting easy and delicious. Need client or employee gifts? Forget the fruit basket. Our dessert gifts are the kind they'll actually savor. With 2 locations, Kirby and the Woodlands, plus late hours all week, celebrating sweetly has never been easier. Visit DessertGallery.com to place your order today. That's DessertGallery.com.
Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got a little too aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-245-1697, 800-245-1697. That's 800-245-1697.
Back here on our Rich Eisen show simulcast on Disney Plus and the ESPN app everywhere. Also, ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. This just in over the last 4 years, when the Michigan-Ohio State rivalry turned on a dime with the Aiden Hutchinson, Hassan Haskins-led Jim Harbaugh Wolverines in a snowy day in the big house. When that happened, it was a great day. Great day around here. And then the next year, going into the Horseshoe with J.J. McCarthy and his first season there. And Michigan haven't lost a single game. And they go in there and beat him in the Horseshoe, beat C.J. Stroud in the Horseshoe. You know, sending Garrett Wilson into the NFL season, with without a win against Michigan in his last game there. And then they go back to the big house, and Blake Corum pops one on them, and they pop him in the mouth, and Michigan does go on to win the national championship as to date, the last undefeated national champion in collegiate football. And then last year, supposed to end the streak, because Michigan was without Harbaugh and without a lot of players, and they go in with a walk-in quarterback and win that game. I mean, that was totally unexpected. 4 wins in a row. As you know, I've been talking with my chest because, it'd been a while. Got my my words and my body parts handed to me by Ohio State and Urban Meyer and whatever for all those years. So I've been talking. Yeah. And at some point, I knew it would all end. At some point. It's always cyclical. That's what happens with a rivalry. But a 5th in a row would have been really sweet, especially with Ohio State being undefeated and Michigan now having the wonderkind who came in here, Bryce Underwood, kind enough to come in here over the summer, talking smack to LeBron. Came in here and talked about it, and then Bryce Underwood in his first game against Ohio State started okay. Michigan got the ball, marched down the field, got a field goal, and then Julian Sayin, the kid who they've got in a Heisman hopeful position with their stud wide receivers, throws an interception. I mean, what a way for this game to start. I'm sitting there with my buddy Jimmy and Cooper and dogs, and I'm like, is this the day? Is this possibly the day with snow coming? And the answer was an emphatic no. It was not. Ohio State came into the Big House after having a disastrous start to this 2025 version and hit my Wolverines in the mouth repeatedly. Out-executed Michigan, out-toughed Michigan, out-coached Michigan, outdid everything, start to finish. Now, what we have on the screen here is a moment that my Wolverine friends thought was a brief loss of the football by Jeremiah Smith as he was crossing the goal line to take the lead on Michigan for the first time in this game on a, by the way, absurd route that Jeremiah Smith ran. Did you see that?
He's so good.
I mean, he could start for all 32 right now. I mean, that's what everybody's saying coming in.
Listen, not the Cowboys.
Excuse me, sir.
Stop it.
You would
not the Cowboys.
Nice. That route that he ran was absurd. Is the reason why scouts are drooling all over number 4 right now.
Yeah, it's absurd he has to play another year.
As if Carnell Tate's not a first-round wide receiver.
Yeah.
Also, okay? And for a moment, I thought I was going to finally benefit on a rule that I would like out of football, which is if you fumble and you step out of bounds, as it looked like Smith was going to do, it looked for a hot minute that they were going to take that touchdown away, which would have been a gift from the football gods that I wasn't expecting. And, of course, they said that they didn't have a proper view of it and said that the ruling was upheld, which is kind of weird because if you don't have a proper rule of it, the play stands is called, but whatever. That's Big Ten language for the referees there. And even, hey, listen, even if you feel, my fellow Wolverines, that we were robbed by that, there is a Roman Wilson touchdown from a couple years ago in the Big House that Ohio State fans thought they ripped from his hands. You remember that one? Mm-hmm. Okay, so maybe it's evening things out, but it didn't matter anyway. Michigan just wasn't. It's unfortunate to say, but I'm always going to shoot you straight. Just we weren't equipped. This kid Julian Sand was making every throw after that interception. He shook it off, which is what terrific quarterbacks are supposed to do. He shook it off in a way that other quarterbacks that have been playing in this big game for the last few years weren't able to. And then when the snow started coming down, and this was supposed to be the weather in which Michigan was supposed to dominate and out-tough Ohio State, they decided to just run it down Michigan's throat, which was the toughest thing to take. Actually, the toughest thing to take was after the game, seeing Michigan try to defend the M in the middle of the field, right? After they couldn't properly defend their own end zone on occasion. Even when Buckeye Brutus, whatever the hell, Brutus, Buckeye, whatever the hell, stepped out in the snow, and did you see Drew Script, Ohio, on like the 1 yard line and then an X over the M in the end zone?
That got wiped out real quick.
Well, I mean, they tried, but they did everything right, including the way they handled the win afterwards. This is what Ryan Day had every reason to crow. He had every reason to stick it where the sun does not shine. But this is what he had to say after the game to the press.
As you can imagine, over the years, after winning this game, what I'd say in this press conference, and I'm going to save all those comments because I think the best thing to do is win with humility. And that's what we're going to do, and I think that's it speaks to our program. It speaks to what it means to be a Buckeye, and we wanted to take this rivalry game back this year, and so the way that our guys played certainly spoke to that.
Mission accomplished, Ryan Day. You took it back. That is no doubt about it. And you know what really had to really stick in my coach's craw was when the Michigan players were out on the M after the game, making sure that there was no flag planted. I don't know if did you see this? Mm-hmm. Ryan Day went up to Coach Moore and said, basically, can you get your players off the field here? We're not planting flags here today. And them being here is what could create the ruckus. And Moore, I think, understood that, and was being told by the other coach on his own field, can you get your players off? And it was the right thing to do. And that had to really stick in Sharon Moore's craw, because it was the right thing to do. Get off the field. None of this other stuff.
Yeah, cooler heads.
And it made me feel silly as to the way I did react to the flag planting and the OH stuff, and that I need to act like a better somebody of my own age. I swear to you, I went through, I saw that moment. I'm like, how dare he go up to my coach on this field? But he did it the right way. And I kind of feel like I want to apologize to Ryan Day the way that I've been having fun at his expense. Honestly. And no notes. Pitch perfect. Ohio State going into that stadium, do what they did with their receivers. Tate up top, Smith on a perfect route, touchdowns, and then Bo Jackson, what a name, down Michigan's throat with other running backs. And then afterwards, get off, don't plant a flag. I'm not even going to say what I want to say here in this microphone. On to the Big Ten championship and trying to go back-to-back national champions. No notes.
Yeah, I think big on you for admitting that, and I think it also speaks to where college football's at, where there's bigger games now than this. Unfortunately,
there are in terms of the ultimate goal, but I'm already hearing massive recriminations on my side of the aisle, if you will, about losing this game, and seeing the way Bryce Underwood. The number of times that Joel Klatt on the broadcast was like, that guy was open, if he was only able to just wait a beat here or there, makes me feel like, was he prepared enough for this game? To be straight up honest with you. And that's one of the things that I think, my guy, Coach Moore, needs to look at. Get a quarterback coach specifically for him. Like, how can we make sure, because he's going into next year, he's going into the horseshoe. And it's going to be tougher. And because Smith, I don't think Tate's going to be here. I know every Browns fan is looking at Tate saying, that's the guy we should get in the first round next year. But Smith's not going anywhere. And they're just going to reload. And so he's got to be, prepared for the moment. Certainly, again, I love the kid. He came here and sports. You sent me this. I didn't see that. Sports Center.
Well, I saw it on LeBron's story, actually.
About how he, when he came in here talking about LeBron, and because he did meet LeBron, and he's, again, he was 17 who was in here. And so he's feeling really good about himself. And LeBron retweeted it when he basically said, it's all over for Ohio State. And and again, he was here and was kind enough to come in here, and he's also a brash young kid. But I'm just wondering, how will he process this moving forward? How will Michigan process this moving forward? Because it's more than just a game. It's a legacy game and all of that stuff. But for Ohio State, it's just like Michigan, in many of the previous years when Jim was there and when Sharon was the acting head coach, it's a stepping stone to something bigger while preventing the other team from doing what it's doing. So that's the way I'm reacting to it. And I will say this one more time. Why the Big Ten is happy to have Indiana and Ohio State put their undefeateds against each other in a game prior to this college football playoff. Like, what are we doing? What do you want? You want one of these teams to get nicked up? You want one of these teams to put something on film, on tape? You know what I mean?
Same thing in the SEC. It's Alabama, Georgia, and it's just, why? What's the point?
Well, I mean, especially if none of the results are supposed to affect the final 12, right?
Right, and Alabama is maybe a bubble team. If they get blown out, are they out now? It's kind of weird. I don't know. Championship weekend needs to go bye-bye.
I think that's inevitable, but this part and parcel of everything that's gone on in college football over the past few years is just, once again, the world is changing, and there's no adults in the room to try and figure out a better way to do it, where all the presidents and coaches and athletics directors are all on the same page. Yeah. But congrats to Ohio State. A full thumping, and they handled it in the manner in which I'm appreciative. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Phone calls coming up. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options. An easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Don't go anywhere. Back with more in a moment.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus the front seven. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night.
Okay, Kirk. I know stuff. Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can talk college football with your BFF while taking Buster to the vet.
Hey, yeah, I can't believe he ate the whole thing of chicken wings.
And I can't believe we're staging a comeback. Touchdown! Yes!
Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. For wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers, must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who had heard their ads for over 25 years. He's always thought leasing was just renting, but when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. They showed him that leasing isn't just about what you can afford, it's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
John Granado with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, I'm out there and I'm saying, well, what metal do I need powder coated?
We do bicycles, we do wheels, we do bumpers, we do patio furniture, we do antique items such as sewing machine bases. Some people will have light posts in their front yards. Yard art is also a big thing. When you have Round Top with the antique festivals in the spring and the fall, tons of things you can find there that are vintage.
Boat parts, anchors. How about gas lamps?
It has to be carefully taken apart, but anything that's metal on there and cleaned off, we can definitely do that.
Yep.
Trailers, we do barbecue pits. Really, if it's metal, give me a call and let's talk about it.
You had frogs in one woman's backyard that you did.
Yes, it was a frog that represented all 5 of her kids, and then she also had 8 grandkids, and each one had a frog.
For all your powder coating needs, there's only one place to go, Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com or 281-676-3888 and ask for Robin.
That is me.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com. John Granado here, walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Holiday season is upon us. Need a gift idea for a client, friend, or family member who loves guns? We're your one-stop shop. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns of every make and model, plus collectibles, accessories, ammo, and if you're just not sure what to get, gift cards are available. Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
Imagine the legacy you could leave behind. Imagine a career where every day, every lesson, every word of encouragement, it all adds up to something greater. One teacher can inspire a lifetime of learning. At Teachers of Tomorrow, we believe in the power of one. One teacher, one student, one moment that changes everything. Teaching isn't just a job. It's a legacy of learning that shapes the next generation. If you've ever felt the call to teach, your time is now. Start your teaching journey today with Teachers of Tomorrow. We're here to guide you every step of the way. A bachelor's degree is all that's required. Best of all, it's free to apply, and you can be teaching in just 6 months. Call Teachers of Tomorrow at 800-813-9441. 800-813-9441. That's 800-813-9441. Because the world needs teachers like you.
Dude, by the way, we just showed Mike Del Tufo talking about insufferable Michigan fans. So it's me, Charles Woodson.
I mean,
that's the ones in your life that you find.
I have other friends.
Name me a name. How should I not sit there and go,
I don't have to name names.
And then
it's
you
a
troll
fact.
on him and him out of the blue. So I ask you just
I'm
point.
a troll.
I'm going to ask you point blank.
Yes.
But you think that's cool?
No, hold on a second. I'm going to ask this point blank. Do you hate us secretly?
No, I get trolled on more than anyone
on this show.
But not by anyone in this room.
That's 100%. That's just a lie.
You guys got to put
Hold on a second.
Like,
you guys all know that.
Susie will say you're too
your
tough
mother
on Mike.
would. Anyone will. I have people that call and say they will.
He's got a point.
It's a fact.
But you
by
bring
the way,
it. You
I
bring it on yourself.
I bring it on.
But we do it to your face on the show, and it's all good
I have to
natured.
sit there on Threads. By the way, the reason
You're
why
doing it online.
The reason why I'm on Threads as opposed to X is because it is a nicer spot. I'm not saying the owner of Threads is above reproach like the owner of X, but the owner of X is so beyond reproach, I can't personally post on it anymore.
I'm with you on that.
I mean, we definitely post videos on it because it is a platform that I did before all of this stuff. You know, I built over 1 million followers. I don't know how many are real. And my account is based in the United States, unlike others. But bottom line is, I'm on there to avoid this sort of discourse, certainly not from somebody who I look at every day and looks at me.
No.
And you think I'm sitting here talking about this stuff as I'm insufferable.
I congratulated TJ on his win on Dallas.
Oh, that meant so much, too.
On Thursday. He did. You actually text me back.
Oh, my
He doesn't text
God.
you guys back. You text me back.
Let's talk about something. Oh, my God.
Yes, you did.
But by the way, that's news that you texted anybody back.
because I was happy.
Really?
Congrats.
Yeah, I just said that.
By the way, I trolled the Chiefs fans.
Don't let me start pulling out text
You shouldn't be proud of trolling.
I'm a troll. I'm a troll.
It's not something to be proud of.
Yeah, but I'm sorry if you feel like I'm insufferable. And by the way, Charles Woodson has every reason. He's been in the
but I will say
arena.
he's actually
Charles Woodson is a goat. He can say whatever he
what
wants.
I say is
certainly since the guy to his
and I love
left
Charles.
is 100%
and I love
rooting
Charles
in a certain way and being smug about it because he's got 7 wins.
And of course,
and he holds,
I love
holds up the number 7 at the Michigan fans.
I love you and I love Charles. I don't know. You guys, when you
think I'm
were
insufferable.
winning, when you guys are winning, you were. If you look at the definition of insufferable,
I will do it.
I'm looking at it.
Good for you.
Thank you.
844-204-RICH number dial. Let's be more hopeful. Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Mossab in Chicago, Illinois. How about his Bears? Mossab, you're on the Rich Eisen Show, sir. Again, good to chat with you.
Good to chat with you, too, Rich. I don't know. You guys miss me?
Dude.
That's what the Bears are showing.
Don't become
show needs me to call in again.
Don't become insufferable, otherwise Del Tufo's going to threat at you, not by name. I got to be honest. I'm looking at every single Chicago Bear win-loss game played by everybody. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that were played. Not one of the 7 had them winning this game in Philadelphia. Not one. And
no, it was definitely a surprise. And it's a good surprise. But that just shows how Ben Johnson has turned the culture around, turned the team around, how he's built the structure so great. Started with the offensive line, bought into the run game, believes in Caleb, but he limits him to not mess up so much to where it doesn't affect the team outcome as much.
Correct.
Yeah. So I called in because 2 months ago, I just want to remind you guys, 2 months ago, you guys did your prediction for the NFC North. You guys all had the Bears in 4th place?
That might be true. I don't know.
Yeah,
Chris, you were higher on the Bears than most here.
I checked it yesterday.
Okay.
Why are you bringing up old stuff?
No, listen. Listen.
Now we're not just first place in the NFC North. We're first place in the NFC.
And you got to finish strong in order to stay there, because now you are in the high rent district. You have earned your way into the high rent district, and you are in the penthouse of said high rent district right now. And now comes Ben Johnson's first whack at the Packers rivalry.
Johnson should be coach of the year.
Well, he and Vrabel I believe, are the current occupants from both conferences.
Vrabel has been a coach before, right? And he's done the same thing with the Titans, restructured them and made them a great team and stuff like that. Coming into the year, everybody was doubting Ben Johnson, was not sure. This guy was an OC, never a head coach. Are we sure about this guy? Blah, 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 all that. Yeah. Now he's got a first-place team in the NFC, right? So that's one. Ben Johnson should be the in first place for Coach of the Year. Another thing is, I'm not saying he should win it, but Kyle Monangai should be in the conversation for
Offensive Rookie of the Year. And Mossab, we're up against the end of the hour on the radio, and I'm sure you're listening to this show, hopefully, on ESPN 1000 there in Chicago. I'm sorry, I got to run. Call back, Bud, because, again, we're literally 5 seconds away from the hour ending here. I don't mean to cut him off, but since nobody's cutting the Bears off, basically, for the last 2 months, except for the Ravens. Hour 3 coming up right here on the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Hey guys, listen, if you've got old electrical parts and equipment, don't scrap it. Sell it to M&J Electrical Supply. For over 30 years, M&J has been buying new surplus and used electrical equipment. You get more money from M&J. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. You've got it, they'll buy it. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hey, Houston, Jeremy Branham here. If you love a good getaway, listen up. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is running their Discover Our Resort giveaway on social media, and you could score discounted, even free stays. Just follow at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Facebook or Instagram and watch for their breadcrumb posts. Each clue could lead you closer to your next riverside escape. Don't miss it. Follow Two Creeks Crossing Resort and visit twocreekscrossingresort.com to learn more.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8968. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8968. That's 800-575-8968. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Hell yeah.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
My voice is raising an octave. It's so crazy.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Talked to God and he told me it's time to take a new step. It's a new chapter.
The Rich Eisen Show. Coming up on today's show. College football roundup. Monday night football preview. Plus your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We've had a lively first 2 hours. Overreaction Monday, a lively version of that is available however you take in your podcast. Certainly if you take in Overreaction Monday with your eye gate, to use the Michael Irvin phrase. There's our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. All of our podcasts are on that page as well, or channel. ESPN2 airs a cut-down version, 4:30 Eastern every single Monday during the football season. We're greatly appreciative of that. I'm told that all 3 hours of this show is on ESPN2 tomorrow as part of the Giving Tuesday portion of the ESPN calendar. We're honored to be part of that. So
might wear a tie tomorrow.
Scott Van Pelt is on the show, and so is Jim Kelly.
Oh, nice.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
She talked to him about...
Let's go.
Didn't Steve Tasker tell a story about how he used to have a bar in his house or something like that?
His basement was like a
I looked up the pictures, and it was...
We got to go there.
Pretty massive.
Don't you think?
You think he remembers doing the bartender thing for us?
At the Hall of Fame?
Hall of Fame?
How would he not?
That was so awesome.
I mean, the only way you wouldn't remember it is that if it's a regular occurrence. Well,
he was a little too deep when he was doing it.
We were all too deep that night, honestly.
Because he was serving it. Anyway, Jim Kelly's on Tuesday's show.
He wasn't measuring the drinks out, Rich.
He
well, by fingers.
What do they call those little cylinder cups? What's the official word for it? There must be some bartenders out there who want to call 844-204-RICH.
I think Jim was eyeing it.
Yeah, he was using the eyeball test.
He's like,
That's not enough.
Hey, that's enough.
Yeah, that's good.
It was actually Giving Friday, I believe. That point of the weekend.
So fun.
Just a different giving.
Is that what they call?
844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program. Start number 2 for Shador didn't go as well as start number 1. A different opponent, I believe. San Francisco in your house. The 49ers had not won in Cleveland since 1984. We talked about that on the program last week. And the Niners, man. Bang, bang, Niners gang. 9-4. They're 9-4. And this could be Mike Shanahan's tour de force as well, right? I mean, pardon me, Kyle Shanahan's tour de force right now.
He's coaching his ass off, man.
He really is. And I know that's like manhole covers for you.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, Mac Jones keeping it afloat. Brock Purdy doing his dancing in the end zone, using his legs. And Christian McCaffrey, how many times have I got to tell you he's a Hall of Famer? He's going to wind up in Ohio at the end of the day. He really is. He now has over 500. Hold on a minute. Let me get this fact correct here, because he just did another thing that only Marshall Faulk has done. So let me get this fact correct, because I like being factual. Here we go. Marshall Faulk has only done this. Christian McCaffrey has his third season in his career with 800 or more rushing yards and 800 or more receiving yards. That ties Marshall Faulk for the most.
Rich, that's new Southern University head coach, Marshall Faulk.
That's right, 2-8. We see you.
Let's say that the right way.
Congratulations.
Love it.
So cool.
I couldn't be happier for him.
Oh, he's being introduced today at 1:45.
Outstanding.
Love it.
Do we need, I don't know. Should we do like an NIL deal for him or something like that? Offer up an RE Consulting NIL deal for him?
I think that's mandatory.
Yeah. I'll tell him. We'll give you a Manischewitz NIL. That's something I think he would find funny. At any rate, congratulations to him. And Christian McCaffrey, bro. And they came out with some sacks, and obviously they got some big breaks, like Harold Fannin getting under center for a tush push that he fumbled inside the 30-yard line of Cleveland in a one-score game that made a big difference. So Shador, of course, was asked about his coach's decision-making. This guy is...
Why are we doing that to him?
Because they're trying to set the man up. You know why they're doing it.
Excuse me. Aaron Rodgers was asked a similar question about practices.
Aaron Rodgers, Shador, like, come on.
I'm just saying it's not something the media doesn't do to other people. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but...
You know, and earlier this week he was asked about his relationship, right? And with Stefanski, and didn't he tell the guy, like, or he's asked about the sabotaging? He goes, like, you're trying to stir stuff up, huh? All right, so Shador, what do you think about your coach's decision making? Get out of here. Hit it.
2 4 ones that didn't work. And did you like Kevin having the aggressiveness there, even backed up in your territory?
I mean, first, that's a rude question to ask. If I think, it was a great call by my coach,
Do you like the aggression? Do you like the call? Like, do you like?
I like being out there playing. so whatever that comes with, it comes with. We're not gonna be here and ever point finger at no coach or do anything like that. That's extremely disrespectful, and that's not even in my place. So I'm thankful for being out there, honestly, and I'm thankful that he trusts us as an offense to be able to go out there and be able to execute. Did we execute? No, we didn't. But I'm just thankful that we have that trust.
I mean, could you imagine if he had said something along like, I was wondering, why was Coach doing that? I don't like being aggressive. I like being smart. Punt there and give him another chance. Our defense is much better than the offense right now with me at quarterback. Like, what's it, honestly?
I mean, you know who his dad is. He knows how to handle that.
But in all, fairness, Aaron Rodgers was asked about the practicing in the week leading up to a loss. Rodgers he didn't call it a rude question. But he did say, I know where you're going. You want me to rag on Mike Tomlin? I'm not going to do that. Right.
Even though both guys probably would have been fair to,
Actually,
Speak the truth, so to speak.
Myles Garrett got a sack. 1. He's got 19.
Wow. The 30 calls.
We'll see how many Brian Burns gets tonight. Brian Burns needs 2 more to overtake for second place, or at least 3 more, let's put it this way, to overtake second place in the sacks race from Myles Garrett over the last 6 weeks.
I think Drake May is the second most sacked quarterback.
Well,
so there's
we'll
good
see
chance.
what Brian Burns does tonight. And we'll see what Cleveland does the rest of the way here. Personally, I don't know.
4th most.
You got to take the pulse check of the locker room. They want Dillon. They want Shedeur Sanders. What do you want to do, Kevin? Or does Kevin just want to go coach the Giants? I'll be honest with you.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are going to want that Giants.
I kind of think so, too. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. I shouldn't be so flippant. Let's, on the subject matter, I think we made this internet auntie Instagram famous after she called in saying she only wants to watch the Browns when Shedeur Sanders starts. Jackie in Virginia is back on the program. How are you, Jackie? You there, Jackie?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Jackie. I don't know if you're watching on TV or whatever. If you are, turn the sound down so we can have a conversation.
Okay, let me turn the sound down.
You got it. We're going to be very patient with our internet auntie. What's going on, Jackie?
Well, let me tell you. I wasn't happy with Shedeur's performance. And he got to get that ball out his hands quicker.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy, Jerry Junti or whoever he is, had the nerve to, go over and get in Shedeur's face or what. He knew the camera was going to be on him. But I'm like, dude, you couldn't catch a ball if I super glued it to your hand. So why are you in the quarterback face? You could have waited till you got to the locker room. Just have some tact about yourself. That's all I'm saying.
Well, let me just say this before you continue on, and then I'll let you continue on. Is over the years that I've been covering this league, Jackie, sometimes when you see a receiver being demonstrative like that, I don't know if it's to berate him. It did look like that. There's been many times where it looks like a receiver is creating a problem, and all he was doing was just trying to be supportive. But I may be giving him the benefit of the doubt, and the Browns may be calling you for your super glue there in Virginia, at the end of the day. But please, go on.
Rich, you're being very nice.
Okay.
You're being very, very nice.
Okay, Jackie.
Let's just call it like we see it.
Okay.
He cannot hold on to a ball. And he was getting in Shedeur's face. And Auntie Jackie just didn't like it.
Okay. What other observations do you have?
And that O-line, oh, my goodness. Lord help him. I tell you, I almost had a heart attack.
Oh, come on now.
I cannot watch this game and, sit down and be peaceful. That's why I have to watch the game at my house because I'm up screaming and stuff. So I can't go to other people's house and watch a football game because I don't know how to be calm. But I tell you, I almost lost my turkey over this game.
I know, and that's the issue here. And Jackie, thanks for the call. Call back again. I mean, let's hope for your sake and for obviously Shedeur's sake that he does get the next start for Cleveland, which is going to be home against Tennessee, a one-win team. Shedeur versus Cam Ward, as you know, there's a very famous moment during the evaluation process where Shedeur wanted a rap with Cam, and Cam basically said, I'm a professional. I don't do that sort of stuff.
I'm here for football.
Right? That would be fun if it's Shedeur and Cam Ward going for that one win that both of them could use for their second win of the season. Shedeur going for a second in 3 games. I just don't know if he's going to want to see more from Dillon Gabriel and the rest of the way, or what the Browns are thinking. I don't have an answer for you on that. All I know is that going into this game after the Bengals beat the Ravens on Thursday night to wrap up Thanksgiving, I do know this, that going into the weekend after the Bengals beat the Ravens and the Steelers were getting set to take on the Bills, who did, in fact, knock the Steelers back to 6-6, we did see the Browns for a brief bit on the In the Hunt columns on other playoff picture graphics put together by our colleagues around the league. As you know, around the Rich Eisen Show, it's called Sniffing It. Do you sniff the playoffs? Because you're in the area. It's the aroma of the playoffs in your nasal vicinity. That's why we say sniffing it. And now the Browns aren't there. But there is a team from Ohio that is, in fact, at 4-8, somehow, some way, sniffing it. Now, a lot of people thought I've been the one sniffing something. And I picked the wrong week
to stop.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
When I was saying when Burrow went down, here comes Jake Browning. Season's not over, because in the previous season where Burrow went out, Jake Browning came in and actually performed well. He won games, and I thought he would be the guy to do it again. Especially since I do listen to our friend Jordan Palmer when he comes on this program. It makes a lot of sense. And he was saying Browning's got the experience in college, and he could do it again, I thought. I was wrong. Then Flacco gets acquired. In October, I said again what I said in September. The season's not over for the Cincinnati Bengals. Well, yada, yada, yada. Flacco won only once in his place of Joe Burrow. My take of the season's not over looked pretty silly. Then I said in November, hey, listen, nobody's running away with it. You could say that's higher register, that the season still isn't over. So now that it's December, you take a look at the standings in the National Football League's American Football Conference North Division. Who's just 2 games back? Who's just 2 games back with the Ravens and the Steelers playing each other this week, and Joe Burrow back for the Bengals going into the spot where he once upon a time ended a Bills season and reportedly, allegedly, a bromance between Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs. That'd be Western New York. Oh, the Bengals. And, you know, it's not just Burrow on offense either. It's amazing what a franchise quarterback's return can just do for everyone. We call it a halo effect. But Cincinnati, against a Ravens team that, yes, has a quarterback has now 3 straight games with no touchdowns. But that said, this Ravens offense, no matter how much they've struggled, was going against the Bengals defense that couldn't stop a cold. A season-low 14 points the Bengals defense gave up, and a season-high 5 takeaways. Their +4 turnover margin was the best in a single game by the Bengals since Week 8, 2018. We haven't seen what we saw defensively on that Thanksgiving night in 7 years. Way back when Joe Burrow was just a kid putting on a LeBron jersey and taking selfies in the mirror. Way before he went to the Ohio State, before they told him to beat it. Listen. There you go. These Bengals are 2 games out, and I don't care about the circumstances that caused me to say the season's not over. Might have been highly inaccurate about why I felt that way, but at the end of the day, T.J. Jefferson, I ask you, is the season over for the Cincinnati Bengals? As of right now, December 1st, 2025, 2 games out, Joe Burrow is back. Is the season over for the Bengals?
I mean, technically, no.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm going to be technical about it.
Chris Brockman.
Hey.
Is the season over for the Cincinnati Bengals?
You know, it probably speaks to more about the teams ahead of them.
Excuse me?
No, it's not.
It is not.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow, speak. I don't even care what the setup to the soundbite is. I want to hear his voice. Hit it.
Yeah, it felt great. You know, obviously had to knock some rust off there in the first half. You know, I thought second half I started to put it more where I wanted and settled in a little bit. Certainly missed some throws early that I typically make. But, you know, after that I felt pretty comfortable back there. I thought the line did great. We ran it well. Obviously defense played great. So I'm just going to keep getting better.
That's right. He's throwing it to Hudson and Yoshivas, which sounds like the Tango and Cash sequel, or the Rizzoli and Isles. What do you think?
I couldn't concentrate on what he said because I was looking at his jacket.
You bet, man.
Jeez.
You bet.
Look at that.
That jacket season is just starting.
I need that jacket.
That's right, with the hair.
Joe Burrow.
Work your hand through the hair.
Wow.
I mean,
yeah, man. Burrow's back, baby.
Zoolander 3.
He is back.
the Bengals.
Feeling it? Hudson and Yoshivas. I think you call them if you're getting into an accident.
Yeah. Following Rizzoli and Al.
Guess what?
They're on a bus.
Have billboards on Sunset.
The bus.
Season is not over. Oh, no. If I'm ultimately correct at the end of the day, my God. I mean, name me another redemption story. It's the same.
Carol from The Walking Dead.
Name it.
I don't get that
Name
reference.
it. Name it.
You got to see Walking Dead.
It would be on par of Lane Kiffin winning at LSU. Name me another redemption story from the ashes. Right? It is not over.
Ben Affleck finding love with someone named Jennifer.
He beats the Bills, okay, and the Ravens beat the Steelers. Possible?
Possible.
Okay,
because the Steelers handled business. It would be over.
No, what I'm saying is that because the Steelers, they've already played them. They've already played them. All they would have to do, okay, so they'd still be two back, is keep winning, beat the Ravens one other time, and have the Ravens lose to, say, New England. That's possible. I know you think that's possible.
Say it's better at it.
Right, or the Ravens losing to Philadelphia at home. Right? All they got to do is sweep the Ravens. Right? That's it. Sweep the Ravens and then have the Ravens slip up when they don't. That's all. And they're at Miami, home for Arizona, home for Cleveland the rest of the way. Get out of here. How big is this game in Western New York? Not for the Bills, for the Bengals' chances, but most importantly, for my redemption story.
So if
worst take I've had since coming back to ESPN, the most grief I've gotten for it could eventually be proven correct that the season was, in fact, not over.
Because you kept doubling down on it. That's why you kept getting grief.
Double, triple, quadruple.
On Thanksgiving Day, game day morning, we have the Jive Turkey segment. Okay, where we either gobble a take that we've had by saying we're going to still double down on the take, or say we're Jive Turkey for having that take. For instance, I think they had Gerald taking the Chargers out of the playoffs and putting the Raiders in our preseason show. Like that, just to give you an example of the takes that our producers will try to clown us with.
Sure.
They had a montage of me saying the season's not over from this chair on this show from September, October, November. Want to talk about quadrupling down? This is now the fourth straight month I've said this. Mm-hmm. And by January, I could be proven correct. Oh, my goodness gracious. Redemption.
Or they could lose to the Bills.
Just like I might get, I might spend the money.
It's over.
I might spend the money to get the rights to that Bob Marley song.
Send those refunds.
I'm not sure if we can afford that, Rich.
I know that.
I know that. It's Robert Nesta Marley.
Probably need to get together and start TJ Plussin.
Well, we could do that.
Listen. Oh, how great would that be?
And for you.
And us. It's a halo effect. I told you. For you, too.
I've said this a few times. We've been robbed of Joe Burrow not being out there this season, so it was great to see him back.
Him in Buffalo with the Bills coming in 8-4.
Is that a hello, Jim game?
It might be.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea. There's so many big games. There's a lot of hello Jim games. Possibilities.
Yeah.
But the Patriots are on a bye. You know, this is the one game the Bills are playing while the Patriots are off.
Oh, wait, here we go. Broadcast
baby.
Out.
Right? It's got to be. I think it's got to be, right?
I mean, talk about exciting. Or as Romo said yesterday, a fresh of breath air.
No, Romo's in Baltimore with Nance. Steelers, Ravens.
Okay. All right. Maybe Ian and J.J. Watt get that assignment, huh? That's a plum assignment.
No.
Was it Fox? Is it Brady?
It's Fox. It's Joe Davis and Greg Olsen.
Okay. Ooh. All right.
Fun.
How they? Oh, that's right. They give games. They don't do it.
I think the Packers and the Bears are going to get
Bears is
Messers, Burkhardt, and Brady.
Brady Andrews.
I'm telling you, Week 14 is
nuts.
Deep and playable. Oof. Take a break. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Phone calls when we come back. Oh, my God. I wish I could do this again.
You could. You could. Sam Dion.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Too much on your plate? Get 50% off your first 6 months of payroll at gusto.com/radio. Gusto saves you 2 days every month on payroll, taxes, and compliance. So you can go from payroll to pumpkin pie, filing taxes to raising glasses, counting hours to counting blessings. There's no need to transfer payroll history when you switch before the end of the year. And you'll be thankful you did. Choose the future with Gusto and get more time for what matters. For a limited time, get 50% off your first 6 months at gusto.com/radio.
What's up, Houston? Lance Zierlein here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar, ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with the sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
Time to hydrate, Houston. Rambler Sparkling Water's cranberry flavor is back and available for a limited time this holiday season. Available at Sprouts, Whole Foods, and many other retailers. Cheers to the flavor of the season. Rambler Cranberry. Get rambling.
Make your holiday party unforgettable with Dessert Gallery, the go-to for Houston's sweetest celebrations. From dessert trays and scratch-made sheet cakes to photo and logo cookies and seasonal delights, we make hosting easy and delicious. Need client or employee gifts? Forget the fruit basket. Our dessert gifts are the kind they'll actually savor. With 2 locations, Kirby and the Woodlands, plus late hours all week, celebrating sweetly has never been easier. Visit DessertGallery.com to place your order today. That's DessertGallery.com.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it at Underdog Fantasy right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today and use promo code LANCE to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 play. That's promo code LANCE to get your $100 in bonus entries. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog. Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_HTML for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Holiday season is upon us. Need a gift idea for a client, friend, or family member who loves guns? We're your one-stop shop. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns of every make and model, plus collectibles, accessories, ammo, and if you're just not sure what to get, gift cards are available. Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
I asked the D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone looking to save up on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. D&M has over 50,000 active clients who know that leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com and get no payments until 2026.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
This Christmas, give your family the gift that keeps them active, together, and having fun for years. John Granado here. Pro Dunk basketball goals are built to last with heavy-duty steel construction, rust-resistant powder coating, and professional-grade tempered glass backboards that deliver pro performance right in your driveway. With easy height adjustment from youth to regulation, Pro Dunk grows with your family, whether it's a game of horse or perfecting the jump shot. Visit ProDunk.com today and score big this holiday season. That's ProDunk.com.
The Houston Hoop Showdown is happening Saturday, December 6th. Get your tickets now at ToyotaCenter.com.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, the holidays are coming. We got to get our stuff in because it takes a little time to get stuff powder coated.
It does. On average, it takes about 4 weeks. We do offer rush should you have a party in 2 or 3 weeks. But yes, start thinking about the holidays now and getting your stuff done.
We're going to have family over. We're going to look good.
Of course, we have to have places for people to sit at.
And it's also hunting season. So if you've got a stand or a four-wheeler, you need it powder coated.
You really do because it's out in the elements. So you need to get it protected. And also, I mean, we all want to make the four-wheelers look good because you know your cousins are going to have a better one.
And when you buy your stand, you should get it powder coated first before you put it out there.
Yes. So when you get your stand, it's going to have a coating, but you want to have that spectacular coating that's going to help it stay in the weather, in the harsh conditions, and have it looking great for years to come.
For all your powder coating needs, there's only one place to go, Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com or 281-676-3888 and ask for Robin.
That is me.
Back here on the ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance on Disney Plus and the ESPN app as well. Overreaction Monday, the pod is there for your consuming once we're done here. Chris Brockman and I did it before today's program.
Yes,
Noah in Portland, Oregon's been hanging on for a while. Line 4, Mikey. Noah, what's up?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
What's going on, man?
Hey, before I get into my Panthers, which I won't be insufferable by any means.
Be careful.
I've heard Mariota's name so many times that I've never heard it in my life pronounced like that, and I feel like they were just doing a goof.
No, it's not a goof. As soon as I heard it and I heard them repeat it over and over again, I'm like, that sounds like something that they asked him, how is your name pronounced? And he said it. And when you heard him introduce himself in the offense, Mariota. So
I must have missed that then.
Well, what's your point? What's on your mind, Noah?
The Panthers, man. And again, I'm not going to go crazy. I'm not going to be like, oh, we're going to the Super Bowl, we're doing all this. But there's been such a drastic change in that atmosphere. Caleb Williams is just everybody's looking like they're just having fun right now. And I feel like at this point, the whole, oh, you got beat by the Panthers. Oh, you let the Panthers do you this way. I feel like that's over because if you can get got, I think we're going to get you.
Well, they've gotten some this year, that's for sure, and they've gotten more than they've been gotten. They're above 500 right now. And the last time they were above 500 through 13 games was 2017 when they started 9-4, finished 11-5, and they got one and done at New Orleans in 2017. But they made the playoffs, which is something they could possibly do here. And at the end of the day, Noah, they've got 2 of 3 against Tampa to finish the season. And it's interesting. Thanks for the call, Noah. But you said that it looks like they're having fun because when Kurt Warner, yours truly, NFL Network crew did Panthers and Giants in Munich last year.
Right.
That wound up being Daniel Jones's final start as a Giant. And we were talking to both Bryce Young and Dave Canales prior to the game. I remember we went to their hotel there in Munich. We did it face-to-face. And I talked about Bryce Young and his sabbatical. I said, when you went on your sabbatical, and he smiled and he looks at me and goes, I like that word. And I'm like, well, it's kind of what you did, right? I mean, you got benched. And the Panthers really didn't want us to linger on him being benched because, if you recall at the time, we were all, and I thought at the time, rightfully saying he should ask out. New coach there has never done it before. You know, an owner who's got a reputation for being impetuous. And how's it going to work? And sure enough, what's happened there with Canales and the team is working. And for Noah and Portland to say, you know what, it looks like they're having fun. Dave Canales said that he said the sign when it's going to turn, the sign that he's looking for is that when the team's personality, the player's personality comes out on the field in their play, is what he said. So for a Panthers fan to call in and say it looks like they're having fun, it looks like Canales' analysis is happening and is working. And I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs. I just know that they are 7-6, and they now head off on their bye week, while the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have a home game against New Orleans and then a home game against Atlanta on a short week to kick off Week 15. And that's when the Buccaneers will host Tampa in Week 16 before hosting Seattle in Week 17 and finishing up at Tampa. The Falcons are out, unfortunately, for Atlanta. It's now a division that could be won by Carolina 100% off their bye. They visit New Orleans. Then they've got 2 against Tampa around a huge game with Seattle coming in. Because Seattle's going to win that. I mean, going to need to win that, And Bryce Young is 100% playing well at home. Look at the games. They lost their first 3 on the road before winning at the Jets, while they were getting Atlanta, Miami, and Dallas at home. Then they go to Green Bay and surprise everybody. That's when the fire LaFleur chants were beginning to be heard, right?
That's right.
They win in Atlanta in a game where they forced overtime. They were down. And then they just beat the Rams, man. They just beat the Los Angeles Rams. And they picked off Matthew Stafford 2 possessions in a row, but not before Stafford broke the record for most consecutive touchdown passes without an interception, a record he entered this game tied with Tom Brady for at 27. He threw his 28th touchdown pass in a row without an interception. Surprisingly, he hit Devontae Adams for the first of 2 times in this game. And then he threw 2 picks, and that's when you knew things were maybe not going to be as easy for the Rams as potentially we thought, with the Rams coming into this game as the, I think, widely believed best team in football.
Yeah, one of those picks was in the end zone.
Yeah. And so give it up to Carolina, because they didn't have Horn and they didn't have Trevon Merrick because, he hit the forbidden speed bag. And of Juwan Jennings, who we'll get to in a second before we're done here today. They got the third turnover of Stafford was the game ender, because it looked like the Rams in a seesaw back and forth battle were going to score again, forcing Carolina to go down the field to try and win it. And instead they turned Stafford over and wrapped the game up on a fumble. And give it up. Carolina now hits the bye, 7-6 above 500, and can absolutely win this division. I called him my sleeper team in the NFC coming in. Didn't look good
just
early
when you
on.
thought it was, Rico Dowdle was the guy. Chuba Hubbard, huge game yesterday.
Indeed. So they got the running game, and Ted McMillan is now currently the odds-on favorite or Teteroa McMillan for Offensive Rookie of the Year.
T-Mac, yeah, he is.
Okay.
Scoring touchdowns. That was his only catch, right? A 40-yard bomb.
Bryce Young with his second 3-touchdown, no interception game of the year. He had only one such game in his first 2 years in the league. And he's got 7 wins this year. He had only 6 wins in the first 2 years in the league. So his sabbatical is now turning into a potential playoff season for the first overall selection. Not too shabby. As for the Rams, I'm not giving up on them. These things happen. You go west to east, early window. Seattle's been able to nail that. They win a lot of these games. I think they've won a bunch in a row, as a matter of fact, in the Eastern time zone. And the Rams, I guess that going west to east, it works for them going from Los Angeles to Baltimore and then Baltimore to London. But from L.A. to Carolina, with Carolina, by the way, on a short week, they were in San Francisco. They probably landed from their Monday night loss in San Francisco Tuesday morning. Rams get there, and 2 interceptions in a row, things began to get sideways. Then it started to rain, and they couldn't stop the run. And then they couldn't stop McMillan, who came out with a massive touchdown. A difficult day for Emmanuel Forbes. Mm-hmm. But I'm just going to place this in the these things happen category. And if the Rams don't miss kicks and if they don't turn it over on the road, they're going to win a large percentage of the time. And they are still in first place in the NFC West because they have that win on Seattle. They visit Arizona, which has lost a bunch in a row before welcoming in Detroit. The Thursday kickoff to Week 16, Prime Video, they are fired up. They've got Rams at Seattle, and then they've got a Christmas game, Chiefs hosting Denver in back-to-back weeks in Week 16 and 17. But L.A. has a Monday nighter at Atlanta, which should have the U-Haul backed up at that point in time. And Kirk Cousins, is potentially going to have a long night with that pass rush coming at him. And then home for Arizona, I'm not nervous. I'm not concerned. I still think they're one of the best teams in the league. Will they lead my power rankings? Probably not. They lost on the road. But, the one thing I'm concerned about is Sean McVay sounded subdued and pessimistic after. Well, I'm told it's the exact opposite.
This is football. This is, you got to be able to handle some tough moments. And our team and the people in that locker room are made of the right kind of stuff. We've dealt with adversity before. We'll deal with it again, and we'll handle it the right way. And I can't wait to lean in. Sometimes when things go well, these can be blessings in disguise if you use them the right way. You didn't want it to happen. We came out here with the expectation to win the football game. It didn't go down like that for us. And now we get a chance to be able to move forward and see how we handle a little bit of a challenge. And it's been a while since we felt this way.
And by the way, he's being consistent. He told us this pre-broadcast meeting between Rams and Jaguars when Puka was out saying, do we want this to happen? No, but these negatives can be blessings in disguise. He's like, maybe we've been too Puka dependent. Let's see what we can do. Would you do me a favor, Chris? Would you call up the game log of Devontae Adams from that London game on? Do me that favor. While Matthew Stafford went on that roll of 28 consecutive touchdowns without an interception. As a matter of fact, when they trailed in this game, they had trailed in for the first time since that game in which Puka got hurt, but they wound up winning in Baltimore. He said, let's see what we can do offensively without leaning on Puka so much. Would you mind?
Yeah, since that game, including the London game, Devontae Adams has 11 touchdowns.
Yeah. And then there's a bunch of tight ends you've never heard of, or you're beginning to hear. And Corum scored a touchdown. Kyron.
5 catches in every game except Seattle.
Stay healthy, my friends. That's all.
Rams also still the favorite to win the Super Bowl by a wide margin.
These things happen. I'll just say this too. Screw it. Because I did on my Thanksgiving mulligan, got off the Lions, got on the Rams to beat the Chiefs. I do have one more mulligan.
So,
I mean,
okay.
I don't know why you're sticking with the Chiefs.
All right.
But
I understand. This is before they lost in Dallas, by the way.
I understand.
Those, NFL films, America's Game, documentaries they still make every year on the champions of the Super Bowl. Every single one of those has a moment of adversity when long flights home, games they lost they shouldn't have. And at the end of the day, maybe losing in Carolina, as our caller, who's a Panthers fan, just said, is no shame. All right. When we come back, some more phone calls, and then Jawan Jennings being called a garden tool. Is that what he's referring to? A different version of that?
A shovel?
On the job, every minute counts. That's why Lowe's now has ProBlock Quick Dry Primer, expertly manufactured by Sherwin-Williams. Engineered for pros to dry fast and go on smooth for virtually flawless results that keep your job moving. It's available in oil and water-based, and getting it is easy. Order online by 2 p.m. and get free same-day delivery right to your job site. Lowe's, we help, you save. Orders placed after 2 p.m. will be delivered next day. Valid in select zip codes. Subject to driver availability. More terms apply.
Fellas, it's the season to shine, and not just from the holiday lights. Manscaped is here to keep you looking sharp for every holiday party, family photo, and mistletoe moment. The Lawnmower 5 body trimmer and the Chairman Plus face shaver deliver precision, comfort, and control worthy of Santa's nice list. I've been good and nice. Whether you're tidying up before a big night out or preparing for New Year's Eve, Manscaped has your back. And your face, too, to be exact. So gift yourself with some grooming greatness this season, because looking good is the best gift of all. And now you can find Manscaped products at your local Walmart.
Texas Card House is Houston's premier poker facility, open 24/7. The bar's open till 2 every single night. You can always find a game. You're looking for cash games or tournaments. They got great tournaments at both locations. Seniors on Friday at Westheimer, and at 2 o'clock, $140 buy-in. You could win $15,000. They've also got online poker with Hijack Poker. You're looking for poker in the city of Houston, there's one place to go. That's TexasCardHouse.com, TexasCardHouse.com.
I'm Hector with LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling. My team and I take pride in giving homeowners real peace of mind, whether it's an honest assessment, a repair done right, a full replacement, or guiding you through the insurance claims process. No pressure, no gimmicks, just genuine care of the people in our community. This work means something to me. We're not storm chasers. We're your neighbors, right here, year-round. LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling, the name you can trust. Call 281-699-9123 or visit us at laporteroofing.com. Again, that's 281-699-9123.
Hey guys, this is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers with a hot tip on how to keep your lady happy. Visit the Zadok Bridal Shop, a modern bride's dream. We work with our global network to source GIA certified ethical diamonds for you at a fair price. Not only do we carry a selection of the finest diamond settings, we also have a full custom design team ready to turn any ring dream into a ring reality. Zadok Jewelers, where Houston gets engaged.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you thought it was night walkers, no. They're not even real. But the scary things are frozen broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Hey, listen, are you a 50-year-old person looking for term life insurance? Then you need to talk to Bob. Bob specializes in helping people find $1 million or more of term life insurance for a couple of $100 a month. Look, you need to know there's a price war in the term life insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call Bob, and he'll shop and see how much money he can save you. Look, this could be the last term life insurance policy you ever have. Your rates are guaranteed for the next 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rates for the next 20 years. And if you're a smoker or your health is not perfect, Bob has great rates for you too. So for $1 million of term life insurance coverage for a couple of $100 a month, call Bob right now. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. That's 800-430-0932. Paid for by Term Direct.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who had heard their ads for over 25 years. He's always thought leasing was just renting, but when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. They showed him that leasing isn't just about what you can afford, it's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at P&M.
Hey, Lance Erline here. You know I don't play around when it comes to burgers. And Burger Chan is the real deal. And now they're giving us more chances to enjoy it because they're open for dinner Wednesday through Saturday. Plus, they're open for lunch now on Mondays. And to celebrate football season and their new hours, they got a deal. Walk in there the day after a hometown football win, mention ESPN Radio or say Go Texan, and you score a free side order with your entree. That's Victory Mondays at Burger Chan. It's BurgerChanHTX.com.
Now and then.
Very fun.
We are brought to you by Sonos. The holidays are all about connection, and speakers make every moment sound amazing. Imagine your favorite playlist flowing from room to room. Movie nights that feel like the theater, or the big game filling your living room with stadium-quality sound. Whether it's a gift for someone you love or a little to me, from me moment, Sonos is the perfect gift that brings high-quality sound to every room. We have it in our house. I love it. You can discover how easy it is to bring every room to life with Sonos. And Sonos' Black Friday sale is on through today only. So get to Sonos.com right now. You will not regret it. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Terzo and I has been hanging on since we came on the air. What's up, Terzo?
Yo, what up, fellas? Hey, Rich, before I talk about the Niners, I do want to kind of mention something about Lane Kiffin. I just hated how the situation played out, and they got to change the rule to where these coaches aren't leaving at the end of the season. It's just not fair to the fans of those universities and to them kids, man.
Well, they could leave at the end of the season. I leave at the end of the season if you want, but like to basically make the situation here and now, and Ole Miss had to be forced. What, are they going to let Lane sit around with a transfer portal open on January 2nd and he uses Ole Miss to get LSU players better? Get out of here. And that's absurd.
Exactly.
It is absurd to do that.
Yeah, it really is, and it just puts a black eye on the entire sport.
Certainly, since you take a look at the last program that Brian Kelly left, Notre Dame has been hunky-dory. Yeah. So why can't that happen to them? You know? Well, I'm sorry. What was on your mind, Terzo? I got stuck on that.
So I just wanted to mention it was kind of nice that the Niners finally broke the streak and were able to win in Cleveland.
Yeah.
It was a good game. Just happy to see them continuing to chug along, and happy that we finally got to our bye week to maybe see if we can get healthy somewhat.
Well, I mean, if you could only get half the players that are on IR back with this bye week, but at least you hit the bye week. Thanks for the call, Terzo. 9-4. 9-4. Oof. Hitting that bye week, hoping that everybody else gets banged up or beaten up in the standings. And then when you come back, you got Tennessee at home. And then you're at Indianapolis, which is reeling a little bit. Yeah. Remember, they were my top team that I'm most concerned about how they're going to finish.
Well, they're Daniel Jones dealing with a hairline fracture.
Who knows, man? That Chicago home date on a Sunday night. Oh, yeah. The penultimate Sunday night of the season. It's second to last for you.
Thank you, Rich. I did not know that.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We finish up with a new segment.
What?
Defensive tackles gone wild.
We need to drop this.
Man, Juwan Jennings apparently pissed off much of the Cleveland Browns.
Right.
And let's hear from Myles Garrett first up. You know, he plays wherever he wants. He's mostly on the end, but sometimes we've seen him cross over, dribbling over the center. He had this to say about Juwan Jennings and what he was saying, I guess, to enrage these Browns defenders. Hit it.
Well, I can't speak for how he was raised, but if you have nothing good to say, don't say something to somebody. So, he had a lot to say that was demeaning and disparaging towards some of our players, and I was just trying to separate everybody. And I tried to go up and ask for what the problem was, and then he started coming at me. And, I mean, some guys just roll like that. I don't feel like that belongs in the game. But, hey, if that works for him and them, then more power to him. But I'm trying to keep my guys focused on the game and not worried about stuff outside of it, because we're focused on what's on the field.
I mean, if you're wondering what his major malfunction is, going at Myles Garrett is definitely a malfunction.
That's a choice right there. The one I would make.
The soundbite that everybody's talking about is Shelby Harris's reaction.
Yeah.
He's a and I want that known. Like, I see why he got punched in the nuts, because he says some things that you should not say to another man ever, but I don't respect it because you say that, then run behind your O-line. That's some real soft and I want that known. I see exactly why they punched you in the nuts. I'm surprised nobody punched him in the jaw yet.
Wow. Whoa.
God, what's he saying?
I don't know, man.
I'm going to make some phone calls.
Get the NFL films mic'd up. Somebody's got it.
I'm going to text Nate Zagora. He knows.
Man. That's right. Okay.
I'm surprised nobody punched him in the jaw.
Did you see that moment where Walter Payton Man of the Year, Cam Hayward's going at another Walter Payton Man of the Year type individual and Josh Allen? Did you see that?
You said it earlier today on the pod, like tensions are hot right now.
Well, I guess.
It's December. We're getting down the stretch here. And
Josh Allen, according to Cam Hayward, is not above, telling someone to get off him using a knee. Hit it.
Ken, what happened with you and Josh Allen? You seemed a little bit of frustration early on. Can you talk about it, or?
Being kneed in my stomach, and then just drawing back and forth, and then kicked off the entire game because as a quarterback they're protected, but I'm not. It just pisses me off.
You're saying he kneed you, or
yes,
someone else?
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Did he cross the line throughout the game, or was it that one incident?
That was that one incident.
Is that on purpose by him?
Yes. He even said after, I had to do something to get you off me.
Whoa. Another man who going after him is a choice. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And not a good.
Well, I mean, Allen, at least, I had to get you off me. And Juwan Jennings, according to Shelby Harris, is running behind his offensive line.
I don't blame him for that.
And causing Shelby to call him a garden tool. Oof.
Man.
I'm just saying. It is that time of year.
It's December, baby.
Tensions are running high.
Gotta love it.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Rich Eisen here. As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more.
The Houston Hoops Showdown brings college basketball's best to the Toyota Center Saturday, December 6th. It's the national runner-up Houston Cougars versus the Florida State Seminoles, a marquee event you don't want to miss. Get your tickets now at ToyotaCenter.com.
Cast your line and relax at TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, The debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Bavona Law is responsible for the content of this ad. Hey folks, I'm Drew Bavona, Houston injury attorney and the voice for kids. As a Navy veteran and foster parent, I place service to my community first and have always felt that our kids needed a greater voice for justice. Did you know that injured kids have similar rights to injury claims as grown-ups do? I know it, and fighting for kids when they need me is my mission. When Bavona Law finds that a community park, daycare, or activity center, to name a few, failed to keep your child safe, we will hold them accountable, give our clients attention, and seek compensation for your child's injuries. I don't cost a dime unless I win your case. Talk to me. It's free. Call 800-880-5757. That's 800-880-5757. Se habla español. Call 800-880-5757.
Need parts fast? Need them now? O'Reilly is fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly Auto Parts stand apart. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy two Brake Best Select rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10 more. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or import direct pads for just $20 more. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, it's Jeremy Branham. When you pour Higgins Boat rum, you're turning great rum into real support for heroes. 10% of every bottle, silver or reserve, goes to Camp Hope, funding PTSD recovery for veterans and their families. Camp Hope gives healing, connection, and a path forward to those who've sacrificed so much. Every sip makes a difference. Visit HigginsBoatRum.com to learn more and join me in raising a glass and raising spirits for those who served.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Dream Rate Mortgage, U.S. Coins, and Texas Card House.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. AJ's behind the glass. No Brian today. Twitch is celebrating, throwing a party. They're happy. Lots to get to today. See if I remember how to do radio. How many days did you work last week?
2.
I don't work any.
You're gone. You left me.
0 days worked yesterday. So I hope everybody's well. Hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving. Did you have a good Thanksgiving?
I did. How was yours?
Good. I ate a lot.
Yeah, me too. I ate way too much food.
Yeah, I love Thanksgiving. Gain season. Texans were feasting yesterday. How's that for a segue?
Very good.
It's a segue that is worthy of somebody who's been off for a week, I think. It was kind of subpar. Not very good. But lots to get to today. Lots going on in the college football world. Lane Kiffin. I guess that dude was right. You can't make a housewife out of a hoe. I guess he was right.
It's the other way around, but yes.
Is it?
You can't
you're right.
Yeah, it's the other way around.
Yeah. Can you do that, though? Is that as challenging?
Probably not.
Is that as easy to do or is it harder to do?
It just depends on the
Does it go
on
both
the lady.
ways? Yeah.
I feel like it doesn't go both ways.
Is it harder to make a housewife out of a hoe or a hoe out of a housewife? 713-780-3776.
That's what we're going to talk about for the next 3 hours.
Yeah, Lane Kiffin
is a hoe, though. We've found out, not a housewife. Otherwise, he'd be sticking in Oxford. We'll talk about the coaching carousel in college football, all the things going on in college football too. A bunch of good games. I love that Texas and Texas A&M play football again. I don't like either school. I'll be honest. I'll be transparent. I can call it down the middle. And I don't think that's a secret. I think everybody knows I don't really like Texas. I don't really like Texas A&M. But I love that they play. I think it's so important that they play. So I love that. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Cougars, the only Power 4 school in the entire country, by the way, that was undefeated on the road this year, Joe.
All
How come
right.
they're not being discussed? Like, if they didn't schedule, if the Big 12 didn't schedule them West Virginia at home, like, they would be a 2-loss team.
If it's on the road,
yeah,
they're a playoff team.
If they would have sent us to Lubbock, probably win that game because
Yep.
they're undefeated at home. They lost a few games at home. Who else did we lose to? TCU? If that game was in Fort Worth. Look at that. Like, you have Sark over here, we scheduled one tough team. I love to say, our schedule's so tough. They play, like, Ohio State and then, like, the Three Sisters of the Blind, and they're out of conference. But, like, yeah, if the Big 12 would have sent Houston on the road every single game, Houston would be undefeated right now, and they would be in the mix here for the College Football Committee to pick an at-large for the playoffs. So I blame the committee. I blame the schedule makers of the Big 12. If Sark can do it, I can do it.
I mean, it's we just blame everyone. Blame everyone. It's not your fault.
Yeah,
it's not your fault you lost to those teams like Florida.
No, there's nothing there.
Yeah,
All right, but
take
we
Ohio
start
State off their schedule
with the Texans. The Texans going into Indy yesterday and beating the Colts. Lots to get to here. We'll slice and dice it like we always do. We'll probably save the don't ignore in victory what you win in defeat for tomorrow, though, because we like to be positive on this show, on Jeremy and Joe. We're always super, super positive. That's what the people are saying. But your biggest takeaway after the Texans beat the Colts yesterday?
I mean, I thought C.J. Stroud was good in his return, but the thing I was most happy with was the 2 red zone touchdowns, the sweep and then the reverse. Like seeing some change of pace. It still wasn't perfect in the red zone. It still was a challenge at times, but having red zone success is the reason why the Texans are not in first place in this division. It's why they're not in the playoffs right now, but they have a chance to win the division, to make the playoffs this year, and it starts there. It starts in the red zone. That, to me, is the most important thing they have to fix this season still, and I thought yesterday was a step forward in the right direction.
Yeah, this is look, they needed to win that game. They needed to win that game to be taken seriously in the AFC and to stack it on top of the Buffalo win too. Like you win at home against Buffalo, a team that, hey, they're an AFC contender, all of that stuff. And then you stack it with the team that was at the time leading the AFC South. You took care of business. You had to come home with a victory in order to be in the mix of things in the AFC South. May have been able to be in the mix of things in the AFC, even if you don't win that game. But look, any way you can come home with a victory, tough divisional opponent that's been playing well, that you're looking up to in the standings. However you need to get it done, you get it done. They did that, needed a win by any means necessary, and they got it done. I guess the first storyline would be C.J. Stroud. Stroud, you look at the numbers yesterday, 22 of 35, 276, no touchdowns, 1 interception. His touchdown-to-interception ratio is not great. Davis Mills has a better touchdown-to-interception ratio, which I just posted those stats after he threw that interception yesterday to rage bait people, and it worked. I thought that C.J. Stroud looked good yesterday.
I thought so, too. I thought specifically after the interception, he looked really good. I feel like he bounced back from that well, but he was finding guys that were open, some really nice throws on the sideline. The one to Hutchinson that he nearly got his head taken off over the middle was a really nice throw. He was making good throws. I thought everywhere again outside the red zone. The red zone, and it wasn't even bad throws. There just weren't guys open in the red zone. But he moved the ball really well in yesterday's game. I think it was pretty much coming off of not playing, 3 games. It's pretty much everything you could have asked for in his return. He was solid in yesterday's game.
No, I actually thought he was good. Like, I would even go beyond solid. I thought that he was good. Like, I always grade a quarterback based on how the offense moves the football, and I thought the offense moved the football. Did they score as much as they could have? No, they did not. They should have scored more points, and that's the one thing that you're going to be, like, disappointed in. But at the same time, like, you won despite leaving meat on the bone, so it gives you encouragement going forward that you still have meat on the bone and you can score more points. At the same time, it's becoming a trend for the year that they're one of the worst red zone offenses in the NFL. So it's like on one hand, it's positive that you're putting up the yards necessary to score a bunch of points, getting into the red zone a ton, all of that stuff. And then it's a bad thing because you're not actually executing, and it's been a season-long problem. It's not like a one-game anomaly. But 364 yards is a good day at the office.
Yeah.
Like, that is really good moving the football. And the Texans weren't on the field a ton offensively. Like, go look and see how many snaps they ran versus how many snaps the Colts ran. Like, the Texans didn't have, like, tons of plays yesterday. So 364 yards is a positive thing. I always like to see how many drives they score, right? Because I think that's always the way to look at it. Like, the best teams in the NFL average 3 points per drive. So even if you're getting a field goal on every single drive, you're doing things offensively. The Texans in the first half were 2 for 6 in terms of scoring drives, but that includes the weird end of the half, which I think could have been points. Whether it's D'Amico, whether it's Jaden Higgins, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But I feel like they moved the ball. While they only scored 2 of their 6, I feel like they moved it to where they scored on 3 of their 6 first half drives. That's not bad. And then to your point about like kind of finding the rhythm and getting into a groove, the second half they didn't have the football a ton. The game kind of got condensed. It kind of got shortened. They scored on 2 of their 3 drives. And that includes the one where they didn't kick the field goal on the 4th and 1 when they were in the red zone. So it felt like every single drive, especially after the interception, they were moving the ball, were in position to score. I was pretty optimistic about the offense.
Yeah, it was a good first game. And even especially when you're missing Woody Marks for just a small chunk of the game. I thought they ran the ball pretty well in this one, Nick Chubb included. It's the offense just looked like it was clicking more. We saw 10 targets for Nico Collins, which I thought was a real positive. Like, you don't have to force him the ball necessarily, but 5 out of 10 in terms of receptions to target ratio is pretty solid for him. But you throw 8 targets to Dalton Schultz, who continues to have a good season. The rhythm was getting there, like you said, especially in the second half. They moved the ball well. The fact that you didn't have the ball a ton, it shows how important those drives were, and they executed well. I like some of the things they just did creatively too as a team, and we'll talk about the tush push as well. But with Stover running it, I thought was a really creative way to do it. Protect your quarterback. You see the sweep, the reverse on the touchdown. The offense, I have really no complaints about it. Like, yes, you would like to score more. The interception's bad, but the offense was good yesterday in C.J. Stroud's return. You could have scored more points, but it was a good first game back. As your schedule's getting more daunting, you helped out your defense in this game. Like, you made it so they had to throw the ball. And Daniel Jones, you could tell, like, there was one sack where he got taken down. His leg that's injured, he, like, lifted it in the air. Like, you could tell he's trying to protect himself in this game. So I thought the offense was really solid in yesterday's game.
Yeah, I did too. Daniel Jones kind of earned my respect, though, by the way. That was quite a gutsy performance against. He didn't really show signs of being injured either. Like, there was a couple times where he's a little limpy, but to me, he didn't really show any effects of having a broken fibula.
I think he would have rolled out more probably.
No, I think he was limited.
Yeah.
He just didn't really show it. And I'm sure he was shooting up before the game and at halftime.
And he even rolled out. I mean, it was a rollout on the touchdown to Tyler Warren. Like, it didn't look great, his mobility. But yeah, it's a gutsy performance. I'm sure it's just like a hairline fracture of some kind.
What do you know about fibulas?
I've had a hairline fracture in my fibula.
So have I.
Yeah.
We're fibula brothers.
So, like, I know it wasn't. I wasn't AJ.
Yeah,
it wasn't AJ.
Yeah, but AJ broke every bone in his leg.
It was a tibia and fibula.
Yeah, he had just the fibula. The fibula of the two is easily the weakest of the. No, I shouldn't say weakest, but it's the least important of the two for sure. The fibula is a non-weight bearing bone. Like, that's why he can play with it.
Yeah,
he's got a little crack in a non-weight bearing bone. It's only going to hurt if there's any sort of contact on it. And he's creating his own little 3D printer pad, which is kind of cool and nerdy at the same exact time.
Yes.
But it's crazy how the Colts go from Anthony Richardson, who's like literally tapping out of the game because he's just tired, to Daniel Jones, who's playing with a broken bone in his leg. Like, the stark difference between those two is unbelievable.
It's so different. And that's why they look like they'll quit on Richardson when he quit last year. And now you've got this guy who's battling through an injury, trying to keep their playoff hopes alive because who knows? The AFC is getting crazy right now, and the Texans are a huge part of that. But to gut it out, I thought it was good. It was impressive for him. And the Texans, this was just a good game. It was just from start to finish. Like, there are things to nitpick. There are negative things in this game, but overall, like, this is what you wanted to see from your defense against Jonathan Taylor, against a passing attack that's been dynamic, the number one offense in the NFL, and your offense itself was good for you. So I don't have a lot of complaints. I know last week got me for being a little negative.
Did I?
Yeah.
I wasn't here last week.
Oh, I guess that was 2 weeks ago. It was 2 weeks ago I was being too negative after the
What were you
Texans
saying?
win. I just wasn't as thrilled after the Davis Mills game 2 weeks ago.
So this was before Buffalo. So was it Jacksonville?
Yes, Jacksonville. Yeah. But gosh, you missed the Buffalo game
I
too.
know. I was not happy that I didn't work that Friday.
I would imagine.
Yeah,
because
but
they
I had
were
stuff
awesome.
to do. Yeah, I had to do manual labor and go watch my oldest son in a play.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey,
So
you know what? Being a good dad. That's all that matters.
Yeah, priorities with that. No, I kind of like where the Texans are. Like
I do too.
I don't hate their current lot in life. Now, next week's massive. Like next week's very, very important. But they can live with a loss, I think. But if they win, they're 2 games clear of Kansas City and have the tiebreaker. Like they're in a decent spot.
They're in a great spot.
Has the number come out on that game?
I've not seen it yet. Let's take a peek.
What would you guess? Kansas City home for the Texans.
4.5.
Texans the hottest team in the NFL.
4.5.
You think it's that high?
Yeah.
See, I think it's going to be like 2.5, 3.
3.5.
That's what it is?
Yep, 3.5.
So right in the middle of what we said?
Yep, 3.5.
I kind of like the Texans there.
I do too. but rule in place.
Like I get the 3.5.
You can't pick them.
Well, that's why I did that.
Every week.
I know. I've been doing that.
I know, every week. Just don't change it.
I know. I'm picking against the Texans until they lose, until I'm right.
You're right.
Yeah, I'm doing it for the city. I'm sacrificing my own money. I'm sacrificing putting food on the table for my family in order for the Texans to win games. If you guys don't know, I've been betting against the Texans each and every week, and every single time this season I've bet against the Texans, they've won.
Mm-hmm.
So it's nothing D'Amico's doing.
It's all you.
It's not that C.J. Stroud is back.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that Nico Collins is going over over almost 100 yards every single game. It's not that Woody Marks has emerged. It's not that this offensive line has settled everything down. It's not that Will Anderson's one of the best rush defenders, edge defenders in the NFL. It has nothing to do with Azeez Al-Shire laying the wood to everybody that's around him. It has nothing to do with Derek Stingley Jr. being one of the best cornerbacks in the NFL. It has nothing to do with Kaimi Fairbairn sneaking in an extra point on the way too short uprights at every NFL stadium. Is 100% to do with your boy Branham.
Yep, it's all you.
It's all me.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
Yeah, and you know what, Houston? You're welcome. You're welcome.
We all say thank you.
I have single-handedly brought the Houston Texans back into contention in the AFC.
And look, if it wasn't for you, where would we be? We'd be talking about
maybe Jeremiah Love. If we weren't talking Jeremiah Love, maybe
talking about top 5 pick.
Yeah,
top 10 pick at best.
Should you fire D'Amico? Like I've saved the city.
You have. Thank you.
I'm like the opposite of Bane.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Bane was like trying to take back his city.
And he did ruin football.
He did. Yeah, Hines Ward was in a world of trouble.
No, Hines Ward's the only one that lived.
He was alive?
Yeah, he was the one that lived.
No, that's the only one I recognized.
Oh, well, there was Ben Roethlisberger was in there.
He was in it?
The Pouncey brothers. They're all in there during the anthem.
What does that say about Batman that they were advocating for Ben Roethlisberger? 713-780-3776. All right, just getting started. 713-780-3776. Lots to get to. What would you give C.J. Stroud's grade? I don't want to carry that over.
B+.
B+? Yeah, I'll give it a B+. Jonathan Alexander in the Houston Chronicle gave it a C.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
I thought that was way too critical. I thought C.J. Stroud made 2 mistakes in the game. One was the interception. Terrible pitch. Terrible decision, terrible throw. I went back and watched the replay of it. Dalton Schultz is wide open. Like, he had a little delayed route where he, like, stayed in and blocked and then, like, escaped after the block and all the pressure was gone. He was wide open in the middle of the field. Was wide open 5 yards from the line of scrimmage, and they could have ran for 5 to 10 yards more. It's first down. Like, that was a terrible decision, terrible play. But after that, I thought he was fine. The only other mistake that he made was minimal. There was like a 3rd and 7 where the pass rush was going to sack him no matter what. He kind of drifted backwards, and I hate when he drifts backwards. He had one of those drifting backwards sacks, but that was the only one, and Kaimi Fairbairn still made the field goal, so it didn't cost them. It didn't hurt them. Other than that, I thought he played really good.
Yeah, I think he found the guys that were open. A lot of the incompletions, I hate to keep going back to it, but were in the red zone, and guys weren't open.
Yeah.
Like, you're running 3 or 4 guys on routes at most because you're using the extra offensive lineman to protect CJ and help him out. There's no one open. So I B+ for CJ Stroud.
Yeah, I thought I was up there. I thought C was way too critical. Way too critical there, I think. All right, 713-780-3776. How would you grade Stroud? We talked a bit about the offense. Has Nick Caley curried any favor for you? What do you think of the Cade Stover tush push? And a very valuable member to this offense that was on display yesterday and almost off display yesterday. 713-780-3776, the HRP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitter at ESPN975. He's at Joe George Radio on Twitter. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen up. What a great Christmas gift this would be, right? How about a new vehicle for your loved one? Maybe, I always say that you husbands should buy your wife a vehicle. How about we do it differently this Christmas? How about you wives out there buy your husband a vehicle, huh? That'd make everybody happy. Or maybe you have kids that are about to, be of that age and they need a vehicle as well. You don't want to buy them a new vehicle. I get it. Why would you? Get them a pre-owned vehicle. But you can do all of this at Monument Chevrolet. They are the dealer that you can trust all year round, but especially at Christmas time. They're transparent with you. They're not going to hassle you with pricing. You're going to get your car shopping done fast. And Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. That's a long time. Big resume at Monument Chevrolet. They've helped tons of families get into new vehicles, pre-owned vehicles, and these families just keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. It's a family feel there, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which leads to a tremendous culture. You're going to get a fair deal, a transparent deal, a no-hassle deal without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, do it now. This is the season. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or just go visit them in person at 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
ESPN 97.5.
Thursday on Compass Media Network's coverage of the NFL. Week 14 kicks off with a pivotal battle in the NFC as the streaking Dallas Cowboys head to Detroit to take on the Lions. Hi, this is Jerry Recco. Join Steve Berlin and myself for all the action as the race for the playoffs heats up. Can Dak and the Cowboys make it 4 wins in a row, or will Goff and the Lions be too much at home? Dallas and Detroit. If it's the NFL, it's right here.
Coverage begins Thursday night at 6:45 on ESPN 97.5.
Make your holiday party unforgettable with Dessert Gallery, the go-to for Houston's sweetest celebrations. From dessert trays and scratch-made sheet cakes to photo and logo cookies and seasonal delights, we make hosting easy and delicious. Need client or employee gifts? Forget the fruit basket. Our dessert gifts are the kind they'll actually savor. With 2 locations, Kirby and the Woodlands, plus late hours all week, celebrating sweetly has never been easier. Visit DessertGallery.com to place your order today. That's DessertGallery.com.
Hey, it's John Granato. If you're giving your home a little love, start with the details that make it shine. Bluebonnet Glass designs and installs frameless showers, mirrors, glass doors, and windows that make your home feel open, bright, and brand new. They're a local team now, started in Sealy in 1951, and they're here in the Houston area. Honest work, fair prices, great results every time. Visit BluebonnetGlass.com to see their work and get a free quote. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the Underdog app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the Underdog app today and use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predicts. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. More information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Listen to Texas Radio Hall of Famers John and Lance weekday mornings from 7 to 10. It's Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. I've been fighting a sinus infection. I don't know if you can tell. Usually I sound better whenever I'm sick. I don't know why. I just do. I I don't have my fastball today, though. I can feel it.
You can feel it?
Yeah, this is like when Jordan had the flu, I think. It's pretty similar.
Feels extreme, but okay.
Nah, pretty much the same thing.
Pretty much?
Yeah, I mean, December 1st is like our championship game in sports radio.
December 1st is.
Yeah. Yeah, turning of the month. It's the stretch drive of the year.
Yeah.
I mean, December, what game was that Jordan did? Was it game 5 or 6? It was 5, right?
5.
One of those games. It wasn't 6 because that was the Utah. That was the shot where he hit it over Byron Russell. Might have even been I think it was game 5. Maybe game 4, but I think game 5. This is pretty much the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm playing with the flu like Jordan did. All right, 713-780-3776. Gary wants to grade Stroud. So let's go out to the HRP listener line. Gary, you're in the junkyard with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Gary?
Hey, guys, thank you. I know you're a little bit of a homer. I get it.
No, not me.
No.
Not me.
Hey,
you were talking about Joe.
The reason I know. Hey, but the reason he gets that C is because 20-16, 20 points won't get you anything in the playoffs. Come playoff time, the coach is still the coach, and Daniel Jones is still Daniel Jones. At no time in that game yesterday, if we thought it was a playoff game, that C.J. Stroud and that offense was going to score or take off and take the doors off of it. The defense is great. They're going to keep teams at 16 or whatever. But if they don't get turnovers in the playoffs when you're playing better teams, a la not Daniel Jones, he's starting to leak oil. C.J. Stroud, it's 3 or 4 years in. You take his rookie year or whatever when they went to the AFC Championship, with this defense, they win the Super Bowl. Not go, they win it because they do have the defense to win it. They don't have the offense to overcome some team in the playoffs that is going to take 24 points a game in the playoffs. And that defense can keep you at 20, 16 and 20, but every now and then they get caught, holding or pass interference, and the other team scores 21, 22. I don't have enough faith right now in any quarterback that the Texans put out there, that offense, that they can get it done right now.
Yeah, do you think they can, though, by the end of the year? Can they get good enough to do it by the end of the year? I'm with you that it's not there now. I completely agree. I think it's a great take. I 100% agree.
I just think I'm glad you asked me that. I just think after his first year, he reminds me of Jordan Love, too, a little bit. Each year, and Josh Allen, when they go out with a bang, backpedaling, throwing off of one leg, interception, not reading a blitz. It comes down to one play in the playoffs, and they are not one-play quarterbacks that can elevate. Josh Allen doesn't do it. He threw off of one leg when he couldn't read that Kansas City blitz. Jordan Love and C.J., they're all on the same page when it comes down to 3rd or 4th and 2 or 1, and somebody schemes up a quick blitz, and then we say, we couldn't read it. If you've been in the league 3 or 4 years, you should be able to dissect it.
Appreciate you, Gary. I got you. No, I'm with you. I hear where you're coming from, and I think that you make great points. I agree with where they're at now. Like, their offense isn't good enough today to have a deep run. The way that they played offensively yesterday, not good enough to make a deep run. Like, a lot of the stuff they have to clean up. Look, they didn't take a bunch of sacks yesterday. I think Stroud got sacked a couple of times. And the one time he did drift backwards. I don't love seeing that, but they made the field goal on 4th down, so it didn't cost you. It didn't hurt you. Now, maybe it's different in the playoffs. Maybe you're playing somewhere where it's windy and you turn a 40-yard field goal into a 45-yard field goal, and that is the difference. So I understand where Gary's coming from, and I agree. I've always thought that with Josh Allen. Josh Allen takes too many negative plays. I think the best quarterbacks in the NFL that give you the best chance to win it all are the quarterbacks that negate negative plays. They do not have negative plays. And Josh Allen's going to have the most positive plays of anybody in the NFL every single year, but he's also going to have a ton of negative plays, especially against good defenses in critical times. We saw it in a small scale against the Houston Texans Thursday night. Look how many mistakes he made. And look, I understand the Texans are the number 1 defense in the NFL, but when you play in the playoffs, you're playing good defenses in the NFL. My pushback to Gary would be that I think the Texans have a chance to be a good offense. I think they have the potential to be a good offense. And look, let's face it, potential is overrated. There's a lot of times when teams come nowhere close to reaching their potential any given year. The same thing with players. How many players do we see that never reach their potential? Potential is highly overrated. But it does give you hope. And the Texans have improved offensively. Like, they're 22nd now in points. They're 18th now in yards. I think if they have a middle-of-the-pack scoring offense with the number one defense in the NFL, I think that they have a shot. So the offense, I agree with you, Gary, is not there yet. But I can see some steps moving in the right direction, and I think they have a chance to give the defense a shot at the very minimum.
Yeah, I think we've seen enough from this defense to know that they're going to be able to basically dominate anyone they play. Now, it doesn't mean for sure they will, but even if we're talking about making a playoff run right now, if the Texans were in the playoffs, who are you scared of right now in the AFC, like as a quarterback? Lamar? Like, outside of Lamar, like, who are you scared of? Drake May?
I'm not scared of Lamar. Well,
Like-
from a Texans point of view, I'd be scared of Lamar because Lamar owns you.
Yes.
But I don't think Lamar can, I don't think Lamar's a Super Bowl winning quarterback. That's a good point, too, because that's where my mind went to, is like, no one in the AFC scares me.
No.
Unless Drake May's the dude. Like, unless Drake May's just a dude.
But even then, I would love to see Drake May versus this defense. Like, what does it
And
look
as a
like?
rookie. Like, I know he's not a rookie, but a first-year playoff quarterback.
No, if the Texans end up as the 7th seed, that's your first-round matchup. The Houston Texans going to New England right now. If they were the 7th seed, if they can gain a game on Buffalo or Indy or Jacksonville or the Chargers, like, they're right in the thick of it. If they make the playoffs, this defense is good enough to help them win playoff games. Is the offense right now, to Gary's point, to your point? No, I don't think it is. But can it get there? I think there's still hope to it, because you go back to the San Francisco game. Like, yes, that's a beat-up football team. That's still a well-coached football team. You outscored them in that game. You were good on offense pretty much the entire game in that one. And then you've had this Davis Mills experience for the last, 3 3/4 of football games. So what does it look like now going forward with C.J. Stroud? And I think yesterday's game was a step in the right direction. You've got 5 games left this season to get this offense clicking, and specifically clicking in the red zone. Because as we talked about in the first segment, they're moving the ball against Indianapolis. And if they can do that, like, Sunday is the test. Can you beat Kansas City? Can you score on Kansas City? Because you can stop them. You can stop the Kansas City Chiefs offense the way they've been playing this year. So I think it's like, yeah, you have to score more than 20 points. But the signs are there that they can at least make the playoffs. I'm not worried about playoff runs yet.
They don't have to be great, though. Like, they don't have to be great. Offensively, they don't have to be great.
They don't.
They have to be good. Like, maybe not even good. Maybe just above average.
Competent.
I think they have to be better than competent.
Like, if they were competent in the first 3 games of the season, they win one of those games. If they had the performance they had yesterday in one of the first 3 games of the season, they win at least one of those games.
Yeah.
Like, as long as you don't turn the ball over in crucial situations.
I don't know if that changes my feelings about them, though. Like, yes, their win-loss record is better, but does that change my perspective of who the Texans are and the magnitude of the NFL? Not really.
No. But you like, there's signs of life, it feels like, with this offense because of Woody Marks. I think specifically because of the offensive line. This is the group. This group's better. This group that they're putting out there is better than the stuff they were rolling out early in the season.
Offensive line's
It's not even a question. Like, this is the group. It's kind of annoying that it took this long to figure it out. I think to find this combination of players, you can ask questions about why it took that long, but you've got the group at your offensive line. And that's something that they've struggled with for the last 2-3 years now. And really beyond that, since Nick Caserio took over, it finally feels like they have a group that can protect their quarterback a little bit.
Yeah. You mentioned the name that I think is very valuable to this team is Woody Marks. And I think it's not so much the game that he had yesterday as to why I feel that, but it's to the brief period of time that he was off the field and walking to the locker room. Because as he was walking to the locker room, I don't know how you guys feel, but anytime a player walks to the locker room, I'm like, yeah, my Mijo's never playing football again. Like, I'm worried that it's a season-ending injury. I see Woody Marks walk to the locker room. It's the Achilles. He's done for the hope to see you in week 10 next season, Woody. It was fun while it lasted. And as he's walking to the locker room, I am bracing myself for a full season of remainder of the season of Nick Chubb and Dare. I haven't figured out your last name. Like, that is not a very good running back room, which proves the value of Woody Marks. Like, the Texans, if Woody Marks was actually hurt yesterday and he was going to miss a period of time and a period of games, like, good luck running the football on a consistent basis. Nick Chubb can give you, 10 carries for 35 yards, but Nick Chubb having to, tote the rock 15, 17 times, Dare being on the field 25% of the snaps, or if not more, we already know how that goes. Woody Marks in his rookie year has already proven to be incredibly valuable. He's not the most valuable. That's the quarterback. Might even be someone, the offensive lineman, might be Nico. But it's incredible how in his rookie season, Woody Marks is already his value so immense already.
It's massive. I think you probably can put him at 2, honestly.
Yeah.
Because I haven't seen enough from Nick Chubb this year to make me feel anything. Like, we know they want to run the ball. Like, they want to run the ball on a consistent basis, and they need Woody Marks to do it at this point. Like, you're not getting Joe Mixon back. He's tweeting a lot. I don't know if that means anything. He's active on social media, but you need Woody Marks out there. Like, you can't rely on Nick Chubb and Dare to run this type of offense that they want to run. So, I mean, yeah, maybe he's behind Nico in terms of the offensive player, so maybe he's 3, but he might be one of the most important players on this roster right now.
Yeah.
In terms of his health.
He's very valuable, man. Very valuable. Because I cringed at the thought of Nick Chubb and Dare. And look, Dameon Pierce hasn't done anything, but you just recently cut him too. So it would have been fitting if Woody Marks, broke his leg yesterday. But it just shows you the value there a little bit. You sometimes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. And even though Woody Marks was only absent for a series or two, my heart was fond.
It felt bad. It felt bad as he was walking to the locker room, as you said.
It was scary, man.
Like, this is not good. Who's going to run the ball?
Very scared of that, the alto-voiced Woody Marks. I respect his value. Roy, we'll get to you on the other side, 713-780-3776. Some of the junkies want to weigh in on the Houston Texans yesterday. And we'll get to the defense here, too. The elite defense that has become the Houston Texans. The Stover tush push. We got to figure out a name for that, too. Somebody was trying to do the stove shove or whatever. That doesn't rhyme.
No,
it looks like it should, but it doesn't, because it's got the O in the middle and the E at the end. But it doesn't rhyme. So we need to figure out a name for that. All right, 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Are you looking to escape for the holidays? You might be. Look, you want to get away. You don't want to turn the house into, I don't know, walking line of Christmas trees, or, you don't want to be too festive this year because the cleanup is so much. You just want to get away for a few days. Maybe just that. Well, get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. It's fantastic this time of year. The weather's good. You can see a little bit of the changing of seasons, which is hard to find in the Houston area. Get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort this December. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book that stay, twocreekscrossingresort.com. And look, they're festive out there, too. Look, just take this weekend, for instance. On Friday, how about a winter wonderland out at Two Creeks Crossing Resort? Doesn't that sound wonderful? Bonfire and s'mores, outdoor movie on Friday as well. They take care of the kiddos on Saturday, a little bingo for you, then a little live music a little bit later, and then you can always watch your college football at Swampers too. So get on out there, Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Enjoy the open green spaces, wildlife you don't see in the city, the beautiful, majestic trees, and also some of the best fishing in Texas. The Two Creeks run alongside their property, the big catch and release pond in the middle of the property. You're going to love it. And you're there in 90 minutes, too. You don't have to drive all day. You're not in the airport and waiting for your flight. You don't have to go through TSA. You're there in 90 minutes. Escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hike their 92 acres of property. Do a little bit of kayaking, play some pickleball, or just hang out by the pool with a drink, too. Even though it's a little chilly, that's fine. You're drinking it. It's good. Glamping, cabins, tree houses, pull up the RV. They have a perfect stay for everybody. And through February, you can get 40% off all cabin rentals, 20% off nightly RV stays. It's their 40-20 discount, which is perfect for relaxing by the fire or exploring the beautiful outdoors. Find them on social as well, Two Creeks Crossing Resort on all social media accounts, and you may get a free stay as well. You can win a free stay at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You can't beat it. Book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
ESPN 97.5.
Bavona Law is responsible for the content of this ad. Hey folks, I'm Drew Bavona, Houston injury attorney and the voice for kids. As a Navy veteran and foster parent, I place service to my community first. and have always felt that our kids needed a greater voice for justice. Did you know that injured kids have similar rights to injury claims as grown-ups do? I know it, and fighting for kids when they need me is my mission. When Bavona Law finds that a community park, daycare, or activity center, to name a few, failed to keep your child safe, we will hold them accountable, give our clients attention, and seek compensation for your child's injuries. I don't cost a dime unless I win your case. Talk to me. It's free. Call 800-880-5757. That's 800-880-5757. Se habla español. Call 800-880-5757.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Ho, ho, ho! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? Download it now in your app store.
It's Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the off button to turn my mic on. See, I'm rusty. I was like C.J. Stroud when he threw that interception yesterday.
Yeah, real rusty.
Press the off button. Press the off button and started talking. Rookie Branham. Noob.
No, the follow-up question to that is when you were trying to make an example of it,
Yeah.
did you actually mean to turn it off again?
Yeah, I did. I was trying to yell where it was loud enough to hear in your microphone, but it also strained my sinus-infected throat. Yeah. 713-780-3776. The Junkies talking about me and Jordan's flu game. Just like Jordan's flu game, you indulged yourself a bit too much during your time off, question mark? Eric the Buyer. I did not. No, just some good old-fashioned sinus infection, good old-fashioned allergies that lead to a sinus infection. I saw Sarge got hospitalized for sinus infection. Did you see that?
Is that what happened?
Yeah, and then he took a picture of him on the airplane going to Indianapolis, calling himself like a gamer for making it on the airplane. I respect it. The sinus infections are hard to fly with because then your ears start popping and stuff.
Yeah, I guess I didn't realize they could put you in the hospital though.
I mean, different strokes for different folks. Have you ever had vertigo?
I've not.
I've had vertigo 2 times in my life, and it's whenever I land after flying while I have a sinus infection and my ears start popping, and then I'll blow my nose and my ears repop so bad that I get vertigo.
You just feel like you're going to pass out?
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
Have you ever passed out?
No, I don't think I have.
Passed out once.
What happened?
I didn't eat before I went to the gym.
You're going too hard, huh?
Not really.
You're going to ham, doing a little bench press?
Not really. I just went down. It's not great.
Yeah,
it's not great.
So what, did you black out, pass out?
Yeah, for 2 seconds.
So what happened when you came to?
I realized I was on the ground, quickly got back on my feet or sat down, went and got some food, and that was fine.
That's rough.
Yeah, not great.
I almost passed out whenever I was getting my cast reset, whenever I broke my fibula, actually.
Okay.
Now that I think about this, I broke my fibula, and when they went to reset my cast, maybe it was my wrist. I don't remember. One of the 2 breaks. And it was kind of your situation where I hadn't eaten, and I probably needed to.
Yeah.
And I went in, and they were recasting it, so there's a little bit of physical strain there, and I got nauseous and nearly passed out.
I did pass out when I was giving blood last year, or
Really?
getting a blood test done. Yeah.
Was it again? You didn't eat?
I didn't eat, and I hate needles.
Oh yeah.
So I think I kind of panicked a little bit,
yeah.
and then I didn't eat before, so yeah, I went down.
Yeah, you're kind of you're prone to this.
I guess so. It's happened twice in 33 years, so I don't know if prone is fair, but it has happened twice.
Junkie says Jordan went for 45 in the flu game. Well, I'm going to go for 3 hours until 6. Cade Brigade says somebody on the Stover Tush Push. How do you feel about that one?
It's fine.
I kind of like the Cade Brigade.
The Cade Brigade? I mean,
I have to kind of know what brigade means, I guess. I have like an understanding of what it is, but I don't know exactly what it is. A subdivision of an army typically consisting of a small number of infantry battalions and or other units and forming part of a division. See, I didn't even think to go with his first name. I was trying to rhyme off his last name. Cade Brigade is the answer, man. Like, you're not topping Cade Brigade. I challenge you to top Cade Brigade. 713-780-3776. 2 different people had this. One person says the stove plow. It doesn't do anything for me. Like, I like a little bit of rhyming when it comes to that. The stove plow.
See, I think that's the problem with it right there.
Stove plow.
You said it wrong twice already.
Stove?
Well, like you like
his
had to,
name
correct
is
yourself.
Stover.
No, you had to correct yourself. You were saying it wrong.
Stove?
Yeah, you said stove and you had to change the stove.
Stove plow?
So that's why I feel like it's
stove plow?
We're all going to get it wrong.
Somebody said the stove plow.
Stove plow is not
Instead
bad.
of snow plow, the stove plow. That's not bad. I like Cade Brigade better.
Cade Brigade's good.
Cade Brigade's not bad.
This one's not bad.
Which the top one?
Stover Dozer.
Stover Dozer? That's not terrible.
I like Stover Dozer.
Kind of like instead of a bulldozer, it's Stover Dozer.
I like Stover Dozer.
Okay, we'll do a Twitter vote later. I'll put it maybe during the break. Stover Dozer, maybe at 4 o'clock I'll do it. We'll give you another 18 minutes to come up with nicknames that we like to be listed. So Stover Dover, Cade Brigade will be voted on.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody else has any good ones, you have till 4 o'clock. The stove shove. See, I don't like that.
Yeah.
Because it looks like it should rhyme, but it doesn't rhyme. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, and you know me, I like bars. 713-780-3776. Somebody earlier said they were showing my whiteness for not knowing housewife hoe things. Apollo, your Caucasian side is really showing in the show, Jeremy, by not knowing the correct way the phrase. I choked, man. I haven't been on the radio for a week. I know how it goes. I just choked. I choked, Apollo. Did you, hoe into a housewife?
Yes.
What song do you recognize with that?
I don't.
Okay.
Do you?
We're gonna play it. Well, I didn't.
I mean, I know it, but I don't remember it.
No, I'm gonna actually embarrass myself right now. The one that I remembered it from was the Kid LaRue. Remember that one that was popular a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that it was actually like in some rap. Like back in the day. I thought he was talking about like Kid LaRue. I was like, what is this nerd talking about? Kid LaRue? He's talking about pop stuff, turning hoes into housewives? It's like, that's a weird thing to do. But no, it's not it's not that. It comes from Project Pat. I didn't know that. I didn't
I knew it was from a song.
I thought it was Kid LaRue. I thought it was Kid LaRue, popular a few years ago. But no, it's Project Pat. Everybody knows that. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. James, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Not much.
Couple ideas. Stover Dover or either the Stover Pushover.
Stover
Pushover.
Or the Stover Pushover.
All right, appreciate you, James. Appreciate your participation. Do you like Stover Dover better than Stover Dozer?
No. Dozer is still number 1.
Like, what is Dover on?
That's what I don't know. What does it mean?
I don't know what a Dover is.
What is a Dover? What is a Dover?
Yeah, I don't know what a Dover is. And I don't know if we could go with that. So Cade Brigade and Stover Dozer currently are the leaders that we're going to ask to go to the vote with. Somebody stopped trying to bait me on Twitter with Mills Stroud retort, but it's so fun. You definitely saw a difference in arm strength between Stroud and Mills. Stroud had some heat on his throws. I don't know if there's a huge gap between the fastball between Mills and Stroud.
I don't think it's there's a gap, but it's not big.
I don't think it's massive.
Yeah.
Stroud isn't a deadbeat dad like Rey Mysterio is to Dominic Mysterio. And somebody said they're going to start me a GoFundMe for losing all these bets. Thank you. CJ played well, but Sauce getting hurt impacted it. Is Ed Ingram good? I think Ed Ingram's good.
I think so.
I think he's a solid football player.
I think you can still do better in the future, but I think for this season, where you're at, maybe next season, he's good.
And Davis Mills just won 3 in a row. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much pressure was CJ feeling to win yesterday? I say 10. Yeah, it's probably pretty close.
You think so?
I don't think – yes, I do. Not that it would have been a controversy, nothing like that. But if Stroud played poorly yesterday in a loss, Do you know what the narrative would have been today?
It would have been exhausting.
It would have been terrible.
Awful.
It would have been exhausting. I might have called in sick.
Yeah.
Because all
Same.
we would hear is like, oh, Davis Mills should start. He was 3-0. Stroud was 0-1. And,
Yeah, I probably.
my stress level was at a 10.
Man, I guess so. Just like from you don't want to lose that game after your backups won 3 games for you and for this team. Obviously not from losing his job perspective. So that's why I'd say an 8.
Okay.
Because you're not going to lose your job.
All right.
If you don't want to let your team down.
Yeah, that's true. And I think Stroud's a confident cat. I mean, he's a crying cat, but he's confident too. 713-780-3776. All right, we're taking names for the Cade Stover Tush Push. Stover, Dozer, Cade Brigade currently on the list. Center Splitter. I don't know. I like that. I don't know if I like that one.
I don't like that one.
That one, you can take that to mean a lot of different things. We'll take names for this. Also, what did you think of the Cade Stover Tush Push? Do we like that I almost called him Bobby Slowik. Do we like that Nick Haley was using it? 713-780-3776. We'll talk about the defense a little bit later as well. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. First, a moment on HR&P, Human Resources and Payroll. We always do these reads right before we talk about nicknames for things. It's Cougar owned by my colleague, Go Cougs. Chris Fisher's over there too. He'll be all right. He's an Aggie. He's going to be okay. Things are going to be okay for the Aggies. He'll be fine. Business owners, let HR&P help you. They can help you in HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. They can do so many things. HR&P can help in any or all of these areas. There's no boxes with HR&P. Doesn't matter how small, doesn't matter how big. HR&P will completely customize a plan for what you and your business needs. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, maybe a lot off your plate, HR&P is going to find a way to do it. They do it in a way that's unique, too. Technology meets service. They have the best technology. You're going to love it. But their service is excellent. Top shelf service, guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll always talk to someone who knows you, knows your business needs. I'm always thankful for HR&P. Always run into these issues. Probably a me problem. But anytime I need something from HR&P, the quickness that they have to help me out is very, very good. I was saying I was thankful for HR&P on Thanksgiving. That's how thankful I am for HR&P. So give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525. Or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
Bluebonnet Glass for homeowners, builders, and contractors. BluebonnetGlass.com. Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low price, fixed rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
John Granado here. You know what's the scariest thing about winter coming? That you might run out of beer. That's scary. Actually, the scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater in for free. That's crazy, Billy. Call them today, 281-488-6238, or visit them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell them you heard it here.
listening to Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
I forgot about the Huntington Bank Bad Boy thing. It's Joe and the Huntington Bank Bad Boy. Yours truly. 713-780-3776. Somebody says the Cade raid. Good enough to be put up for vote or no?
Not really.
Okay.
It's not really a raid.
Yeah. It's more like a push and pray.
Yeah.
Red Stover, Sincade over.
Okay, too long, but
I kind of like it.
I do like it, so we need to find a way to use it still.
What's this? I don't. How would you use it, though, if it's not long?
I don't know.
Like the length of it's the brilliance of it. Red Rover, Sincade Stover right over.
Maybe that's what they call in the huddle.
I think that's good enough to send for vote.
Okay.
I think we're going to add that one to the vote. So we got Stover Dozer, Cade Brigade, and Red Rover, Sincade Stover right over.
It's very funny.
I like that one a lot. All right, so those will be 3 that we have so far. Bulls on Parkade.
Nah.
Yeah. It's a little hard to understand. It's a little reachy. Cade in like a wrecking ball. I added the tunes. Cade in like a wrecking ball.
I'm just gonna. I just want you to sing it
like Miley Cyrus.
Just like every single time they do it, especially for a touchdown.
Cade in like a wrecking ball.
I need you to tweet the video.
The bosses told me I'm not supposed to sing anymore.
I can see why.
What? It's not nice of you. I haven't seen you in 2 weeks. You're being mean. Not a perfect rhyme, but given the season, the stovetop shoving. I don't hate it.
It's not bad.
But it's not going to be in the list that we're going to vote on, right?
No, it's not going to cut it.
Stover over, game over?
No. Too much.
Stover the Land Rover?
No.
That's not bad, though.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
That's like second tier.
Yeah. It's in the, if we could put, 4 options for a poll?
Yeah.
On Twitter. So we're really we're cutting down to the final one.
Yeah.
So it's fine.
Fourth and Stover?
I like fourth and Stover.
Yeah, they didn't always run it on fourth down, though. I feel like it's not that accurate of a saying. And the one
true.
time they did run it on fourth down, I don't think anybody liked that they ran it on fourth down.
Yeah, we got to find a different. Yeah, it can't be fourth.
It can't be fourth down.
Yeah, because you don't want to have 2 different names for it.
I like it, but I feel like it's a little bit inaccurate.
Yes.
And I feel like whenever they did it on fourth down, people were very, very mad. Like they didn't like that they did it on fourth down.
Yeah, but they're going to now.
Probably. Pushed over sounds like pushed over.
It's okay.
Why nickname something that didn't work? It did work 3 of the 4 times.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It worked the first time. It worked the second time. It worked the third time, but you got a spot. Terrible, terrible spot. So it worked that time, and then they decided to go for it instead of kicking a field goal, which we'll discuss D'Amico Ryan's game day management and clock management a little bit later. Stovetop Stuffer, not bad, but not going to make the cut. Stover Dozer. Yeah, we already had that one. And then K Brigade. So that's what we got so far. There's a lot more. Crack Attack, because he's white. Is that what that means? Bull Stover.
Bull Stover is not bad. Not bad.
Is it good enough to vote on?
Right now, yes.
So you want to put Bull Stover on there?
Right, Bull Stover makes it.
All right. So those are our 4 right now. Stover Dozer, Cade Brigade, Bull Stover, and Red Rover, Cade Stover right over. Stover runneth you over.
Nope.
It's okay. Stover mower. See, it doesn't have the ring. It doesn't have the rhyme.
It does Stover mower doesn't
really
do it.
Flow off the tongue.
Nope.
Game Stover. The game was like less.
If it wasn't over. It wasn't over yet.
In fact, the last time they ran it brought the game more into play. So Stover Rover, we already mentioned that one. Stover stuffing, blah blah blah. Pushed over. I think we settled on our 4. There is an art to the tush push. If you're the Eagles, is learning how to false start without it being called. Look, it worked 3 of the 4 times.
It's not going to be perfect. It's not perfect for the Eagles. They can stop sometimes.
Yeah, they got your Bears got a little peanut punch on it.
They did. Just took it right out from them.
Bad call, I thought. I thought his forward progress was stopped.
Nope.
I thought so.
Doesn't count.
Forward progress doesn't count?
You can't do that.
What do you mean you can't do that?
Because if he doesn't fumble it, they don't call that.
Huh?
If he has the ball, because they did this earlier, I think in the Steelers-Eagles game this year, I think it was, where he's moving, they're not calling forward progress, but then the ball comes out and all of a sudden they call it. They don't call forward progress on that play.
Yes, they do.
Not where the ball was stripped, I felt like.
Yeah. Tush mush, meh.
Nope.
Cade fade, meh. You've already sent that one.
Stover time? I don't want Stover time.
Stover time?
Yeah, Stover time's not bad.
Stover time's not bad. Is it better than Bull Stover?
I think so.
Stover time?
I think Stover time is good.
One word or 2 words?
One word.
Okay. So Stover Dover, Cade Brigade, Stover time, Red Rover, send Cade Stover right over. All right, so those are the 4 we're going to put to vote. I'll tweet them here in a second at Jeremy Branham on Twitter. 713-780-ESPN. But you're good with them running it, the Stover thing?
I really like it. It protects your quarterback, so CJ doesn't have to do it. We're seeing, teams start to do this. We've seen Jacksonville do it quite a bit. I like the creativity to put a bigger body tight end in that position because that's essentially what Jalen Hurts looks like when he's running it. It works well. Like are you worried about getting stripped? Sure, but it's your one job now basically, and it protects your quarterback. So bend the rules while you got it because it probably goes away after this year.
It's not bending the rules.
I mean, use it to your advantage because I think it's going to go away. But
I think it'd be stupid if it goes away. Like I hate the fact that they're so good at it, we're going to get rid of it. Like what should they get rid of the forward pass?
Honestly, I think they're going to get rid of it because the referees are so bad at it.
They are bad at it.
That's why I think because they can't officiate it correctly.
Yeah, but they can't officiate anything correctly.
That's true. But this is one that you can remove. But then it means all pushing's gone.
See, I hate the idea of them getting rid of it. Like they're efficient at it. Let's get rid of it. Okay, well let's stop using the RPO action.
I don't want them to get rid of it. I just feel like they're going.
Will Anderson Jr. out of the league because he's good at football. Like
that's true.
It's just it makes they're so good at something. We're gonna get rid of it. I hate that.
I think it's more the refs are the problem at this point. The false starts from the Eagles where they're so clearly offsides and they're moving before the ball is snapped. They have to be able to officiate that correctly if they're going to keep it in. Like that, so that to me is the question: can you officiate it correctly? And if you can't, they probably have to get rid of it. But I don't think you should be getting rid of it based on the merit that one team's better at it than everyone else. When also now we're seeing all these teams start to get good at it.
Yeah,
like everyone's starting to run their own version of it, and it's starting to work. So
another way you can prevent a team from running it. Keep them out of 3rd and 1.
Yes.
And 4th and 1.
That would help.
So that's like another one of those things. Like, we hate that they're doing it on 3rd and 4th and 1. Well, stop letting them get in 3rd and 4th and 1.
Yeah, get them to 3rd and 3.
Yeah.
They're going to run on 3rd and 3.
I hate the entire idea of banning a play because the team is so good at it. Like it's the whole I'm mad that the team is running in the score or running up the score. Well, stop it.
Mm-hmm.
Stop allowing them to do it. It's like Michigan. We can't let them plant the flag in the logo. They're more concerned about stupid Ohio State potentially planting a flag in the logo. Almost screwed that up. Planting a flag in the logo than they are about preventing them from going into the end zone.
Yep.
If they had as much care and worry about the paint in the end zone than the paint on the giant M in the middle of the field, they might have won the football game.
They might have.
So dumb. Anything you want to say about the Texans defense?
It was incredible.
Yeah, it's good.
Like there's moments where there was some success, but the Colts have a really good offense. Like you're not going to be perfect every single week. So I thought they did a good job in this game.
I thought holding to Jonathan Taylor 85 yards was massive.
Yep.
This was the fewest points the Colts have scored in a game this year.
That makes sense.
Job well done.
Yeah.
Job well done. And then the 281 yards the Colts had, the second fewest they've had all year. The only fewer were when they played Kansas City last week over across the seas. So really impressive defensive performance.
And I don't feel like the injury to Daniel Jones is why he was under just above 50% completion percentage.
No,
in this game.
I think it limited their they like to get him out of the pocket. Sometimes he runs. He's a very good runner. So him being limited,
it helps.
Hurts them a lot.
But your secondary is very talented.
Look, I thought Daniel Jones made 3 elite throws though. The Pierce touchdown. The Downs corner route on that 3rd and long.
Mm-hmm.
Then Downs had a wheel route on the same drive, but they had a hold that negated it.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he made 3 brilliant throws.
Pierce is now one of the players I'm most interested by.
I've always liked that dude.
What's he going to get in free agency?
I don't know.
Because
he's free agent?
I
didn't know
like
that.
He's very underrated.
I've been on that guy since he was at Cincinnati.
Yeah. I mean, that touchdown catch was Nice.
I drafted a lot of that dude in best ball because you could get him
Really?
like round 16.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
And he's a big play threat. So, like, he has weeks where he does nothing, but is like a 16th round receiver. Who cares? But then he's going to have weeks where he has like 4 catches, 110 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And he's a week winner. All right, 713-780-3776. We'll post the Kate Stover thing. That's going to be our name for the Kate Stover Tush Push from now on. When we come back, how about the D'Amico Ryans' curious game clock management? By far his worst attribute. How bad was it yesterday, though? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
If you're thinking about getting a new car right now, and one of the things you're worried about is being stuck in a car loan for 7 years, well, look, I got the problem for you because affordability right now, it's the biggest problem. Cars are averaging nearly $48,000, so they're going with these 7-year loans just so people can make the payment works. At D&M Leasing, they solve those problems with the Easy Lease. They offer lower monthly payments, no money down, in terms that make sense. Don't overpay. Solve the payment problem. All you have to do is go to dmautoleasing.com or call 713-290-1000. You'll speak with their leasing agent once you put your information in. And if you know what kind of car you want, you can get that thing within 24 to 72 hours. And they're going to bring it to you. You don't have to go to an office to sign anything. All of it's DocuSign, so you can do all of it remotely. Get your car within just a couple days and start your leasing process. If you don't know what it is either, what really goes into a car lease, they will break it all down for you, from the mileage to the cost. They will just walk you through every single step of it and make it nice and simple. Go to dmautoleasing.com right now or call 713-290-1000 for no payments until 2026 and tell them Joe George sent you.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Audiences and top critics are celebrating. Rental Family is the perfect feel-good movie of the year.
What do you need me for? We need a token white guy.
Academy Award winner Brendan Fraser delivers a masterful performance.
This girl needs a father.
I hate you.
She hates me. That's what being a parent is.
In this tender and funny film about the importance of connection.
This is amazing.
It's cool, but it's fake.
Sometimes it's okay to pretend.
Rental Family, now playing only in theaters. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13.
Hey, it's Reese Davis. Let's be honest, we can't keep an eye on everything. Unless you've got Blink Outdoor 4 cameras. While you're focused on the game, Blink's keeping an eye on your home.
With up to 2-year battery life and with Sync Module XR, you can cover more space without constant maintenance. No wires, no worries. Blink helps keep an eye on what matters most. Get Blink today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Stand by. Cue announcer.
The Del Olalea Show, weekday mornings from 10 to noon. ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
I forgot this color guy. I didn't realize when our show starts. I was hoping that would have been changed. I would have been very thankful for that.
Maybe 2026.
He's Joe. We're not pretty close.
We are. It's right around the corner.
I hope you're starting to think of New Year's resolutions for the show.
For the show?
And maybe both, Joe.
For me, for the show, for the teams, all of it? We can do that.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll open it up to the junkies. Well, a little bit closer. It's too far out. We still got a month away. 713-780-ESPN. Wheatstraw says all of these Kate Stover names are better than Rocket Power. No. I kind of like Rocket Power.
It's growing on you.
This dude keeps texting the same name. If you have to say it more than once, we're not going to read it. That's a new rule. If you text more than once, we're not reading the thing that you said, even if it's very, very good. Even if it's very, very good.
There's a reason why it's not being read.
Yeah, sometimes it's my ADHD, though, so I'm a little hesitant to put that rule in place. Maybe more than twice. More than twice. You can send us a reminder text. I have ADHD, and a reminder text can be good. More than 2 times, donezo.
Mm-hmm.
You're not getting that text read.
I'm good with that.
So I'm not reading that text, 8064. No, he's not going to get ejected.
Oh.
He's not ejected. He's just not getting the text read. That is not ejection worthy.
Okay.
We're not going to eject somebody because they spam text. Well,
I was like, that feels like it feels worthy.
yeah, maybe sometimes it would be worthy. It's discretionary based on the mood of the day. He only did it 3 times. I feel like it's not quite worth the ejection.
Okay.
And there were a lot of texts there. So maybe it's like, hey, mine might got lost in the shuffle. So I don't think it's ejection worthy here. But you're right. At times it can be ejection worthy.
Yeah, like if the text comes again,
yeah,
ejected.
Yeah, after we told him?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a little, you have a kid. Don't you do that again. He does it again? Okay. Well,
See ya.
Yeah. Or other things. D'Amico Ryans, game management, clock management. To me, it's by far his worst attribute. I was banging on D'Amico Ryans' game and clock management before it was cool. Like, I was doing this in year 1, game 4, when he was still in the D'Amico Ryans honeymoon. So let's just start with that notion. First one that we can discuss here, Joe, because I think there's 2 that are worthy of discussion, and then maybe a broader question that's involved with this. The first one was the end of the first half. In the whole sequence into the first half, they were up 10-6. They took over at their own 20-yard line, 1:51 left, moved the ball to about the 45, stalled out, didn't want Kaimi to kick a 65-yard field goal. You wind the clock down to 2 seconds. You take the timeout. You heave it into the end zone. What did you make of the final drive for the Texans at the first half?
That was a disaster.
Disaster.
What's the plan? What's the plan?
Just kick a field goal.
But why are you letting so much time run off the clock?
Yeah.
When you know you're not in position to kick a field goal yet.
Well, that's not when the time came off the clock.
There was like 30 seconds between one of the plays.
But that was not whenever they were close to field goal range yet.
No, but it was leading up to it. So that's why I think all of it was mismanaged. I would have preferred A, go for the touchdown, but B, focus on getting yourself into field goal position first. And I just think they're letting too much time go off the clock.
I think that the criticism of it was a little bit too strong.
Okay.
It wasn't operated well. It was a failure. You should have gotten points there. You didn't. So, all those things are true. But how much of it was on C.J. Stroud the first couple of plays where they were taking way too much time off the clock? Because, they moved the ball. They had a 1st and 10 at the 20 with 1:51 to go. You get Stroud to Dalton Schultz for 11 yards. Okay, cool. You didn't get the next snap off until 1:10.
Exactly.
There was 5 seconds left on the play clock whenever you snapped it. 3-yard pass to Woody Marks, which might have been out of bounds. Very close. I know contact was inbounds, but Woody Marks fell forward as he fell out of bounds. I thought that was a close play. Maybe they thought he was out of bounds. I don't know. No excuse. Clock rolling there. You don't get the next snap off till 45 seconds. 2nd and 7 at your own 34. You don't get it off to 45 seconds. You complete a pass, and then you take your timeout with 39 seconds. So you got it 1st and 10 at your own 45 with 39 seconds to play. I still think that's enough time there, though.
Absolutely.
So people are like, oh, they didn't have a plan. I disagree. I mean, very clearly the plan was to score. He told Evan Washburn, we wanted to score. We didn't score. We're getting the ball coming out in the second half, which was kind of a confusing way to say it. He did talk about it today at his Monday morning press conference. Cody's Toots asked him about it, and D'Amico made it pretty clear his plan, I think. That was the tush push one. I was looking for the one with Evan Washburn. Yeah, here's the one at the half. Whenever, no wait, I confused that. That's my bad. So, anyways, that's the one with the Stover. Here was him with Evan Washburn yesterday at the half.
Well, Coach, in this style of game, what was the approach in that final offensive possession, knowing points are at a premium right now?
Yeah, we wanted to, get there, didn't get there, just wanted to take a shot at the end zone. We come back out in the second half, we get the ball.
All right, so that's what he said yesterday at the half, which, he says we're trying to score there. He piggybacked that today. He's like, yeah, we're trying to score there, blah, 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 blah. But Look, I think they were in position to score. Like, the next few plays didn't go the way that you wanted, but you had one timeout left. You had it 1st and 10 at your own 45-yard line. That's still enough time to score. Now, you can criticize him for being conservative, only looking to go for the field goal, playing it safe. I think those would be fair criticisms. But 1st and 10 at your own 45, 39 seconds to play, still with one timeout left, is enough time to score, to kick a field goal. So the whole, he didn't have a plan, I disagree with that completely. The next couple of plays, you had the long ball to Nico Collins, which... Like, I always have these, result-based. Like, a lot of people are very result-oriented where if you don't get the positive result, everything's wrong. But what if he caught that ball? What if Nico Collins catches that ball inside the 15-yard line?
Yeah, you're spiking it and you're trying to throw a touchdown or calling your timeout.
And the narrative's so much different.
Yes.
Like, oh, what a great plan they had. Well, it was the difference between one pass being complete and one pass being incomplete. And look, they took way too long early in the drive. I'm not going to, defend that. The second down play, another incompletion. It's okay. You're kind of in a weird spot now. And then C.J. Stroud completes a pass to Jaden Higgins over the middle. Cool. Higgins has the first down, but then, runs east to west.
It was strange.
Yeah, instead of just
strange.
getting the first. And I know he doesn't have the luxury of seeing the graphic, and I understand he's a rookie, and it was a rookie mistake, but know where the marker's at. Know what it takes to get a first down, because he gets a first down there. You burn your timeout with 24 seconds to play. You're already in field goal range. You have a couple more chances to move the ball even further down the field. I thought that was a bad play for Jaden Higgins.
Yeah, it was a rookie mistake, and he had a third down conversion or a second down conversion earlier in the game where it's like he clearly knew where to go. So that in that moment, I don't know if he froze up or just didn't realize where he was at on the field, wanted to make a big time play, but that one can't happen. Like, that's when he's going to want back. You have to get the first down there in that spot.
Yeah, I think that's, to me, there was the two critical things. Jaden Higgins not getting the first down, and then they were slow on those first two plays. How much of that was on the plan? How much of that was on the execution on the field? I think it's impossible to know without being, on the comms and knowing the whole situation. But I thought D'Amico actually took a little bit too much criticism for that. Like, they were clearly, in my mind, trying to score. They went hurry up after the first two plays. They called a timeout. They were throwing the ball deep down into Colts territory. I think it was very clear they had a plan. Maybe it was too conservative of a plan, but they had a plan.
Yeah, it just they didn't execute it.
They didn't execute the plan.
So it was fun. Like, to me, it's, of the two that we're going to discuss here, it's not the most egregious one.
Okay, so the second one, we played the clip there. D'Amico asked about it today. He said they want to be aggressive, which is kind of funny because D'Amico's MO is not aggression. Like,
no,
he is known as a conservative head coach. He's not an aggressive head coach, which, hey, you want to, how you're feeling, your vibes and all that stuff, cool, that's fine. I'm cool going with how you're feeling in the moment. Like, I'm not, here's the book and you must always do the book. I don't agree with that. I agree with it should be based on vibes and the feel of the moment. But D'Amico, I don't think he's being honest with himself when he calls himself an aggressive head coach. He is very conservative.
Yeah, and like what the vibes, the feel of the moment, you mean like when they had a 0-yard run on 2nd and 1 with Woody Marks, and then also they didn't get the first tush push.
I think they got it, though.
But they didn't get it called.
You're right. They didn't.
So it's
I think it was a terrible spot.
I agree. So it's 2nd and 1. You don't get it. 3rd and 1. You don't get it. 4th and 1. You don't get it.
So 4th and 1 up 4 under 5 minutes to play. They go for it from the Colts 17.
Yeah.
What would you have done in that
spot?
Kick
the field goal.
Is this hindsight 2020, or were you saying in your mind in that moment kick the field goal?
In that moment, I think it was the right decision to kick the field goal.
I would have kicked the field goal.
It's the best offense in the NFL. We have seen in this game the Colts have some success on long plays, whether it's to Pierce on 3rd downs. They had some success. Jonathan Taylor still touches the ball one time and he can take off, and there's still 4:45 left in the game.
Minutes, yep.
At that point, you take the field goal and you go up a touchdown.
I thought so too. Like, to me, you play to the strength of your team, and the strength of your team is your defense. And I want my defense to have a 7-point lead as opposed to a 4-point lead. And look, I get the analytics there telling you to go for it. I get that a 4-point game and a 7-point game, it's still a 1-possession game. But now I have the luxury of you can't take the lead on me unless you go for 2, which gives my defense another opportunity to win the game.
And it's also a team that's already missed an extra point too.
Yeah.
In this game. So like you have there's margin for error on both sides, but there's no real margin. Like if they score, you at least, and it's 7 points, you go to overtime. And maybe you get the ball back even potentially with CJ Stroud having the ball. Let's say they score on that last.
Or they go. I mean, they could go for 2.
Yeah, and they could go for 2.
They could go for 2.
And maybe they do in that moment.
But that also gives your defense a chance to win the game for you.
But I just think it's better to me in that moment to be up 7 than to be up 4 against the best offense in the NFL this season. And Jones has been hobbled in that game, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm playing conservative there, and the Texans' offense has not been good enough. And here's the thing, it's who you are. You can't execute in those moments. You've struggled since week 1 in the red zone and in short yardage situations on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th down. You're not good there. And even though I agree with you, I think he got it on 3rd down. You've struggled there the entire year.
Yeah.
So it's to me, it's the right move to be conservative. You're indoors. You've got a good kicker. Like I'm taking the points.
I would have kicked it too, and I said that between 3rd and 4th down. Not revisionist history there. I don't think it's like crazy bad. I don't think it's the worst we've ever seen from D'Amico. I think it's the wrong call, and I agree with you that it's the most egregious of the two situations we talked about yesterday. Now a lot of people were mad that on 4th and 1 they then ran the Cade Brigade for the second time. So let's eliminate the field goal for a second. We both would have kicked a field goal. We've established that. We put that on record. You can check the tape. We both would have kicked the field goal. Gun to our head, you can't kick a field goal. You have to go for it. Do you hate the Cade Brigade on 4th down? A lot of people hated the Cade Brigade on 4th down.
I mean, you're 3 for 4 at that point going for it.
2 for 3.
2 for 3.
You ran it 4 times total. Technically you were 2 for 3. I think you were really 3 for 3.
I'm fine with running.
I was too. Like if you told me you take field goal off the board, Ka'imi Fairbairn has a cramp in his right leg and he can't kick at the moment, I have no problem with them running the Cade Brigade on 4th and 1.
Yeah, if that's your plan for short yardage situations, then run it. If that's because it feels like that's what the plan's going to be going forward. That part of their solution for these struggles in short yardage situations is, what is it? Red Rover, push Kate Stover over,
send Kate Stover over,
send Kate Stover over.
Yeah.
It's a lot of words, but I still like it a lot.
It's pretty good.
But that's the plan going forward, then you have to be okay with it.
Here's the one pushback I would have is that you should know that on 3rd down. Like, you should know that on 3rd down. So if you know that you're going to go for it 4th and 1 with the Stover dozer, then maybe you get a little bit more aggressive on 3rd and 1.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you do a little bit of, play action, roll out, see if there's something downfield. Which I don't know if they do a great job of that. And again, I'm not on the comms. I don't know. All I have is like what I see and the evidence presented in front of me based on watching them play in games. I feel like they get into spots where it's like 4th down and it's like, oh no, are we going here or not? I don't know if they're planning to go or not ahead of 4th down. Like, I think good coaches and good game day operators and like all of this stuff, I think you have an idea early in the drive. I think you're changing the mind as you go forward on the drive. I think 2nd and 1, you're making a decision about 4th and 1.
Mm-hmm.
I think 3rd and 1, you're making a decision about 4th and 1. Okay, we're about to go 3rd and 1. If we don't get it here, are we going for it? And if we are going for it on 4th down, I think it should change what you do on 3rd down. I have more of an issue them running the Stover time on 3rd down than I do 4th down, actually.
Yeah, but if that's what their plan is, that's what they're going to do, and they can't run the ball.
I don't think they should do it twice. I don't think they should do it twice. I have no problem with them doing it on 4th down, but you should know you're doing it on 4th and 1 if you get to that spot, so you do something more aggressive on 3rd down.
Yeah, and maybe it's hard to really know this, but it does feel like just from watching the games or watching like a red zone situation, it does feel like teams that run this play are very heavily reliant on it in that moment, that they keep going back to it on a 1 or half yard situation. It doesn't matter if it's in the first quarter or if it's in the fourth quarter, if it's a big moment or not, like that's the play they're going to run. And that's what it feels like just after one example of this that they're going to do. And we'll see how it looks this week versus the Chiefs. But like, are they going to, in every situation on 3rd and 4th and short, that's when they're going to run it.
I think they might change
maybe not
who they
2nd
play.
down, but on 3rd and 4th down.
Yeah, I just feel like if you know you're going at 4th and 1, I think you do something a little bit more aggressive on 3rd and 1, which I don't think they do a great job of planning for that. I don't think D'Amico Ryans is saying go for it until it is 4th down. I think you need to make that decision on 3rd down. Okay, if we get stuffed here, are we going for it on 4th? Because if the answer to that question is yes, it impacts what you're doing on 3rd. I don't know if they're doing that. For me, I don't get the sense that they do.
No, I don't. Well, Nick Caley hasn't shown anything this year to feel like he has I don't want to say he has no plan, but it doesn't feel like he has a plan.
Yeah, but that's D'Amico's call. I mean, it's D'Amico's call. You're going for it on 4th.
But at this point, Nick Caley should know that. So like I think it all kind of works together.
What do you mean he should know that? I mean, D'Amico's not consistent with when he goes for it and doesn't.
Well, they got to be. They're standing right next to each other.
But is D'Amico telling him that on 3rd down or on 4th down?
I hope he's telling him on 3rd down.
See, I don't think that he is.
That's a problem.
That's my point.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's my point. He's not a good game day manager. I think D'Amico's a great coach. I don't think he's a good game day manager.
No.
I think he's good in situations. Should he outsource it? Would you hate if Nick Caserio was on the headsets?
Yes.
Why?
Because I don't think Nick Caserio is going to know that much different.
Oh, I'd completely disagree. I think Nick Caserio would be way better at game day management than D'Amico Ryan.
I would like to bring it. Now, we've seen teams bring in veteran coaches to help with game day management moments.
Yeah.
Like that's
they outsources it.
Yeah. I would like to see, just not your GM, but I would like to see this offseason bring in a more veteran presence to this team.
I don't know if it's a veteran presence that you need, though. Like, a lot of the dinosaurs are the worst at it.
That's probably true. Bring in someone.
Yeah.
I don't think your GM should be doing that.
He's done it before. He's had practice at it. He's still in the headset, I think. I don't know if he's talking on it, but I'm sure he's listening. He's definitely in the coach's booth. I don't know if he's on headset. I'm guessing. I know he's on the coach's booth. He's on record talking about he watches the game from the coach's booth still. Is he on headset in the coach's booth? I'm not privy to that information. My guess would be if he's in there, he probably is.
You think he's talking?
No, I don't think he's talking.
Oh, okay.
I think he just
He's
has the
listening.
headset.
Yeah, I think he's listening. That's fine.
I think he's listening. I don't think he's talking. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's talk about the officiating from yesterday's game. Indy's upset. Indy's mad. Colt fans are blocking me left and right. 713-780-3776. Talk about the PIs. Let's talk about the delay of games. Let's talk about the Fairbairn extra point. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
We're headed back to LaBerge this weekend. We'll be doing shows there on Saturday from 12 to 2 and Sunday from 10 to noon as we hang out inside the sportsbook at LaBerge in Lake Charles. It's a great weekend to go. College football conference championship weekend. You can still reserve now your spot in the VIP fan cave section. All you have to do is go to LaBerge's website. You scan a QR code. You'll get connected with Pedro, and they will be able to help you find a day, time, and reserve your spot there. And there are people already talking playoffs, Super Bowl, March Madness, all of that stuff. So if you're thinking about making the trip and you want to check out this VIP fan cave section, now is the time to do it. They got brand new menu items. It's available to all ages, and it's a great spot to get in your 20-leg parlays, your season-long bets for the NFL. If you're feeling good about the Texans, where they're at right now, you can still jump on them to win the division or just whatever else you're feeling for the NFL and college football weekend. Plus, you can earn rewards on every wager at LaBerge when you use your Penn Play card, and they also offer you the chance to place wagers on all of your Houston area teams. Must be 21 to bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
ESPN 97.5.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Holiday season is upon us. Need a gift idea for a client, friend, or family member who loves guns? We're your one-stop shop. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns of every make and model, plus collectibles, accessories, ammo, and if you're just not sure what to get, gift cards are available. Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
Hey, it's Jeremy Branham. When you pour Higgins Boat rum, you're turning great rum into real support for heroes. 10% of every bottle, silver or reserve, goes to Camp Hope, funding PTSD recovery for veterans and their families. Camp Hope gives healing, connection, and a path forward to those who've sacrificed so much. Every sip makes a difference. Visit HigginsBoatRum.com to learn more and join me in raising a glass and raising spirits for those who served.
Jeremy Branham here from my good friends at HR&P. For nearly 25 years, Mike Hawley, U of H class of 1990, has led HR&P, protecting the interest of Cougar-owned businesses. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Cougar-owned businesses let HR&P customize a plan to rid you of the demands of human resources. Eliminate your HR burdens with HR&P and get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H.
Del Olale here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you were thinking it's all that obligatory travel to see your family, you'd be dead wrong. The scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw a traditional water heater in for free. Call him today at 281-488-6238 or visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
The Houston Hoops Showdown brings college basketball's best to the Toyota Center Saturday, December 6th. It's the national runner-up Houston Cougars versus the Florida State Seminoles, a marquee event you don't want to miss. Get your tickets now at toyotacenter.com.
Time to hydrate, Houston. Rambler Sparkling Water's cranberry flavor is back and available for a limited time this holiday season. Available at Sprouts, Whole Foods, and many other retailers. Cheers to the flavor of the season. Rambler Cranberry. Get ramblin'.
Explore wildlife and nature just 90 minutes from Houston at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Make your holiday party unforgettable with Dessert Gallery, the go-to for Houston's sweetest celebrations. From dessert trays and scratch-made sheet cakes to photo and logo cookies and seasonal delights, we make hosting easy and delicious. Need client or employee gifts? Forget the fruit basket. Our dessert gifts are the kind they'll actually savor. With 2 locations, Kirby and the Woodlands, plus late hours all week, celebrating sweetly has never been easier. Visit DessertGallery.com to place your order today. That's DessertGallery.com.
I asked the D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone looking to save up on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. D&M has over 50,000 active clients who know that leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com and get no payments until 2026.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
This holiday season, Taquerias Arandas and Arandas Bakery have something special for a lucky winner. Lance Zerline here. Visit any of their locations and register for a chance to win an ATV four-wheeler. Whether you're trail riding, mudding, or hunting, Arandas has you covered. And while you're there, don't forget to grab your tamales at the bakery or call to book your holiday events at one of their many locations. It's Taquerias Arandas, a Houston staple since 1981. Stop in, grab your tamales, and tell them Lance Zerline sent you by.
Hey, listen, are you a 50-year-old person looking for term life insurance? Then you need to talk to Bob. Bob specializes in helping people find $1 million or more of term life insurance for a couple of $100 a month. Look, you need to know there's a price war in the term life insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call Bob, and he'll shop and see how much money he can save you. Look, this could be the last term life insurance policy you ever have. Your rates are guaranteed for the next 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rates for the next 20 years. And if you're a smoker or your health is not perfect, Bob has great rates for you too. So for $1 million of term life insurance coverage for a couple of $100 a month, call Bob right now. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. That's 800-430-0932. Paid for by Term Direct.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
I just got 2 big-time retweets, Joe. 2 big-time retweets. One was you.
Yep, big time.
What are we calling the Kate Stover tush push? Stover Dozer currently leads convincingly.
That's where I placed my vote.
Really?
Yeah.
That would have been my 3rd vote. I like Cade Brigade more. I like Red Rover, send Kate Stover right over. More than that. The next one, Kay Adams has retweeted me.
Oh, really?
I think this is the peak of the mountain. I think this is it. I don't think there's any getting better than this.
Okay.
Yeah, Kate Adams has retweeted me, guys.
What was it?
Well, I quote tweeted something on her show today. Tyrann Mathieu was on her show today and talked about the Texans defense being really good. And she kind of like, hey, you should go play for the Texans. And he's like, hey, listen, which Texans desperately need safeties. Mm-hmm. So I just I quote tweeted it. I said I'd at least bring them in for a workout considering their injuries to the Texans safety room. And the one and only Kay Adams at Hey Kay Adams at Up and Adams Show has retweeted me.
I mean, look, I'm with you on the take.
She's retweeted me. 716,000 followers.
It's going to make you Jerry's going to be famous now.
The female face of football.
I agree.
She knows ball, retweeting me.
Can we get her on the show?
No chance. No chance.
Figured we'd try it.
No chance.
She's great.
Well, she wouldn't respond to me.
You never know.
I have a pretty good
She just
idea.
retweeted you.
I have a pretty good... It's because I quote tweeted her.
Worst she can say is no.
Or ghost me.
Well, I mean, that's just kind of part of the job.
I think no's better than a ghost.
Yeah, but ghosting happens quite a bit when
She's
trying to
kind of
book guests.
flirty with the way that she interviews people. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
She's kind of like a little bit flirty.
Yeah,
like
people
a
think
little
her
thirsty,
People
Kay Adams.
think her and KD are a thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Because she's thirsty with
They're
the way she
very
asks
they're
questions?
very flirty with each other.
She does that with Nick Casario.
I know. It's kind of who she is.
Yeah, she's a little thirsty, Kay Adams. All right, the referees. in
Definitely not
yesterday's
coming
game.
on now.
Why not?
He's called her thirsty.
Yeah, but maybe she respects people who call it like it is. Maybe she likes and respects somebody that actually sees through her thirstiness, her shtick.
Okay.
Some would say. I think she would respect it.
I mean, maybe.
And if she doesn't, I don't care. I don't care. I'm a married man, Joe. The officiating in yesterday's game. Let's just go in the order they happened.
Okay.
And there was a lot in the second half. First half was like well officiated,
It
no
was.
controversy, no big deal. And then like I guess it's darkest right before dawn type of thing. 3rd and 19, late third down, the pass interference on Kalen Bullock that landed on the yellow dotted line on the outer boundary on the near side of your television screen. Do you think that was pass interference?
I mean, okay, yes.
Oh, you're wrong on this.
But the only reason why I say yes is because
Let me pull up the rule
what
book real
you
quick.
want the rules to be called correctly as, they don't often do enough. Like you're going to be right in this argument. I'm going to acknowledge that now.
It's a good way to start an
It is
argument.
it is an uncatchable.
Do not want you as my attorney.
It is an uncatchable ball. I totally get that.
Yeah.
But they don't call it enough.
I disagree. I think they use it all the time.
Really?
Like, you don't see it because it's usually common sense. It's usually very obvious. Like, okay, they didn't throw a flag there. Why didn't they throw a flag? There was clear contact. Well, because the ball's 20 yards past them. So nobody thinks twice about it. There was one play where Nico Collins went deep and he got impeded, where it's like, okay, there's contact there. That would have qualified as pass interference, but the ball was nowhere near him, so no one bats an eye. No one talks about that today. Because why? Because it was never even close to being catchable, so we don't discuss it. But I think that was a moment where it's like, okay, that was the qualification of pass interference, but we're not going to throw the flag because the ball's 20 yards over his head.
Yeah.
I think it happens way more than you think.
I feel like Kalen is. I think Glenn just said it on the Twitch chat too. He's kind of a pass interference machine. Like he is very aggressive in the secondary, and I wonder if that's part of the reason why it was also called. Is that maybe that's something that they're looking for with him out on the field? Because it was an uncatchable ball.
That to me is the end all be all. Like if it's not catchable, then it can't be pass interference by rule. This isn't just me saying it. I pulled up the NFL rule book because some people were getting a little sassy with me on social media. But people are like, you don't know the rules. It should have been holding. You can't be holding, bro, because the ball's in the air. Oh, it should have been illegal contact. Can't be illegal contact, bro, because the ball's in the air. Once the ball's in the air, cannot be defensive holding, cannot be illegal contact. There's some like blocking rules where it can be, but this obviously wasn't a block. This was a pass. Section 5, Article 3, Provision 3, Joe. I'd like to point you to that. If you could open up your rule book to Section 5, Article 3, Provision 3. Contact that would normally be considered pass interference, but the pass is clearly uncatchable, makes this a permissible act for any side of the football, whether it's the offense or the defense, because the offense can do the same thing to a defense. If he tackled him, if Josh Downs tackled Kalen Bullock, but the ball's 20 yards into the end zone, 20 yards into the seats, it makes it permissible to do the actions of what would qualify as pass interference. So Section 5, Article 3, bullet point C, should not have been pass interference.
Yeah, and what's frustrating, too, for me after the game with this is they didn't address it. It's not
in the pool report?
It's not in the pool report.
Well, you had Indy fans that were asking. I bet you the Texans media were not involved in the whole thing.
Yeah, but like you gotta hit on all of it, frankly. Like there was a lot of bad calls in yesterday's game, and that's definitely one of them.
So you're okay with that being a flag?
I feel because I think we have to like really, I guess, deep dive watch all these, but I feel like there are more of those called than should be in the NFL, frankly.
So
I think it's called incorrectly still.
Okay.
But it to me it does feel like they still call that.
This would have also been out of field goal range. So the Colts like scored a touchdown on the next play. They would not have gotten points here on this drive. Would not have gotten, because a lot of Colts fans are saying the refs screwed them out of the game yesterday. I'm of the belief that was not pass interference because it was not catchable. Indy gained 7 points directly on that pass interference. because they would have punted on 4th down. They instead, pass interference, score on the next play. All right, next play. Early 4th down. This is the delay of game plus the pass interference drawn by Xavier Hutchinson. What'd you make of this play?
So this is I hate the way that they and they broke it down yesterday on the broadcast. I hate the way that they officiate delay of game. So as they explain it, that when the referee sees that the clock hits 0, he then looks up at the quarterback and essentially is like, is he in the process of snapping the ball? And if he is, they let it go. That means it's way past. It was way past 0, and it was so clear and evident that it was a delay of game. And this happens far too often in the NFL, where it's so clearly at 0. And there are times when they get things wrong. I mean, we saw it was a mess with the Texans, in the Bills game, where they didn't reset the clock properly and the Bills were having to rush to snap it. These are little things that shouldn't go incorrect or should be correctable. And this one, to me, it was a delay game.
Even the way that they operated, I don't know how it was a delay game. Because, I'm watching the play. A lot of times these play clocks are synced with the in-house clock. So we see the same thing as the officials are seeing, at least in terms of the clock. They're looking at, obviously the play clock inside the stadium. But even if we were doing it, right? Like, let's assume that we're the bag judge and we're looking at the clock. Okay, I see that it hit 0. I look up the same way that the bag judge looks up. I see 0. I look at the quarterback. There is not a snap there.
No.
That was pretty egregious. That should have absolutely been delay of game. Understand the Colts' frustration there. Now, on the back end of the play, you had the pass interference that Xavier Hutchinson drew. Do you think that was PI?
Yeah, I'm fine with that one.
Oh, I completely disagree.
Really?
Yeah. He barely touched him. He barely touched him. You know what I think? What happened?
Makeup call?
No, I don't think it was a makeup call. Xavier Hutchinson falls out of his break.
Yeah.
There might have been a little tap on the elbow. I don't think it was the reason that he fell. But him falling out of the break is why that flag was thrown. If Hutchinson doesn't fall out of that break, no flag. I don't think it was PI. I think it was 100% delay of game on that play. Totally understand the Colts' frustration there. Now, the Texans, though, were at the Colts 25. So they eventually went down and scored a touchdown on this drive, but they would have gotten a field goal anyways. So the Texans were only +4 on this play. They were only +4 points added because they didn't call the penalties. You get the delay game. You don't have the pass interference. The Texans still kick the field goal. Kaimi Fairbairn makes it. So you only gained 4 points here. Indy gained 7 points with the Kalen Bullock interception. How about the Kaimi Fairbairn extra point?
I don't know about this one, to be honest with you, because my initial reaction when I saw it was he missed it. It looked like a miss to me.
Yeah.
And then they explain it, and to be honest with you, it didn't really help me. Because my eyes tell me it looks like he missed it.
My eyes tell me the same thing. Now, the camera's clearly not right down the middle. It's clearly not right between the hashes. You could tell it's a little bit at an angle, and does that angle, was that the reason that it looks like it missed versus a make? I saw the all 22 footage this morning. It looks kind of the same. I don't think it was good, but I don't know if the camera were right down the middle like we need them to be. I think that there might be a little optical illusion in play. But I can understand the Indy Colts frustration here.
Yeah, and it's hard too because you can't see what the refs are looking at from below the goalpost because the score bug is there. But I guess they're looking just straight up.
Yeah, you look straight up.
So if you look straight up, it probably looks like it's good. But from the back view, it looks like it's a miss. I don't know.
That's the other thing too is we see the ball hit the net. Whereas they see the ball when it crosses the plane.
Yeah, they see it from a different angle.
Yeah.
So if they're looking straight up,
yeah,
it looks like it's good. But you also, it was so close, you can't be looking straight up because you'd be looking at a bar.
Here's my thing with this. Why don't the uprights just go to the roof in dome stadiums?
Why not?
Really, why not?
Because in a dome stadium, it's fine.
Yeah.
For if outdoors, it maybe makes it too windy.
It could.
It moves them too much.
But maybe go to a thinner bar at a certain height.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Put it on the outside. Why are they short? It's the whole foul lines. When you see short foul poles, you don't see this in the bigs because their foul poles are ginormous now. But you go to certain college parks or JUCO parks, and you'll see foul poles that are 10 feet high. What good's that gonna do?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't these things just go all the way up to where this is never an issue?
And I'm surprised we don't have technology in place.
Yeah, put lasers up that sucker.
Yeah, to just fix it.
The technology's a great call.
And maybe they will after the season.
Put a laser at the top of the upright and shoot it straight up into the air like that casino in Vegas.
Yeah.
They do it with lights, but you get it.
I don't know. I feel like he missed it, but I don't know. I don't know anymore.
I feel like he missed it too, but also I am not going to disqualify that it could have been an optical illusion.
Yes.
Because the camera is not firmly in the middle, and then we're also reacting based on like when it hit the net and not when it crossed the front of the plate.
And at the end of the day, like the Colts fans, they can complain all they want. Like Texans fans can complain too. The game, it balances out throughout a game.
I think it balanced out yesterday. Colts fans would disagree with you.
But like the Colts, so you gave them what, +8?
I gave them +7.
Would you count the extra point to that as well?
I don't know if you can. Well, you would give that to the Texans.
Give that to the Texans, and then you have the Texans at +5 then.
If you give that one, yeah, but also it would have been a 3-point game. They wouldn't have win for it on 4th down.
You're right. So you're going to overtime. Like it is different, but to me, like these calls, I feel like for the most part, it always kind of balances out for the most part at the end of the game. And at the end of the day, they had the ball on 4th down, 4th and 9. They had an incomplete pass, and the game was over. And the Texans got the ball back. Like the Colts still were in position to have a chance to win the football game because of the decisions that D'Amico made on the previous drive to take the lead. Like they're still right there.
Yeah, I don't love blaming the officials. I'm not a big, it's a tough job. People like to gripe and all that. They never have a solution. They never have any sort of resolution. I'm not a blame the official kind of guy. Like there's certain things that like Joe West, that home run that Altuve hit to right field where Betts went 3 rows deep and they called fan interference. Like there are certain calls that certainly trigger me, but I'm usually not a blame the official for the entire game. I'm not going to change it here. The Stover tush push we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they got the spot wrong on 3rd and 1? Do you think it should have been a first down?
I thought it looked like a first down.
Okay, well, you can say that took at least 3 points off the board for the Texans.
Yeah.
So that would speak to the evening it out.
Yeah.
What'd you think of the Kalen Bullock when he got his hand into Jonathan Taylor's face mask?
I mean, it's in the face mask, so I think it's called correctly. Right? They called a penalty on that?
No, they didn't.
Oh, they didn't?
No.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we saw the one happen in the Texans game 2 weeks ago, I think it was, where there was a clear one. The face mask is they missed more of those than I'm surprised they missed as many of those as they did. But
yeah,
so they should have called that one.
I thought I thought it was a face mask. I thought Sterator's explanation of it was good though, where it's like that's a bang one. That one's very, very tough.
Face mask
he gets it in there, but was there a tug, like a clear tug? I thought it was a tough one.
And honestly, it's one of those where if that's what you need to win a football game, then you're just complaining to complain at that point, right?
Yeah. See, somebody just sent me a picture of the Kaimi Fairbairn. Like they sent it to me from behind Kaimi Fairbairn, which thank you, John, for sending this. It's behind Kaimi Fairbairn. It shows a circle of the ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is the camera centered? It's the first question I have. Is there a third shooter? Like I don't know if the camera's centered. It doesn't look like it's centered. It looks like it's actually on the right hash.
It's absolutely not centered. It's on the right hash.
They circle the football. Okay, well, at what point are you circling the football?
Yeah.
Are you circling the football when it hits the net? Are you guessing when it crosses the top of the crossbar from an opposite end zone camera? Like, this would never hold up in the court of law. Like this, or even a replay. Like, I know this wasn't reviewable because it went over the crossbar or whatever, or the uprights. But even if it was reviewable, it wouldn't have changed the outcome. Like, there's no way to find definitive proof to overturn it one way or the other.
Yeah, it's not getting overturned in that moment. And I don't even know if there's a camera angle anywhere that's reviewable enough for that.
You'd have to have one right up the.
Yeah,
you'd have to have one on the top of the upright, shooting up.
We have certain TV broadcasts.
Maybe they should.
Maybe they should, but like for one play every.
I mean, we're talking about lasers on those suckers.
I know, but like, when's the last time this happened?
I don't think it's hard to do though.
No, I
don't think it's hard to put a laser at the top of the upright that you flip on every now and then.
It's one of those things where not everything in terms of rules should be reactionary. Like there needs to be some preventative measures. Like as technology is advancing, like we can do this. But like there's still ESPN doesn't have the pylon camera that other networks have for some reason. And like it's clearly readily available to everyone. They don't have it. So there's a bang play on the goal line. They don't have that camera angle, but CBS and Fox do. It's strange.
Yeah.
So just use your technology to your favor.
Yeah, I think they should. I think it should add
I mean,
technology.
I feel like we haven't even seen this new technology be put into place for first downs this year.
Well, I don't think it's. People think it's far more sophisticated than it is. I thought J.J. Watt explained it perfectly yesterday.
Yeah.
It's after the humans mark the football.
Yeah.
You still have the humans marking the football, and then once they mark the football, you get out of the way and like, okay, now we're going to do whatever they're calling it. You can usually 99.9% of the time check it out anyways. People wanted to add technology to like the first down stuff, but get rid of the human element of spotting the football. They're still spotting the football. Like the computer element doesn't come into play until after the humans spot the ball.
Yeah, because we all thought the rule changes were going to be with like the tennis ball.
Yeah, which is hard to do.
Which I saw some clip the other day where the technology got it wrong.
On tennis?
Yeah.
How would they know that?
Because the player pointed it out. Like he pointed the ball marker out of bounds, and the technology called it inbounds.
Could they override it?
Yeah, they overrode it.
They could. Okay,
but like
that's good.
But the player who was like the point was in his favor. He did the
the gentleman.
Yeah, he did the gentleman like in
Wow.
that one commercial.
Bigger man than me.
Yeah, I'm like I'm taking that point.
The only sport where I would, I'm pretty honest, like calling fouls and stuff, like golf, obviously. You know, I don't believe in the whole Texas wedge or the foot wedge thing. Some people like to tee off in front of the tee markers, too. I always thought that was Bush League. All right, 713-780. I don't want to say. 713-780-37. You know, that some guys don't hit it as far as other guys. Some guy doesn't hit it as far as some other guys, and they'll tee it up a half yard in front of the markers, and then they get all ticked off when somebody points it out.
See, what's strange is I know you have golf stories, and there's one guy you've openly dogged about golf game, but you're not saying his name now, so now I'm not sure I know the story.
I said his name. Top NFL. Who had the biggest win in the NFL yesterday? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
ESPN
97.5.
Black Friday savings are here at the Home Depot, which means it's time to add new cordless power to your collection. Right now, when you buy a select battery kit from one of our top brands like Ryobi or Milwaukee, you'll get a select tool from that same brand for free. Click into one of our best deals of the season and stock up on tools for all your upcoming projects. Get Black Friday savings happening now at the Home Depot. Limit 1 per transaction. Exclusions apply. Full eligible tool list in-store and online.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Holiday season is upon us. Need a gift idea for a client, friend, or family member who loves guns? We're your one-stop shop. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns of every make and model, plus collectibles, accessories, ammo, and if you're just not sure what to get, gift cards are available. Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
The future depends on teachers. Every day, teachers are shaping our tomorrows, starting their students on journeys that will change the course of history. Right now, in a classroom somewhere in the United States, there's a teacher inspiring a future scientist who will make preventing pandemics their life's work, sharpening the mind of an aspiring environmentalist who will help combat climate change, and generating possibilities for a student who will be the first in their family to graduate college. It all starts with teachers who meet challenges with creativity, who reinvent education for the future, who work towards a school system that lifts up every child, regardless of race, income, or zip code, and to enable the full potential of our students, our communities, and our country. Explore a career that leaves a legacy you can be proud of. Shape the future. Teach. Learn more and receive free support at teach.org.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
The Houston Hoops Showdown brings college basketball's best to the Toyota Center Saturday, December 6th. It's the national runner-up Houston Cougars versus the Florida State Seminoles, a marquee event you don't want to miss. Get your tickets now at toyotacenter.com.
It's Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Phillips68 says, imagine how boring Twitter would be if we didn't have refs making all those bad calls. Twitter will be fine. Anti-ref tweets doesn't make Twitter. I mean,
Makes me get off Twitter.
It adds to the arguing and arguments and stuff. Yeah, I had somebody in my comments talking about how you don't know ball, you're a casual. It should have been defensive holding. It's like, well, the ball's in the air, man. How could it be defensive holding? Yeah. Well, okay, illegal contact. Same thing.
Yep.
Yeah. It cracks me. I love it. I love the arguing stuff. Even Fairbairn looked like he missed it. His facial expression says a junkie. Yes. He always looks mad, though. Another junkie. NFL needs to add lasers all across the goalposts, in between the posts, so the lasers can determine if the football made it across. See, the problem, though, with the look, I'm in support of any sort of technology that can help officials. I think it's very difficult to officiate. I think they are the best football officials in the world. Like anybody who's complaining about NFL referees, go watch a little bit of
I don't know, Ohio State, Michigan.
Yeah, any college football. Like
Yeah.
these are the best football officials in the world. How about whenever they had the replacement officials?
Oh yeah.
Go watch the action on a Tuesday night. Go watch some high school football. I know a lot of you referees listen to us, but sorry to burst your bubble. You're not as good as NFL referees. Hate to do it to you. Some of you are very good. You're not as good as NFL referees. So even though the NFL referees have terrible calls a lot of times, that's because it is difficult to officiate, not because they are the worst officials on planet Earth. It's the opposite. They're actually the best. I think it's very clear if you watch a bunch of different levels of football that they are the best. So that's why I'm in support of anything that helps officials. The problem with lasers and down to distance and stuff is the ball still travels after the player is down.
Yeah.
So when are you stopping it? Does the referee on the side have a buzzer that he's clicking whenever he sees the player is down and then immediately gives you the signal? Because even that has some human ambiguity. I don't know how to say that word.
Ambiguity?
That thing. And it still has the human element there. So there's not does it help? I'm not even sure it helps.
No.
Because you still got to click the button at the right time.
Yeah, it's not a perfect science. It's never going to be.
And the ball's not going to know when it's down.
No,
because there are actually times when the ball can hit the ground and the player is still up.
Yeah.
Because you can use your hand, you can put the football down if you're still up elsewhere.
And I don't need the button rules them down. What happens when they get it wrong?
Exactly.
What was it college or NFL this weekend when the player rolled over someone and then ran for a touchdown? I can't remember which that was, pros or in college. Would they roll him down as he's rolling over on top of another player, but his body never touched the ground? It would create more chaos. All you can do is hope for the best. But with field goal kicking, I think you can use the lasers to help you.
Yeah, for sure. I think you can help.
Even though it's probably a once-a-year issue.
Yeah. Which it might not be worth the expense. Maybe they would say that, but it's the NFL. You're making tons of money. But yeah, that's the problem that I have with the whole lasers in footballs. Cool, you can do that, but who is determining when the guy is down?
Mm-hmm.
When are we? It's kind of the same thing. So that's the pushback that I have there. But I'm in favor of helping the officials in any way. But I hate when people bash officials and then have no resolution on how to fix it. These guys are terrible. They're the worst. The NFL has an official problem. Okay, well, what's your fix?
Mm-hmm.
You want to swap them out with the dudes in the WAC? You want to swap them out with the officials in the Mountain West Conference? Because, what is your fix? You want to just take them off the field and let the players call their own fouls? What is the fix? People are so quick to ref official bashing, and they never have a resolution. That's the thing that I hate about it. And then also not really realizing that these are the best officials in their particular sport.
Yeah, I do think the first step is full time. Like it starts there. Make them full time.
There are some, right?
Yeah, there are some,
I think there are
but
some.
not all.
Even then, I don't.
And I think more specifically in college, you need to get everyone on the same page because the Big Ten officiates differently than the SEC. The SEC is different than the Big 12. Like there's certain things that certain crews are looking for. You have like a universal set of rules, and like this is what we're looking for. That's what the NFL has, at least. They don't always execute it well, but like they know what to look for when they're talking about the tush push and the challenges that come with officiating it. All the officials are getting the same memo. So like that, it's never gonna be perfect.
No, it's not.
And going fully robot in baseball, like people are gonna hate that too.
Yeah, I've always been an advocate of dropping the bottom 10% and promoting the top 10%. However, like whatever's your feeder league, like for the NFL, maybe it's college football, maybe it's XFL, UFL. Like I don't know what your feeder league would be. Y'all can determine that. But I would have my grading metrics, however your grading metrics are done. I would every single year, because this incentivizes them to be good. Every single year, and it's tough because they have unions. Every single year, I'm dropping the bottom 10% of graded officials. You're gone. This is cutthroat. Sorry, we're demanding excellence. You're in the bottom 10%. You're out of here. And then wherever your feeder league is, whatever it is, you're promoting the top 10%. And look, whenever you cut those 10%, they can work their way back in. They could go to the feeder league and be really good, and then work their way back in, and then maybe they have a 20-year career where they're really good officials. So I would do that.
Really simple.
That would be my plan.
Non-Power 4, that's your bottom level. SEC, Big 10, Big 12, ACC, that's your next group. NFL's the top. Just football officiating, unionize that.
Global football.
Like
That'd be tough
make them
to
all
do
work together.
because none of those are like in the same entity, and they all have unions.
Yeah.
So it'd be very hard to do. They probably strike and all of that.
Find a way.
Yeah, that's like this person saying they're all bad. It's like picking the tallest short person. Okay, who would you want to replace them with?
Well, there's no one else.
Did you see the high school football play? Like I think it was in the Valley, maybe, where they threw a pass over the middle of the field. A receiver went up to try to like catch it and like missed it, and it took like a bounce off a player, and then it clearly hits the ground and pops into the air, and the receiver catches it off the bounce and runs it into the end zone, and they call it a touchdown. Like that guy's refereeing high school playoff football. Like that's not that far removed from like the levels of football here.
No.
So like you guys bashing officials. Yes, they make bad calls. We get it. But who are you replacing them with?
There's no one to. We're gonna complain about officials until the day we die.
Probably. That's right. I just think it's fruitless, quite frankly.
And there's every game. There's a bunch of calls that don't even get discussed because they benefited you.
Yeah.
Like you always ignore the ones that are on your side.
Sure.
And then like Colts fans are doing that to you. You said in your Twitter mentions like you don't care.
No.
No one cares.
No.
But like as soon as something bad happens to your team, it's the world is ending. But it's just the reality. Officiating's bad.
There should be an offensive face mask. There is. There is an offensive face mask. You see it called every now and then. Did you see the roughing the passer call on the Texans? Did you think it was correct? Seems like he might have been blocked into Daniel Jones. I thought it was fine. He went low.
Yep.
I thought it was a fine call. NFL needs to – we already read that one. For those complainers about referees, I'd like to see you get out and try it. It's hard work with lots of studying. We get griped at all the time. Yeah, but I mean – I don't know if I love that take. You're right. They wouldn't be good at it. They would be awful at it. Like you get your average Joe that's, griping about officials. They go out and do it. They would be terrible. But it'd be like, okay, you're griping about the receiver not catching a football. You go out and try to take a, pass from Daniel Jones. Like that's not how it works. Like that's not an apples to apples comparison. We won by 4, not 1. Shut up, Colts. I love the ref that took 3 swipes to get his flag out and throw it. Replace them with actual zebras, LOL. I'll send you a test that high school referees have to take in order to referee games if you'd like me to.
No, thank you.
No, I'm good. Cut back.
We can make Brian do it.
Brian, why?
Just because he's not here.
Make him do it?
Yeah, say, Brian, you're taking this referee test.
In order for him to produce our show tomorrow, he's got to pass the referee test.
AJ, you ready to work tomorrow?
Cut back as many rules as possible, then officials have fewer things to worry about. Yeah, I hear you on that. Player safety or significant advantage rules only. Easiest and quickest way to fix all officiating and umpiring is to have post-game media interviews. I don't think that fixes it.
No,
because they're answering questions. Like they had an interview yesterday. It wasn't public. It was to a pool reporter that then would transcribe the information. I don't think that's they're trying their best.
And they're limited in questions.
But here's the think about it. Like, you're a ref, Joe. Like, you're honest and you care about the integrity of the sport. You're trying your best to get every single call right.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to try harder and have more integrity if you have to talk to a couple of media members and answer 3 or 4 questions? No.
You're also. I would like to see the.
That's such a chicken bleep thing. Like, oh, if they answered to the media, they would be better. Are coaches better in your game day management because they answer questions post game?
I would like to see the referees have to watch the plays first, because I don't think they sit there with the pool reporter and like pull it up and be like, hey, this is like what we saw on this play. I think they're just like going from memory, so I don't really like that part. I mean, the NBA does the 2-minute thing. It doesn't change anything.
No.
They're
trying.
It just makes people angry when they have to. The league admits that the NBA refs did something wrong.
Yeah,
that's all it does.
Yeah, like, hey, our bad. You're taking accountability. It doesn't make you better at your job. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Who had the best win in the NFL yesterday? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
This Tuesday, your Texas A&M Aggies hit the court to take on the Pittsburgh Panthers. Game coverage begins Tuesday at 5:30 on your home for Texas A&M Athletics, ESPN 97.5.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a license.
Started a couple hours ago. Thanks for listening. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. It's Jeremy and Joe. Who had the biggest win in the NFL this week? It didn't have to be yesterday. We weren't on the air since, me all week, but you didn't work after Wednesday.
You know the answer.
Bears?
It's the Bears.
Yeah, that was a big-time win.
They dominated the Philadelphia Eagles on the ground. They're in first place in the NFC right now. The biggest win of the weekend's the Bears.
I have to take them seriously now, I guess.
Yep.
I still don't trust them in the playoffs.
Same. But it's look, Matt Stafford didn't have a great game yesterday for the Rams, and obviously that's pretty much the only reason why they lost because he turned the ball over 3 times in yesterday's game, and the interceptions were not pretty. But the Bears definitely had the biggest win of the week. To put yourself in that position a year to the day after firing Matt Eberflus is pretty impressive.
That was a big-time win. It's hard for me to disagree with you. Packers win in Detroit, I thought, was pretty good, too.
I agree.
I mean, look, Detroit right now, not a playoff team. Eagles are a playoff team and the defending champion. So I would go Bears as well. That's totally fair.
But you've also got 2 games against these 2 teams. The Bears and the Packers play 2 times the next 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a critical game for them. I think the other option is AJ's team.
Yeah, the Chiefs, they're kind of going on reputation, though.
But the Cowboys, I think it's more for the Cowboys for their playoff hopes.
Sure.
At this point. Like, you are in the thick of it in the NFC now because of this win against the Chiefs. And Dak continues to look very good. George Pickens is awesome. They've played their defensive line. This Quinnen Williams move has been good for them.
Can they afford to bring Pickens back?
Yes.
Sheesh, AJ, you're quick there.
Restructuring.
They have to bring him back.
They will.
Well, wouldn't they have to be built like the Bengals, though, where you're spending a lot of your money on quarterback, receiver?
Yeah, so you draft a running back. Or you just run it
You
back
have to pay Quinnen Williams, too.
After next year, though, he still has 2 or 3 years left on his deal.
Okay.
But I think because if you don't bring Pickens back, you have to replace him. We've seen how much better this offense for the Cowboys has looked with 2 dynamic receivers in it. I think Dak needs it.
I don't know if the best roster build is to spend a big percentage of your salary cap on quarterback, receiver.
Have they paid Ferguson yet?
Yeah, they extended him this past offseason.
Okay, so I thought maybe he hadn't been paid yet.
It's gonna be tough
because he's nasty too.
It's tough to win a lot of games in the NFL for a sustained period of time if you're paying 2 wide receivers.
Yeah, but Pickens isn't gonna get paid what T. Higgins got, right?
I think he's gonna.
He might.
Yeah,
I guess if it's an open market.
Higgins hasn't gotten paid. He got tagged twice.
They're gonna tag him and probably try to sign him.
Did Higgins sign the extension after the tag?
I think so, yeah.
But he still got tagged twice.
Yeah.
I know last year he played on the tag the whole season.
Yeah.
And then they tagged him again. I don't know if he got an extension after that tag.
Yeah, he got a 4-year, $150 million deal.
Okay.
Oh, George Pickens can get that.
That's okay. We bang on the Bengals for their roster construct. It's like, so if we're bang on the Bengals for their roster construct, we can't just be like, oh, free pass Dallas.
No, but Dallas also, this move it's showing, like the moves they made on defense are working a little bit here. Like, their defense has looked better. So
they've won 3 in a row.
I think, you can't, the Bengals are deprived of talent on defense.
They have Hendrickson.
He's been out for 3 weeks.
Sure.
And he's walking, and he's gone.
But we're talking about big picture roster build.
Yeah, big picture, it's better to invest more split, right? You have to go offense and defense, but they're making it work so far. They're figuring it out.
6-5-1. They're hot recently.
Yeah.
We're talking roster build. We're talking more than a 3-week span. We're talking more like a 3-year span. So, just saying.
The reason they're that bad too, though, because the defense was historically awful as well early in the season. So
look, I think it's entertaining as heck. I love the fact that they have Dak and CD and George Pickens, because I'm a Dak guy, at least from a fantasy perspective. So I love that he's throwing for all these yards and is racking up all these touchdowns. But do I think you can build a sustained winner that way?
No, it probably makes more sense to let Pickens walk in the offseason and draft Malachi Lemon with the first round pick.
Even then,
we're going to be worse though offensively. That's the thing.
Yeah, but Dax should be good enough to elevate with a.
If you're paying a quarterback $60 million, and then you're going to pay 2 receivers top wide receiver money, that is hard to do in a salary capped league. He's making more than Joe Burrow. He's making more. Well, he's making more than any quarterback in the NFL.
Right.
So, I think it's I want to see Pickens back for the entertainment aspect of it. But if I were the GM owner and I'm trying to win the most amount of games as possible, I'm not sure that's the way.
No, that's probably fair. Probably, and I would say probably should have already been mentioned, but Texans. best win of the
Yeah,
weekend.
I mean, we were kind of moving off the Texans.
Yeah,
but yeah, big win.
But like big win over the weekend.
Big win over the weekend.
It's one of the
for
four
sure.
best wins over the weekend.
Yeah, I
Well,
would say.
I guess the Panthers.
That was a big win.
Yeah, I mean,
Can I discredit that though?
because they're traveling across the country.
Yeah, I'm actually a big advocate for that. I'm a big believer in that.
They also are just this incredibly hot and cold team. I mean, you look at just their last 6 games. The Panthers, they lose 40-9 to the Bills. Then they beat the Packers.
Yeah.
Then they lose 17-7 to the Saints. Then they beat the Falcons. Then they lose 20-9 to the Niners. Then they beat the Rams. Like, I'm betting on the Saints this weekend.
Look, the fact that Dave Canales has Carolina at 7-6 is an unbelievable job. Like, I don't want to poo-poo on Dave Canales and the job that he's done. But I'm not going to change the way I look at the Rams because they had they laid a bad egg in a coast-to-coast travel situation. Like, I'm not going to demean the Rams because they lost this game.
Yeah.
I'll give the Panthers their flowers. Like, hey, you won the game. Tip my cap to you. Give you the flowers. The fact that Carolina is above 500 13 weeks into the year, unbelievable job by Dave Canales. But I'm willing to give the Rams this one.
That's fine.
I'm giving
with
the
that.
Rams the benefit of the doubt. But a big win. I don't want to take away from Carolina's win. In division, Jags crushed the Titans. You see the Jags punter gave somebody a death threat on the field?
He did?
Yeah, he's like, I'm going to kill you because they got into a kind of I guess they were jawing at each other.
I missed that.
Yeah, I forget the Titan player that said it, but the Titan player after the game was like, yeah, their punter's threatened my life. He said he was going to kill me. But I feel like that happens a lot, though.
I think so, too.
Like when players get mad at each other on a football field, I bet you it's not uncommon for one guy to say the other, I'm going to kill you, man.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure that's not that uncommon.
Yeah, but also, like,
And it's a punter.
I was like, can you take that from punter? Like, don't you have to
What are the most likely?
murder him
What are
in
the
that
most?
moment?
What are the most likely positions to find a murderer?
Tight end.
And running back.
Tight end, running back.
Those are the top two.
Linebacker.
Yeah, like
defensive line.
Who was the linebacker?
Ray Lewis.
No, he was just an accomplice.
Whatever. Never found the suit.
He definitely burned the suit. I don't think that's up for debate. I think the suit has been well documented as burnt, allegedly.
What was Ray Caruth?
Receiver.
Receiver.
So we're learning that offensive guys are more likely to do it. Why
Yeah.
is that the case? You would think it'd be defensive guys, right? Because they're more violent. They're I don't know.
Maybe they don't get hit in the head as much.
That could be true.
So.
That could be true.
But
Those are positions
Yeah.
where you get hit in the head.
But I would say running back 1-1. I mean, OJ just he elevates the whole group.
I mean, Aaron
That's true. That's true.
I wouldn't have punters high on my list.
No, they'd be last.
You
on
wouldn't
my
have.
list.
And he's this punter's threatening.
I would put punters below kickers.
Would you?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
I feel like kickers probably have a screw loose more often, but punters.
A lot of these punters, I don't know how much do we know about Australians because there's a lot of them in the NFL now.
Yeah, I've noticed some Australian punters.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're crazy. Joe Burrow's back. They beat Baltimore. That was a pretty big win.
It was.
Kind of. I don't know if it gets them in the race because they got a lot of work to do.
I mean, where they're at in their season, it makes it more challenging because they only have one game left against the Ravens. So they could win again, but they don't play Pittsburgh again this year. And they've split that series. Like if they had that backloaded schedule like some of these teams have with all their divisional games, I'd feel a little bit different. But I mean, they can go on a run. Like if their next 2 games are Buffalo and Baltimore, but then their last 3 are Miami, Arizona, and Cleveland. So if you can get through could they win 6 straight games to end the season? Yeah.
They were in the same boat last year.
Yeah.
It's funny. And they didn't have Burrow get hurt last year. Bills come back, beat the Steelers. AFC North is wide open. Steelers look really, really bad, though.
I think Baltimore's going to run away with it.
I kind of do, too.
I know they didn't look good in that game against Cincinnati, but I think they just end up running away with it.
I get the feeling as well. Nick Bonito saves the day. Broncos beat the Commanders. Do you think the Broncos are legit?
No, not at all.
Yeah, they're kind of winning in fluky ways.
I think they
against
are the
mediocre
fraudest
teams.
of all the teams in the NFL right now. They're the number 1 fraud.
Credit for them to win games, but I don't disagree with you. Marcus Mariota is a top what quarterback in the NFL?
32.
You think he should be a starter somewhere? It's hard for me to say 32.
36.
I think he's like 35. I like him. I like Mariota.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
see how Tarico was saying it? Mariota.
yeah, he's better than what the Jets have I
For
would
sure.
say.
Yeah, better than what the
Um,
Saints have.
Better than what the Saints have. I think he's better than what the Titans have at the moment.
Yeah, but you're not playing Mariota over Cam
No,
Warren.
he's better than what Cleveland has.
Oh, for sure.
He's better than what Vegas
Maybe he's
has?
top 30.
Like, he could start elsewhere.
I mean, wasn't he the backup in Vegas last year? Or 2 years ago?
I think 2
He
years
was
ago.
in Vegas.
Yeah, was that 2 years ago?
I think he was Carr's backup.
I think you're right.
It's funny.
I'm
surprised that he hasn't had a chance to start somewhere. On a consistent, like he hasn't been a full-time starter since 2019 when he left Tennessee. Well, I guess in Atlanta, he started 13 games in Atlanta. Remember he like went to like take care of family stuff and like he got railroaded. Like, he's not a good teammate.
Yeah, he never came back.
And he's like the best teammate.
Yeah, and was that was on the quarterback series?
Yes,
right? That first year.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe that's why. Maybe
he
there's more to it that we don't know.
Knee. He had like a messed up knee.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
But I mean, I would say he could start on a handful of teams this year.
Maybe it's top 30 quarterback in the NFL.
He's got to be right in that conversation. I mean, what's the gap between probably 28 and 36?
Pretty thin.
Yeah, it's not much.
No, it's pretty razor thin. Mariota or Davis Mills?
For a season?
Sure.
Probably Davis, just because I trust him to stay healthier.
Oh.
Because Mariota gets hurt all the time.
How do we know that?
Because he used to.
He hasn't been a full-time starter in 8 years.
I know. That's all I know.
Justin Herbert broke his hand. They crushed the Raiders, though. Raiders had the worst offseason in the NFL, and I defended them for a while. But Pete Carroll looks like he's lost his fastball.
Mm-hmm.
Geno Smith looks worse by the day. They had an offensive coordinator that didn't know his own plays. Brady's there for just the drama aspect of it as well. They draft Ashton Genty when they don't have a roster anywhere near ready to draft a running back in the first round. Worst offseason in the league.
I mean, honestly, even you can go back to the year before, too. Like, you invest in a tight end.
He's good, though.
He's really good because his second and third touchdowns of the season in yesterday's game.
He's been hurt.
He has been. But, like, you didn't need a tight end.
I mean,
Michael Mayer would have been fine as you built up the rest of your roster.
Like, what are you drafting, though?
Mayer was drafted in the second round the year before.
Like, what are you trying to draft, though?
I don't know, offensive line,
Okay.
defense.
So you're trying to like build through the trenches and stuff like that. Okay, I can hear you on that. Like draft a skill later. I can hear you on
But, like, they've gone heavy skill position.
But I think Genty's way worse than Bowers.
Genty is.
Not in terms of like he's a worse player, but he's like
Yeah.
a worse pick for a team who's really bad.
Yeah, Genty is. They're just not using him, but
he's in a terrible situation.
Yeah, and he's gonna want to get out of it as soon as possible. He can't really.
I mean, we always say that, and then Myles Garrett signs a long-term extension to
Yeah.
stay with Cleveland. I don't think any of these other ones are really worth talking about. Baker Mayfield's a gamer. This Max Brosmer guy, I mean, maybe one of the worst NFL quarterbacks to start a game in the history of the sport.
I mean, he was terrible.
It was hilarious, though.
It was comical. I guess McCarthy's been cleared from his concussion magically after Brosmer was so bad, but they're in a bad spot.
Yeah.
They are in a bad spot.
Branham saying Marcus Mariota sound like a Harry Potter spell. That's how Tarico was saying it yesterday. The Jags punter was 6'5", 230. Somebody says defensive ends are the murderers. Do we know a defensive end that murdered anybody? I don't know of any.
Not that I can
top
think
of my head. 713-780-3776. Do y'all have any reservations about the Patriots because of their last place schedule?
Yes. Same way I do about them as I feel about the Bears.
Yeah. Wow. Screw the hometown team, huh? Big one over Indy and no love. We talked about them for 2 hours.
Yeah.
We pivot off them for 15 minutes, and you're saying no love to the hometown team?
And I mentioned it.
After we went 2 hours? Come on. You know what? 5535, you're gone.
See ya.
You're out of here. You can text back tomorrow. You're ejected for the rest of the show. What were you about to say?
I said I mentioned him.
Did you find a defensive end that murdered somebody?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it's running backs, receivers, and tight ends. The murderers.
Yep.
Yeah. Don't ever trust a running back or receiver or tight end. They might be murderers.
They might be.
713-780-3776. Let's get to the coaching carousel in college football. The Lane Kiffin drama. Boy, how great was that? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the Underdog app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the Underdog app today. Use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe. You're listening to Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Little Project Pat for you. You can't turn a hoe into a housewife, Joe.
Can't do it.
I think Lane Kiffin. I think Lane Kiffin was what Project Pat was talking about.
Probably was.
Not Kid LaRue. It was Project Pat.
Yep.
How about the I don't know the nerd's name that has the podcast that made the comparison to Lane Kiffin being a hoe that you can't turn into a housewife?
Yeah.
I don't know what that guy's name was, but he had like the SEC. He
had
had like the
Ben.
SEC haircut.
Yeah, he still has frat boy
coif.
cut.
Yeah. His name was Ben.
I think so.
Even if it's not Ben, he'll be aforementioned as Ben the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Lane Kiffin addressing Ben after the game, I thought was very weird. Did you see that? Like where Ben was by the goalpost and Lane Kiffin like about face and went back to Ben and like confronted him about calling him a hoe.
Mm-hmm.
Like
you want to hear? You want? It's gonna get weirder.
Okay.
Apparently, this guy, I watched a clip from his podcast today.
Yeah.
Lane called him.
Yeah, I saw that.
To apologize.
If he's telling the truth.
And then he claims that Lane texted him photos of wearing the hoe hat. The meme.
If he's telling the truth.
Yeah, if he's telling the truth. Which, I don't know why you would lie about that.
No, I believe he did it, actually.
So, like, it's strange for Lane to get that upset and then to go with it.
You know what I thought was really weird? Is like Lane Kiffin was like, if you're going to keep calling me a hoe, come call me a hoe in here and see what happens. If I was Ben, I would have said, let's go.
Yeah.
Because what are you going to do? Like, I would have called his bluff so fast. And look, maybe it wouldn't be a bluff. Oh, it wouldn't have been a bluff, Branham. He would have knocked you straight on your butt.
No,
Cole,
no.
You know how much Lane Kiffin's about to get at LSU? He's about to get $13 million a year. If he did knock me on my butt, you know how much of that $13 million a year I'm getting?
Quite a good bit.
I would have called his bluff, and if it wasn't a bluff, I'm getting a payout so quick. I did think that Ben was very soft for locking up and freezing in that moment. Because if Lane Kiffin came to me and said that to me, I can promise you, I'm not a tough guy. I would have been trembling in my boots, but I would have said, let's go. I would have followed him right up the ramp, right into the football operation, and see where it would have went.
Yeah.
And would I have been trembling? Would I have been scared? Yeah, I would have been.
Lane's not a big guy.
But I would have done it. I thought that Ben freezing up was a terrible look. I would have, yes, let's go. Let's find out what happens in there, Lane, because you're not doing anything. You're acting like a tough guy in front of the cameras, and as soon as we get up into the football operations center, you're just going to yell at me. That's all that's going to happen.
That's all he's going to do.
Yes.
Talk about disrespect and all this stuff. Like, nothing's actually going to happen.
He's going to verbally give you a strongly worded letter. He's not physically going to do a single thing. And if he did, you're the winner.
Yeah, you make a lot of money. You make a lot of money.
LSU's paying you a check for the next 7 years. Like, I couldn't believe that he locked up. I was so disappointed in Ben, but I should have known that based on the frat boy haircut.
Yeah, you saw the haircut. You knew there wasn't going to be a tough man response.
He talked so tough on his podcast, and then Lane confronts him, and he has the perfect opportunity to call his bluff, and he just seizes up.
I love that. I love that Lane confronted him. Like, it's great. It's the whole weekend was.
I thought it was weak. I thought it was weak on Lane's part.
I think it's fine. Like, I think if you're going to say something like that,
it was an empty threat, though.
I know.
I don't care that he confronted him. I care more that it was the empty threat.
Yeah.
Because you're not doing anything, Lane. I would have been like, okay, let's go. Let's see what happens, Lane.
Yeah. It was very funny. Of all the nonsense that happened this weekend with Lane Kiffin, that was probably the highlight.
For sure.
Because the rest of it was exhausting.
I don't know, man. Like the Ole Miss fans at the airport giving him the finger
that
as
was
he
good.
flew out of Oxford.
That was good.
College football is crazy, man.
Only in college football.
This weekend in college football, you had Lane Kiffin confronting a frat boy, calling him a hoe on the sideline. You had Oxford Ole Miss fans giving him the finger as he's flying to Baton Rouge, sending 2 planes over. Lane Kiffin giving an ultimatum to his coaching staff, saying, if you're not on the plane, you don't have a job on my team. You have poor Marty Smith camped out in the Ole Miss athletic department.
For hours.
In the Ole Miss athletic department.
Yeah.
He's in the Ole Miss athletic department, which how is he in there? Because he got permission from ESPN to be, or from Ole Miss to be there, and he's ultimately going to report that Lane Kiffin's going to LSU as he's in the Ole Miss athletic department. Meanwhile, you had Diego Pavia's brother get arrested.
He
got arrested. Yeah. Like, college football is insane.
Did we see what his brother did?
He was publicly intoxicated. Like I don't know which police department it was, but remember they went over to the Pavias whenever they got there. Like, you can't be on the railing, and Pavia's brother, we're going to take over Tennessee. No, you're not. Your brother's about to be out of eligibility. You're a nobody. Your mom's dating Theo Vaughn. Like, what do you mean you're about to take over Tennessee?
That's the funniest part. I love it.
Like, we're taking over Tennessee?
They took over.
What do you mean you took over the jailhouse? You can't take over Tennessee behind bars, Joe.
He tried.
He
tried his hardest.
College football is nuts.
No, it's insane. And this weekend was
Michigan's protecting the M logo in the middle of their field with their lives.
Yeah, I also thought it was very funny how when Brutus he crossed out the M on the field, and then you saw like the grounds crew come over and wipe it away.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, like he went through.
Oh, I did see that.
Yeah, like it's just only in college football can all these
love
things
college
happen.
football so much.
Especially because like it wasn't that great of a weekend. Like I mean, Alabama Auburn was good.
I mean,
Vanderbilt was fun.
A&M Texas.
A&M Texas was good.
A&M Texas was good.
But like it wasn't like a great because like Georgia Tech wasn't super compelling, I would say, but like it was the drama around college football. Like there's
better
nothing
the
like
games.
it.
Yeah, better
Always.
the games. I mean, you had some like I mean, the LSU Oklahoma game was tight. I mean, Oklahoma had to fight off a scare.
Yeah.
BYU was pulling for Oklahoma or for LSU. Vanderbilt was pulling for LSU. Texas was pulling for LSU. Miami was pulling for LSU. Notre Dame should have been pulling for LSU, but they're probably safe. Bama got a scare from Auburn. Like Auburn gave them a scare. Like it was a game in the fourth quarter.
That was my favorite game of the weekend.
Yeah.
Was Bama Auburn. Yeah.
Yeah. Taylor McCarr, our guys in some hot water.
What did he do?
He pulled a Branham.
Oh no.
Yeah. What do you mean? Oh no.
What did he do?
What do you mean? Oh no.
What did he do?
We're gonna get to it next segment,
Okay.
Joe. Next segment. We're talking coaching carousel here a little bit. Do you think LSU's the better job than Ole Miss?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
Look, if NIL's the same, I completely agree.
If you look at the recruiting part of it, players haven't left. They didn't bail when Brian Kelly got fired. They all stayed committed. It's a great pocket of players that want to play at LSU. You have no competition. In Ole Miss, before Lane Kiffin got there, missed 4 straight bowl games. They're going to go back to being an irrelevant college football team. I do not believe that this is sustainable with their defensive coordinator getting promoted.
I think it would have been sustainable with Lane.
Yes, with Lane, yes. But like it's LSU is by far the better job. It's one of the best jobs in the country.
I don't like the Pete Golding hire.
At all?
No, I think you're making a long-term move based on right now. And I understand why you're looking at the right now because you're about to be in the playoffs. But I don't think it's the best long-term move.
Yeah, I mean, they kept – because I don't know how many of the assistants he ended up taking with him.
I think like 4 or 5.
And all on the offensive side.
Well, I think there was like a linebacker coach maybe.
So like Golden has to now evaluate what your process is going to be. And it happened so quick. Like when Notre Dame did this, they ended up with the right decision, but they had 2 candidates internally. And they decided on the best run. It was, are you going to hire Marcus Freeman or are you going to promote Tommy Rees to be the head coach? Thankfully, they chose Marcus Freeman. But like this one, it felt such a reactionary move to try to keep the players in town for the playoff. I don't feel like he's going to get a long-term, a long runway, this coach.
Probably not, but he's going to coach there next year.
Yeah. And maybe the year after that.
That might be enough. That might be enough to like damage it, though.
Yeah, to where you have to then try to fix it again.
I really wish they could have figured out a way for Lane Kiffin to coach in the playoffs.
I think Ole Miss made the right decision.
I mean, Tulane's letting John Summerall coach.
I think it's different.
Why?
Because you have to know who you are. Like they're Tulane. James Madison's going to make the same decision if they make the college football playoff, which they might.
Tulane's been one of the most winningest programs in college football like the last 6 years.
Yeah, but the playoffs is different. Like it's you have to like you are a stepping school. Like it's just the reality of who you are. And I do think it can help them with their next hire by saying we're going to let this guy finish his job. And we're going to let him finish out his run here. It's probably only going to be 1 game.
Why can't Ole Miss do that?
Because they're in the conference.
So what?
I think it's different. You hate them. You don't like LSU. They're in the SEC.
Win me a national championship and then go to Baton Rouge.
I think it's different because they're in the SEC.
Yeah, I think it's petty.
I agree.
I think it's a bit. And look, I get the AD.
I would make the same decision.
And look, the thing too is like Lane Kiffin's a snake, so like you don't trust him
like
around the guys for 3 weeks.
Yeah,
like I trust John Summerall.
I don't believe anything about Lane.
See, I wish they could have signed a treaty. Well, I wish they could have signed a treaty, and I know you can't do it legally. I wish you could.
Why not?
I wish that you could sign a treaty where, like, hey, here's our deal, Lane. Like, Lane, you really want to coach this team? You probably deserve to coach this team. Like, these are your guys. You've been here all year. You got Ole Miss to this point. I think it's fair that you can coach through the playoffs. I wish that they would move the coaching carousel calendar to where this isn't an issue. I know you can't do it like the academic calendar. College football is a mess. I wish, in a perfect world, that all the coaching movement happened after the college football playoff. I understand why it can't. But I wish they could also sign a treaty where, like, Ole Miss is like, look, we're scared of you around our players and trying to poach our players for the next 3, 4, 5 weeks. Here's our offer to you. You can stick around and you can coach this football team until you're eliminated, but you have to sign this treaty where you cannot take a single Ole Miss player with you to LSU.
They could do that.
Can they?
I had that coming here.
Joe, you've never been a college football coach. I don't know how you could have this. The rules are a little bit different.
Why?
Because it means more in the SEC.
I was a full-time employee at iHeart, and there was in my paperwork that I could not hire anyone from iHeart for 6 months when I left. Like, it's in my paperwork.
I don't know if you can do that in college football, but if you can, it should have been done.
Yeah, I mean, why couldn't you just said, hey, like, if you want to take a coach, fine, you owe us $1 million. Like, it's a non-compete clause. Why
but
can't
he's
you
not signing a contract? He's already signed a contract with you.
So you make him sign a new one for the remainder of the season.
Yeah,
you, say,
you could.
Say
I guess you
you're,
could.
You're buying out the $4 million on your current contract. If you want to stay, we'll pay you your normal paycheck.
Yeah.
But the requirement is you are not legally allowed to take a coach or player with you to LSU, and every player you do.
Yeah, I don't know if you can do that legally with the players, though.
Probably not with the players. With the coaches, yes.
I'd be more concerned about the players.
Yeah, but you could.
But I wish they could. If you can, I wish they would have done it.
Yeah,
if you can't, I wish there's a way they could.
Yeah, coaches, you probably could do that because you're hiring them as employees to another school. Players, no.
Yeah, I don't know if you can.
You couldn't because you couldn't legally stop a player.
It's like I don't think it's OSHA compliant.
Yeah, like a player would have to sign the same contract.
$13 million a year for Lane, though.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, I think Ole Miss would have been competitive salary wise. I legitimately think Lane thinks he can win it all at LSU, and I think he probably thinks he can do it at Ole Miss too. But I think he thinks he has a better shot at LSU. Let's get to the rest of the carousel. Mike Elko got sour at some people. Steve Sarkisian thinks that Texas should be in the playoffs. And our guy, Taylor McCarg, Rice quarterback, went full Branham and is in some hot water in Lubbock. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 97.9 HD2.
It's Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
They call me the Huntington Bank bad boy. They call him Joe. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Marcus, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Marcus?
What's up, fellas? I just wanted to say, what is the aura around Lane Kiffin that he keeps getting these high-profile jobs and these highly sought after? Is it because the coaching food is this?
I mean, he's doing really good at Ole Miss. I mean, he's been unbelievable this year. He's got Ole Miss he's there 11-1. They're going to be in the playoff.
Right, but LSU is like a real prestigious job, and I feel like going from the guy that just left that was at Cincinnati and Notre Dame, it feels like a linear move more than an upgrade, in my opinion. I just hang up and listen to what you guys have to say.
I hear you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Lane Kiffin timeline, though, I feel like it gets a little blurred together. Like, it's been, it was 2007 and 2013 that he was with the Raiders, the Volunteers, and then USC. And then he went to Alabama as their OC and quarterback coach for 2 years, Florida Atlantic for 2 years. He's been at Ole Miss for 6 years. So, like, he really, had to rebuild his image. And it might be linear, but I don't know what upgrade you want if you're LSU.
Yeah.
Like, what's a better hire than Lane Kiffin?
Yeah, I mean, he's the prettiest girl at the dance,
yeah.
To borrow a quote that Marty Smith said to Lane Kiffin's face. I mean, he's been to this. He'll make the playoffs this year. He's been to 3 other New Year's Six bowl games and Ole Miss. Like, he's done a good job. I do think that there's something to your point, Marcus. Like, this doesn't feel like a great coaching carousel class. It feels like the market is a bit thin. Like, you look at these other SEC hires, and I like some of these coaches, but they poached the American Conference.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you don't have the splashes that you do have some years. But I feel like that's dismissing Lane Kiffin and the success that he's had at Ole Miss. Like, I think John Summerall is going to be very good at Florida. Is that a splash hire? Probably not. I like Alex Golish. I think Golish has a chance to do good things at Auburn. I do not like the Ryan Silverfield hire to Arkansas.
Really?
Memphis fans are happy that he got hired away.
Interesting.
They are happy that he got hired away, and then Hunter Yurachek, he has been ratioed on the tweet, like, signaling that they have. He did the whole, the Pope, doing the smoke thing from the stadium. He has 1,400 comments and 1,000 likes. The AD of Arkansas that is announcing their coaching hire has been ratioed. They were trying to
honestly, maybe
they were trying to do the Stoops at A&M thing.
Yeah.
Remember when Stoops was on a plane to College Station and the Aggie fans, the 12th man, lost their minds?
Mm-hmm.
We're not dealing with the second best Stoops brother, which Kentucky fired. We're not standing for that. And they reversed course. Didn't hire Stoops and hired Elko. They were trying to do that at Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like Silver. I'm not a Silverfield guy.
Yeah, I think also Hunter Yurachek might be the most disliked person in all of college football right now.
The whole 6'7" thing.
Yeah, bad.
Terrible. Like, you look corny. Like, you're supposed to be in a leadership position where you command the room, and he's doing 6'7". No one does that cheesy stuff. Anybody who does cheesy 6'7" stuff, that's not a true man. That's not an alpha. That's a beta.
You want to clip that?
Eric Morris, Oklahoma State. I like that. I'm intrigued by that hire. I think Stillwater's a tough place to win. But, is he going to take half of that roster with him to Stillwater? Probably. That's intriguing to me. But this coaching carousel wasn't, splashy. It didn't have cachet.
No.
The weirdest one's Penn State. Penn State was the first to market, the first one to have an opening, and they're going to be the last one to hire. And the rumors are right now it's Kalani Sitake.
Yeah, from
BYU.
And then now we're seeing a bunch of the BYU own people are saying hey, it's basically they're tweeting it's time to open the pocketbooks to try to keep them.
Oh, really?
The owner of Crumble Cookies,
and they have money.
They have a lot of money. They could keep them. So Penn State, they're just
Penn State's going to get a worse coach than the guy they fired.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't.
So that speaks to Marcus's point. I don't think it was a great class. It got thinned out quickly.
No, I mean Franklin looks like one of the best hires of the offseason.
Yeah,
at Virginia Tech. I mean, I think the Pat Fitzgerald hire is a great hire, frankly. Michigan State.
I'm intrigued. I think it's a tough place to win, but I think he's a good coach.
But it's a better place than Northwestern, and Michigan State has made the 4-team college football playoff.
This pre-NIL though.
I know.
Different beast.
If they have some NIL, I think he can do. Especially if the Big Ten gets their way and they go 24-team bids,
yes, please.
They're for sure going to be a college football playoff team. But I think they can make the 16 and the 12.
What was worse, Tom Herman or Lane Kiffin? Tom did U of H dirty. I mean, it's hard for me. I'm not the most objective person there because I have a personal relationship with Herman.
I didn't realize your Cougs open up with Lane Kiffin in 2027.
That's right.
At NRG.
Go Cougs, by the way. You know the Houston Cougars are the only Power 4 school in the entire country that went undefeated on the road.
See,
Go Cougs.
I'm not trying to take your guy. He's clearly not going anywhere.
No, don't say anything.
It would have been the best hire most of these schools could have made. Really
Shut your mouth, Joe.
Shut
your dirty mouth.
He's not leaving. Penn State's not going to hire him. Kentucky's not going to hire him. He's better off here.
Who does Kentucky hire?
I don't know. Because they're the last to fire. Like Michigan State, they've done all this back channel because it was reported that they were firing their coach, and then like an hour and a half later they hired Pat Fitzgerald.
They knew what.
So they knew that they were going with Fitzgerald the whole time, and he was in. Like I don't know where Kentucky goes at this point. If BYU turns down Penn State, I don't know where they go.
I'm hearing that Brom guy,
from Louisville
at Kentucky.
Yeah,
I'm hearing him at Penn State if Sataki says no.
I think the strangest one.
Hartline also is in the mix there.
Hartline makes sense. Bob Chesney leaving
Yeah.
James Madison for UCLA. I would have waited for a better job.
I mean, there's no guarantee that James Madison's going to be good next year.
I know, but they weren't always. I mean, I guess they were Were they always good with Signetti once he got it rolling there?
Pretty much.
It's just that feels like a job. Like you're just.
But you also have to cash when
I know.
You have to cash in, man.
And he cashed in.
Like, hey, if he gets fired in 3 years, here's $50 million. Like, can I be that mad at him?
Yeah, I mean, and like Kentucky probably has to go the coordinator route. That's what I think is interesting. No one is going the coordinator route.
I know. Hartline was like a big coordinator. They thought people would hire him.
Like they're all just going, and the most successful college football coaches we've seen are mostly transitioned from coordinators, and then they have success right away. And it sounds like Orgeron's going to be on staff at LSU.
I saw that Kiffin was trying to do that like a couple of weeks ago.
What a move!
Yeah, why not?
Like that is a great move.
I saw a TikTok today with Lane Kiffin's wife and Lane Kiffin's daughter. It reminded me of the Landman women.
Oh, really?
Billy Bob Thornton's wife and his daughter. You know how like they're crazy and like radical.
Yeah.
Like Lane Kiffin's daughters, I think, are like the same thing as the Landman people. Texas gets scoreboard on A&M.
They do.
Steve Sarkisian thinks that Texas should be a playoff team. Here was Sark after the game.
Well, I think this. If you really look at the body of work and you look at the Southeastern Conference and what we have to go through every week, you look at the non-conference schedule we play to go to Ohio State in week 1 and lose by 7 when we outgained them by nearly 200 yards. We got a really good football team, and it would be a disservice to our sport if this team's not a playoff team when we went and scheduled that non-conference game. Because if we're a 10-2 team, it's not a question. But we were willing to go play that game. So is that what college football is about? Don't play anybody and just have a good record, or play the best and put the best teams in the playoff, and we're one of the best teams.
A disservice to college football.
His argument is strong.
It is a strong argument.
But you have 3 losses.
And one's to Florida. And you've also struggled against some subpar teams.
He went to overtime 2 weeks in a row against Kentucky and Mississippi State.
Yeah.
To win. They beat Vandy by 3, which is a good win. Vandy, to me, as a case, Texas had it, but you're not getting in.
You know what annoys me too? And look, I know the AP isn't the same rankings as the committee, but he's like, oh, we went to Ohio State. We're being too punished for the loss at Ohio State. You know what they were ranked after they lost to Ohio State?
2?
7.
Okay.
You're in the playoff.
Yeah.
You're in the playoff. They didn't punt. They dropped you from 1 to 7. You were you were probably the best 0-1 team in the country in terms of the rankings.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't. It wasn't that punitive. You got dropped 6 places. You're still firmly in the playoff. You're ranked number 7 in the country. You're in. Mm-hmm. You're in. They didn't punish you much. You're in. It's what you did after that. After they lost to Florida, they dropped out of the polls completely. Mm-hmm. So they didn't punish you for losing at Ohio State much. They punish you for losing to a bad Florida team, and you got kicked out of the AP. Do you have some really good wins? Yes, you do. You have some really good wins. That's why they should go to 24 teams. But no, they're not a playoff team.
I got news for you, okay?
What?
I'm with you.
24?
Coming around.
You're on the 24.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Now, I don't like the Big Ten's format.
I kind of like it because you get rid of the human element mostly.
I don't think that we look at these conferences and you should say like there are 4 auto bids in conferences.
But you know why I like that?
Why?
because this is what it's going to take for you to qualify for the playoffs, and you get rid of the human element for at least those automatic qualifiers. Now you do add the human element for the other at-large bids, but that's like way down the line. Like, hey, it's hard for you to be upset about not being an at-large whenever you finish 5th place or worse in your conference.
Yes. I do agree with that for the most part. But, like, I don't like the tiebreakers and how they play everything out. It's just, to me, it just doesn't make sense. Like you have to go off the rankings, I still feel like, for the tiebreakers.
I don't like that. I don't like that. It's human element. You're not taking care of it on the field. I want it on the field, Joe.
Yeah, it's just, to me, like,
the problem with my argument.
I apologize. The Big 12 and the ACC don't deserve 4 spots.
Yeah, you're very wrong on that.
The SEC does. The Big 10 does. They can have 3. You don't deserve 4.
It's stupid that one conference is going to have 4 and you tell me the other ones have 3. You know why? Because things evolve in college sports.
That's fair. It's a good counter.
Here you go. You can have 4, and then they're just fixed with 4 forever, even if their conference falls off the face of the earth.
Yeah, if the Big 10 falls apart at some point,
that's what's stupid about like the fixed number. Like,
yeah.
I'm also not opposed to the 24, and you just give what they currently do with the automatic qualifiers, and everything else is at large. Play your way in.
I'd be fine with that.
Yeah,
because like I can't believe that there's a reality in which the college football playoff, the 11th seed is going to be Tulane, and the 12th seed is going to be James Madison, and we're staring at.
Well, that's the ACC's fault.
I know, but like I don't think both those teams deserve auto bids. Like I don't like the structure of it, but I'm more open to 24.
Yeah, you should be. All right, car wreck of the day, 713-780-ESPN.
That's the
junkie of the day. Who is your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. We'll hear from Mike Elko. We'll hear from our guy, Taylor McGarg. That's next. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
It's Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters, live at Senate Avenue Brewing. Swing on by, see them. We're starting to plan, too, for our Christmas party. We're going to be out at Nick's Place for our ESPN Houston Christmas party, 7 to 1 p, December 22nd, Monday. John Lansdale from 7 to 10. The Huntington Bank bad boy, Jeremy Branham and Joe from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So come on out, hang out with us. Nick's Place, autographed footballs, baseballs, gift cards, eggnog chugging contest, hopefully with Higgins Boat Rum. And all the games we'll be playing as well. All right, Junkie of the Day. That's what it's called. Junkie of the Day. Who's your Junkie of the Day, Joe?
I'm not gonna name this person. I'm gonna be kind.
Okay.
Okay. Just in case they're here this summer, and then we can expose them. But I'm just gonna read you an email. Okay.
All right.
Dear Mr. George, I hope you're doing well. My name is your full
Slim
name
Shady.
here. Your full name here.
My full name?
No, it was a generic email.
Yeah.
And it says insert full name here.
He didn't take it out?
He
Or
didn't
she?
put it, yeah. Didn't put their name.
You can't hire that person.
Yes, I can. It
No.
looks like a good resume. We'll go through the interview process.
It says insert name here? That's an all-timer.
I hope this person's not listening right now. But I got the email 4
I hope
minutes
they
ago.
are. They need to learn this lesson the hard way. Did you acknowledge that?
It's been 4 minutes. I haven't replied yet.
Oh, I would have opened with that. I would have been like, hey, insert name here. Great to see ya. What in the world? That is great. My first junkie of the day, Mike Elko. He was upset about the open door at his press conference the other day.
We didn't play the way we needed to. Can we close the door and run a professional press conference, please? My gosh.
He was mad. Somebody opened the door. He got angry.
I mean, I don't blame him.
And then Taylor McGuire. What do you mean? They opened the door.
He's upset.
They were late getting into the. Can we have a professional press conference, please?
Having
As
a
you're
bad
tucked
day.
away in the bowels of DKR.
My gosh.
My gosh.
Let's keep that.
That's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a bad one. And then Taylor McGarg, who we have on as a guest, great college football analyst. He does stuff for Big 12 Studios, former Rice Out quarterback. He went full Branham, and Texas Tech fans are not happy.
West Virginia can do anything. If there's one main thing they need to do to shake up the college football world, really, and beat Texas Tech, what's the number one thing they need to do?
Get Baron Morton out of the game. That's the only thing that stopped Texas Tech all season. The one time they lost was when Baron Morton didn't play, and anytime he has played, they've won by 20 or more. So if you can get consistent hits on Baron Morton and somehow get him out of the game, I think that's the only shot, in my opinion, really most realistic for West Virginia to have a chance.
Texas Tech fans weren't happy about that.
No, I can't.
They were roasting.
I can't blame them for being upset, but
I think he knows ball.
I think he's right.
I think Taylor McGarg famously knows ball. I mean, he went to Rice. He's super smart.
It was the only way for West Virginia to win that game.
He wasn't wrong.
Yeah.
Did you see the score in that game?
It was accurate.
I think I read that this was the biggest loss that West Virginia's had at home since like 1896. I don't know if that's right. That feels like it's wrong. It feels like it was a typo.
I think Rich Rod lasts very long there.
Yeah, I think he's doing a good job there, actually.
Yeah.
They beat the mighty Cougars.
49-0.
At home.
Yikes.
Yeah, McCarg was calling for their quarterback's
Bounty
head.
Gate.
Hey, look, I think he's just telling the truth.
Look, you never know with NIL money.
Non-football people don't want to realize this. This is how it is. Like,
That's how you win.
Do you go into the game like, hey, let's hurt him? No. But do you go into the game, let's hit him as many times as possible? Of course you do. What do you think Will Anderson's thinking before the game? I'm going to be super nice to Pat Mahomes. Or is he thinking, I'm going to hit him as much as I possibly can, and I want him to fill me?
As long as you just don't do what the punter did over the weekend and threaten to kill someone.
Yeah,
then
that's
you're
true.
okay.
All right, who wins? I like your intern.
Potential intern.
Insert name here is the winner, Junkie of the Day. Does it for us. Thanks to H for all the hard work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Soccer Matters, Glenn Davis live right now at Senate Avenue Brewing. That's not an alpha. That's a beta.
All right, welcome into Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5. Senate Avenue Brewing is where we are tonight, 16,000 Dillard in Jersey Village. So if you're on 290 and you're on your way up here, you want to catch live radio, the best in soccer talk, by the way, self-proclaimed. Join us. We got a couple of great guests here tonight for the show. We got a lot of topics to get into. Again, it's Senate Avenue Brewing, 16,000 Dillard in Jersey Village. If you're on 290, you get off the Senate Avenue exit. Soccer Matters is always presented by the Daspit Law Firm. Award-winning craft beer out here, great food. I know it's kind of a rainy, dark night, but it's a good night to get out. So come out here and join us next 2 hours. We will have two players that have performed in Major League Soccer. Good news is they're also both from the Houston area. Josh Gardner will join me in the next segment. He's an MLS Cup winner with the LA Galaxy. Also played for Sporting Kansas City, the Columbus Crew, and in Seattle. He's now in player development running Rangers, which is an MLS Next program. There are 3 MLS Next programs, the Houston Dynamo, Rangers, and GFI, if I'm not mistaken. So come on out. We're going to have some good player development talk with Josh. We'll talk about his career as well and how he runs his club, what philosophically they're doing, what type of club culture he has, and we'll get into that. And, again, these are two guys that are from the Houston area that obviously as a city we've produced guys that are coaching at all levels. We just had Chris Bondi coaching UConn. They got eliminated by Maryland in the NCAA tournament. But we have coaches at a lot of different levels all over the country, from youth all the way up to all the different divisions in college. Hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving. We are 4 days away from the World Cup draw. It's in Washington, D.C. We're going to find out who's coming to play in Houston at Energy Stadium. Right here on ESPN 97.5, which is your soccer station. We will have a live 4-hour show that will prep us watching those little ping pong balls and finding out who's in what groups. We'll have a lot of guests that day. It's going to be a lot of fun, and it'll be over at East River 9. Now, Brian, you've been to East River 9, right? Producer. Okay, so tell us a little bit about what to expect. Oh, okay. He can't talk. But it's East River 9 is off of Edo, near downtown. It's not far from there, and it's been a special place for the station to host a variety of events. So looking forward to that. And we'll have profiles of all the teams. We'll talk some history. But most importantly, we'll be there live on the moment to report and talk about and pontificate a little bit about the teams that'll be coming not only to Houston, but also around the country. Inter Miami and Vancouver, that'll be your MLS Cup final. Star quality for sure. Thomas Muller for Vancouver has literally changed the entire dynamic in that city, both on and off the field. This is Caitlin Clark-like when it comes to how he has changed things there. They've gone to selling out stadiums. We'll counter him with Lionel Messi in Miami. Of course, Miami wants to win this title. They're moving into a new stadium by the airport. They want to have that star above their badge. So you got the star quality in this, but you've got two tremendous supporting casts and a lot of storylines around Vancouver and Inter Miami. That game will be on Saturday. One of the storylines is the final 4 teams in Major League Soccer were all coaches that had no prior experience in the league. So we just blew the notion out of the water that you have to be someone who's connected and understands MLS. I'm sure those guys all had people around them helping them with salary cap issues, player categorization, all of that, which is unique to MLS, which is a centralized league. But these coaches have nailed it. And Jesper Sorensen put on a clinic with the way he had his team play against San Diego. Totally took them out of their game in their stadium. And then you got Inter Miami, Javier Mascherano. People, he's only coached, youth national teams. How's he going to do it day to day? I even said that. That's always a challenge for a coach, right? Well, he seemed to get it right. This is interesting with Inter Miami because he's benched Luis Suarez, and that's a pretty bold decision, and coaches have to make bold decisions, and it's worked out very well. Tadeo Allende has set a record of scoring 8 goals in the postseason. If he gets one in the final, he'll be the biggest goal scorer in the history of the playoffs in Major League Soccer. That's a story. And there's others. Silvette's a story, the 19-year-old. But this will be the biggest final in history based on the attention of Messi and Muller, I believe. And there'll be a lot of people that are anti-Inter Miami because they think they get a lot of preferential treatment from Major League Soccer. I think that's pretty fair to say. So they will be the hated team to some, much like Club America in Mexico. Fidel, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe the Yankees in L.A. in Major League Baseball. I don't know who. I guess the hated team in the NBA is probably whatever team LeBron James is on because he's loved too, but I don't know. He bounces around to a lot of teams. I don't like that whole bouncing around trying to get on the team that's going to win the title. That's why MJ is always the greatest in the history of the NBA. There's no question. No question. Maybe Real Madrid and Barcelona. As much as they're loved, around the world, they're not always loved. I think I see a soccer game on over there. I don't know what game that is that's being re-aired. We'll have to find out. Again, we're at Senate Avenue Brewing, 60,000 Dillard in Jersey Village. Okay, I want to get into a topic here before we hit our first break and then bring on Josh Gardner. And that topic is what happened last night in Liga MX playoffs. Pretty intense, pretty crazy what occurred. So Tigres reversed a 3-0 aggregate scoreline. They did that by knocking off Tijuana in the second leg at Tigres, and they won 5-0. It's pretty incredible. 5-0. Then we had Chicharito and Cruz Azul and Arturo Alvarez just walked in here. It's hard to believe he's not being mobbed by anybody. How are you, Arturo? So we'll have Arturo coming on. He's a U.S. soccer scout as well. So Chicharito, who's only played 118 minutes, has an opportunity in the final minutes of the game to take a penalty. And it's a 2-2 scoreline. And at that scoreline, Cruz Azul can advance based on the position in the table during the regular season. There's a penalty. It's somewhat controversial. Luis Romo picks up the ball. There's all this other stuff that's going on. There's a red card given, and Romo holds the ball. And then all of a sudden, after all this stuff that's going on, he gives the ball. Chicharito walks up and takes the ball from him and is going to take the penalty. Now, he's only played 118 minutes the entire season. I just want to remind you, it hasn't been the best of times for him. So he's going to take the penalty and basically gets up there and skies it, goes over the top. So it leads to all this discussion today, and people are absolutely destroying him. So first of all, did the coach have a designated penalty taker? Second of all, why didn't anybody else want to take the penalty? Third of all, they've only had 2 penalties all season long. The other one was missed by, I'm trying to remember who it was. So they really haven't had anybody that's converted a penalty in league play. He takes it, and there's all these theories now, and he misses it. And he's been a guy that you kind of have realized has nosedived. I was surprised none of his other teammates wanted to take it. There is this thing of a final tribute because this was his team, Chivas, where he performed before he went to Manchester United and before he went to Leverkusen and produced incredible soccer there.
But this guy has been lost for the last couple of years. Let's be honest. From on-field performance to being a social media guy and, doing the whole interessante, all this. I didn't see him focused. And when I saw him go up and take the penalty, I was just, he's not going to make this. That's what I'm thinking at home. And it's sad for him. But this, to me, seemed like the narrative was trying to be controlled. Former player comes back, is taking the penalty. We're doing it for the legacy. If that's why you're giving him the penalty, that's a big mistake. You want your best penalty taker at this time to take it. Was it really Chicharito? And he's kind of become, sadly, a caricature of what he once was. And what he once was something special. When he was on Manchester United, when he was on Bayer Leverkusen, which he shouldn't have left, West Ham, and in the early years at Chivas, this guy was the epitome of movement and mobility and pulling apart defenses, not only for himself, but for others. He was not a dribbler. He wasn't an exceptionally good pass for the ball. He was okay. He kept it very simple. His gift was movement, mobility, and knowing where a ball was going to be in the penalty area. He was incredible. I mean, he struck fear into people with his movement. And precisely the type of a guy big center backs don't want to play against, that are mobile or moving or getting on your blind side. So I felt sad for him, to be honest with you. But a lot of it he brought on himself, I think, because of the whole social media thing, the guru he has. I mean, and social media is a danger. You don't see Harry Kane doing this. You don't see the guys that are going to go down in history as the greatest players fooling around, stroking their ego with, being online and shooting these bizarre videos and having gurus and letting you in that much. The great guys don't let you in that much. So it was sad. And now everybody's weighing in today. There's apologists for him. There are people that are destroying this guy. But you have to say, part of it you brought upon yourself. 109 caps and 52 goals for Mexico. That's almost a goal every 2 games. The little P, Chicharito. He would stream on Twitch and call himself Chicha God. I'm not sure about that. But, yeah, they're sad. It's sad. And I felt it very sad. He looked sad. And it was a moment that, I don't know. I'm not sure he should have been put in that position. Not sure who else would have taken the penalty. Cade Cowell wasn't in the game. He took a penalty in the Leagues Cup. You remember Cade Cowell? He scored a goal in this game and had an assist. If he was in the game, I would have had him take it based on the night he was having and the confidence he had. And he made one in the Leagues Cup for Chivas, if my memory serves me right. And he's not the most refined player. He's an athlete. But he had a great game in this game, goal and an assist. Should have scored another goal, too. He was a winner. But Chicharito's only played 118 minutes. I mean, the entire season in the Apertura. That's pretty bizarre. Okay. Where are we at, Brian? Are we up on a hard break here? 2 minutes? Okay. I can fill 2 minutes. I'm pretty good at that. Not hard, personally. Okay, so what we do have now is Toluca and Monterrey. Toluca's Hector Herrera taking on Rayados and Sergio Ramos. Ramos is going to leave Monterrey, and then you got Tigres and Cruz Azul. I would like a Tigres-Monterrey final, frankly. The Clásico Regio, right? Is that right, Arturo? That's a good one. That's a good one. So let's hope for that. A couple of other items here. Christian Benteke, by the way, 47 goals in 93 games for DC United is not bad. You don't hear anything about him because he's at DC United, because DC United is DC United. They're dead. Dead in the water. They're one of the teams you put in the category in Major League Soccer that's not ambitious. And they'll tell you, well, we spent all this money for him. Yes, you did. But have you built anything around him? What has happened to your once proud franchise? Now, that doesn't mean they can't restructure his contract, but somebody's going to have to give him in the neighborhood of $4 million, I would think, because he made $4.9 million last year. He might have to be talked down a little bit. He might have to take less because he's 35 years old, but there is targeted allocation money. And the last one before we go to break. If you remember 9 years ago, there was a famous plane crash with a team called Chapecoense from Brazil. It was one of the saddest things I ever heard. They described the flight as the lights and all the electric going off and just a weightless gliding in the sky before it crashed. It killed an entire successful team except for one guy. That was 9 years ago. Took 71 lives. And it was mostly players and staff. And if you ever read the article about it, it was eerie. The whole thing was eerie. How this one guy survived, I have no idea. It's one player, and I can't remember his name. The good news is they're back, and they were promoted to the top league in Brazil, Brazil's top flight, which is kind of a nice thing. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back. We are at Senate Avenue Brewing. By the way, here, 16,000 Dillard, right off 290, award-winning craft beer. Andrew Mitchum, the owner, is in the house tonight. They play soccer matches here, all your games on TV. First beer is free if you come in with a jersey. Tonight, there's still time, plenty of time. Crab cakes, pizza, the Hassel Light Blonde, Mayor Murky, you name it. Great tacos, shrimp, fish, street, and I think they're having a special tonight. Chicken fried steak. Thank you, Brian McDonald. All right, let's take a break. Cactus Music break here tonight for all the best in vinyl and CDs. Cactus Music coming up next. Former Major League Soccer player, now currently the head of MLS Next Rangers. Josh Gardner joins me live here from Senate Avenue Brewing.
This is Soccer Matters,
on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLaw.com. Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Here's Glenn Davis.
We got some superstars walking in the room. Got CONCACAF writer Victor Ariza just jumped in. Jan-Luc Blackburn of Team Houston. We're going to talk to those guys later. We're going to bring them on. But we welcome you back now. This is a song by a group called Hot Chocolate called Everyone's a Winner. It's a classic song. But there will only be one winner this weekend. Either Inter Miami or Vancouver. Okay, I'm losing my voice here, which is not a good sign here in segment 2. This is not good. Okay. I'm going to do my best David Lee Roth impersonations here and see if I can pump it out. All right, joining us now, local product, played at Major League Soccer. I mentioned earlier, LA Galaxy, Columbus, Seattle, Sporting Kansas City. Grew up playing on the fields here in Houston, Texas, before going to the University of Cincinnati and then going Nike Project 40 at the time. He is Josh Gordon, who joins us now. Josh, how are you?
Good, Glenn. How are you?
All right, I'm lobbing you a softball. How excited are you for 2026 World Cup? We have the World Cup draw on Friday, and it is 7 games in Houston. How excited?
I'll be excited to see who's coming to Houston, I'll tell you that much. My boys keep bugging me about if we're getting tickets or not, so we'll see.
So let me ask you a question. If you had your druthers, what team outside of the United States national team would you like to see in Houston? Can be for any reason, but you got to pick somebody. And Arturo's getting a little lead in here. He's getting the questions, so he's going to know what's coming next.
Yeah, well, we see enough of Mexico
That's
in Houston,
true.
so I would not like to see them here.
Well, you can't say that in front of Fidel. He's wearing a Mexican jersey.
I understand
here.
that. Sorry, Fidel. However, I would love to see a Brazil.
Yeah,
I mean, they're
that
just
would be amazing.
Iconic. So,
good one. By the way, call tonight, 713-780-3776. Tell us what team you would like to see drop down in Houston for World Cup 2026. We got 7 games, 5 of them are group stage matches, and then we have 2 knockout round matches. All right. Growing up in Houston, do you have a sense of pride here now, coming back here to run a program, MLS Next program? I sometimes think we don't capture the pride that we have for all the things that occur at every level of soccer in Houston. I don't think we're good enough at that.
yeah, I mean, I have a huge sense of pride just growing up here and playing on the fields locally, being a part of that generation really of, the Eric Quills, the Arturo Alvarez's, guys like that who grew up playing here and have gone on to do great things in the game. I couldn't tell you how many guys after our group of players have gone on to have really successful pro careers. But it is good to see some of these guys still in the game, Chris Bondi, guys like that who are making an impact in the lives of players.
Yeah, there's more than we know from Houston. They're at all different levels of the college game. They're at the youth level. They're in high school coaching. I mean, they're spreading the lore. And even more important, many of them are fathers who are passing their game on to their kids now. And, I mean, you've got fathers from youth teammates and all throughout your youth career now in your club, which is called Rangers, which is a part of MLS Next.
Yeah, no, it's really cool to see, guys coming from different clubs and trying to see the vision that we're trying to put together at Houston Rangers. And then my youth club as well, Kingdom Football Academy, who pushes into the Rangers program. But, the game is getting better at the younger ages, and so it's still trying to navigate what the best thing is for the player to make it onto the next level.
Okay, let's talk about MLS Next. There's 3 teams in Houston. There's the Houston Dynamo, there's GFI, there's the Houston Rangers, your club. Simply take me into the culture there, the philosophy that you have, and what is important when it comes to player development.
Yeah, so we briefly discussed this earlier. We're 3 years into our existence, so we're still trying to identify what our culture is going to be. I think I mentioned this before that we've put 9 players into MLS academies. We have another kid leaving next week to go to Pumas in Mexico on trial, and there's a good opportunity that he signs there. So it almost seems like every year we're trying to rebuild our teams and help our players. Now this is the MLS Next homegrown division. Our academy teams are doing very well in their league play, so we're trying to push those kids into first team minutes, and then our third team players are trying to push in the second team. So we're still trying to identify what our culture is going to be. Are we just going to be a player development club where we push players on to the next level? Do we want to win trophies? Of course, but I also think that we have to develop the individual player first before the collective part of the game becomes, every parents want wins. We mentioned it before, is that the end goal of this whole thing? So it's for us to allow our players to develop and explore the game in a safe environment, and we're still trying to get that right as coaches in the way that we speak to them and teach them, and then open doors for them at the next level.
All right, the young man that's going down on trial at Pumas, did they approach you or did you approach them? How did that connection occur?
They did not approach me. I believe he's been on a few different trials with Querétaro, and I believe, what's the club right below, is it Juarez? And below El Paso.
Juarez, yeah.
So he was on trial with a couple of those clubs and he did very well. But I think Puma saw him at a recent event, and he's gone on to go down there on trial. So I think that's a great opportunity for him. And it's just neat. I mean, we have a lot of culture here in Houston.
Josh Gardner joining us, former professional in Major League Soccer. He's now heading up Houston Rangers in MLS Next. Do you get concerned because everybody MLS Next, you got to be MLS Next, you got to be MLS Next? That concerns me a little bit because there's a lot of good players that are outside of MLS Next.
No, absolutely. I mean, every club that we come and contact with, it's like a World Cup game, right? They want to beat you. You have a target on your back, which is great. We want that. But there are a lot of good players that are playing ECNL. There are a lot of good players that are playing local league. I feel like the exposure that we are able to give our players is top notch. As far as going to MLS Fest this coming week, we have over 500 colleges in attendance. National team scouts, Arturo's going to be there. His staff's going to be there evaluating players. And so I think that's something that sets us apart a little bit. But there are great players everywhere. And we saw this past weekend in the Copa Rayados tournament.
Josh Gardner joining us here out at Senate Avenue Brewing, 16,000 Dillard. It's a great place to come here tonight. Great discussion here about player development. What's the relationship like with the Houston Dynamo? Because I do know that you're always willing, if they are interested in a player, to push them forward.
Yeah, we're never going to close the door to that. There are some weeks where they want to see a couple players, but we have an important game that we want to focus on the team with. So this week we've got 2 players going in to train with their 2011s. We're always going to have that door wide open. They do a great job with working with their players, and we want to give them the best that we have to offer and give our kids opportunities at that level.
So what happens if they go to the Dynamo? And there's still a debate always about staffs, who's got the best staff. Technically, you would think it would be the pro team, but there's people that have all kinds of opinions on this. It's listen, the youth soccer conversation is pretty heavy and it's pretty intense. That can be good and that can be sometimes bad. But, what happens if they go there and all of a sudden it's not the connection or it's not the environment they want?
Sometimes the players come back to us and continue on their development. The majority of the players at Houston Dynamo are going to go into the college program. They do a great job putting their kids in good schools. And hopefully the 1 or 2 in each age group make it to the first team, start with the second team, make it to the first team. But if they don't last at Houston Dynamo, I mean, we always have an open door policy for those kids to come back and continue on their grind.
I've been trying to get, by the way, the head of the Dynamo Academy, Tony Vigil, on. I'm going to keep trying, but I'm trying to track him down. I've asked him a couple times to come on because I really want to hear from the Dynamo, and I want to hear what the Dynamo has to say about player development, because there is one thing that's very obvious to everyone, but nobody wants to say anything about it, and that is we are not utilizing local players, and they're not getting through to the first team. We've said this a lot of times, and that, I think, would be something incredibly healthy from so many standpoints, especially from the standpoint of community. That's how you become community. Okay, inverted systems in soccer now. I'm looking at Arturo and I'm looking at you, and both of you guys were dribblers. You took people on. Arturo loved to take people on and beat them off the dribble.
He was way better
But
than
you
me.
were both dribblers, okay? And now I see people picking up a ball out wide, putting their foot on it, recirculating it is the word. What's happening? Why are we doing that? Why are we negating players in one-on-one situations to make good judgment and take people on?
Honestly, I think it's because we're not getting into 1v1 situations. We're getting into 1 versus 4 situations. And you mentioned earlier about social media.
But then I'm going to stop you. How come you're not good at getting into one-on-one situations?
No, we can get into 1v1 situations. But Arturo is very good at beating a few players and then releasing the ball and continuing on his movement. We have players who want to dribble 3, 4, 5 kids, then lose the ball. Then, you got numbers flying forward. The dynamic of the game changes. You can't get players to pass the ball now, in my opinion. Now, this is me and the day in, day out of what we're working with in our groups. But, we always encourage 1v1 situations, take a player on. It's whenever they start to take on 3 players who are right around them and lose the ball. That's where we have to decide, is that the right decision?
How do you break them of that habit? How did they get in that habit in the first place?
This is why I'm still coaching, Glenn.
Okay.
I'm still trying to learn this. Yeah.
Okay. That maybe was not the fairest of questions, but it is. I think it also has to do with the modernization of the game. I mean, we hear the word overload. Wasn't an overload a 2 versus 1 or a 3 versus 2?
No, we were playing in a 4-4-2. It was much different, right?
But you could still pull off 1-2s.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could still get a second player next to somebody else and
Yeah.
isolated defender and play a wall pass or a 1-2.
Yeah. I think nowadays, I have my theory, I have my thoughts on it, but players nowadays are so glued to their phones and always looking down that now in the games, I tell my kids in the car, put your phone away, look outside, let's work on your spatial awareness. And maybe that could be something to do with it. I have no idea.
Do you know what my youth coach used to tell me? He said, when you walk in the halls at school, don't walk with your head down. Have your head up and be looking right and left and being aware of what's in front of you. And that stuck with me for the rest of my life.
Yep.
I mean, now we're talking late 70s. And some of those lessons from a coach back then still apply, which is pretty amazing, which makes me almost think, are we over-complicating the game?
Maybe. I mean, the game is super simple.
Data, zones, new language.
Yeah.
Isn't simplicity genius in the game of soccer?
Yeah. I mean, you would think so. You would think so. I do believe, we have some very talented players who get themselves into great positions, and they can beat players over and over and over again, but then the final product isn't there. So then what part of their development is going to work on their finishing, their final touch, their decisions at the byline, where they pass in the ball. We have a lot of those kids in our system that can beat players easily, but then their final product isn't quite there yet. So it's just, it's a work in progress.
How can we be a country that throws this much money at the sport of soccer and we don't produce more Christian Pulisic's? I mean, think of the money that's thrown at the game in this country.
Yeah.
And we're not producing more Pulisic's.
You want me to try and answer that? I don't know if I can.
No, I maybe it's a statement. Maybe it's a statement, but
yeah,
it does make you think when you think.
Well, did I see something recently, Glenn, about U.S. soccer trying to figure something out with maybe leagues, or maybe everything comes underneath one umbrella?
Trying to sort it all out. Well, we can maybe Arturo knows a little bit more about that. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But it's not the easiest of things to do because the landscape is clouded. It's very confusing. I think it's very intimidating for parents too, which doesn't make your job easier or any of the coaches' jobs easier. In closing, talk to me a little bit about your club, what the future holds, how much you're enjoying it. I love seeing guys like you and Arturo, taking the lead and coaching and being the next wave of the great minds of the sport.
It's a lot of fun. I find a lot of joy in working with players. This past year, I've kind of taken a step back from the field and just trying to observe a little bit more of what my coaches are doing, what my players are doing, our players are doing. And I got to coach the last couple weeks, some games, and I really enjoy it. I love being on the field. I love, trying to figure out the little nuances of the game and helping players break through their plateaus. And, we have a lot of growth coming up in our club. We still are trying to get things right. Like I said, it's our third year, but we've been very successful in what we've done as far as player development goes. And it's just a continual learning process. I'm always learning. I fail every day at times, and it's how can I learn from those mistakes.
Josh, real quick, the amount of games that kids are playing, flying every weekend, going to different places, it's incredibly stressful on parents. It's financially stressful on them. It's mentally stressful on them. Are there too many games for youth players?
I don't think there are enough games that are local. I think we're traveling too far to play. Some kids are getting 40 minutes flying or driving to Dallas. Think about the time they spend in the car to get 40 minutes and then driving back. Yeah. There are a lot of good players and clubs in the Houston area that I would love to play, midweek games, something that, like derbies,
under the lights,
playing against all the clubs, right? And I think, that's something that we're definitely missing out on in Houston.
Josh, thank you, because you came in here, you got a tracksuit on, you got a jacket on, you're going right back out to the fields. I love it. Thank you very much for coming on tonight, and thanks for making the effort to come out here to Senate Avenue Brewing. Let's give Josh Gardner a round of applause for making it out here.
Thank you, Glenn.
Senate Avenue Brewing, 16,000 Dillard in Jersey Village, award-winning craft beer. Get out here. The food combines with this incredible craft beer. And by the way, they got a ton of selections. You walk in the door, you see these beautiful shiny beer vats, which I know the beer culture would love. I do want to give a shout out here to Nico's Greek and American Cafe, also a great sponsor of this show. 3 locations in Houston, I-10 in the Beltway. You have the location in the Woodlands, which is the newest, and then the legendary Montrose location, which is the first one I used to go to. I would be coaching out in Bear Creek Park, and I would get in there with Dimitri's parents, and they'd still feed me when they were locking the place up. I never forget that. And to see how big that, they've become in Houston when it comes to the food scene. Nico's Greek and American Cafe. Let's take a break. Let's come back. How about U.S. soccer scout Arturo Alvarez, a great dribbler in his day, and also a former member of the San Jose Earthquakes. Also, FC Dallas. Everybody knows him from his times in Dallas. Take a break. We'll come back. Arturo Alvarez next.
This is Soccer Matters.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLaw.com. Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters as we continue on here tonight. Senate Avenue Brewing is the site, and if you're out and about on the town, 16,000 Dillard in Jersey Village. It's right off of 290. It's a real easy exit. You're right in. Great food. We got a nice little crowd. We've got coming up John-Luke Blackburn will be coming up a little bit later from Team Houston to talk World Cup 2026, opportunity, networking, what's going to happen in our city. We'll have CONCACAF writer Victor Arizon. We'll talk some MLS Cup final. But right now, we bring in Arturo Alvarez. Grew up playing here in Houston. I just learned you and Josh played at Maid Creek High School. Arturo, exceptional talent. San Jose Earthquakes, FC Dallas, Houston Dynamo. Excellent technically. We always liked Arturo taking people on. And he also was a member of the El Salvadorian national team, La Selecta. So he is now a scout for U.S. Soccer. Arturo, how are you?
I'm good, Glenn. How are you?
And I'm very thankful you made the effort to get out here tonight. It's always nicer to interview people in person, and it's nice to see you.
Nah, it's good to see you as always, and thanks for inviting me over to your show. I think the last time I was on the show I was still playing, so it's been quite a few years, but I'm happy to be here.
I finally tracked your people down. I got you. I told you I was going to be relentless, so we got you.
It's a lot harder to get a hold of me these days.
I bet it is, and I'm interested to hear about your schedule when it comes to what you're doing with U.S. Soccer. But let's start off with just the same question I threw at Josh, just the sense of pride that comes with coming out of Houston and being involved in the game, not only as a pro, but now post-playing career.
Yeah, no, it's Houston is home for me. Born and raised in Houston. I always, when I was playing, I always I was looking forward to the games in Houston. So, just being able to represent the city in other places, in other clubs. I got to play in Europe. So I always hold Houston really close to me. And then, at the end of my career, I got the opportunity to put on that Dynamo shirt, and it was a special moment. And to be honest, we got to win an Open Cup that year, so that was great. So yeah, and now I'm, as you mentioned earlier, now I'm a U.S. soccer scout. I'm a talent ID manager for the South region, which includes Texas and surrounding states.
That Open Cup win was over the Philadelphia Union, right?
It was.
Yeah. That was the Dynamo Open Cup win before the Open Cup